Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if 3-year-old Harry Potter was abducted and raised by Arcturus Black? Part 2. You can access all part at once by joining Patra. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry and Neville had decided to take up the issue of Snape taking points off them without any justifiable cause with McGonagall. They did not want to go to Dumbledore so much because the headmaster had so many other things to do. Besides, he generally was the pacifist while McGonagall had a fiery nature. She would not take kindly to injustice or wrongful deduction of points from any student. Minerva was grading assignments in her office when Neville and Harry knocked on her office door. "Professor, may we come in?" She ushered them in. "What brings you both here? I hope you have not been sent to me for detention for pulling a prank in class." Harry shook his head. "No, Professor. We have a complaint about the unjust behavior of Professor Snape towards us." "What do you mean, Potter Black?" she asked. "Professor, in our most recent potions class while we were brewing herbicide potion, Neville forgot to add flobberworm mucus and skipped a step. He took 5 points off Neville while demeaning me, saying that if Neville did not sit with me, he could concentrate better on his task. When I redirected his attention to the subpar performing of other students whose potions were not even salvageable, he took 5 points off me too for talking back to a teacher. Professor, we have been nothing but respectful to him in class. He has been rude, disrespectful and unfair to us in return. If this continues, I will have no other option than to address my concern to Lord Black. He would not be happy with this turn of events." Minerva pondered this for a moment. This would be quite a reversal of the order of things, a student writing letters home, complaining about a teacher misbehaving. Arcturus Orion Black was a nightmare when he was active before the war. She was a few years behind him at Hogwarts and knew of his reputation in those days. He was a person who would go to any lengths for those he called family, and he was terrific with a wand. She would have to do something before Harry decided to involve him in the fray. She turned to the duo. "Take back the points he deducted from you two. I will take this up with the headmaster. If he is being nasty to you, let me know and I will deal with him. Your honor, or your friend." Lucius was getting ready to go meet Lord Black to discuss what reparations he would have to make to have his family honor returned. He had talked with Narcissa about what he might want where they had a big fight over Draco. When he had tried to assert his authority as head of family over her, she had waved it off. That day, Lucius had called her into the Lord's study, and when she arrived, he told her under what conditions he had acquired the regency over the House of Black. Just after the war, after He had bribed his way clear of the Death Eater charges, using the Imperious Curse defense. Then he bribed his way into the regency using Draco's claim to heirship. At the time, he told Narcissa that Lord Black was dead. Now that the old fool had returned, he had no choice but to tell her the entire truth. She heard everything he said and then asked him, "Did you know that grandfather was not dead when you took the regency?" He nodded. "My account manager had told me that Lord Black was not yet dead, but I thought with no other heirs alive and Lord Black in hiding, Draco would become the heir, so I took the regency." She sighed. "Grandfather is a proud man, Lucius, and he does not take kindly to any subversion of his authority as the head of family. What you did was a violation of his, perceives it as an attack on the family honor. I cannot help you in this." He nodded and then he showed her the letter. "There is more to it. He sent me a letter yesterday." "What do you think he wants, dear?" She read the letter twice and then said, "I see that he has staked Malfoy honor on this meeting." "What has Draco done?" He sneered. "That idiot boy challenged the Black Heir to a wizarding duel and did not turn up for it, thereby putting our honor at stake. I had warned you not to coddle him with kid gloves and teach him what it means to be a Malfoy. She seethed. If I had brought him up like a black, he would have been loads better than he is now. You took a major part in bringing him up like yourself, Lucius. Now I ask you again, what are you going to do about this meeting? He had calmed down a little by then, knowing how her temper could erupt if he did not cool down. If that happened, he did not want to be within miles of her. I have no idea what he will ask of me. I have already sked my account manager how much gold I can lay my hands on in case he wants reparations in gold from us. Meanwhile, I want you to go to him and ask clemency. While he despises me, he is likely to agree to your request. She shook her head. No, Lucius, for your own good, I will not do that. Why not? He growled. Do you not love your family and its honor? Why won't you go and ask him to drop it? She shook her head again. Her foolish husband really had no understanding of how Lord Black's mind worked or how dishonorable his actions were. She tried to explain it to him. Of course I love my family, but please try to understand. If I did as you asked, it would only make things worse. You have read the letter. He has ordered you to meet with him to discuss terms. He has also made it very clear as to what will happen if you fail to show. She looked at her husband directly in the eye. You should not have even considered asking me to intervene. He was not in favor of our union since the start, but kept his peace because he figured that it would cause discontent, because he did not object to Andromeda's marriage either. He has not seen me once since I married you, and I fear that if I press the matter more, he would kick me out of the family like he did to dear Bella. I am proud of being a black and would do nothing to endanger my position in the family. Lucius flinched. He remembered how they had been informed by the Lestranges that Bellatrix's marriage had been dissolved. She was now a nameless witch without the protection of any house over her, not that it would have mattered with her being incarcerated in Azkaban. A few days later, Lucius Malfoy arrived at the Olive King restaurant in Diagon Alley to keep his appointment with Arcturus Orion Black. The serving waiter directed him to a parlor at the back and asked him to take a seat. The Olive King was a new restaurant which catered to the elite of the wizarding world, and the prices there were high, which meant only those of old wizarding families or those with lot of gold could afford it. Arcturus had arranged for a private parlor for them beforehand by advance reservation. Lucius knew that the reservations needed to be at least 2 weeks in advance, and there was no way Arcturus would have had it reserved 2 weeks ago. It was likely that Arcturus had paid a ridiculous bribe to get a reservation, or maybe he just had so much influence that he could get what he really wanted. In any case, meeting here on just a few days' notice was a deliberate display of power and wealth. He also had been thinking about what Lord Black could ask from him by way of reparations. He had even asked his account manager to arrange for some extra in the way of gold in addition to 10 million galleons, which was already available, just in case. Arcturus left Malfoy to sweat for 10 minutes before he came. When he did show up, he had Sirius Black in tow. They sat without even acknowledging Lucius's presence. When Lucius did not stand in respect or bow to him, Lord Black growled, "Learn to respect your betters, fool. I am still the head of your wife's house and your family's honor is in my hands. Do you wish to lose everything which Abraxas Malfoy earned through the past decades?" Abraxas Malfoy was Lucius's father, who was a consummate Slytherin. While he supported pure blood ideals, he was more tolerant of half-BL OODS and Muggle-born compared to his son and the Death Eaters, but that still did not mean that he would have ever warmed up to them. He saw them as a means to an end rather than outright despising them. Working earnestly, he had made a reputation for the family in Wizarding Britain, but had retired from social life about the time when the First Wizarding War was at its peak. He had allowed his son T.O. ascend to the position of the lord of the family and had removed himself from the social circles because his family was at loggerheads with most of his former allies during the war. Abraxas and Arcturus were on speaking terms with each other courtesy of the Wizengamot, where they had stood together at times in support of a motion or opposing it. Lucius gave a jerky bow to him. "I apologize, Lord Black." Arcturus would have enjoyed bashing him some more, but had other business to attend to today. He had no more time to waste on this slimy git. He had brought Sirius along because he wanted to appoint him as the Regent Lord Black. Sirius could look after the affairs of the house since Arcturus was old anyway and could not work as actively as he used to. Sirius was spending time with him learning the duties he would have as the house regent and of the family's position in respect to various subjects. I suppose you know why I have called you here when I cannot stand to see your face. Arcturus asked him. Lucius drawled. I am acquainted with the conditions, yes. I believe that it was a child's jest. We do not need to involve ourselves with it. Arcturus barked. Are you really such a fool, or do you go to extra effort to look the part? Have you not taught your son the first thing about being a pure-blood lord? Do you teach your heir to jest around with wizarding duels when you know that these sacrosanct practices cannot be taken lightly and the rules governing them are inviolable? Maybe I should just proceed to forfeit your family honor and tout you as blood traitors as your grandfather did to the Weasleys. Lucius sweated. If they were branded as blood traitors, that would end everything for his family. He hastily said, I apologize again, Lord Black, and I am ready to pay reparations in any form you choose. Sirius, who had been sitting quietly, asked him, and what do you have to offer which can be as valuable as your family honor? He looked at Arcturus, who gave him a look so as to tell him to answer the question. He said, the Malfoy family vaults have 10 million galleons at present. I can procure more for your reparations. Arcturus laughed evilly. Gold. You think I want your filthy gold? I already have more gold than I will ever need, you fool. Besides, you can earn it all back if your family honor is intact. So, tell me, how can any amount of gold be worth as much as your family honor? Lucius averted his eyes. What else can I do to make reparations then, Lord Black? Arcturus said to him, you have built quite a rapport with the Minister of Magic. The bumbling fool Cornelius Fudge these past few years. I want his head on a platter. I am bringing a non-confidence motion against him. You, along with all of your cohorts, will support this motion. You will arrange it. At the last count, you had 10 members in your block. I want every one of them to vote in favor of this motion. If you balk at the last moment, you will forfeit the last shreds of your honor. When you have done your part, when Cornelius Fudge is no longer the Minister for Magic, then and only then will I deem your debt of honor to be paid. Lucius started to say, Lord Black, what you are as. But his words were cut short by Arcturus. I am not giving you a choice, you fool. Do as I say and you will retain whatever honor you have left. Try to reason with me and you will leave Wizarding Britain in shame. Malfoy knew that his only option was to agree to Arcturus's demand. All of the alternatives were repulsive to him. The old man was right. The gold would have meant nothing to him in the long run. But betraying Fudge and ordering him to hand over the minister's head, that meant destroying a useful ally. A foolish one, true, but still a useful one. What's more, acting this action would require calling in favors, answering questions, betraying trusts. It would severely weaken his hold on both the Wizengamot and the ministry. However, for Lucius, the cost did not matter. Lucius Malfoy would betray anyone, do anything to save his own worthless hide or dubious honor. He would persuade, bribe, and threaten the members of his faction to support him in this motion. Maybe he would have to sit down with Nott to make sure that the motion is carried. The only dark spot on the horizon was that this would make him infamous among the members of the Wizengamot as a thieving backstabber who would knife the one who befriended him. Lucius nodded to Arcturus. This definitely goes against my interests. It will also severely curtail my ability to do anything in the future. But, if this is your price, I will do it, Lord Black. Will you be giving the decree to me now? Arcturus looked at him as if he was something nasty. Is something the matter with your hearing? Are your brains addled? Do you think I have gone senile in my old age? I told you that when Fudge is no longer minister, then and only then will your debt be paid. I will be hanging on to this decree until then. Now be gone before my patience runs out with you. Lucius hastily made his exit while Arcturus turned to Sirius. How many of them are going to come today? Sirius, who had been handling his communication for the last few days, said, as I remember, there are at least 10 lords who have agreed to come and meet with you today. The first one to come was Lord Parkinson, who was lord of the ancient house of Parkinson and not very high on the social ladder. House Black had loaned a large amount of gold to House Parkinson about a century ago, and now Arcturus was asking for all of it back with interest. Suffice to say, The coffers of House Parkinson were not deep enough to pay him back without going bankrupt. He quickly agreed to do Lord Black's bidding whenever he asked of him in a turn for House Black not enforcing a decree for immediate repayment on House Parkinson. To show his sincerity to the promise, he even signed a parchment which contained the stipulation that House Parkinson would always help House Black whenever they required it. It was a substantial sum that House Parkinson owed to House Black, but it did not inconvenience Arcturus in the slightest if he did not get the gold back. In return for the gold, he was getting Parkinson to support him whenever he wanted. Similarly, there were many of them who owed something to House of Black, and he asked each of them to support him or repay the favors that House Black had done for them. Needless to say, it was easier to promise to help him than to go against him and incur the wrath of House Black. Unlike Cornelius Fudge, who was an idiot, these people knew about the mean streak of vengeance that Arcturus Black possessed, and they wanted to avoid being on the wrong end of it. When finally the business for the day ended, Arcturus had signed parchments from the 10 of them who had turned up today. Grinning to himself at his success, he returned to his manor. Things were indeed good, and he just had one more meeting to attend. Something that he should do while he just may keep Harry Potter safe for all eternity. Hogwarts. Away from the kingmaker moves of Lord Black, his heir Harry was meeting his friends for a day out of school. He had invited many of them to join him, and nearly all of them had expressed their reluctance at first, but when he assured them that he had a way to get out of the school without being detected, many of them agreed. When he told them that he would be paying the bills, many more agreed more quickly. He had asked Corner and Turpin, and they had agreed instantly to the idea. They vehemently protested when he told them that he would be paying for them. Harry told them that if they wanted to pay for themselves, that was all right with him. He had asked Terry Boot too, but he had refused, telling him that he had some work to do. There were a few Ravenclaws he had asked, but none of them had time off their schedules. Ernie, Susan and Hannah had readily agreed to come to Hogsmeade. With them saying they had heard good things about the village. They would like to visit the village for themselves. Waiting for third year was far too long. Justin had taken some persuasion but had agreed. In Slytherin, Daphne and Tracy agreed to it. Daphne even dared him to refuse to let her do this. Harry had bowed before her wishes, while Neville was elated for some reason. When Harry questioned him, he said that he was tired of not being able to speak openly with Daphne since they had come to Hogwarts. The visit would give them a few moments of respite. Including Daphne in their group Maya. That he could take nobody in Gryffindor. Ron had some sort of problem with Slytherins, so he may have caused a fuss over this, while Hermione would have told on them to a teacher. Dean and Seamus were on speaking terms with him, but they were not close enough friends to merit him inviting them to this, not yet anyway. He was yet to make friends with other girls in Gryffindor in his year. They had chosen a Sunday so that they could make the most out of their visit and see as much of the village as they could. Having seen the map, he knew they would be better off taking the route under the statue of the Humped Witch on the 3rd floor, which opened in the cellar of Honeydukes. On the said Sunday, they met at the Ravenclaw table for breakfast, sans Daphne and Tracy. Deciding to meet on the 3rd floor after breakfast, Harry went to find the twins who had borrowed the map. While recovering the map, Harry called Moony on the mirror, asking the Marauder to recommend the best places to visit in Hogsmeade. Remus told him in detail about the village and every attraction there. When they all gathered for the visit in the room across from the humpbacked witch, Neville was given the duty to open the hump and help them get in. Harry kept an eye on the map while hiding behind a pillar so none could know about the map. After Neville had finished sending the last one in, he hooted like an owl for Harry to come through, and he jumped in, closing the hump behind him. When they were all in, Harry took the lead while they all made chit-chat about what they would do once they were in the village. As it generally happens, when you are in company, time passes very quickly. Pretty soon, they were below the trap door in the cellar of Honeydukes. Harry turned to them. "Wait for me here while I see if the coast is clear. I will call for you when it is so." They all nodded. He pulled out his wand and cautiously peeked out, sliding the trap door just a little. The trap door was suddenly opened wide, and a set of hands reached down to pull him up. He panicked and cursed himself internally for getting all of his friends into a trap. He tried to bite the hands holding him but was unsuccessful. His Wand and wand hand were caught in such a position that he could not use them to free himself. Below in the space, Daphne had shrieked when Harry was taken out all of a sudden. "Calm down, Harry," Sirius Black said. "We are just here to welcome you." Harry did calm down when he noticed that Remus was trying not to laugh while another old wizard who he presumed was the owner of Honeydukes was looking amused. After Sirius had set him down, the man asked him, "Is it him, Sirius?" Sirius raised a finger towards him as if telling him to wait. "I will talk to you in a moment, Ambrosius. First let me get the others out." He peered in the hole and said jovially, come out, my children, Uncle Sirius want to play." His call was answered with a color-changing spell and a lumos somebody had ca. Saint inside the hidden passageway to his face, giving him a nasty green shade of skin and temporarily blinding him while others roared with laughter. However, Harry was able to persuade his friends to come out, telling them it was safe. After they were all out, Sirius turned to Ambrosius. "Ambrosius, meet my godson, Hadrian Potter Black, the son of James Potter the Marauder Extraordinaire. Harry, this is Ambrosius Flume, owner of Honeydukes. He is one of our friends who allowed us to use his cellar for our nefarious activities when we were students. At times, he even shielded us from possible detention, so, if you want to commit mischief, then you had best be on good terms with him. He will help you get away with almost anything." Ambrosius extended his hand towards him. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter Black. Your father and his friends were some of my favorite people. They helped me a lot of times. I hope you will continue giving your patronage to Honeydukes." Harry shook his hand warmly. "The pleasure is mine, Mr. Flume. To have met the man who was behind the taste of Honeydukes chocolates." After shaking hands with the man, Harry started introducing his friends to them. "This is Neville Longbottom." Sirius looked at him curiously. "In Gryffindor with me, Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis in Slytherin, Susan Bones." Sirius was amused. "Hannah Abbott, Ernie Macmillan, Justin Finch Fletchley in Hufflepuff, Michael Corner, and Lisa Turpin in Ravenclaw. Everyone, this is my godfather Sirius Black, my uncle Remus Lupin and Mr. Ambrosius Flume." The children were led up to the shop, and to say that they were amazed would be an understatement. There were shelves upon shelves of the most succulent-looking sweets imaginable. Creamy chunks of nougat, shimmering pink squares of coconut ice, fat, honey-colored toffees. Hundreds of different kinds of chocolates in different rows. There was a large barrel of every flavor beans, and another barrel of fizzing Whizbees, levitating share. Bed balls with another wall of special effect sweets and rows upon rows of sugar quills. There was much more to see, and Harry was sure that if they kept gawking at every display in the shop, they'd be there for hours without ever leaving Honeydukes. Sirius, in the meanwhile, was asking them to fill their pockets with everything that they could think of or as much as they could carry. Whatever anyone picked up, even to as much as they could see, Sirius told them to keep it and paid for it. By the time Harry was able to tell him that he did not need to do so much to get his approval, Sirius had spent almost 100 on their purchases. Reluctantly, they left Honeydukes to go see other attractions of the village, and the adults became their guides for the tour. While they were passing through an inn called the Hog's Head, Sirius turned to them and said very mysteriously, "If you are out of school without it being a Hogsmeade weekend, you would do well to stay clear of the Hog's Head." "Why is that?" Daphne asked curiously. "Because Miss Greengrass, the barkeeper of Hog's Head, is one Aberforth Dumbledore, who just happens to be the brother of our illustrious headmaster Albus Dumbledore. He would not tell on you. But the headmaster may be inside during any such visit and you would walk into it." Everyone nodded as if he was giving them a lecture. The next shop that caught their attention was Zonko's joke shop. It was a fantastic shop which could help them to fulfill all their pranking dreams and had all sorts of joke products which they could use to pull their pranks in the future. Everyone quickly filled their pockets with dung bombs and stink pellets which they were planning to use soon. There was Scrivenshafts, which was a shop for quill and stationery. There were reams of parchment, big pots of ink in the shop, and even books which they would need in their studies. There was an obscure tea shop called Madame Puddifoot's. Sirius had them steer clear of the place, saying they would never need to visit it if they had some good taste in partners. He showed them the post office and the owls which were there. There were big barn owls, eagle owls, small scoop owls, and any others that they did not even know about. Each was available for sending post depending on what they need to send and the duration of the trip. After the marauders had given them a thorough tour of the village, they ushered them into the 3 broomsticks and took a parlor upstairs. The barmaid Madame Rosmerta shrieked when she saw Sirius and then hugged him crying into his shoulder for 5 minutes. When she was done, she happily sent them up telling she would be bringing butterbeers and lunch for them in a moment. When they were finally sitting in the parlor, Harry dared to ask what he wanted to. "How did the 2 of you know that we were going to be there?" Sirius smirked. "You should not have come today. When you called Moony, we were suspicious that you would be coming to the village. We decided to come and check. Since the cellar of Honeydukes is the only secret passageway which opens in the village, we guessed you would be here. You should have avoided coming today and come Aneth. Day or maybe asked him a few days in advance. However, I am glad you came when you did. I wanted to see you for myself and meet your friends." He turned to Neville. "So you are little Neville, huh? Blimey, you have become so big and you look so much like Alice. She has the same round face, had baby fat at this age like you do and at times forgot things, but she was a real sweetheart to those she loved. Your father is a great man. He was terrific with a wand and a true friend to us. Did you know that you did your first bout of accidental magic when you were just born? Your swaddling blanket was a little loose. When Frank laid you in your crib, you shrank it to fit yourself and snuggled up comfortably. I noticed that and tried to tell him, but he just wouldn't listen. That was a happy day, eh? It doubled when Harry was born a few hours after you." After Sirius was done rumbling, he swept his hand through Neville's hair fondly. "If you ever need the services of a prankster, Padfoot at your service." After he had addressed Neville, he turned to Susan. "You are Edgar's daughter. I could not be there for your birthday on the day when you were born because James and I were fighting in She-F Field to save a family of muggles from Voldemort's Death Eaters. When we returned to the ministry, Edgar gave us the good news. He was a great friend who at times had our backs and supported us through thick and thin at every step in life. Whether as a student or as an Auror. What I am surprised about is that you were raised by Amelia and yet you engaged in a prank." "What did she say?" Susan was grinning. "Auntie said that she would set me straight the next time she sees me. But then she has been saying that for ages now." Sirius then turned to Harry. "I know, pup, you might be feeling that I am not giving enough attention to you, but it is not so. I came over today only to show you around the village and I am still waiting for the surprise which you promised me." Harry hugged the older man. "Thanks, Padfoot, for showing us around and introducing us to Ambrosius Flume. He will be useful loads of times to us. As for the surprise, it is only September last now. You will have to wait for a few more days, I am afraid." After they had lunch, Sirius led them back to the cellar of Honeydukes, where Sirius told Harry that Mr. Flume would help him and his friends whenever he needed unless it was something criminal. They all returned to the statue of the Humped Witch, bone-tired but pleased with the day and everything that they had seen and experienced. What they failed to notice was that 2 sets of eyes had seen them going out and coming back into the school. The duel lesson. For the second duel lesson, Flitwick decided to test their nimbleness and how quick they were on their feet. If he was teaching them to duel, he was not going to just give instructions and let it be. When they both had reported for the lessons, he asked, "What spell did you both practice this week?" Neville replied, "Professor, this week we perfected Petrificus Totalis." Flitwick nodded. "Good. Now you will both cast it on me while I will dodge. I will keep dodging for 10 minutes or until one of you manages to hit me, whichever comes first." Harry and Neville started casting at him relentlessly while the tiny professor kept dodging everything, moving with grace. Nothing even grazed the folds of his robes. He was that quick on his feet. He weaved in and out of the way of their spells so quickly and gracefully that it was hard to believe. After 10 minutes, they were not able to hit him even once. When they stopped casting after 10 minutes, he raised his wand and said, "My turn." Without warning, he started casting and they were almost hit by his spells. They kept dodging him for a minute or two, but Flitwick was doing more than they had done in their turn. He was moving on his feet, keeping up with the movement of their feet while casting. Often he cast where they would have been after dodging the last volley. After 2 minutes, he sent a hex at Neville while he feinted to cast at Harry's right. When Harry lunged left, he was met with a petrification hex. Immediately he fell on his face, his hands and legs snapped close to his body which had gone rigid and he could only move his eyes. Neville had abandoned all caution when he saw Harry falling and ran towards him. Harry wanted to warn him, but he could not move any part of his mouth. Flitwick casually petrified Neville too. Flitwick released the two in motion for them to sit in their chairs. He started speaking. The two of you may Avenue worked on it this week, but you have miles to go before you can be ready to participate in the tournament. Mr. Potter Black fell for my trick and went in the direction I wanted him to go. Mr. Longby. Autumn showed great concern for his friend, but he forgot that he is also being targeted and that he cannot help his friend without putting himself in peril. He also forgot that the moment Mr. Potter Black was petrified, he was out of the duel. Therefore, Mr. Longbottom only had to pay attention to himself from that moment. He then motioned for them to stand. Now I will start casting. Will both dodge. Remember, you are only to take care that you are not hit by a hex. They practiced 3 more times. Flitwick got both of them every time. Once they were both able to keep him at bay for a whole 4 minutes, which was an improvement. Flitwick told them to keep working on dodging. He also showed them Vermilius, 2 more variations, Vermilius Duo and Vermilius Tria, also known as Red Sparks, an excellent spell for emergencies. They knew it already, but it did not hurt to hear it from the Tiny Charms master. It was also useful as a minor dueling could be used to distract one's opponents. They both knew that it would be months before Flitwick would even begin to teach them dueling properly. First they would need to prove to him that they had what it took to become accomplished duel masters. Poltergeist pranked. Harry had not forgotten how Peeves the poltergeist had told on him to Dumbledore. Like Lord Black, he was not one to carry a debt but settled it when he got the chance. To that effect, he went out at times during the night under his cloak to find Peeves and prank him. One night, looking at the map, he found the poltergeist hovering near the trophy room on the map. Donning his invisibility cloak, he proceeded downstairs while keeping an eye on the map. Peeves the poltergeist was trying to open one of the trophy cases which perhaps had been locked with some spells. Harry watched him doing this for some time before he shot a stunner at the poltergeist. Remus had told him that little spells like that could affect him and it was easy to hit him with one when he did not see you. Peeves was considered a menace by most of the students and no one even attempted to challenge him, so it was easy because he had caught Peeves unaware because he was careless towards other students. The spell struck and the poltergeist fell down. Harry picked him up. It was amazing to see that he felt pretty solid in that moment considering he had no body. He dragged him up with him through the stairs to the 3rd floor where the forbidden door was. Dropping him in front of the door, he let out some cannon-like blasts from his wand till he could hear Filch come running, shuffling, and quietly made his escape from there. There was nothing more that he could do to the poltergeist, but it was the best that he could do for now. For a finishing touch, he lobbed the dung bombs around the corridor so Filch would think that the poltergeist had been lobbing them around. Maybe Dumbledore would be able to punish him in some way. He could hear Filch's jubilant triumph when he found Peeves passé out on the floor and in front of the door to the forbidden corridor. No less. Harry knew the caretaker was weaving dreams of grandeur around getting the poltergeist expelled, but he felt it was unlikely that Dumbledore would expel him from the school. He had also thought about what the beast could be doing in a place like this. He gave a thought to what it could be guarding. He had no other clue to go on. He did not even know if he wanted to find out what it was that the beast was supposed to be guarding. The Greek myths said that the Cerberus of Hades guarded the doors of the underworld. One of its duties was to prevent any of the souls from escaping back into the mortal world. He did not know much about this kind of beast. Maybe he could ask Professor Kettleburn, who was said to be obsessed with dangerous magical creatures and had even shown Chimera to the students in the past years. He did not know if he needed to meet such crazy wizards. Harry had seen the man who had lost one leg, one hand and one eye to these beasts but was still obsessed with them. He was also responsible for the Great Hall being set on fire by Ashwinder eggs during a dramatization of The Fountain of Fair Fortune. He had not written to Arcturus about the whisper in the night yet because he himself was scared a bit and even had started to doubt himself if he had heard correctly. Surely if he was back into a body, Dumbledore would have known about it. He was one of the most powerful wizards and he had infinite ways to gather information which nobody else did. He had conferred with Neville and they both had agreed that if something like this happened again, they would go to Arcturus. There was no need to play the hero if they don't have to. The next morning, he heard that Peeves was threatened with exorcism out of the castle if he continued to cause trouble like then. Peeves had been looking for the one who had got him in trouble with Dumbledore. The Great Hall. His group of friends was sitting in the Great Hall at the Hufflepuff table for breakfast. Surprisingly, Ronald had joined them this morning. He had been doing this since he had managed to submit his homework on time in the past week for every subject. He still was not doing any better in his practical lessons. Harry had noticed that at times his wand movements were correct and his incantation was clear, and yet the problem persisted. What he did not notice but Neville did was that his wand looked battered with the unicorn tail hair showing. He had pointed it out to Harry and they made an educated guess that perhaps his wand was not his own but a hand-me-down, but there was nothing he could do about it. Ronald Weasley was sensitive about his financial condition and would not have taken kindly to them poking their noses into his financial condition. No matter that they had the best intentions at heart. All they could do was let him know about it at a suitable time. Lisa, who was sitting to his right, said to him, "Harry, it's been days since we pulled the last one. How about we do another one now?" Corner, who was sitting with Hannah, asked her, already bored Lisa. "I thought you said you never wanted to do it." Lisa made a sour face. "What I meant, Corner, was that I did not want to do a detention clearing a cupboard for Flitwick. I did not know that he kept such massive tomes in his cupboard." Everyone had a good laugh over it. Then Harry said, "You all remember that we went off to the village the other day? That we bought a sack of dung bombs and stink pellets each?" Everyone nodded and he continued, "Let's use it on the Slytherins." "How?" asked Susan. "We do not even know where their common room is." He grinned evilly. "Leave that to me. Suffice to say that a poltergeist with a grudge is more dangerous than a rampaging hippogriff." The deal. Harry and Neville found the poltergeist on the 5th floor in an abandoned room. After making sure that there was no portrait around and there were no ghosts or students, Harry cautiously called him Peeves. The poltergeist looked at him and sing-songed, "Potty, Potty, Potter," and started to float away when out of sheer desperation, Harry said loudly, "Peeves, we know who stunned you and dropped you on the 3rd floor." Peeves did a barrel roll, descended to their height and said, "Potty will tell Peevesy, yes." Harry smirked. "What will I get if I tell you?" Peeves cackled. "Peevesy will make trouble for one who troubles Potty." Harry gave an evil grin. "Remember your promise, Peevesy. Now about those who stunned you, we overheard the Slytherins talking that some of their numbers had stunned you and then dragged you to the 3rd floor. We did not get the names, so it means that you would have to take your revenge on all of them at the same time." Peeves shook his head. Peevesy not doing. Harry was stumped. He had been counting on the poltergeist to do it for him. He asked cautiously, "Why?" "Peevesy scared of the Bloody Baron," Peeves said, nervously and fidgeting. Now that was a problem. He had seen the Bloody Baron, who looked surly. The chains he wore and the blood on his robes terrified Harry, to be honest. How could he ask a house ghost to do him a favor? Peeves maybe could do it at a time when the Bloody Baron was not out and about. Harry suggested to him, "You can do it when he is nowhere near them, and you do not need to do it in their common room either. Do it when they are sitting at breakfast or dinner." Peeves seemed to be contemplating what they were saying, and Harry produced a bulging sack of dung bombs that he gave to the poltergeist. "Here is something to help you. Give them hell, Peevesy." Peevesy took the sack gleefully, soared into the air and floated out of the room singing at the top of his voice, "Where there is strife, where there is trouble, call upon Peevesy, he will make it double." Neville said to him hesitantly, "You do know you could have named Malfoy, right?" Harry shrugged. "Neville, Malfoy is a ponce and nothing more. I will not go poking him unless he is causing trouble for me. If I started tangling with him without cause, there will be no difference between him and me. Remember, we owe everything for a bit of a laugh and nothing more." Neville nodded. "I see what you mean. But we will keep an eye on him, right?" Harry nodded. "Of course. He is our favorite Slytherin for a reason." "Dung bombs. You stink, ew." Peeves did not even wait one day. That evening, when the Bloody Baron was not present at the dinner table, Peeves took his chance. Harry had asked his friends to join him at the far end of the Gryffindor. Had been a few raised eyebrows, but nobody said anything. As it was, Harry had decided to keep sitting at that end of the table until they were sure that Peeves had made his strike. Sitting at the far end was also useful for them to talk without being overheard. Susan asked him, "Harry, why are we sitting at this table?" Harry mysteriously said, "Don't want to ruin the surprise for anyone." "Susan, but you will have to wait and see," Lisa said excitedly. "Ooh, are we going to prank the Slytherins?" Corner hushed her, quietly. "Lisa, you don't want others to hear, and I don't need another detention so soon. Father would banish me off the family tree if I am caught again." They kept watching, eating dinner slowly and waiting to see if Peeves would strike that evening. They noticed that the Bloody Baron was not there, so there was a chance he just might, unless he was afraid of Dumbledore. When nearly all the Slytherin students were at their table, Peeves flew into the Great Hall and started lobbing dung bombs at the Slytherin table, cackling, "Nasty little blighters. Troubling Peevesy. You all will pay." In the exuberance of the moment, he even lobbed a few at the adjoining Ravenclaw table. When the dung bombs went off, the putrid smell spread in the Great Hall while students started running around in panic or to escape the foul smell. Harry covered his nose and mouth with the sleeve of his robe. His friends did the same. They all mixed in with the crowd so that Dumbledore would not suspect them. Snape had his wand out and roared, "Peeves." Peeves blew a raspberry at him and cackled, "Snivelus, Snivelus, slime ball Snivelus." The students looked on in horror as Snape's face color changed rapidly from white to red to purple as his expression soured. Harry was sure he was trying to rein in his anger and hatred of the name which his tormentors had given him during his time as a student. McGonagall had her wand out and she was running forward with a curse on her tongue when Peeves decided he had enough for the day and flew out of the Great Hall. Meanwhile, Dumbledore let out cannon-like blast and spoke in a voice so loud that it reverberated above the din they were making. "All prefects escort the students to your common rooms. The dinner will continue there. All the teachers report to the staff room." Harry and Neville fell into a line behind Percy and walked back to their common room. That night, the dormitories of the students and their trunks were checked for dung bombs or any other contraband that would be useful for pranks, but nothing was found for obvious reasons. Harry had already told the twins what Peevesy would be doing, and they had told him that they would need to hide all the contraband that they had. It had been hidden behind the mirror on the 4th floor. Nobody except them knew about it, so they could not be made complicit in the crimes. Peevesy was not seen in the castle for a week after the incident. Some said Dumbledore banished him. Some said the ghosts chased him away. Some said the Bloody Baron was after his hide, but the truth was that Peevesy was hiding from the headmaster in one of the unused dungeons in the basement. Harry just hoped that he would do what he had promised in return for telling him the names of the students who had stunned him. "I will rip your head off." Daphne accosted him the next day in the library. She had come to his table, tugged at his arm and stiffly jerked her head, asking him to come out. Neville saw this too, and they both shrunk in their seats a little. Daphne was furious, and an angry Daphne was not good for their health. They followed her at a safe distance and entered into a room behind her. She locked the door with a locking charm. Then she started thundering, "What were you thinking? Dung bombs. I could not get the smell out of my nose for the entire night. Dungbomb on my head. I had to wash my hair twice to get it clean." Harry and Neville were amused. Her rant, but none of them wanted to say anything, knowing they would provoke her further. When they did not speak for 5 minutes, she snapped, "What do you two miscreants have to say for yourselves?" Neville, courageous Gryffindor that he was, opened his mouth. "Daphne, what makes you think it was our doing?" "Of course it," she started to say before she stopped short when she understood what they were asking of her. After a moment, she said in a small voice, "You mean to say it was not your doing?" They both had the audacity to laugh at the expression on her face. After a minute or two, Harry said, "Of course it was our doing. We persuaded Peeves to throw the dung bombs. Now, before you get your dander up again, tell me why you are so angry." She sighed. She could not get angry with those two anyhow. Apart from Tracy, only these two knew her well enough to know when she was really angry or if she was just faking it. "If you want to know, then one of those dung bombs dropped on my head and the debris hit Tracy. My hair has never been so dirty before. I had to wash it twice. Harry asked her, "What made you think it was our doing?" She answered, "Snape was overheard telling that some student had given those dung bombs to Peeves, who is missing right now, afraid of Dumbledore. I remembered that you were planning to go after Slytherin next, and I was there when you bought those sacks of dung bombs from Zonkos. I would have to be a troll or something to miss the obvious." Neville worriedly asked her, "Do you know if anyone else has figured this out?" She shook her head. "No. You ally, when our dormitories were raided last night, we did not have the contraband with us anymore. We had sold it to some fifth year in my house who wanted to get her revenge on some of her year mates. The contraband was recovered in her dorm, and almost every house lost some points except Gryffindor. I presume you warned every lion about it." Harry shook his head. "No. We only warned the twins. I suppose that they let everyone else know. I seem to remember that they had brought a large haul to hide at our hiding place." She arched an eyebrow. "Hiding place? What is this place, and why do I not know about it?" "Well, a secret hiding place wouldn't be secret if everyone knew about it. There is much that you do not know about us, Daphne," Neville said earnestly. "Like one time a couple of vampires bit us and they died." She rolled her eyes. Yeah, you both are the vampire slayers. Honestly, that's an old one. Tell me about this hiding place." "There is a mirror on the 4th floor. CH is an opening for a hidden passageway out of school. Sadly, the way seems to have caved in, so it is not usable except maybe as a concealed storage space." She nodded. "Have you thought about what is beneath the trap door which the dog is guarding?" Harry shook his head. "I have no, and I mean no, intention to go finding what is in there. I have faced that Cerberus once. I am not doing it again. No one can force me to go down there, even if they pay me all the gold that I have in my vault at Gringotts." The truth was that Harry and Neville had been back to that door once or twice. Heavy breathing, snuffling and growling was sufficient to tell them that the Cerberus was still there. They had decided that there was no need to show courage in the face of the uncertain just because they were sorted into Gryffindor. For some reason that Harry himself could not understand, he had not told Lord Black about the Cerberus. There was nothing to tell about it except that he had wandered into the area where it was contained and lose more points and possible detention. "Let's join forces." One night, the duo decided that it was time they did some exploring under the cover of night when they heard two people arguing. They carefully walked in the direction where they heard the argument coming from. As they turned the corner, they found that Quirrell was backed up against a wall and Severus Snape had a wand at his throat, asking him in a low, menacing tone, "What are you doing here, Quirrell? It is not wise to go ambling about the castle in the dead of night, especially in the forbidden corridor." He stuttered. Severus. What do you mean?" Severus drawled. "You might be able to fool others but not me. I know what you are trying to do, but I warn you, Quirrell, don't try to cross me again." Harry was trying to understand what was happening while Neville had pulled his wand out. Harry lowered it with his hand, gesturing him to stay put. He wanted to see what was going on. Snape had released Quirrell by now. "Get lost now, Quirrell, and pray that I do not find you out and about here again, or you will pay for it." Severus walked away to one side, while Quirrell slumped to his knees, crying. Harry felt pity for the defense teacher and for a moment thought to go and console him, but realized that they were out after curfew hours and would end up in detention despite their noble intentions. They cautiously walked in the other direction with an intention to raid the kitchens. They had only done it once since they started school. They thought that they ought to do it in. Maybe host a party in the kitchens after curfew hours. That would be a right prank. After filling their bellies, they decided that a walk through the castle might do them some good before they crashed for the night. They walked in the direction of the North Tower to find the twins hexing a Slytherin prefect with a stunner. The prefect fell down like a sack of potatoes. Harry walked out from under the cloak, gesturing Neville to stay put. "Fred, George, what are you both doing?" They turned to find Harry. "Oh, hello, Harry. We were just teaching him some manners." "And what has he done to you?" One of the twins said. "He made obscene gestures to Angelina during the day." The other added. "When she complained, the greasy bat waved her off." Harry was angry with the Slytherin prefect but decided to deal with these two first. "And you openly attacked him?" What were you hoping to accomplish? You will be found, given detention and maybe a letter to home. How does this count as revenge? Fred asked him. What do you mean? Simple. He will tell the teachers tomorrow that you have both stunned him and you will be put into detention. You should have taken your revenge covertly like I did with Peeves. Their mouths were open in surprise. You persuaded Peeves to do that. But he does not take orders from anyone. Harry smirked. He does not take orders. I was the one who stunned him the other day, and then I told him that the Slytherins were responsible for it and supplied him with the dung bombs. The rest, as they say, is history. The twins immediately started bowing to him. You are the true heir of the Marauders. How about we plan another one where he pays and we don't? Neville asked, coming out from under the cloak. They planned a prank to be perpetrated a few days later. Because anything done now would have people pointing at the twins. How about you fly? Remus had taught Harry the levitation charm and told him that there were a few hovering charms other than the levitation charm, but the levitation charm was the most preferred one. The hovering charm, which was most popular before the levitation charm came into existence, could keep a person hovering at a fixed height. That is what they decided to use on the said Slytherin prefect. A few days after the incident, when the twins were done with their detention, they stalked the prefect late at night after having learned from Percy about the patrol schedules. On the second floor, where they cornered him, Harry, who had been hiding in the shadows, shot him with the blindfold spell. One of the twins disarmed him. Evil shot the hovering charm at his clothes, making him hover in the air, and the other twin shot a sticky charm at him. When Neville ended the hovering charm, the twins decided to use the glacius on him. They needed the twins because they had not yet learned the glacius, and the twins had just studied it in their third year. They used the charm only to freeze his bits off and not to cover him in ice from head to toe. With their part in it done, Harry and Neville made a hasty and silent retreat. After they were done with that and they were at a sufficient distance, Fred and George let out cannon-like blasts from their wands till they could hear Filch coming and ran off. Nobody asked the four of them about the Slytherin prefect because there was nothing to connect them with the happenings. And so here it is, guys. Chapter 8 of this part. I await your decision now. Chapter 9, Hogwarts. 2 weeks had passed since they had attacked the Slytherin prefect, and there had been no pranks since then. Academics were no challenge to them since Moony had been teaching them the basics for a year. The twins asked them if they were planning a prank. They denied it, saying that there would be opportunity enough for that later. For now there were secrets to unearth, witches to chase, and friends to be made. Meanwhile, Ronald had started to become a part of their group with Hermione occasionally, and Harry at times found it hard to lose them if he needed to. Another thing which irked him was their behavior towards each other. They both constantly fought with each other, bickering and exchanging RSE words with each other, and they were both equally guilty. Ron could be a prat at times, saying or behaving as he should not. Hermione was condescending in her treatment towards others. Oftentimes, she derogated others even if she was trying to teach them something. They had their uses, but if they kept it up, Harry was ready to shut them out. He could move forward without them. His plans were so cast in stone that they could not be changed. On the other hand, he had reliable friends in all the houses now. He had also started making some inroads with many of the older students, and most of them were courteous towards him. Some were frankly curious about him, while a few were downright hostile. Harry knew that only the name of Black which he carried stopped them from acting against him. Many of the older years, however, were friendly toward him because he had extended the offer of friendship to them. He never used any words such as ally or talk business, but extended an offer of genuine friendship. What others did not know, and he did not bother to correct, was that he had it in mind to call upon them to honor their friendship with him when he wished. Arcturus had also sent him a letter telling him that many of those who were in debt to House Black would do his bidding. He was keeping most of them as a contingency, although there was one he was willing to use to its full extent. Pansy Parkinson was oath-bound to help him when he asked, due to her father signing the parchment. He spoke with Sirius almost daily via the communication mirrors, telling him with the Marauder telling him of their exploits. About his parents or how to get with witches and the like. He also tried to send a gift a day to Harry, but Remus had put his foot down, telling him that Harry did not need to be spoiled. He was a menace enough as he was. Dueling class. In the last 2 weeks, Harry and Neville had perfected Stupefy. They also worked on wide area stunners, always useful in a duel, a trick up the sleeve if you know how to use it. Then there was the bludgeoning spell. The bludgeoning spell was a non-lethal spell, the perfect one to use in a duel. A well-placed bludgeoner to the face could put down an enemy with ease thereafter. With quick wand work, victory could be assured over the opponents. When they arrived for the lesson this week, Flitwick was there without the table or chairs where they were normally. As they entered, Flitwick asked them without preamble, "What did you two learn this week?" They replied, "Professor, this week we learned the bludgeoning spell." Flitwick smiled, "That is good, Mr. Potter Black and Mr. Longbottom. Now it is time for us to see if you can cast it as well. Today, we will be practicing dueling. You both will duel with me on the other side. We will not be using shields. One who gets hit with the bludgeoning spell will be out of the duel." As they both nodded, Flitwick raised his wand. He started sending bludgeoners at them, making them dodge in all directions. The Charms Master was born with a talent for speed that made it hard for them to dodge his spells. But it was no fun if it was too easy. As he sent his spells at them, making them run around, he taunted them. "Is that how you intend to win the duel championship? By running around like headless chickens? Be a man. Face my wand." From hard experience, Harry and Neville knew better than to stop dodging. They were running in different directions trying to evade his spells when finally Neville got an idea. Braving the spells coming his way, he finally reached Harry and whispered some words to him. Flitwick could not make out what Neville had said. The words had a visible effect on them as they both stopped running. They turned to face him, and that brought a smirk to Flitwick's lip. The lads had learned the lesson he was trying to teach them. Before he could send another spell their way, Harry and Neville started sending spells towards him one after another. Since they were alternating their spells, there was no lull in their casting for Flitwick to go on the offensive. He kept dodging them for 5 minutes before he noticed that the gaps between the spells were increasing. He waited for 2 more minutes to see that it was not a trap before he took his chance. With a swift flick of his wand, Neville fell like a sack of potatoes. Harry started sending spells at the tiny Chaw RMS Professor, but Flitwick was enjoying it. Harry was berserk and casting relentlessly while Flitwick patiently dodged him for another minute before he sent a spell towards Harry while he was still moving. The spell knocked Harry down and Flitwick won the duel. After they were defeated, he produced 3 chairs with a flick of his wand. He motioned for them to sit. After they made themselves comfortable, he asked Neville, "What did you say to him at that moment? It must have been something to bring such a change in tactics." Neville grinned, "I just reminded him, Professor, that we are on the same team. We should work together rather than by ourselves. That way, we will have a chance to win against you." Flitwick nodded in appreciation. "That was well thought out, Mr. Longbottom. However, you both still lost. Can any of you tell me why?" Harry replied, "Professor, we kept up the casting for too long against you. We were beginning to tire ourselves out. If we had conserved our energy, then we may have stood a chance at winning against you." Neville added, "After I was hit, Harry started to cast relentlessly, which made it hard for him to dodge your spells." Flitwick nodded. "Well pointed out, Mr. Longbottom. For next time, you have to remember that your strength cannot last forever, so you have to conserve it as much as you can. Also, as I have told you both so many times, try to use magic for everything you do, which will help your core accommodate to the increased need. Then you can last longer in a duel. Also try to work in coordination with each other. Do you play fetch?" One evening, Harry realized that he needed to talk with Daphne without fear of being found out. He had carved to have a conversation with her as they used to when he was living in Black Castle. So, he PPED her a message to meet him outside the Slytherin common room when they were in the library. This was one of those rare chances when he met Daphne in the absence of Neville since he was in the greenhouses, learning about a plant from Professor Sprout. When he asked her about it, she raised an eyebrow. "How would you know where the Slytherin common room is?" Harry smirked. "Perhaps we forgot to tell you, Daphne, but we have a little beauty called the Marauder's Map, which is the most accurate map of Hogwarts to exist to date. It shows everyone's position to me. Add to that, I have Remus Lupin, who was one of the Marauders. He helped chart the map. I know almost everything about Hogwarts. She glared at him. Just when you were planning to tell me about this miraculous map. Harry shrugged. We were not hiding it from you in the first place, Daff. It just never came up while the three of us were alone, talking. You know that we don't hide anything from you. She nodded. So what is the plan for tonight? Surely you are not just making me get out of bed because you suddenly fancy a midnight stroll. Harry shook his head. I want to do exactly that. Neville has turned me down twice. He said that we would have lots of time for it later. Another reason is that I have not properly talked to you ever since we came to Hogwarts. She nodded. So, will Neville be joining us? Harry sighed. What, is my company not sufficient for you? Daphne shook her head. I did not mean it that way. Then with a flirtatious flutter of the eyes she said, if you prefer, we can always arrange to keep Neville out of the way. Finally it was agreed that they would meet after the curfew was underway. They would take a stroll to the astronomy tower where they could spend a couple of hours without anyone disturbing them. Harry patiently waited for everyone to go to their bed that night while sitting on his invisibility cloak in the common room, pretending to be engrossed in a book on defense. A few of his friends asked him how he was or what he was up to, but none of them stayed back when they saw that he was engrossed in the book. However, one, Hermione Granger, could not keep her silence. She took the chair beside him, asked, Harry, what are you reading? Harry did not speak. He just showed her the cover and returned to his reading. After 5 minutes of silence, Hermione huffed then went to find a book to read. Harry did not respond to her. When everyone was up in their beds, he donned the cloak. Then he went downstairs. He found the Slytherin common room without any trouble. He flew a couple of them who were leaving the common room to break curfew. Perhaps to engage in some pranks. He sorely regretted not having brought Neville with him, or they could have stunned these students and left them for Filch to find. Even Peeves was not around to ask for help. He mentally resolved to give these students some grief some other day. As he stood watching the entrance to the Slytherin common room, suddenly the door opened and Daphne exited the common room. She was staying in the shadows, trying to find Harry near the entrance of the common room. Harry stood to one side. He kept watching her fumble in the dark in vain, trying to find him before he decided to pull a little trick on her. Silently, he walked up behind her, and before she could understand what was going on, he had Hi's hand clamped over her mouth and covered her with the cloak. She was trying to shout and to bite his hand when he pulled her close. He whispered in her ear, Calm down, Daphne. It is me, Harry. She, indeed, calmed down after she realized it was him. He took her by the hand and guided her towards the kitchens. When they were on their way to the kitchens, Daphne asked him in a whisper, How did you come into possession of an invisibility cloak? Why do I not know about it? Harry whispered to her, Wait for a few minutes. I will tell you all about it. 10 minutes later, they were in the kitchens. And her eyes were spread in wonder when she looked around her at everything in the kitchen, from the utensils to the fireplace to the huge tables. Most of the elves had retired for the night, but a couple of them were still awake. They rushed towards them. What wes be doing you to Sir and Miss? Harry asked them. May we have some dessert? Treacle tarts if possible, and lots of it. The elves ran to find the requested commodity. He turned to Daphne. The cloak is a family heirloom. It has been in my family for generations, but I only recently found it. My father used it to wreak havoc in the school during his time here. Now it will help me in the noble cause of mischief making. She snorted. You are perfectly capable of any mischief without it. This will only help you more. Now why do I not know about it? Daphne, the existence of this cloak is a well-kept Potter family secret. If word got out, I would be hounded with requests from numberless witches and wizards to see it, touch it or study it. Besides, since I learned about it, we have not had enough privacy for me to tell you anything. Nobody other than you and Neville know about it yet. I will be grateful if you can keep it that way. She smiled. Of course I will. Provided I can get my hands on this beauty at times. See what I mean? No sooner do you find out about the thing than you ask to borrow it. I will let you borrow it, but you must make absolutely sure that nobody else has any way to find out about it. I do not really trust too many people with a secret like this. Remember what Lord Black says, something is no TA secret if a third person knows about it. She raised an eyebrow. Lord Black. I do remember him trying his best to make you address him as Lord Black or grandfather. You never did so in his hearing. What brought this change? Harry rolled his eyes. You ask too many questions, just like Hermione Granger. You both are too much like each other, nature-wise. She curtly said, I am nothing like Hermione Granger. She is a know-it-all who flaunts her knowledge just to prove that she knows everything. I am not daft enough to do something like that. Harry shrugged his shoulders. We will see. Right now, how about we start moving towards the astronomy tower? When they were nearing the third floor walking slowly under the cloak, Daphne asked him in a whisper, can you show me the Cerberus? Harry refused immediately. No way. I have seen him once. That is sufficient for a lifetime. They were ascending the stairs to the fourth floor when it happened. There was a commotion on the third floor and they saw Professor Quirrell being thrown away from the forbidden corridor on the third floor. Daphne started to scream but Harry had clamped her mouth firmly. Without making a sound, they turned to the third floor to find out what had happened. They were curious as to who could have used a banishing charm on a professor. There was a niche on the third floor where perhaps a suit of armor stood once but now it was empty. He and Daphne slipped into that niche and waited to see what would happen. They did not have to wait for long before Snape came into their view coming from the direction of the forbidden corridor. He had a menacing expression on his face, his wand leveled at Quirrell. He spoke so softly that Harry could hardly hear him. I warned you not to roam about Quirrell. You were trying to know more than what is good for you. What were you doing here? Quirrell was stuttering. I was page patrolling the corridors, Severus. Severus drawled. Patrolling. It is not your turn to patrol tonight. Do you want me to report you to Dumbledore? I have warned you not to cross my path and consider this my final warning. Harry silently pulled Daphne with him and they embed up to the top of the astronomy tower. Luckily there were no classes there tonight so they would not be spotted. After locking the door from his side, Harry and Daphne sat together on the edge of the roof, dangling their legs. Eating treacle tarts. Daphne finally asked him, what was that going on between Snape and Quirrell? Harry shrugged. I don't know. For some reason Snape or Quirrell is interested in the forbidden corridor. The other one is trying to stop him. I do not know who is who though. She was looking at the stars in the sky. She asked him, Harry, can I ask a favor? Harry turned to her. There are no formalities between the three of us, Daph. You can ask whatever you want. She asked, may I get a chance to fly on your broom? He turned to her looking incredulous. Of all the things in the world. You are asking if you can fly on my Nimbus. She nodded. I have heard it is the best broom out there so I wanted to see it for myself. Harry shrugged. You did not even have to ask that from me, Daph. You could simply order me to do it. She grinned. Then I am ordering you to take me to see the three-headed dog. He shook his head almost instantly. No way. Not doing that, Daphne. I do not even know if we can tame it. Daphne asked him, have you tried obedience school with him? Harry snorted. Daphne, he is not your Krupp Max but a gigantic three-headed Cerberus. I doubt if he even knows how to play fetch, let alone doing obedience school. She however was unconvinced. She called for her elf Kippy and asked the elf to bring her a big stick and a rubber ball. When Harry asked her why she was asking for it, she told him she was feeling adventurous. Knowing it could be fatal to Daphne, Harry accompanied her under the cloak. When they reached the forbidden corridor on the third floor, Harry opened the door with the unlocking charm. They entered one after another. The Cerberus was sleeping. He woke up instantly the moment he caught their scent. It started to growl. In a firm, commanding tone, Daphne said, sit. The Cerberus looked at her as if she had come from another world for a whole minute not knowing whether to obey her command or not. It was like it was trying to decide what to do. Daphne meanwhile had taken out the ball and stepped forward towards it saying, you will get this ball if you are a good boy. Now who is a good boy? To Harry's amazement, the dog actually started to wag its tail before he went rigid again. Daphne made the right choice in that moment, and threw the ball his way. He snapped it out of the air with one of its heads and the ball disappeared in the next moment. Where it was gone was not clear but the growl which came from him unnerved both of them. Harry started tugging at her sleeve. Daph, let's go before we end up as dinner for him. He did not know if they could make their escape in time. To his amazement, Daphne had taken out the stick. She was waving it in the beast's face saying, "You are a good boy, aren't you? You want this stick." She deliberately threw it high into the air for the dog to catch. While he lunged for the stick, Harry quickly dragged her out of the room. Just before Harry closed the door behind them, they saw that the dog had snapped the stick in two. He was rushing at the door perhaps to maim them. Closing the door behind them, Harry threw the cloak over themselves so they would not be caught. They kept walking downward towards the dungeons while Harry admonished her, "We could have been injured, Daph. Next time you have an insane idea like that, please tell me before you act on it." She smirked, scared. "Harry," he huffed, "I am not scared, Daphne, but I am not such an idiot that I would risk my life for idiotic things such as this. This was totally unnecessary. We learned nothing from this." She admonished him, "We know now that the dog cannot be tamed by anyone. Also the way it was guarding the trap door, I can bet that even a killing curse could not make it move away." The Wizengamot. It was time for the monthly meeting of the Wizengamot. Arcturus had put all the pieces in their place on his chessboard. Now it was time for him to make his move. At the time set for the session to begin, Dumbledore rapped his gavel, closed the doors. As the doors closed, he proclaimed further, "Let the Wizengamot session for October 1991 begin." After a few moments, he turned to the gathered members. "Is there any notice or announcement to be made by any of our esteemed houses before we proceed to daily business?" Arcturus stood up at his place. "Yes, Chief Warlock. House Black has an announcement. Sirius Orion Black is hereby appointed as the regent for House Black until heir Hadrian Potter Black reaches the age of majority to take his place in this gathering of peers. Furthermore, as I am the guardian of Hadrian Potter Black by virtue of the last will and testament of Lord James Potter and Lady Lily Potter, it is within my right to appoint a regent to look after the daily business of House Potter. I, by this authority, appoint Remus Lupin as the Lord Regent of House Potter until Hadrian Potter Black reaches the age of majority." Dumbledore rapped his gavel. "Very well. Are there any objections?" Of course no one had any objections to this. It was private business. Arcturus was within his rights to make the appointments. Dumbledore waited the required half a minute. When there were no objections raised to the appointments, he rapped his gavel. "Very well. Are Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin here?" They were both present in the spectator stands. They stood at their places. Dumbledore turned to them. "Lord Arcturus Orion Black has appointed Sirius Black as Lord Regent for House Black and Remus Lupin as Lord Regent for House Potter. Do you both accept?" They both nodded. "We accept, Chief Warlock." Dumbledore motioned for them to take their places. Sirius resumed his seat in the spectator stands while Remus moved towards the seat of House Potter. Dumbledore turned to Alpheus Doge sitting in the Potter seat. "We are thankful for the services you rendered to House Potter, Mr. Doge. Now please vacate the seat in favor of one appointed by those in charge of affairs." Alpheus stood. He shook hands warmly with Lupin before taking a seat in the spectator stands. Lord Black stood again. "I have another announcement to make. Henceforth in every session of this august body, House Black will sit in the light faction." This motion caused rumbling among the gathered members. Nobody could remember if House Black had ever sat in the light faction before. This would give another vote to the light faction directly and many others indirectly because House Black had been very influential since its inception. Despite changing sides, many houses from the dark faction would continue to support it. Dumbledore turned to the gathering again. "Very well. Are there any motions to be made before we proceed to daily matters?" Arcturus stood. "Chief Warlock, I request your leave to address the Wizengamot." Dumbledore nodded. "Leave so granted, Lord Black." Arcturus turned to the Wizengamot. "My fellow lords and ladies, a decade ago when we were trying to recover from the effects of a war which had almost destroyed our world, Cornelius Fudge, the esteemed minister of magic, trampled upon the rights of a member of the ancient and most noble House O.F. Black and refused to grant him a trial. The previous administration had denied this basic right to Sirius Black and Mr. Fudge refused my requests repeatedly. He did not deign to grant my request. In fact, he sealed the minutes of the tribunal proceedings and blocked all attempts to look into the matter. For 10 years. Additionally, He violated my rights when he acted in connivance with Lucius Malfoy and appointed him as Lord Regent for House Black without my approval. This is a blatant violation of our position, of our privileges. He has also failed to lead Wizarding Britain into a better era than the previous one, as he had harped on about when he was trying to become the minister. Therefore, I bring a motion of non-confidence against the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Nicholas Greengrass stood, and I second that motion, Chief Warlock. Dumbledore smiled gently. You are out of order, Lord Greengrass, but I will allow it. Dumbledore was surprised with this turn of events. He had expected some backlash for Fudge due to his violation of the rights of an ancient and most noble house. But to chuck the Minister for Magic out of office was certainly ambitious. Now he was in terror, stead to see if Arcturus had the numbers to make it happen. The dark faction was united behind Malfoy. They would not vote against Fudge, who was the perfect puppet for them. The light would be divided because Arcturus was from a dark house. The neutrals were never united on a single issue. He rapped his gavel. Very well. Lord Arcturus Orion Black has brought a motion of non-confidence against the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Oswald Fudge. The motion has been seconded by Lord Nicholas Greengrass. If anybody has to speak for or against the motion, they can do so before we move to vote on it. As they were sure of having the numbers, Arcturus and his allies had decided not to speak. The Dark was under obligation to Arcturus, so they could not speak against him. When no one spoke for a minute, Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. Since no one is going to speak for or against the motion, we will proceed to vote on the motion. All those in favor, please raise your wands. Wands from every faction went up, which surprised even Dumbledore. He had not expected it to be so one-sided. Even most of his supporters from the Light were voting for ousting Cornelius from his office. He spoke again. All those against the motion. When the vote was finally tallied, there were 50 in favor of the motion while 30 were either opposed or not present. Dumbledore turned to Fudge. Mr. Fudge, we thank you for your services as Minister of Magic. Please take a seat in the spectator stands in the meanwhile till we are adjourned. Furthermore, Lord Black can prosecute you for violation of his rights, appointing a regent without his approval. Your dismissal from office would have no bearing on the consequences of the prosecution. Fudge was in shock. The reality of what had just happened to him seemed like a nightmare that he could not wake up from. In one stroke, his career was ruined. He was already gone. It happened so swiftly that he did not even get a whiff of what was coming his way. The thing which hurt him most was that his friend Lucius had voted against him on this issue. He had favored Lucius so many times. Lucius stabbed him in the back when times were not opportune to him. He swore to ensure that the wizarding world knew of the infamy of Lucius Malfoy. Dumbledore was saying, since there is no minister, we will now take nominations. Are there any nominations? Augusta Longbottom stood. I nominate Amelia Bones as the next Minister of Magic. Lord Folly stood. I second the nomination. Dumbledore rapped his gavel. Lady Regent Longbottom has nominated Madame Bones for the next Minister of Magic, which has been seconded by Lord Folly. Madame Bones, do you accept the nomination? Amelia stood at her seat. Yes, Chief Warlock. I accept the nomination. Dumbledore turned to the Wizengamot again. Are there any more nominations for the post of Minister of Magic? With a glare that Arcturus had sent Malfoy's way, Lucius decided not to field his candidate. It was part of the deal that he would have to fulfill. Otherwise House Malfoy would be dishonored in Britain too. He had to go through with it or move to Canada. The old man could and would declare that the decree as not fulfilled otherwise and would forfeit his honor anyway. It was better if he kept quiet for now. When no other name was forthcoming for 5 minutes, Dumbledore declared, since there are no other nominations for Minister of Magic, Amelia Susan Bones, head of DMLE and Regent of House Bones, is elected unopposed to the post of Minister of Magic. Congratulations, Minister Bones. After she was elected, she took her place at the seat of the minister. She started addressing the Wizengamot. I am thankful to the Wizengamot for considering me worthy of being the Minister of Magic, giving me a chance to serve our society more effectively. I plan to work for the betterment of our society with cooperation from everyone irrespective of any classification which you might have drawn. After she was done speaking, Dumbledore rapped his gavel. does the Minister of Magic have any announcements to be made before we move to daily matters? Amelia stood. Yes, Chief Warlock. Firstly, I would like to appoint Rufus Scrimgeour as the head of DMLE. Secondly, Gawain Robards as the head of ORS, succeeding Rufus in that position. Also, the DMLE has started an investigation into allegations regarding the conduct of the erstwhile Minister of Magic. We have received concrete evidence of his being involved in corrupt practices. As such, he is being injuncted from leaving the borders of Wizarding Britain. Pending the outcome of the investigation, we will release details regarding the investigation only after the trial, if any, is complete. The session was ended soon after when the daily matters were dealt with. Dumbledore was about to leave for Hogwarts when Arcturus stopped him. Dumbledore, may I have a word? Dumbledore nodded. Certainly, Lord Black. When would it be convenient for you? Arcturus calmly replied. You are invited to the current seat of House Black located at number 12, Grimald Place tomorrow evening for dinner. There are things that you need to know. I have already invited Amelia to it. There are steps we must take so that our society will not fall back into the chaos of war. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. It would be preferable if you could speak clearly, Lord Black, but no matter. I will present myself at the seat of residence of House Black tomorrow. You pelted me with dung bombs. A few days ago the twins had caused mayhem just outside the Great Hall in their pursuit of pranks. They had peppered the Slytherins with dung bombs when they were coming to the Great Hall and they had not been caught. Since then Filch had been trying to catch the mischief makers but had been unsuccessful so far. Harry and his friends were also wary of the caretaker and had decided to abstain from pranking for a few days. It was not their modus anyhow. One evening when Ernie was coming to the Great Hall, he walked into a scene where some of the Slytherins were bombarding the caretaker by peppering him with dung bombs. By the time Filch was able to look for them, they were gone. And he found Ernie to be the one on the spot. Before poor Ernie understood what was happening, Filch clapped hands on him. Filch sneered. So, you thought it would be great fun to throw dung bombs at me? Let's just see if what comes next is great fun. 2. I will have you expelled for this. Oh, I so wish I could hang you by your thumbs then whip you. Ernie was vehemently protesting, but the caretaker was not ready to hear anything. It would have been a nightmare but for Professor Flitwick, who stopped the two of them. He asked Filch, Mr. Filch, where are you dragging him off to? Argus, still sneering, replied, Professor. He was throwing dung bombs at me. Ernie vehemently protested, Professor, I did not have any dung bombs with me. It was some other students I know nothing about. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Flitwick stopped him with a gesture of his hand. He turned to Filch, Mr. Filch, did you see him throwing dung bombs at you? Filch replied, No, Professor, but he was the only one there. Flitwick asked further, did you check his pockets or his hands to see if they were covered with grime from using or handling dung bombs? Filch hesitated, answering, No, Professor. Then I am afraid you cannot detain him like that, Mr. Filch. Unhand him this moment and apologize to Mr. Macmillan, or I will be forced to report your conduct to the headmaster. Filch released Ernie's hand from his grasp. He mumbled, I apologize for my conduct. Flitwick turned to Ernie then, Now run along, Mr. Macmillan. Curfew starts in 10 minutes. The next morning, Harry chose the Hufflepuff table for breakfast. They sat there eating breakfast when Ernie came up to him. He said urgently, Harry, I need your help. He had been listening to something Susan was saying, but the bit of urgency in Ernie's voice attracted his attention. He turned to find the other boy looking angry. He asked in his most calm voice, What happened, Ernie? Ernie retold everything about what happened last night, what the caretaker had done. When he was done retelling, Harry's mind was made up to do something about Filch and the students that had tried to frame Ernie, but not today. He turned to Ernie, Look, mate. He will get his reckoning. Let's not do anything right away. I don't want to give anyone, especially Professor Flitwick, a chance to connect his repayment with you. You know what they say. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Ernie grinned evilly. All right, mate. You do this for me and I will owe you one. Neville cautioned him. Don't say things like that to him lightly, mate. You don't know what he may ask in return. Just then the owl mail started coming in. A barn owl landed before him carrying his copy of the Daily Prophet. Harry untied the newspaper and spread it out while noticing that there was total silence in the Great Hall. It soon became clear that the news story covering the first page was the reason. Minister ousted from office. By Jane Fraser. The regular AR monthly session of the Wizengamot for the month of October 1991 turned out to be a power show by the houses. In a blatant display of their powers, they ousted the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge from his office. Business for the day started out with the recently returned Lord Arcturus Black appointing Sirius Black as the Lord Regent for House Black. Also in his capacity as guardian to Hadrian Potter Black, also known as the Boy Who Lived, he also appointed Remus Lupin as the Lord Regent for House Potter. In a surprise move, Lord Black next announced that House Black would now sit in the light faction as opposed to its historical stance of sitting in the dark faction. When it was time for motions, in an unprecedented move in the session of the Wizengamot yesterday, Lord Arcturus Orion Black of the House of Black brought a motion of non-confidence against Mr. Fudge, which was supported by Lord Greengrass, who was the de facto leader of the neutrals. Surprisingly, the Wizengamot was together behind this move by Lord Black. Here I would like to remind our readers that recently Lord Black was heard vowing to have Mr. Fudge's head for usurping his rights. We are of the opinion that T.S. was a vendetta on his part against the erstwhile minister. When the chief warlock invited the members to speak for or against the motion, not one member of the Wizengamot spoke to support or oppose the motion. Since the motion was one-sided from the start, the motion passed with 50 voting in support of the motion while 30 either voted against or abstained from voting. With Mr. Fudge being ousted from his office, the chief warlock called for nominations and Lady Regent of House Longbottom Augusta Longbottom nominated the erstwhile chief of DMLE Amelia Bones, which was seconded by Lord Folly. In perhaps another historic moment, Amelia Bones was unanimously elected to office after none of the factions fielded a candidate against Madam Bones. In her first act as Minister of Magic, she promoted Rufus Scrimgeour as head of DMLE and Gawain Robards to the position of head Auror. She also revealed that investigations were underway into Mr. Fudge's conduct, and as such, he is injuncted from leaving the borders of Wizarding Britain, with Lord Black still having the right to prosecute him for usurping his rights. Mr. Fudge was quoted as saying, "For all the service that I rendered to the Ministry of Magic, I have been duped by the Wizengamot. I have been betrayed by those for whose welfare I acted. We tried to get comments from the Minister or Lord Black, but we were unable to reach them before this edition went to print." After he was done reading, he turned to Susan to find her looking at him. She had a sly smile on her face, so it was Lord Black's doing. Harry shrugged his shoulders. "I don't really know, Susan. His mind works in mysterious ways." Neville, who was sitting with him, said, "Of course it was his doing. He is a shrewd person. A Slytherin through and through. But he could not have done it without Madam Bones's help." Counsels exchanged. When Albus Dumbledore arrived for his meeting with Lord Black, he found the current seat of residence of House Black to be the opposite of what he thought it would be like. He had thought it would be a gloomy, dark, musty townhouse openly displaying its allegiance to Slytherin House, full of dark magic objects, but contrary to his line of thought. The townhouse was well ventilated. There were no signs of allegiance with House Slytherin, and there were certainly no dark objects spread throughout the house. The townhouse had the aura of a house well lived in. Sirius greeted him at the entrance of the townhouse. "Welcome, Headmaster. I am happy to see you here today." Dumbledore beamed at him. "Sirius, my boy, it is exhilarating to see that you are doing so well. It is indeed a pleasure to see you in the bloom of your health again. This takes off a little of the burden that I carry when I think about your illegal incarceration." Sirius waved him off. "That is water under the bridge now, Albus. I know you would have got me out of there if you could. We cannot bring back what is lost, so we should focus on what is ahead of us." Sirius led him to the meeting room where Lord Black was sitting in an overstuffed armchair like the one he had at Hogwarts, while those meant for visitors were simple wood-backed chairs like the ones Minerva preferred. His eyes twinkling, Dumbledore whipped out his wand. He conjured his favorite chair out of thin air, then took a seat. Arcturus smirked at this display of power and could not avoid making a comment. "Showing off under my roof, Albus. I know you have got style, but was it necessary to put on such a display?" Dumbledore graciously smiled. "I am partial to this kind of chair, Lord Black." They are comfortable for old wizards like us. Sirius snorted. Old, you. I can bet you can do the waltz if the need be even now. Arcturus growled. All right, Sirius. We are here to discuss an issue of importance. To ask questions, to exchange counsel about things which are of importance. Dumbledore nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Arcturus called. Travestor. His oil elf Tiarvestor appeared bowing to him. You called, Master. He turned to the elf. Travestor, please bring me the cider wood box engraved with the black crest. It is kept in the drawer of the table in the Lord's study. The elf disappeared with a pop and he turned to Dumbledore again. There are things of vital importance to be discussed, so I am waiting for a couple more people to arrive. As the elf reappeared with the box, they heard the flow activating twice in rapid succession. Amelia Bones entered the meeting room followed by Augusta Longbottom. Dumbledore was incredibly confused now. What would Augusta Longbottom, the regent of a family as light as Longbottom, have to do with House of Black? In fact, it was the descendants of House Black who were responsible for the condition of Frank and Alice Longbottom. He, however, decided to keep his peace for now. He would try to find the connection later. He also wondered for a moment as to why the Minister of Magic was acting so favorably towards Lord Black. Then he realized that perhaps Arcturus had become part of the Great Alliance when he shifted from dark to light. It also made him realize that Arcturus was the architect behind the downfall of Cornelius Fudge and then the rise of Amelia Bones as the minister. A lot of things had happened under his nose and he had been none the wiser. He would have to keep his eyes and ears open in the future. By this time, Augusta and Amelia had taken their seats and they were joined by Sirius and Remus. Arcturus looked at everyone in their turn. After a few moments, he started speaking. What I am going to tell you all today is of an extremely sensitive nature. I cannot proceed to say a word more unless I am given some form of assurance that none of you will ever speak of this to anyone else. Amelia, who was the minister now, was concerned that any such promise may conflict with her duties, asked, What form of assurance are you seeking, Lord Black? You do know that I am the minister. I cannot give my word to conceal anything contrary to the public interest. Arcturus took a deep breath before he started to speak again. Amelia, the piece of news that I have to share is so important that if the wizarding world were to know about it, then there would be mass hysteria and panic. That is the reason I am asking assurance from you all. I assure you that you would do anything in your power to keep it under wraps once I am done telling. Dumbledore, who had been noticing Arcturus's facial expressions, his hand movements, guessed that it was too sensitive a topic to bicker about. He turned to Amelia. Minister Bones, I think we should give an assurance to Lord Black because there are only a few things which have ever troubled him in his life. Amelia sighed, then turned to Lord Black. Can you give me just a hint of what is to come so that it may make it easier for me to decide if I need to give an assurance or not? Arcturus gave an evil smirk. So, if you want a sneak peek, then listen closely. Lord Voldemort is not dead. Dumbledore's reaction had been neutral. He was just a bit surprised that Arcturus knew of it, but he already knew the truth about Voldemort's death. He was only interested to know how Arcturus knew about it. Amelia had stifled a cry from escaping her throat. Such horrible news, and the old wizard had thrown it out like that for them to hear. Augusta had gasped in shock but controlled her features quickly. Sirius knew about it from Remus, so there had been no reaction from him about it. Amelia took some time to compose herself before she started speaking. By Merlin's beard, Lord Black, you should not speak of such things so abruptly. I can understand how much panic this news could cause, so I agree to take a magical oath to not disclose this to anyone. Arcturus turned to Dumbledore. You do not seem surprised by this revelation, Albus. Dumbledore, who was looking grim now, said in a slow, calm voice, when Voldemort was vanquished at the end of the previous war, I had realized that he is not dead. I have been trying to find what became of him. As far as I have gathered, he is living as a wraith, barely surviving but not quite dead. He was injured at that time and it took him a lot of effort to be able to function once more. I think I know what kept him alive despite being hit by his own rebounding killing curse. Arcturus smirked. So, you are not as naive as you would have us believe. I do not think for a moment that one firmly entrenched in light would have known these things like you. You do know how the dark works, I presume. Dumbledore smiled. Lord Black, you are very perceptive. Yes, I have had my run-ins with dark magic over the years. First it was Grindelwald, now it is Voldemort, both of them Dark Lords, well adept in necromancy. Amelia turned to Lord Black. Pardon my intrusion. Unless you both explain things to me, I do not think I will understand anything. Arcturus turned to her. Before I start narrating what I know as a certain fact, I want some answers from Albus here. I will also need a magical oath from each of you to not discuss what we are going to talk about here unless we have agreed that others need to know about it. There was no question that they would not agree with what Arcturus asked of them. They each took a magical oath to that effect. Arcturus turned to Dumbledore. Albus, there are some questions I need to ask of you to fill in the gaps of the knowledge that I have. Are you amenable to answer them? Do remember that you cannot keep any secrets in this matter. Albus nodded. I can see the time to keep secrets has passed, Lord Black. Ask your questions. Arcturus took a deep breath while contemplating the questions to ask. He had a lot of them, but he could not go about throwing them out left and right. He turned to Dumbledore and asked the first question. What made James and Lily Potter go into hiding? Did it have something to do with Neville Longbottom too? Albus smiled. You do not beat around the bush, Lord Black. Since I have agreed, I will answer the questions the best I can. Shortly before Neville and Harry were born, I was interviewing a candidate for the job of divination teacher. I did not personally favor divination, but the candidate was descended from a reputed seer. Out of courtesy I agreed to give her an interview. I met her in the Hog's Head. It was clear from the start that she did not have the gift. I was about to leave when she went into a trance. Then she gave a prophecy. The prophecy concerned Voldemort and a child who would be born at the end of the 7th month. I will not tell you the contents of the prophecy, but it said that Voldemort would choose his nemesis. There were some other qualifications, and going by them, there were only 2 children who would fit the bill. They were Hadrian Potter Black and Neville Longbottom. Unfortunately, a Death Eater who was snooping around the inn, in hopes of getting some news, here. The first part of the prophecy before the barkeeper caught him listening at the door and threw him out. He rushed to tell Voldemort about what he had heard. Based on the half-knowledge, he chose Hadrian Potter Black as his nemesis. Since I knew the whole thing, I alerted the parents of both children about it. I bade them to hide until the threat was over. Taking my advice, James and Lily, Frank and Alice went into hiding. Alas, I did not know that James and Lily would be betrayed by one they trusted. Voldemort's act to attack little Harry on that Halloween sealed the connection between them, marking him as his nemesis. I had hoped to save all of them when I advised them to go into hiding. It ended up that I could not save any of them. Sirius, who had been sitting quietly, then turned to Albus. He growled, "Why did you not tell James plainly about the prophecy? If you did, he might have taken more precautions for his safety." Albus did not lose his grandfatherly demeanor. "Sirius, I learned that because of the prophecy, that Voldemort was hunting the Potters and the Longbottoms, I rushed to Potter Manor to Lord Charles Potter. I told him about the gravity of the situation, and he called James and Lily. They were told about the prophecy, the threat it posed, and they took a magical oath to never tell about it to anyone else unless I permitted it. I did the same with Frank and Alice. They knew what they were facing when they went into hiding." Augusta asked him, "What became of the prophecy? Does it mean that he will actively look for Neville still?" Dumbledore shook his head. No. He had chosen Harry. At that moment, the sword of prophecy hanging over both their heads had shifted to Harry solely. Remus asked what they had missed. What became of the Death Eater, headmaster? Was he caught and punished? Albus took some time to answer that question. No, I knew of his identity, but he ceased to exist after the First War. Arcturus growled, "Where is the prophecy now?" "In the Hall of Prophecies in the Department of Mysteries, from where it can only be removed from that place by either Voldemort or Hadrian Potter Black," replied Dumbledore. Then Arcturus asked, "When did you know that Voldemort was not dead? Do you know about his origin?" Amelia turned to Albus. "Answer his questions, Albus. I have a feeling that we have just started to scratch the surface." They noticed then that she had a notepad opened before her with a dictaquill hovering over it, recording every word which was being said. Albus closed his eyes, collecting his thoughts for a few minutes while others sat watching him. After a minute or two, he opened his eyes and started speaking. Voldemort is not his real name. It was just a made-up name he had taken after he left Hogwarts to appear mysterious. To impress his followers. He is not a pureblood either. He is actually a half-blood. He was born of the union of a squib and a muggle. His real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. His mother was a daughter of the House of Gaunt, the last descendants of Slytherin. They were famous for marrying among their cousins, in addition to being known for their trait of insanity. The Gaunts lived near the village of Little Hangleton, where they had just a squalid shack to call their own. They had squandered their gold generations ago. Merope, his mother, took a shine to Tom Riddle, son of the R. Riddle family, who were landlords in that area. Since she was a squib, they treated her like filth. They constantly degraded her. Merope's brother, Morphin, was sent to Azkaban for muggle baiting and Sea King ministry officials along with her father. Marvolo was also sent to Azkaban for attacking a ministry official when he came to serve a summons on Morphin to his hearing on the charge of muggle baiting. With her father and her brother gone, Merope had found some freedom, and perhaps some confidence that came with being free at last. To fulfill her desire, she brewed a love potion. Dumbledore deliberately took a pause to see how the others would react. Amelia was horrified at where this was going. Do you mean to tell me that she actually fed a love potion to the muggle? Dumbledore continued grimly, I am sorry to say. She did exactly that. How she did it is beyond my comprehension, but she had bewitched the poor muggle and they eloped. About a year later, Tom Riddle returned to Little H. Angleton without his bride telling people that she had bewitched him. By this time, Marvolo, who had been released from Azkaban, perished because he did not know how to care for himself, and also perhaps in sorrow for the loss of his family heirloom. Sirius asked, what heirloom? And why did the love potion stop working? Dumbledore took a pause before continuing, I do not really know why. I guess that Merope, who had started to love him, stopped feeding him love potions thinking he would reciprocate her feelings, but he did not. It turns out she was pregnant when he left her. When he left, she lost her will to live. Later that year, she turned up at an orphanage in London on a dreary winter day where she gave birth to a child. She lived only long enough to name him Tom after her husband and Marvolo after her father. He remained there until he received his Hogwarts letter. Even when he was little, he realized that he was different from others. He had some uncommon powers. He used those to bully others into submission before him. When he arrived at Hogwarts, he was sorted into Slytherin almost instantly. I did not realize his family heritage until later. When Dumbledore took a pause in his narration, Arcturus asked him, you said nothing of the heirloom which Merope supposedly had. Dumbledore shrugged, that is because I have a feeling that the heirloom has nothing to do with what we are discussing here today. Arcturus barked, let me be the judge of that. Dumbledore shrugged, as you wish, Lord Black. The Gaunts were the last descendants of Slytherin, so they had inherited the famed necklace of Slytherin. Sometime during the time when Merope was fending for herself, she sold it to Borgins and Burke, who paid her only 10G for it. Arcturus was flabbergasted. Those cretins. They paid a paltry sum of 10G for that priceless artifact. Amelia hushed him. Then she turned to Dumbledore again. How did you realize that Voldemort is not dead but only vanquished? Albus adopted a scholarly demeanor. What I am going to say now is mostly guesswork because I do not have concrete evidence to support my statements, but my guesses are generally correct. Shortly before the war ended, I was trying to document Tom Riddle's life, collecting as many memories as I could find about his family. I came across a memory from Bob Ogden, who was the ministry official who was sent to serve the summons on Morphin. In his memory I saw Tom Riddle Sr. and I made the connection that he was his father. In his younger days, Voldemort looked very much like his Muggle father. Marvolo show. Wet off the Slytherin locket which Merope was wearing and an ancient ring which I know to be a Peverell family heirloom. I also have a memory from Caracutus Burke where he is shown buying the locket from Merope. I have another memory from an elf who was bonded to the House of Smith. She was convicted for accidentally killing her mistress Hepzibah Smith. Before her death, she was in possession of Woe artifacts that used to belong to the founders. They were Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup. After her death, neither of these priceless artifacts could be found. Amelia gasped, you mean that Hepzibah was killed by someone else? Dumbledore nodded, yes. Tom Riddle had been an extraordinary student at Hogwarts and was selected as the Slytherin prefect and obtained 12 owls in his 5th year at Hogwarts. He went on to be head boy in his 7th year and later went on to work for Borgins and Burke. He was a daily visitor of Hepzibah shortly before she was murdered. I believe that Tom murdered her and took both artifacts. Arcturus was connecting the dots. He waited for Dumbledore to finish before he presented his story. Dumbledore continued, "Lastly, I have 2 more memories. One Fr. Own Morphin where young Tom Riddle was seen visiting him perhaps in his quest to find his ancestry. Shortly after his visit, all the Riddles were found dead in their house. Morphin was carted off to Azkaban to serve a life sentence for the murders. I visited him there and performed legilimency on him. I found that his memory had been altered and he had not murdered the Muggle family. When I had the real memory I found that Tom had visited his uncle. It is very likely that he killed his father and grandparents. He framed his uncle by doing the murders with his uncle's wand. Then he left after altering his memories. The cries of shock and repulsion were not unexpected for Albus. Sirius was shouting, 'I would have killed such a demon child when he was little. He is a monster.' Dumbledore pacified all of them. Let me finish all I want to say. I have another memory from Horace Slughorn, former potions teacher at Hogwarts. In that memory, Tom is seen wearing the Peverell ring. He asked a question from Slughorn which confirmed my fears. Arcturus did not want to ask the question which he knew someone else would ask but chose to do so anyway. What did he want to know? Dumbledore grimaced. He wanted to know about horcruxes. Sirius gasped while Amelia asked dumbly, "What is a horcrux?" It was Arcturus who answered, "A horcrux is the vilest form of soul magic where one keeps a piece of his soul in a container safely tucked away from the world so that he cannot die. It was invented by Herpo the Foul in ancient Greece and it is one of the vilest things that one can do." Augusta asked him in morbid fascination, "How do you break your soul into pieces?" Albus answered, "By committing the most heinous of crimes, murder. Murdering someone without remorse in cold blood is the only way to break one's own soul into pieces." Amelia asked him, "If Voldemort has created a horcrux, then how will he die?" Arcturus answered, "There are 2 ways to destroy a horcrux that I know. One is with basilisk venom. The other is by fiendfire." Albus eyed him suspiciously. "You seem to be quite knowledgeable about horcruxes, Lord Black." Arcturus barked, "Did you forget, Dumbledore, that I am a Black? One of the darkest families in Wizarding Britain. There are magics more dark than this contained in the books of my library, however I never tried to go near these books until it was imperative for me to do so." Albus asked him suspiciously, while fingering his wand in his cloak, "What made you look for them then?" Arcturus emptied the contents of the box on the table, because unlike I have destroyed 3 of his horcruxes. This revelation felt like a bomb dropped on the people gathered in the meeting room. Albus was first to find his voice. 3. That was the only thing I could not find out. The number of his horcruxes. Are there more? Arcturus growled. There are at least 3 more of the foul things. I don't know if he managed to make another one after he was reduced to a wraith. If he did, there may be as many as 4 of them out there leaving the wraith form. They were stunned. They sat in silence for many minutes before Albus found his voice again. I think we need a plan of action to follow now. Chapter 10. Hogwarts. Harry was getting a good idea why his teammates called Oliver Wood a maniac. When the entire school wanted to hide in the castle away from the rain, Oliver booked team practices. For 2 nights out of every week, the Gryffindor team went out in torrential rainfall to practice. When Harry groaned about it, the twins told him to shut it, saying that if Oliver heard him, he would make them work double. As it was, he had already made their life hell 2 nights a week for the last 2 months. The first match of the season was coming up and Harry was getting excited for it. As was tradition, the first match of the season would be Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw. Harry was in a bind as to who he would choose to support between them. Meanwhile, Slytherin was not going to get his support, but he was not heartless enough to taunt them. He decided that he would be neutral to them unless they tried to turn boos and jeers towards him when he was playing against them. If they did, there would be no stopping then. Besides, as it was tradition, Gryffindor versus Slytherin was always the most charged up match of the season. The adrenaline was always high. The excitement beyond comprehension. Before his first match was Halloween. Sirius had asked him if he wanted to visit Godric's Hollow. Harry had to regretfully refuse because there would be classes during the day. He did not want to show off as if he was being given some preferential treatment by being allowed to leave classes when others were attending them. As it was, he was already TTING on a power show almost on a daily basis in the Great Hall. Whenever he came downstairs, half the Gryffindor house was behind him. Many of the Claws joined them on the 5th floor where the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower was situated. It had become such a common sight now that it no longer caused any excitement among the students. Many of the teachers still smirked at the sight, except Severus Snape, who seemed to have a sneer as his default expression. They met Daphne several times. They told Neville about what they had discovered with the Cerberus in addition to what Lord Black was doing to the wizarding world. In the 2 weeks since she assumed office, Amelia was after Fudge and his cohorts. They could not send Fudge to Azkaban for financial crimes, but they sure could fine him. Hay could collect the amount by seizing his assets. With the amount that the Ministry was looking at, it was clear that Fudge would not have a Canute left after the Ministry was done with him. There had also been a revolting bit of news published in the Daily Prophet sometime during the last week. It had been another nail in the coffin for Fudge. Ministry which found in possession of Class B non-tradables. In a raid conducted by the Aurors in the office of the Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic, Dolores Jane Umbridge, she was found in possession of Class B non-tradable artifacts. In the form of a handful of blood quills. She was arrested promptly. The quills were sent to the Unspeakables to be examined. They have concluded that at least 10 wizards had been forced to use them. Here I would like to remind our readers that a blood quill is classified as a dark object. It is banned for use by ordinary witches and wizards. Its only legitimate use is for the goblins at Gringotts. Anyone found in possession of a blood quill can be sent to Azkaban for a year in the minimum security wing. The punishment of incarceration in Azkaban is 1 year for a single use of it, i.e. if a patron forces another to use a blood quill, they would be liable for incarceration to Azkaban for at least a year. We can safely assume that Madame Umbridge is looking at a number of years in Azkaban under the care of the Dementors. She will be presented before the Wizengamot in a week's time when a few other matters have been scheduled to be heard. You like the whip. It had been a week since Filch had manhandled Ernie. Harry felt that it was time that they avenged the insults done to him. Ernie had heard Filch complaining that he was not allowed to use whips. They were planning to use exactly that. True, it sounded cruel, but if Filch could dream of using it on students, the students could definitely use it on him. There were a few problems with this line of thought, however. It was a given that it would require magic to be cast. Magic required wands. Wands would leave a trail to follow which would be easy for Dumbledore to do. They needed a way to cover their tracks. They had learned a lesson last time when Dumbledore had caught them in the prank. They were not going to make the same mistake twice. Reluctantly, Harry had asked a marauder for help. He asked Sirius about how they could conceal their magical signature. Sirius said, "In a day or two, I will have a contraption ready for you that will conceal your magical signatures. You also need to learn Deleterious, which could erase a wand's memory of the recent spells cast. So, if someone had it in their minds to check your wand through Priori Incantatem, they would get nothing." Harry and Neville were looking for ways to earn Deleterious, while Padfoot had sent them silver rings which looked like nothing more than silver bands. With one tap of a wand, they would activate and conceal their magical signatures. Harry had requested that Sirius not let Moony know about those rings or the werewolf would surely interfere. For the Deleterious spell, they tried to manipulate Professor Flitwick. Harry had asked him what the Deleterious charm did. When the tiny professor wanted to know why he was asking, Harry had given a made-up story saying that he had heard about the term from some senior year and was curious about it. Flitwick, adopting the air of a professor, had started to explain the term to them. Deleterious is a charm often used by Aurors and officials of the Ministry. It is used to erase a wand's memory, i.e., to erase the list of spells which it has cast recently. A few more sophisticated wizards like Dumbledore can get it undone, but that is a complex magic. Generally it is not taught to anyone except law enforcement authorities. If you are interested in the incantation and the wand movement, I am sorry, but I am not the wizard you want to ask that question. Harry and Neville had been disappointed. We Flitwick refused to teach the charm to them and decided that they would have to learn it by themselves. That night, they conducted a raid in the restricted section of the library. Thanks to their recon a few nights ago, they knew where the charms shelves in the restricted section of the library were. They found the required book with little trouble. The only troubling bit for them was to ensure that it was not laced with any alert charms or anything else, to alert others that someone unauthorized was touching those books. It turned out that there was no such safeguard for that book. After a 2-hour careful study of it in an unused room under the invisibility cloak, they found the charm and learned the wand movement. Neville, the always smart guy, had written down everything about the charm before they returned the book to its shelf. It took them only an hour before they were able to perform the charm. It was pretty simple. Anyone could learn it, so it was clear that the only way to keep it away from others was to keep its knowledge secluded somewhere that one would not wander to. The next thing on their to-do list was a custom job of getting a whip charm to act with a spell. For this, they remembered that Sirius had told them that Ambrosius Flume would help them should they need it. With a quick trip to Honeyduke's, Mr. Flume sent them to Zonkos, who could do the custom job that they wanted. When they had made all the preparations, they entered Filch's office by stealth. They stood under the invisibility cloak waiting patiently for the caretaker. The moment he opened the door, the whip was activated, followed by a silencing charm from Neville. For a whole minute, Filch kept hopping from place to place trying to escape the whip. Even then, he had got 10 lashes irrespective of the fact that they would not leave lasting marks on his back. The caretaker's limping and grimacing the next day was enough to convince Ernie that they had avenged him. It was distasteful, but the caretaker would have done the same or worse to a student if he was given the chance. Perhaps with that lashing, he would remember the lesson before he thought about doing the same to a student again. Next up was taking care of the Slytherins who had attacked the caretaker with the dung bombs in the first place. Harry had a good idea of who they were. A quick consult with Daphne confirmed it. He could not resist bragging about how they got Ernie into trouble when they got back to their common room. Of course, the dung bombs and framing Ernie were not the only reasons for getting at the Slytherins. There was also the upcoming Quidditch match. According to the twins, it was a tradition, if not a moral imperative, to intimidate, prank and disable as many Quidditch players as they could before the match. The Snakes certainly would, but before the match could happen, was Halloween. Dueling classes. Dueling classes were getting interesting. They had learned the knockback jinx and the smokescreen spell in the previous weeks when they were supposed to be practicing spells out of the book which Flitwick had given them. The spells were simple yet effective. They would be highly useful in a duel. True to their word, they had not told anyone that they were being coached in dueling by Professor Flitwick. Not even Daphne knew about it. They had done it intentionally because Flitwick had told them if a third person found out about it, he would cease training them. Since they had started training, they had noticed the difference between themselves and others. They were still miles behind the charms professor, yet they were getting better than their classmates. Their wand work was getting better. The spells that they had learned, they could cast them very effectively. In fact, they were better than many second-year students already. They would only continue to improve with time and practice. Flitwick only dueled with them occasionally. For most of their practice, he put them with dummies. The dummies were perfect for practice. That way, the charms professor could make corrections if he observed that they were doing anything wrong. When he dueled with them, he was always able to defeat both of them. They were getting better at dodging, but they were still nowhere near the level they needed to be to defeat him. That would be a long road. It would take a lot of training and talent. Flitwick himself was thinking of new things to include in their training now that they were near perfecting all the spells contained in the book he had loaned to them. His reputation in the ring had been because he could combine charms and transfigurations in the duel. His flexibility and ingenuity had always surprised his opponents. He had never taught dueling to students, certainly not to first-year students. But he knew that they knew enough transfiguration to use it effectively in a duel. Huff versus Claw. It was Saturday, October 26th. The day dawned crisp and clear. This was the day of the first Quidditch match of the season. Harry was excited because this would be the first time he saw the game played at school. This was his chance to see what the players of two of the Their teams were like and see how they stacked up against the professional teams he had seen over the past few years. Even though the houses of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were generally on good terms, there was some banter in the Great Hall at breakfast. Slytherin had dominated the House Quidditch tournament last year, so nobody really gave Gryffindor much of a chance in their upcoming match against them. The Snakes, thinking themselves to be the dominant ones, didn't bother to go to extra lengths to harass the Lions before the match. Sure, there was some rivalry between them, but it was nearly non-existent this year. Maybe if Gryffindor succeeded in crushing them thoroughly, there would be some excitement the next year. On the morning of the match, everyone was sitting at their own tables. It was an unspoken rule that students chose to sit at their house tables on the day of the match. Harry was sitting with the Quidditch team. Oliver was assessing the players on the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, marking those he thought could be a threat to Gryffindor in the next term when they played against them. Harry did not know the players on the other teams, but Oliver was giving a running commentary to him so that he would get to know each of them by their names. They started with Hufflepuff since they were sitting adjacent to the Gryffindors. The team captain was a 7th year, Tamsin Appleby. He was one of the chasers. According to Wood, he was a fine player who could fake out even the most determined of keepers. The other 2 chasers were Cadwallader and Linda Chadsley. They were 3rd and 4th year students who were fine in the field. Their beaters were 3rd year Luke Cholderton and 7th year Gwendolyn Jones, rumored to be scouted by the Holyhead Harpies. Despite their small size, they could hit the bludger very hard and true. Their keeper, James Tintwistle, was another 5th year who had retained the position for the last 2 years. Their seeker was Cedric Diggory, who was held in high esteem by them. Even Oliver admitted that he was perhaps the best seeker at the school at the moment. The Ravenclaws likewise had talent scattered throughout the team. The only players Harry identified were Roger Davies and Cho Chang. Roger was a chaser in his 3rd year. Cho was their seeker. She was a very pretty Asian girl in her 2nd year at Hogwarts and had made the team just this year. Harry had sometimes seen her with Cedric Diggory out in the grounds. Wood introduced the players to him one by one. Their captain was the keeper, a 7th year student named Andre Edwu. Ed as a reserved player until the last year. The beaters were 6th year Robert Hillard and Eliza Taylor, a 7th year. The other 2 chasers were 4th year student Marcus Green and a 6th year Lucas Wildsmith. As they were watching the other teams, Harry asked Oliver, "Who do you think will win the match?" Oliver gave his professional opinion, "I do not know, Harry. I think that it will be a close match. Both teams have some new additions this year. It will be quite interesting to see how it will play out. I assume that the team which has the best seeker will win because most of the time, the game is tilted by the seeker." Harry shrugged. "Then Hufflepuff has as good as won the match already." Angelina asked him, "What makes you think so?" Harry leaned in close. He said conspiratorially, "I do not know if you all know it or not, but I have seen the Ravenclaw seeker making googly eyes at Cedric Diggory." There were looks of disbelief and surprise followed by smirks and giggles. The twins, ever the entrepreneurs, turned to their housemates. "If you are speaking the truth, we may as well make a pretty galleon out of it. How many of you are willing to bet on Ravenclaw that Cho Chang will take the snitch from Cedric Diggory?" No one was a taker for their bet, but they were not disheartened. They went to find other takers for the bet. By the end of the day, they were sure to have parted some of the students from their galleons. When they were all moving out to the grounds to see the match, Ernie came up to him. "Harry, who are you supporting?" Harry could have said Hufflepuff, but Lisa and Michael chose that moment to ask the same question. Harry was in a fix as to who to support. At last, choosing wisely, he decided to support no one, telling them that he had friends on both sides. That he would rejoice every time a goal was scored and he would groan in disappointment for whoever lost the match. There had been no rain for the last 2 days, so the weather was clear, the ground was hard. It was a perfect day for a Quidditch match. The twins' friend, Lee Jordan, provided commentary for the match. "Welcome to the first match of the season. As is customary, this is the match between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. There are some new faces on both teams as some of our Quidditch players graduated last year and there were some changes because new talent made a great showing at tryouts. Here come the Ravenclaws: Agwu, Robert Hillard, Eliza Taylor, Marcus Green, Lucas Wildsmith, Roger Davies and Cho Chang." After a few moments, he announced the arrival of the Badgers. "Here comes T." He Hufflepuffs flying in a straight line towards the Quidditch pitch. Appleby, Cadwallader, Chadsley, Cholderton, Jones, Tintwistle and Diggory. He took a moment before he started speaking again. "I can see Madam Hooch coming to the field with the crate." Madam Hooch flew to the center of the field lugging the crate. She barked instructions at the teams. "I want a clean game with no cheating." She beckoned the captains forward. Captains shake hands. After a warm handshake, she kicked open the crate. The balls flew upwards while the teams took off and flew to their positions. When the keepers reached their goal posts, she gave a mighty blast on her whistle and hurled the quaffle into the air. Lee launched into the commentary, "And they are off. The teams are really fighting it out there for possession of the quaffle. Appleby comes up with it. Some brilliant flying there. He's dodging everything they can throw at him. The Ravenclaws are finding it difficult to stop him. He dodges a bludger, 2 chasers. He feints to the right hoop. Egwu fell for it. It's a goal. 10-0 for Hufflepuff." Harry was watching the game being played and was thoroughly excited. For him, the bright red ball was nothing but a distraction. What he was watching was the Seekers, Cedric and Cho. He wanted to see how they performed. It was imperative for him to see their performances so that he could know what he was pitted against. So far both of them were flying around keeping an eye out for the golden ball. He returned to the commentary. "Green is charging down the pitch with the quaffle, dodges a bludger. Ouch. Chadsley collides with him. That's a foul. Yes, there's Madam Hooch. That's the whistle. Penalty to Ravenclaw for blatching. Chadsley takes it. He is going for the middle hoop. No, he feinted, went for the right. That's a goal. It's all tied up at 10-all. Harry noticed Cedric flying to one side with Cho in hot pursuit. Harry tried to see if Cedric had spotted the snitch, but it was not there. Cedric was feinting for Cho. Just then a bludger came out of nowhere, whacking him in the ribs. It made him wince. Harry felt scared that Cedric would fall off his broom, but the Hufflepuff managed to hang on to his broom. Diggory takes a bludger to the ribs from Jones. He didn't see that one coming, folks. He is wincing, but he seems to be okay. Cadwallader has the quaffle. The chasers are in the Hogshead attacking formation. They are passing the quaffle between them. Egwu has a hard time trying to keep his eye on the quaffle. It's Appleby, Chattersley, Cadwallader. Again to Appleby, who has thrown the quaffle through the hoops. Egwu comes out of nowhere to make the save. There's some confusion. Madam Hooch has blown her whistle. The captains are discussing it with her. That's a penalty to Hufflepuff for flacking. Appleby takes it. With a powerful throw, the quaffle is clean through the hoops. That is 20-10 for Hufflepuff. Harry wanted to ask Oliver's opinion on the game, but he was so immersed in it that he did not hear Harry calling him 5 times. Harry turned back to watch the game. In the next 20 minutes, the game went evenly between both teams. The score was 60-50 when Cedric started climbing sharply. Cho was behind him, but she was slow in spotting the snitch. Cedric was about to close his hands around the snitch when it started to descend. Doing a barrel roll, Cedric closed his fingers around the ball. The stadium exploded in cheers for the Hufflepuffs. Hufflepuff had won 210-50. Horror Halloween. The day of Halloween started gloomily for him. Every year it was a day when he was sad. Nothing could cheer him up. He had spent those years in Black Castle away from Wizarding Britain. To mourn James and Lily Potter, Samhain, the wizarding equivalent of Halloween, was not celebrated with all the pomp and grandeur for which the House of Black had been famous in the previous years. Harry knew the traditions and celebrations associated with it, though Cassiopeia had ensured that he knew of his traditions. As it was, he and Neville had made some preparations for celebrating Samhain in their own private celebration before the feast. Harry had no intentio of attending the feast, but he could not risk being missed by taking his meal in the kitchens. He would be singled out by Dumbledore. Who would find him? As it was, he never wanted to talk about it to anyone except his friends. When he got up in the morning, he was not in a mood to reply to anyone's questions or to make small talk. He got ready as soon as he could manage while Neville waited for him. When they were ready, they came down before any others could join him. He did not even smile for a moment. It looked like someone had taken away his energy to smile or to work. They sat at the Gr. Gryffindor table for breakfast. When it was their turn to sit at the Ravenclaw table, all of his friends were sitting there waiting for the duo. When Harry made no move to go over to the Ravenclaw table, Isabel McDougal came over to their table. She slipped into the chair beside him. She said jovially, "Good morning, Harry." He offhandedly replied, "Good morning, Isabel." It was such a cold reply that she was puzzled. She asked Neville, "Did someone whack him on the head that he is so downcast?" Neville quietly replied, "Today is Halloween." She began to ask but stopped herself when she realized what he meant. Instead she said sympathetically to him, "I am sorry, Harry. I should have realized. Do you want to talk about it?" He shook his head. "No, I will be fine, Isabel. Thanks for asking though." They had herbology with the Puffs first thing that day, followed by transfiguration with the Claws, lastly charms with the Puffs. When the owl post came in, Hedwig brought him a letter from Sirius. "Pup, I know you are not leaving the castle today, but I thought that maybe you could come to the edge of the Forbidden Forest before the feast is to start. I and Moony have arranged for Samhain celebrations. You can bring all the friends who were with you that day. I will await you eagerly." Harry showed it to Neville. "Sirius wants to meet." Neville shrugged. "It is your choice. I am following whatever you decide, mate." Harry scribbled a letter to Sirius, then sent Hedwig away. He had a suspicion that Sirius was already in Hogsmeade and he would get the letter in time. As it was, the morrow, Durr spent most of his days in the village whenever he was free. Lord Black also never worked on this day. He spent the day mourning everyone he had lost. The old wizard had buried too many of his family to be cheerful on this day. Classes were as normal as usual, but Harry's heart was not in it. The first period was herbology, where Professor Sprout was teaching them about Dittany. They all gathered around the plant, which had a dark green stem with leaves of the same color. She started teaching them about it. This is Dittany, alternatively known as burning bush, a non-sentient plant. Its distant court characteristic is that it sometimes releases inflammable vapors. It is used in healing, potion making, and as wand cores. It is a powerful healing herb. It can sometimes be eaten raw to cure shallow wounds. It is a healing herb, a restorative. When mixed with silver, it can be used to cure werewolf bites by preventing the victim from bleeding to death, but cannot cure them of lycanthropy. Now I want you all to form groups and study the plant. Your assignment is 2 feet of parchment on Dittany and its uses for next week. Transfiguration. McGonagall had set them a test. This time, Isabel took the seat beside him. Professor McGonagall wanted them to write an essay on changing matchstick to needle and do the practical portion. It was a cakewalk, really. As they were each done with it, McGonagall sent them out of the classroom. Harry had done with his part. He was sitting outside the class on a window, looking out of it, when Isabel joined him. She did not say anything for a few minutes but quietly watched him before asking him, "Care to join me in the library?" Harry had nothing else planned until the celebration in the evening, so he shrugged, "Sure." They walked towards the library. Isabel asked him, "How many members are in your family?" Harry looked at her skeptically, to see if she was making fun of him, but she was serious, no pun. He replayed her words again in his mind, then understood what she was asking. "I have a grandfather, a godfather, an uncle, a grandmother, a brother, and a little sister." She asked in surprise, "How?" For the first time that day, Harry gave a reluctant smile. "Sorry, Isabel, but I do not give away secrets that easily. If you really want to know, you will have to work for it." She grinned broadly. "I love challenges." He asked her, "How many members are in your family?" She started telling him enthusiastically, "I belong to the McDougal clan in Scotland. My grandfather is one of the elders of the Wizengamot. He sired 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter. My father, Alexander McDougal, is the eldest of them. He owns a business in one of the alleys adjacent to Diagon Alley. My uncle Lucas owns a bakery in Godric's Hollow. Uncle Harris breeds crops here in Scotland. My aunt Isla is married to Lord Folly. My father has 3 children, me, my brothers Lewis and Mason. Uncle Lucas has a son, Alfie. Uncle Harris has a son, Brody. Aunt Isla has 2 children, Liam and Annie's. It must have been great to grow up in such a big family," Harry said. "I can't even imagine how big your family tree would be." She snorted. "Big. It is a Seatually small when you compare it to others like the Weasleys. They always had at least 4 children in every generation except for the patriarch now who lost 4 of his siblings when he was younger. This place would have been overrun by them. Harry thought for a moment. I guess you are correct in your opinion. Even the House of Black had many branches before the First War. Now it stands on the brink of extinction along with House Potter and Longbottom. Say Harry, it's okay if you really don't feel like doing anything, but would you like to celebrate Samhain this evening with me? She asked shyly. Harry felt bad to refuse. Sorry Isabel, but my godfather is coming over for celebrations today. I will be joining him. I would be delighted if you could join us for those celebrations. She nodded. I will be there, Harry. The bell rang at that moment. They parted ways to go to their next classes. Harry kept watching her go. She seemed to be just another ordinary witch. He did not know why he had invited her to the celebrations. Perhaps it was because she actually showed interest in getting to know him, sharing in his grief that made him amenable towards her. Bitter spat. Flitwick was teaching them the levitation charm that day. He had told them to form pairs for practice. Since everyone could pair up as they wished, Harry chose Ernie to sit with. Neville sat with Hannah Abbott. The professor came into the class. After taking his seat, he banished feathers to each student. He started speaking in his squeaky voice. We have finished the unlocking charm in the last class. I am reasonably sure that you all can do it if needed. Today we will start the levitation charm. The wand movement is a swish and flick. The incantation is Wingardium Leviosa. Remember to pronounce the incantation correctly or you may end up with a buffalo on your chest like poor Barufio who saw Eads, instead of F. He found himself on the floor with a buffalo on his chest. He made them pronounce T. He incantation properly before he let them practice the wand movement. After he was satisfied, he allowed them to practice the spell. Harry had no trouble with it. Neither did Neville. Hermione, as usual, was the fastest to do it after them. They were too fast for her liking. What she did not know was that they had already learned a great deal before coming to school. Susan, who was sitting with J. Austen, was close to accomplishing the charm before Hermione succeeded. She usually did her best just after Harry and Neville. Others were similarly in different stages of accomplishing their tasks. Muse, who was sitting with Dean, had set his quill on fire. Flitwick doused it with aguamendi. He set Seamus to do lines for exploding the quill when he was supposed to be levitating it. It was a normal class until Harry heard Hermione trying to teach Ron. You are doing it wrong. You will take someone's eye out that way. The pronunciation is Wingardium Leviosa, not Levio's AAA, Hermione was saying. If you think you are so smart, why don't you show me how it's done? Ronald challenged her. Hermione did it. The smirk that was on her lips did not bode well to Harry. Harry had noticed things like this happening all the time but paid no heed to it. Those two were fighting most of the time. Today, he was not in a mood to listen to them bickering. As they were leaving the classroom, Ron came over to them. She is such an insufferable know-it-all. I really don't know how anyone puts up with her condescending attitude. It's no wonder she hasn't got any friends. Harry could see that Hermione was right behind Ron. When she heard him bad-mouthing her, she shoved him out of the way and charged off to the tower. Harry regretfully observed, I think she heard you, Ron. I would agree that sometimes she is condescending in her behavior toward others, but shooting your mouth off like that is going to get you into a lot of trouble. I will thank you to refrain from running other people down in my hearing. Samhain. Neville let their friends know where and when to join them for the celebration. They did not have to be told twice. Sirius had made the necessary preparations for the celebration. When they reached, he had a roaring fire going with stones lying in piles and blankets spread on the ground for them to sit on. The only thing lacking was that there were no decorations. They were just inside the border of the forbidden forest within cover of the trees so no one could see them. To Harry's amazement, he noticed Dumbledore was there with them, sipping pumpkin juice. He was laughing at something Remus had just said. Even Hagrid was invited. He was there sitting with a tankard in his lap, talking to a wizard Harry did not recognize. Sirius hugged Harry tightly when he saw him, and then greeted his other friends. Sirius then went on to introduce the other wizard Harry had not recognized as Aberforth Dumbledore. He was brother of the headmaster. The only family resemblance Harry noticed was that they shared the same brilliant blue eyes. Remus gave Harry a wide smile which was always sufficient to tell him that the werewolf was fine, enjoying things as they were. Once they all sat down, Sirius stood. I know many of you are not acquainted with the celebration of Samhain. It is the day when the veil between the two astral planes is so thin that the dead can walk among us. This day we celebrate our dead. Honor them. There are stacks of stones in front of us. I want you to pick up stones, write the names of loved ones who have passed away, one for each stone. When you are done, cast the stones into the fire. Inhale some of the smoke from the fire as you do. Finally, write your own name on a stone and cast it into the fire. When the bonfire has died, you may either CK up the stone with your name on it or leave it here. They say that the burn pattern on the stone with your name can tell how the next year will be for you, but it requires a seer to read them. I don't think we will get a seer here. Isabel sat beside Harry. To his amazement, she had picked up only one stone. She wrote a name and dropped it in the fire. Harry wrote Charles, Doria, James, Lily and Cassiopeia's names on the stones and dropped them into the middle of the fire. He did not even know the name of his Muggle grandparents. After taking a whiff of the fire, he wrote his name on a stone. He then dropped it into the middle of the fire. He had already decided that he would not be picking up the stone. He would brave whatever came his way. When they were sitting sipping butterbeers, eating refreshments, fairies came out of nowhere. They started dancing around the fire. Harry noticed that almost all the ghosts of the castle were there around the fire, mingling with each other. A few EVN stopped to have a very animated chat with the marauders. Isabel observed, I saw you toss a lot of names into the fire. Too much grief. Harry nodded. Then he said, I saw you drop only one. She nodded. Yes, my grandmother. She died of dragonpox when I was 6. She doted on me. She always said that I was her splitting image. He murmured, I have not even seen anyone from my parents' family. My grandparents all died some time before I was born. My parents died when I was 15 months old. I grew up well loved, but I do miss my parents at times. She told him simply, just because someone had to die, it does not mean that they left us, Harry. They are always there in our hearts. Look inside yourself. You will find them there. Sirius chose that moment to come over. Godson, would you not introduce me to this charming young lady? Harry looked embarrassed at this breach of etiquette. Godfather, this is Isabel McDougal. Isabel, this is my godfather, Sirius Black. Sirius performed a courtly bow to her. He asked, exactly what do you see in him? She was confused. What do you mean? Sirius spoke slowly as if explaining something to a child. I mean he is runty looking, has a scar, a bird's nest for hair. Exactly what made you want to sit beside him? She snorted. Maybe that's just the kind of guy the first like, Mr. Black. Call me Sirius please, Mr. Black sounds too heavy on my poor ears. Remus saw that Sirius was making trouble. He came over to drag him away. Come along Sirius. The adults are talking over there. Leave these children be. The celebration did not go long after that because the feast was waiting for them. Dumbledore had already disappeared sometime while they were talking. They returned to the Great Hall to sat their hunger. None of them had bothered to pick up the stone with their name on it. Troll in the dungeons. The elves had outdone themselves. The feast was so extravagant that Harry could not even have imagined that so many kinds of dishes actually existed. Everything was available to him under the roof of Black Castle, but generally the fare at the table was kept fairly simple. It was never more than 2 or 3 dishes because that was all anyone ate. This, however, there was no word to describe it. The feast was well underway before he realized that Hermione was not among the gathered students. He knew that she generally sat beside Parvati, but there was no sign of her there today. He hollered for Parvati. Parvati, where is Hermione? Parvati looked around her to make sure that the said girl was not present. When she realized that she was indeed nowhere around them, she turned to him. I had heard her crying in the girls' washroom on the 2nd floor after Charms class. I have not seen her since. Ron's comment was too cruel. Harry nodded. Ron had no filter on his mouth. He tended to say whatever was on his mind. It was a quality worthy of one sorted into the house of the brave, but at times, it was actually an embarrassment. He turned to Neville. Mate, we need to go find her. As soon as we are done here, we will go and look for her with the map. Neville nodded. Of course he would follow Harry to the end of the world if he wanted. They were not just friends but god brothers. Neville would never let Harry go anywhere without him. Meanwhile, Harry was taking Ron to task. Look what you have done, Ron. You will apologize to her for your words. It does not cost us anything to be kind to others. Ron did not say anything. He was feeling bad for having said those words by now. His mother had not raised him and his siblings like that. If his mother knew about it, things would end up badly for him. Before they could decide on any further course of action, the double doors opened. Quirrell came running in. He was panting and was exhausted. The sweat on his face said that there was some trouble. He fell down somewhere in the middle of the great hall while shouting, "Troll! Troll in the dungeons! Thought you ought to know." Then he collapsed. His words caused a pandemonium in the great hall, with the students starting to run around in panic, shrieking and shouting. Dumbledore roared above the din they were making, "Calm down, everyone." His words had a calming effect. Immediately everyone froze in their places. Harry could see the headmaster's eyes glowing with power. He calmly ordered, "Prefects, take the students to your houses. Slytherin prefects, take your students up the North Tower where the old dormitories are available. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons." Percy was beckoning the Gryffindor students to him. He started herding them out of the great hall up the stairs. Harry turned to the duo of Neville and Ron. "Guys, Hermione does not know about the troll. We need to go find her and tell her about it. We will break off from the rest of the group when we are on the second floor. Then we can go to find her." They both nodded. On the second floor, the trio who had been walking at the CK of the Gryffindor students dropped back and hid around a corner. While hiding, waiting for the other students to clear the second floor corridor, they saw Severus Snape walking up the stairs toward the third floor. Harry asked the other two, "Didn't Dumbledore ask the teachers to follow him to the dungeons where the troll is?" Neville replied, "Yes, he did. But we cannot go after him now. We need to find Hermione first." Suddenly, Harry's nose wrinkled up in disgust as he caught a whiff of a rank odor in the air, like meat gone bad. He asked the other two, "Do you two smell that?" Ron replied, "Yes, like rotten meat." "Where is it coming from?" Just then they heard a low rumbling sound and saw a gigantic shadow on one of the walls of the castle. The troll was not down in the dungeons. It was right there on that floor. It was enough to make them quiver in fear. They momentarily forgot that they were looking for Hermione, not the troll. They followed it. They saw it entering a washroom. The key was in the door. Hiding themselves in the shadows, making absolutely no sound, they slowly trudged forwards towards the door. When they realized that the troll was fully inside, Harry quickly locked the door. He turned, looking smug at having captured the troll, but the horror etched on Neville's face was enough to make him go weak in the knees. "What is wrong, mate?" he nervously asked. "Harry, you idiot, we were looking for Hermione. You just locked the troll in the girls' bathroom with her," he bellowed. Harry silently cursed himself. They were gormless idiots indeed. They had lost sight of their target. He got tied up in heroics. They needed a plan to follow. Harry turned to Neville. "Mate, I am going to get Hermione out of there. I want you to go find anyone who can help us. We need help. Do anything you have to, but get help in time. 'Cause the cannon bang on the great staircase. It will attract others' attention." Neville asked him, "Are you sure? I can be of some help here, mate. I am more handy with a wand than Ron." Harry shook his head. "It is his fault that she is in there in the first place. Now hurry up. We don't have much time." Neville took off at a dead run. Harry carefully turned the key in the lock while keeping his wand ready. When he opened the door, he took in a scene of chaos and destruction. The floor was flooded, covered with shards of shattered porcelain from the broken fixtures. Bits of splintered wood strewn here and there, ragged bits of the broken stalls hanging from the walls. The smell of rotting meat was overwhelming. Worst of all, Hermione was crouched in a corner, hiding beneath a stone basin which was half gone. It would not have withstood another mighty blow. Harry shouted, "Hermione, run! He is going to kill you." Hermione did not move, perhaps frozen with fear. The troll, however, hearing Harry yelling, hesitated mid-swing. Harry knew that he had to act fast if he was going to save Hermione's life. He fired off 3 CA-N blasts with his wand in rapid succession. That got the troll's attention. It turned around slowly, probing with its dull eyes, looking for the source of the noise. When it spotted Harry and Ron, it lumbered in their general direction, dragging its massive club behind it. At first, Harry thought, great, it's not going to smash Hermione into pulp. Then as the troll got closer, he thought, uh-oh. It's coming straight at us. Ron raised his wand and roared, Wingardium Leviosa. The troll's club was out of his hand, levitating in the air in a moment. Harry thought there could be nothing better than its own club to knock it out. Perhaps Ron was of the same mind, but as he dropped the club, the troll had moved. They were without anything to stop it now. Harry tried the tripping hex, a stunner, a bludgeoner in rapid succession. But they fizzled against its magic-resistant skin. His other spells were equally ineffective. All he could do was keep the troll's attention, dodge and wait for help to arrive. Ron took Hermione out from under the broken stone basin. Harry was finally cornered with the wall to his back. With nowhere to go, he had a moment of thought where he laughed at himself that his life was going to end at the hands of a dumb troll. In desperation, he stuck his wand right up the troll's snout and fired off another stunner. The effect was immediate. The troll's eyes went wide and he bellowed in rage and pain. The creature pulled back both fists to pummel Harry into paste when, with a mighty roar and an even mightier sweep of his arm, Hagrid knocked the troll aside. With the troll occupied, Harry scrambled for the door. The troll scrambled back to its feet and lunged for Hagrid. The half-giant was ready for it. As the troll charged him, Hagrid got a hold of its arm and sidestepped. The troll flipped and landed on its back. It got back to its feet again and this time, lumbered up to the half-giant, flexing its massive fingers. Harry could see that the troll seemed to have the advantage when it came to size and weight, but Hagrid definitely had the edge when it came to skill and brains. For a moment, Harry was concerned that the half-giant was going to get seriously hurt. But then he realized that Hagrid was grinning. He was having fun. Again and again, the two figures collided. Again and again, the troll wound up on its back or eating wall. The troll stumbled back to its feet yet again. It staggered toward Hagrid as the half-giant egged him on. Come on, Lud. Yav still got somethin' in ya. When the troll got close enough, Hagrid batted its outstretched arms aside, then with a left jab to the belly and a right cross to the jaw, the troll went down like a felled tree. Hagrid stood up straight, shook out his fists and said, "Don't know what Lud thought he was up to. Wanderin' round the castle like that. Too bad, he's too stupid to ever tell me." Then he turned to Harry. "Ya Ari." Before Harry could answer, Professor McGonagall shrieked, "What is happening here?" She stood in the doorway with Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell right behind her. Her mouth formed the thinnest of thin lines. Professor Quirrell looked like he was going to pass out. Professor Snape had his wand at the ready, his face fixed in its perpetual sneer and, Harry noticed, limping. Harry looked at his legs out of curiosity. He observed that the lower part of his robes had been mangled. There was a wound on his leg which he hastily covered when he found Harry looking. Professor McGonagall was shouting at them, "What are you all doing here? You were ordered to go to your dormitories. And this is a girl's bathroom," she added as an afterthought. Hermione said in a very feeble voice, "They were here to save me, Professor. I did not know about the troll. I was in the bathroom when it attacked. I froze in fear. If Harry and Ron had not arrived when they did, I would not be alive at this moment. Ron levitated its club away, then got me out of there while Harry kept it busy. They put their lives on the line, fighting that creature until Hagrid arrived and saved the day." McGonagall turned to Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. If you had not acted promptly, we might have lost these students." Hagrid blushed a bit, as Alry, "Professor, it's me job, isn't it? If you'll all excuse me, I'll be getting Lud, back to the Forbidden Forest." They all stood aside as Hagrid, with the war club over one shoulder and the troll over the other shoulder, carefully walked by and down the main stairs to the main doors. She then turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter Black, what happened here?" Harry's mind was confused. Hermione Granger had just lied to a teacher for them. She could have told McGonagall that they had locked the door from outside, but she had not. She took the blame on herself. Right now, he had to answer McGonagall's question. He started speaking cautiously. "Professor, I heard from Parvati at the feast that Hermione was here in the bathroom. That she had been crying the whole day. Neville, Ron and I decided to find her after we had our dinner. We wanted to be sure that she had taken dinner. Before that could happen, however, the troll entered the castle. We went to find her to alert her about the situation. We saw the troll entering the girls' bathroom. I asked Neville to fetch help. Ron and I kept it distracted until Hagrid came and beat him." She pursed her mouth in a thin line for a moment before she started speaking. "You are lucky to have evaded a mountain troll for so long. That was quick thinking to send Mr. Longbottom to fetch help. 5 points to each of you for your nerve and dumb luck." She then turned to Hermione. "Why were you not at the feast, Miss Granger?" Hermione lied again. "I was homesick, Professor. I was missing my parents." McGonagall nodded. "If you are uninjured, then return to your common room. Dinner is being served there." They walked to the 7th floor while discussing the events of the evening. Harry asked Neville, "Mate, how did you find Hagrid?" Neville started telling it a bit too enthusiastically. "I was at the grand staircase just making the first shot when I saw Hagrid coming up the stairs. He asked me if I wanted to be put into detention for making such a racket. I just said, 'Harry and Troll,' and pointed to the girls' bathroom. He broke into a run. I swear I have never seen anyone move as fast as he did at that moment, yelling something about saving Harry Potter. On the way, I ran into Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. The dungeon bat wanted to put me into detention. McGonagall asked me why I was not yet in my common room despite Dumbledore's orders. When I told them, she walked at such a brisk pace that I could hardly keep up with her. Hermione walked ahead of them and reached the common room before them. Once inside, she turned to them. "Thank you, all of you, for saving me." That day, Harry felt that a new friendship was being born among them. After all, defying adventures have a way of bringing people together. For some reason, Harry forgot to tell Lord Black about the troll incident. He didn't think that it was anything linked directly to Harry, yet. Black Townhouse. A Hogwarts owl arrived at the Black Townhouse the evening before the Gryffindor-Slytherin match. It was for Sirius. He opened the letter. "Dear Mr. Black, you are cordially invited to attend the Quidditch match of Slytherin vs. Gryffindor. It is to take place tomorrow. It is my fondest wish that you will take some time out of your schedule for this occasion. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Sirius showed the letter to Remus. "What do you make of it, Moony?" Of course, Remus knew what it was all about. But it was crucial that Sirius did not know about it before he saw it for himself. He said to him in a neutral voice, "Perhaps Dumbledore is trying to get into your good books, Padfoot. Why don't you go and see what it is about?" Sirius nodded. "All right, I'll bite. And you are coming with me." Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. The day for the match arrived. It was hard to believe that the same boy that had faced a full-grown Mounta in Troll just 2 days ago could be so nervous about a game. Facing life and death was one thing, but the honor and glory of Gryffindor was at stake here, and that was quite another thing. Harry's door. Maturi was on the top floor of the Gryffindor Tower. From there, he had a pretty good view of the pitch. He had spent a few evenings watching the pitch through his omnioculars, watching the other teams practice. They knew what they were about. The Slytherin team tended more to size than talent. But they had dominated the competition last year and they were the team to beat. Watching them practice, Harry knew that they would play a very physical game. That did not bode well for the youngest and smallest player in 100 years. Harry woke up that morning to a bright, clear and cool November day. The adrenaline immediately started coursing through his body. It was a blend of nerves, excitement and anticipation. His team was good. Harry knew they were good. He had been with them during practice. Wood was a slave driver and he knew what he was about. He had been selected as team captain in his 4th year, which was young for a team captain. That was because he had the talent, the drive and the leadership. In his 2nd year as team captain, now he also had the experience. The beaters, Fred and George, even though they were only third years, were large for their age and practically telepathic the way they made their plays. The chasers were all girls and they had drilled passing, shooting and dodging until they could do it with their eyes closed. The only potential weak link in this team was Harry himself. Harry was determined not to let them down. When he entered the common room, Wood saw how pale and shaky he looked. He said, "This will be your first game, Harry. I know that you're feeling it. But I'm telling you, you have nothing to worry about. We're all behind you. You have real talent. When you catch that snitch, the snakes won't even know what happened." The twins gave him a pat on the back. The chasers all messed up his hair and made a fuss over him. When he exited the common room, the team surrounded him. They were followed by the first years, then each year in their turn. They marched to the Great Hall. Along the way, many of the Ravenclaws joined them. When he sat for breakfast, Hermione was on one side of him with Neville on the other and Ron sitting across from him. He was playing with the food on his plate. He had no stomach to eat. Neville tried to get him to eat, but he refused. Finally, Neville convinced him to at least drink some pumpkin juice. He said, "Mate, if you pass out from lack of food during the game, we don't have a backup seeker." Harry reluctantly sipped at the pumpkin juice. As soon as the cool sweetness hit his dry mouth, his appetite picked up a bit. He was able to choke down some hot cereal and another glass of pumpkin juice before he gave up breakfast as a bad job. The team rose from the table to go out to the pitch. That was when many well-wishers came over from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. They paid a lot of attention to Harry, saying things like congratulations on making the team as a first year to he was their best hope to defeat the Snakes this year. No pressure there. Even Daphne gave him a warm smile and a high sign when she thought that none of her housemates were looking. Isabel decided to come over and join him while they walked to the lockers. She looked at him and realized he was nervous. "Are you nervous, Harry?" He nodded. "This is my first game. I do not want to let the team down. They have worked really hard and we all want this win," she assured him. "Harry, you sound like you're carrying the weight of the entire team on your shoulders. That just is not the case. You have one thing and one thing only to worry about. Find that little golden ball and capture it. This is your first game. Even if you do make any mistakes, you will learn from them and come back even better in your next one. Just be yourself. I am sure you will have people's heads turning with your skills." Since they had reached the lockers, she went to sit with her housemates while Harry went in with the team. Inside, they quickly changed into their Quidditch robes. Since wands were not allowed in the game, Harry had left his wand in the care of Neville before he came into the locker room. Oliver started giving them the pre-match speech. "This is the chance we have been waiting for. This is going to be our year. The year that we will win finally. We have the team that is hard to beat. We will crush our foes." He rambled on for some time. Every word made Harry more nervous. He was probably banking on Harry's talents a lot. The jitters just got worse. Fred, however, patted his shoulder. "Worry not, Harry. Oliver always gives the same speech. In fact, we have learned every word of it." Finally it was time for them to fly out to the Quidditch pitch. Hermione, Ron and Neville took a place in the stands with Dean and Seamus behind them. Dean had a banner which read, "Potter Black for Minister of Magic." Shortly before the game started, Hagrid came up to the stands. He made a place for himself beside the little group rumbling. "Hello Ye 3. I thought I would come and watch from here. Can't see anything properly from me hut." Lee was on the mic. "Welcome to the second match of the season. The most anticipated. On one hand are the Gryffindors, the brave of heart, the men with courage. On the other are Slytherins, the cunning, the ambitious. Most believe that this match will be a one-sided pounding on Gryffindor. But this announcer has it on good authority that Slytherin is in for a rude awakening. May the Gryffindors, may the best team win." A few seconds later, he announced the arrival of the Slytherins. "Here come the Slytherins. Flint, Warrington, Pusey, Urquhart, Bowl, Bletchley and Higgs. The same old team last year which defeated Gryffindor by sheer luck." His statum. Ent was greeted by jeers from the Slytherins. Unsurprisingly, the Snakes got support from no other quarters of the school. The other three houses were pitted against them. Lee continued, "Now here come The Gryffindors flying in a hawk's head formation with 3 each in 2 rows with the youngest Seeker in a century bringing up the rear. I give to you all the Gryffindors. Johnson, Bell, Spinette, Wood, Weasley. Potter Black. In the spectator stands meant for teachers and visitors, Sirius Black gasped, what? Harry, is he their Seeker? Merlin's beard. But he is a first year. Remus chuckled. He is the youngest Seeker in a century, Padfoot. The rules were bent to accommodate him. While they were talking, Madame Hooch flew out to center field with the crate of balls. She barked out, looking significantly at the Slytherins, all right. You all know the rules. I want to see a clean game. Then looking at Harry, I wish you all good luck. Captains, shake hands. Wood and Flint shook hands while menacing each other. The wincing on their faces was sufficient to tell Harry that they were trying to break each other's hands. Harry looked up at the sky. It had become overcast since dawn. Although it was cold, the snow had not yet begun to fall. Cold, yes, but visibility was perfect for spotting the snitch. This was going to be a short game. Madame Hooch kicked open the crate. The 2 bludgers and the snitch took to the sky as the teams took up their positions. As soon as the keepers reached the goal posts, she gave a mighty blast on her whistle and hurled the quaffle into the air. Harry had kicked off hard to gain altitude. As soon as he took to the sky, all feelings of nervousness left him. He felt more alert and clear-headed than he had for days. The game plan for him was to stay high and out of the way of the bludgers until he spotted the snitch. Higgs was right on his tail. Not too smart, Harry thought. He was nearly half the other guy's size and on a much better broom. Higgs had no chance at all of catching the snitch by following him around. If this was the Slytherins' tactic, they had already given the game away. Lee started the play-by-play, and they are off. Angelina comes up with the quaffle. She's leading the charge. That girl gets better every year but she still won't go out with me. Jordan, Professor McGonagall admonished him. Sorry Professor. It's Angelina with the quaffle flying towards the Slytherin goalpost. She dodges a bludger, a chaser. She takes her shot, and Bletchley saves it. Alicia in possession of the quaffle. She's flying lick, an arrow straight towards the goal posts. A bludger from Urquhart forces her to drop the quaffle. Picked up by Pusey. He dodges a Weasley bludger. He chucks the ball towards the hoop. Suddenly he bellowed, come on Wood. Save it. Then continued, yes, Wood saved it. Bell in possession of the quaffle flying to the Slytherin goal. Passed to Angelina. She's wide open. That's a goal. 10-0 for Gryffindor. The stadium erupted in cheers, whistles, stomping and applause. Of course, the Slytherins booed and hissed, but they were well drowned out by the rest of the crowd. Meanwhile, Harry had spot Ed the snitch while leading Higgs a merry chase around the other side of the pitch. He didn't try to catch it just yet because Higgs didn't seem to have a clue and Wood hadn't signaled the play yet. Suddenly he saw a flash of gold on the edge of his vision. He took off after it. He had spotted the snitch again. Higgs was still on his tail. A bludger collided with his broom, almost throwing him off. He remained on the broom by holding on to the handle. Higgs had to pull up hard to keep from colliding with him. In the confusion, they both lost sight of the snitch. Gryffindor was awarded a penalty shot. Angelina took the shot. She converted it into a goal. The crowd went wild again as Lee announced, it's 20-0 for Gryffindor. Soon thereafter, Flint collided with Harry, for which Gryffindor was awarded a penalty and Alicia took it, but it was saved. The twins decided that Flint deserved some payback for nearly knocking Harry off of his broom. The next time he got possession of the quaffle, they took the double beater stance and blasted the bludger at him. The overpowered black ball hit him square in the chest, breaking some ribs and knocking him clean off of his broom. There was no penalty called on the play because although it was a dirty trick, there were no rules against hitting the guy in possession of the quaffle with a bludger. There was no timeout either because they had put the captain out of commission. With the Snakes short a chaser, the Lions scored again easily. At a score of 30-0 for Gryffindor, Harry thought it was a good time to make his move. Then everything started going wrong. His broom started vibrating, going out of control, and tried to buck him off. He knew well how to fly and he held on tight, trying to bring the unruly thing back under control. The Was only one reason that a Nimbus 2000 would act like this, someone was jinxing it. He had no attention to spare to look for the perpetrator. It was all he could do to stay on the broom as it vibrated. Buckton climbed higher. Away from the game. It was Fred and George that noticed he was in trouble first. They flew under Harry, ready to catch him while the rest of the team tried to play on with no beaters. In the confusion, Flint managed to get back on his broom and score 4 goals. Sirius was furious with the broom acting like that. He stood up with his wand out, ready to cast Arresto Momentum, before Mooney stopped his hand. No Padfoot, you could end up harming him. We will cast only if he is unseated from his broom. His friends were equally worried. Hagrid was watching through his binoculars. He said worriedly, looks like somebody hexed his broom. Hermione borrowed the binoculars. She looked through them to find that Snape was muttering an enchantment. She turned to Neville and Ron. It looks like Snape is jinxing his broom. Neville asked her, do you have any idea what to do? Before Hermione could answer, Harry regained control of the broom. What they did not notice was that when Sirius abruptly stood up, he had caused a few of the other teachers to fall down. Whatever or whoever was interfering with Harry's broom, the effect stopped. As a result, Harry was able to climb back on his broom. With Harry out of trouble, the twins got back into the game. When they saw the scoreboard, they were furious that nobody had called a timeout. The bludgers flew fast and furious, wreaking havoc on the larger, less nimble Slytherin players, especially Flint. There would be some Slytherins in the infirmary after this game. It took 10 more minutes for the score to climb to 60-40 for Gryffindor. Harry spotted the golden ball again. It was flying near the Gryffindor goal. He caught Higgs napping and went blazing off toward the Gryffindor end. Urquhart blasted a bludger at his head. Just as it looked like the bludger would break Harry's nose, he did a barrel roll. The bludger hit Higgs instead. He was knocked off course by the impact. Lee announced, Higgs takes a bludger from his own beater. Potter Black is in hot pursuit of the snitch. It is going in a steep dive. Potter Black follows it while dodging another bludger. I can't believe it. He's going faster. He snitch is almost level with the ground. Higgs is back in it, but he has some ground to make up and it looks like Potter Black is not giving him the chance. Higgs is pulling up, folks. Looks like he's afraid of getting plowed. Potter Black pulls up at the last second. He's standing on his broom. He has tumbled from his broom. Harry saw that the snitch was so close to the ground that there was no way to catch it from his broom and stay mounted. He swung down with his mouth wide open as time seemed to slow. In the split second that he lost sight of the snitch, he felt something scooped up by his open mouth. He tumbled across the field to land back on his feet. He spit the golden ball out into his hand and held it up for the crowd and especially for Madame Hooch to see. Time sped back up normal as the stadium erupted in cheers. Lee was shouting into the mic, that's it. Harry has the snitch. It's all over, folks. Gryffindor beats Slytherin 210-40. Flint was arguing with Madame Hooch, he did not catch the snitch. He nearly swallowed it, but she was having none of it. The team mobbed him, thumping him on the back. Oliver kept jumping up and down in excitement yelling, that's my boy. That's my boy. After the team was done expressing their joy, his friends came up to him. They group hugged him. He knew they had been worried about him. He had had a real scare once or twice in the air. As they were leaving the pitch, Harry ran into the Marauders who were just coming down from the stands. They immediately hugged him and did not let him go for a few minutes. Finally Sirius extricated himself. He said to him, I was so worried, pup. Are you all right? Harry smiled. I am fine, Padfoot. I was scared a little though. A Marauder's birthday. It was Sirius's birthday the day after the match. Harry had no idea about what to give him as a gift. For all his life, most of his shopping had been done for him by Mooney or Arcturus. He had always been a tag-along. Now he was to use a suitable gift for an adult wizard. He had absolutely no idea about what to get. He had asked Neville too. The other boy didn't have any ideas about a perfect gift for Sirius either. He had the same problem. He never had to buy a gift for an adult wizard before this day. Whenever it was Mooney's birthday, Harry could give him a gift hamper of chocolates and be done with it. But Sirius was not so fond of chocolates. Finally, Harry had asked Professor Dumbledore about it when the headmaster had sent for him and Neville to talk about the troll incident the next day. When they entered, the headmaster had a pensieve on his desk. He was emptying some of his memories into it. He beckoned them into chairs, then with a motion of his hand, asked them to wait. After he had added the memory, he turned to them. "How are you, Harry?" "Neville." Harry chose to answer. "We are in fine health, headmaster, thank you." "What is it you are doing with that pensieve?" He waved off the question. "A little of this and that. I am just trying to document something while I still have the time because I fear the next few years are going to be incredibly busy. Now, I have called you here so that you can tell me about what happened on the day of the feast. Would you tell me what happened?" Neville recounted the version of the story that they had told McGonagall. They had decided that they would stick to that version of the story because if Hermione did not want to tell, it was not their secret to give away. After they were done, Harry asked the headmaster, "Professor, I have heard that the wards around Hogwarts should keep creatures such as a troll away from the castle. How did one enter then?" Dumbledore took a few moments before he started to answer their question. "The wards certainly can keep trolls out, but not if someone had brought one in. I suspect that someone in the castle let it in as a practical joke." Harry frowned. "It could have killed Hermione if we had not reached her in time." "That is not a joke." Dumbledore sighed. "That is right. It was not a joke. That is why I have called you here. Since you were the first to see it, can you make a guess as to what it was doing in the castle?" Harry thought hard for a while. An answer eventually started to form at the back of his mind, but it was not the one he was going to give Dumbledore. He gave one completely harmless answer instead. "Professor, I suspect someone brought it in to create chaos, pandemonium in the castle. I cannot see any other reason for doing so." Dumbledore looked disappointed for a moment but hid it well. "Very well, you both can go now." Harry decided to ask him the question which had been bothering him. "Headmaster, can you tell me what would be the ideal gift for a wizard like my godfather? His birthday is coming. I have no idea what to get for him." Dumbledore smiled genially. "It varies from person to person, but I have found that a bottle of Rosmerta's oak matured mead often makes for the best gift for me." Harry stood. "Thank you for the suggestion, headmaster. We will be taking your leave now." Later that evening, the duo snuck out of the castle. They headed to the Three Broomsticks. Rosmerta was not about to sell mead to two firsties from Hogwarts till Harry convinced her that it was really meant to be a gift for Sirius. Rosmerta even gift-wrapped it nicely for them, then handed it to them. Harry and Neville split the bill between them. Harry called his personal elf, Creature. He ordered the elf to decorate the townhouse tastefully that night of 2nd November. He had Flo called Remus to discuss the birthday. Remus had reluctantly agreed that he and Neville could sneak out of the castle once everyone was asleep in their dormitories. Creature and Travestor could get them out of their by-side-along apparition to the townhouse and return them the same way before they were missed. Shortly before midnight, the post-victory party was winding down. There were only a couple of stragglers left in the common room. Harry and Neville came out of the common room. As the portrait of the fat lady swung shut, she said, "First year's out after curfew. You had better not let Filch catch you." Harry made a shushing motion with his finger to his lips, then whispered, "Don't worry. I have a cunning plan." She yawned widely and said, "Suit yourself. I'm going back to sleep." Then putting action to words, promptly dozed off. Harry and Neville quietly made their way to an unused classroom nearby. Travestor and Creature were waiting for them there. Travestor never served anyone except Arcturus. It was implied that he was only there under the old wizard's orders. Holding the doorknob with one hand while applying pressure to the middle of the door with the palm of his other hand, Harry closed the door without any squeak, thump or click. He carefully twisted the doorknob until all the tension was off of the springs, then took the pressure off the middle of the door until it settled into position. Neville asked him, "Mate, where did you learn to do that?" Harry responded, "I may have read a spy novel or two, when Remus wasn't looking." Once they were in position, the elves sappered with a low pop with taking the two boys with them. The townhouse had been beautifully decorated with streamers having been hung from the walls, the portraits decorated with ribbons and balloons, their occupants expressing their displeasure at being treated that way. There was an enormous cake in the meeting room topped with figures of a shaggy dog, a stag, a doe and a werewolf. Not surprisingly, it was a chocolate cake, which Remus perhaps had ordered more in keeping with his own taste than Sirius's. Lord Black was sitting in a chair in the meeting room looking amused at the preparations made right under Sirius's nose. Remus took the two kids upstairs. They entered Sirius's room stealthily. When they were around his bed, Remus let loose a cannon blast from his wand. Before he was even properly awake, Sirius rolled from his bed, wand in hand, and crouched down behind his bed, looking for the source of the blast. Even after 10 years in Azkaban, he had not forgotten his Auror training. They started singing, "Happy Birthday to You," before he could curse any one of them. Sirius looked at Neville and Harry. "Did you two sneak out of the castle at this hour? How did you get here? Did you break into a professor's office to use the flow?" Harry chuckled. "No, we used our elves to apparate out of there." Sirius grumbled. "Elves? We never even thought of doing that, despite having every opportunity to do so." Remus guffawed. "Of course we didn't. We had enough brains among us to get what we wanted done. We never had to bring in any outside talent." The celebration was great. They all enjoyed to their heart's content. By about 4 a.m., even the most hardcore among them had to admit that he had enough. Creature and Travestor took the boys directly to their dormitories. After a long day of Quidditch and partying, Harry thought nothing had ever looked so welcoming or inviting to him as that four-poster bed. The elves had hardly left the room before the snores were reeking from the beds which had been empty only a minute ago. Chapter 11. The Library. "I'm sure it was him who was jinxing your broom, Harry," Hermione was saying. "I saw him chanting. He was not breaking eye contact. He must have been trying to bewitch your broom so you would fall off." They were sitting in the library talking about the broom bucking, trying to throw him off. Hermione had told him what she had seen through the binoculars. How she had seen Snape incanting spells looking at Harry, not breaking the connection for even a second. Harry was more miffed that Sirius had taken his Nimbus 2.000 away to get it checked to see that the charms imbued in it had not malfunctioned. Ron said in indignation, "The greasy slimeball. He couldn't stomach a defeat for his snakes." Harry looked at Neville and gave a smirk. He already knew Snape hated him for another reason altogether. A simple Quidditch defeat was not the reason for it. In fact, when his broom started acting weird, he had not even spotted the snitch. What they did not understand was why Snape would act so foolishly, trying to kill him in front of the entire school. That surely would have attracted everyone's attention to him. Sirius had been so worried about the broom bucking, trying to throw him off, that he had it taken away from Harry. He was going to the Nimbus Company to get it checked for any enchantments. Harry knew it would yield no results, but he could not change Sirius's mind once it was made up. They had their theories which they were discussing, but none of them had any solid reason as to why Snape would try to kill him. Harry had a few facts, but it was not a lot to go on. However, he was not going to discuss even that with these two. They had not yet earned his confidence enough to discuss secrets with them. Harry noticed Daphne had arrived in the library. She went and sat at their usual spot in a distant corner. He stood up saying, "Thank you for telling me about Snape, Hermione. I will see if I can do something about it. I have to see Hagrid for something. I will see you both later." Neville stood along with him. "I will also be taking my leave. I have to go see Professor Sprout about Dittany." Since Harry knew Hermione would not even notice if they had gone out of the library, they turned a corner around a shelf. By walking behind shelves, they reached the table where Daphne was sitting, and Harry hastily erected the wards. They took their seats at the table. Harry and Neville knew that Daphne had shown up because she wanted to talk about what happened to Harry's broom. They decided to have some fun by sitting quietly, looking gormless, and waited for Daphne to snap. She did not disappoint them. "Are you two idiots just going to sit there and say nothing?" Harry pacified her. "Hold your horses, Daphne. We have a lot to talk about. We were just trying to decide where to start." She arched an eyebrow. "Exactly what has happened since Samhain, if you do not include Isabel McDougal showing interest in you?" Neville answered, ticking events off on his fingers. "Well, let's see. We were attacked by a troll. Snape was going where he should not have been. Harry was almost thrown off his broom. Oh, one more thing. We had a trip to London. She gave them the evil glare. So with all these adventures, you lot did not think to include me. Harry snorted. Adventures. We could have been pounded into an unrecognizable paste by the troll. Falling from about 100 feet up from a bucking broom could have had a serious impact on my life expectancy. That wasn't adventure, it was scary. She snapped. You two always beat around the bush instead of coming to the point. Will you tell me what's going on, or do I have to hex you into oblivion? Harry turned to Neville. Mate, she is threatening us. Neville concurred. Indeed. What shall we do now? That was enough for Daphne. She seemed to produce her wand out of nowhere to hex them, but Harry and Neville had already disappeared under the table. A few seconds later, they both came up waving white flags, begging for mercy. Finally, when Harry and Neville were back in their seats at the table, Neville started saying, "Do you remember H. Alquerel collapsed in the Great Hall during the feast? Hermione was not in the Great Hall. Parvati told us that she was in the bathroom on the second floor, crying her eyes out. We went to find her to alert her about the troll. That was when we spotted Snape heading towards the third floor. We knew that Dumbledore had asked the teachers to follow him to the dungeons. We found the troll on the second floor. Harry and Ron started to distract it from killing Hermione Granger. Harry sent me to fetch help. Luckily, Hagrid was coming up. He was on the grand staircase when he found me. He dashed off and beat the troll to a pulp." Harry cursed loudly. Merlin's beard. Daphne asked him, "What happened? Did someone put a garden gnome in your trousers?" Harry looked at her warily. "My elves mock. Sure, nothing like that ever happens to me, thank you very much. I just realized two things. Neville, was Hagrid carrying something with him when you found him?" Neville frowned in concentration, then spoke after a moment. "Yes. Now that I think about it, he was carrying a burlap sack over his shoulder. He dropped it on the floor before he came to your aid." Daphne asked him, "What is the matter, Harry?" Harry had a theory ready. "Daphne, I do not know why I did not think about it earlier, but now I think that Snape is after whatever was there below the trapdoor on the third floor." Daphne's eyes were spread in surprise. "Why do you think so?" Harry turned to Neville. "Mate, do you remember that we saw him limping when he came to the girls' bathroom? He had his trousers torn. Was there a gash on his leg?" Neville nodded. "I did notice that. He is still limping from it." Harry nodded. "Correct, so my theory is that he brought the troll in." Daphne cut him off mid-sentence. "Harry, why hate you, but he would not do something to put everyone in danger." Harry shook his head. "Maybe he brought it inside to keep everyone distracted while he went for the beast, trying to find a way to subdue it. And the beast mangled him in the process. Remember how all the teachers were in the dungeons looking for the troll, but he was briskly running up to the third floor? I can bet he was going there. I am also ready to bet that the dog has something to do with Hagrid." Neville shook his head. "That is too far-fetched, mate. Hagrid is a simpleton." Harry, however, continued saying, "Think about it, Neville. He is not a teacher, nor a student. His role is that of groundskeeper. As such, he does not need to be in the castle unless he needs something. I have never seen him in the library. He was not hurt to be going to the infirmary. Also, as you said, he was carrying a burlap sack which could contain anything. Considering the beast's size, only someone like Hagrid could pet it or control it. I would bet all the galleons in my trust vault that the beast belongs to him. He was on his way to the third floor to feed it that day." Daphne shook her head. "What you say makes sense, Harry, but I think you are making some broad assumptions. Who do you think is making Snape go after the thing beneath the trapdoor? What do you think it could be?" Harry thought for a moment about whether to tell her about the whisper in the night or not. Finally he decided that she was their best friend. As such, she deserved to know the truth. "One night, Neville and I were prowling the corridors when I heard whispers from a room on the fifth floor. It was someone weeping, asking forgiveness from Voldemort. I know that he is not dead. Perhaps he is sending Snape after the thing which is beneath the trapdoor. Perhaps he thinks he can benefit from whatever is beneath it." Daphne was still not convinced, but to pacify him said, "Okay. I can understand things make sense if you look at it that way. But we still do not know what is there or whether the beast actually belongs to Hagrid." Harry smirked. The only way to find out is by asking Hagrid. Daphne nodded. You will have to do it without me, Harry. I don't think he would look at me with favor because I am a Slytherin. Now what happened with your broom that day? Harry had a theory about that too. Someone was jinxing my broom for it to throw me off. Hermione claimed to have seen Snape jinxing my broom. She told me that Snape was not blinking while incanting. That is what he would have to do if he were the culprit, doing the jinxing. I think that maybe Snape wanted to kill me for foiling the troll plan. Daphne was considering everything he said. Harry, you will need to be careful around Snape at least. If you are right about the events as you have observed, he wants you dead. Doing something like that stunt he did with your broom means that he's not being very discreet about it either. You will have to be really careful with him. Harry nodded. Don't worry. I can always keep an eye on his whereabouts, as he patted the pocket where he kept the Marauder's map. So, you like dung bombs. Harry had not forgotten the Slytherins who had bombarded Filch. He was just waiting for an opportune moment to strike. He had solicited help from the Weasley twins, Ernie, Susan, Hannah and Justin. He would need the twins to borrow the schedule of daily patrols from Percy. It was important for their plan. They needed to know who they could expect to find in what part of the castle because Harry could not be everywhere at all times with the map. For the Gryffindors, he had met them in the common room. They were sitting in sofas around the fire in the common room. Harry turned to them. We are going to plan a prank. I need your help, he flatly said. If you think you cannot help or you want to walk away, this is your chance. If you stay and later snitch on me to McGonagall or any of the professors, then I do not need to tell you that I will have my revenge upon you. The twins were first to offer their support. You do not even need to ask, mate. When Harry saw that everyone was ready to help him, he began sharing his plan. About a week ago, Filch threatened to whip Ernie Macmillan for bombarding him with dung bombs. Ernie had nothing to do with it. I have already dealt with Filch. But now I want to go after the Slytherins who were responsible for framing Ernie. He turned to the twins. I want you two to find the patrol schedule for the next week. I am willing to bet that the two of you can persuade Percy to be helpful if you put your minds to it. The twins grinned. Oh, Percy will be happy to help us, even if he doesn't know it. He had the same talk with his other friends. They all agreed to the plan. The schedule was found and copied by the twins. Harry knowingly chose a night when there was no astronomy class so that there was little chance of getting caught. They could not attack the Slytherins near their own common room because it was too close to the Serpent's Pit. He stalked them for a few days to monitor their movements and their numbers. When he was certain that there were 20 of them, plans started to form in his mind. On the chosen day, there were 2 professors on patrol duty until midnight. Professor Quirrell was on patrol from dungeon to 3rd floor. Professor Vector, the Arithman CW, Itch was to patrol from 4th to 7th floor. There were 8 prefects on duty until midnight, 2 6th-year Gryffindors, 2 5th-year Hufflepuffs, 2 7th-year Ravenclaws and the head boy with the head girl. Harry had Neville stalk them while they were on their patrols. It turned out they were lazy on patrol duty. They would perfunctorily make one round, then return to their common rooms. They had about an hour to do their pranking and make their escape. A clear message which was given to each member of the team was that if there was any chance that a prefect could catch you, then stun them and leave. Because they could not risk getting a single one of them caught. On a recon mission with the Hufflepuffs in their group, they noted what the Slytherins did when they were breaking curfew. Of the 20, 5 could be found in the kitchens. 5 were on the astronomy tower, 5 out on the grounds near the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and 5 of them were harassing students from other houses who were also breaking curfew. After all, they were not the only ones who could think of such things. For the actual strike, Harry had chosen only 4 of them. It would be easy for 4 of them to strike swift, and strike hard, then escape unseen, than it would be for a larger group of them. They all had done their bit in the prank. Now it was up to the 4 of them to execute it. With the help of the map, Harry had marked the best places where they could hide so they could easily strike then leave. Since the twins practically knew every inch of the castle, they could choose their hiding place themselves. Harry and Neville decided to start with the kitchens because that is where the desserts were. Hiding in the kitchens was very easy with the invisibility cloak. They sat at one of those big tables. In the kitchen facing the door with the fruit bowl. They patiently waited till the Slytherins came in while they munched on treacle tarts and eclairs. There were only a couple of elves milling about. Harry had sent them to sleep some time ago, so there was no one who could report on them, but Harry did not realize his mistake until later. If they stunned the Slytherins in the kitchen, how would Filch find them? But the answer to his predicament came to him almost instantly. When the Slytherins were engorging themselves with food, Harry and Neville stunned them before they knew what was happening. After they were done, Harry and Neville started lobbing dung bombs around in the kitchen. After making it sufficiently dirty, they rubbed the stunned students' hands with grime, then stuffed their pockets with the dung bombs before they left. When they were at a sufficient distance from the kitchen in a room with no portraits or ghosts, Harry raised his voice, "Peeves." Peeves came floating to them about 2 minutes later, cackling. "Naughty students making trouble. Call on Peevesy, he'll make it double." He doffed his hat and sketched a bow. "Potty calls Peevesy. Peevesy helps." Harry was amused at his words, but he had work to do. "Peeves, remember those Slytherins who had stunned you?" Peevesy nodded eagerly. Harry continued, "I found them. I have left them stunned in the kitchen with dung bombs in their pockets. Give us about 10 minutes, then make sure Filch finds them. Can you do that?" Peeves nodded again. Harry finished, "They will be put in detention and you will have your revenge." As expected, the poltergeist fell for their prank. He left cackling. Harry and Neville did not waste a moment in moving on to their next task. Their work there was accomplished anyway. The twins had their work cut out for them. Unlike the other duo, they did not wait for the Slytherins. Since they did not have an invisibility cloak, they did not have the leisure to sit and hit their targets. They had to rely on guts and luck. For those on the astronomy tower, they followed them from near their common room. When they passed through a corridor where there was little to no light, they sent stunners everywhere. They were not sure if they got everybody, but the sound of falling bodies was sufficient to tell them that some of their spells had found their mark. Before the Slytherins could get themselves together and cast Lumos to light their wands, 4 of them were already down. The last one could not see them either because they were out of the range of his wand light. With a quick stunner, he was also down. They pelted the Slytherins with dung bombs to their heart's content. Then with some cannon bangs from their wands, they were gone before Filch could arrive to catch them. For those in the Forbidden Forest, it was pretty simple. The forest was mostly dark without any lanterns, which students generally took when they went into the forest. They had already seen what the Slytherins did in the forest and knew where they would be found. With some quick spells, the 5 were down. A cannon bang near the hippogriff paddocks brought Hagrid running towards them. He found the 5 of them and hauled them back to the castle, where he handed them over to Filch. For Filch, it was like a dream come true. He had never caught so many of them in a single night before. What's more, he did it without making any effort whatsoever. Even that pesky poltergeist, Peeves, had helped him for once, telling him that students had entered the kitchen. They had desecrated it with dung bombs. How dare they? The night, however, was far from over. Harry and Neville were on the prowl. Wherever they found a Slytherin breaking curfew, they would stun him and leave him in the open for others to find. Sometimes Hay gave a cannon bang to attract Filch or one of the prefects on patrol. Since no Slytherin prefect was on patrol tonight, there was no way that they could escape detention. There were a couple of that Harry and Neville had to reluctantly lock in a broom cupboard. They knew that the moment the students were conscious, they would have no problem escaping, so they put Peeves there to harass them when they got free. If they were not caught, they would not have a pleasant night either. The next morning, the first thing that the students noticed the next morning was that the emeralds in the Slytherin hourglass had decreased to half of what they had been a day before. A casual look at the detention log showed that 16 students from the house had 20 points apiece deducted from them for breaking in curfew, and they had all been placed for 2 nights detention with Filch. Harry and his friends had chosen the Gryffindor table this morning for breakfast. Lisa was saying, "I take it that this was your doing. Nobody else could have done it." The twins protested, "It was our doing. These 2 were our minions." Harry turned to Neville, "Mate, did we not have a partnership with these fine blokes?" Neville mock frowned. "Looks like they need reminders that none of us were playing minion last night." Lisa raised her hands in a stop gesture, "Why we were not included." Lisa, there was nothing that I required of you both this time. 4 of us were sufficient for the execution. Our friends in the Badger's Hole scouted them. They told us where they could be found. That was it. Next time, I will. I'll definitely ask you both before anyone else. Lisa grumbled. You better, Potter Black. The Eagle's Nest is a boring place with everyone after knowledge but not about how to use that knowledge for some harmless fun. Neville, however, was making some calculations. He said, Mate, it looks like 4 of them escaped our nets. Harry waved him off. Don't worry, mate. We will have time to get them later. This single night has brought their score below ours. I don't think that Snape will take kindly to his snakes damaging their reputation anymore. We would need to stop all our activities for a week or so because he would be on the prowl looking for those who did his snakes in. Neville said to him in an undertone, and Daphne will murder us the next time she sees us. Harry cringed but said rather valiantly, We will make her see reason, mate. She is not unreasonable. The face of the foe. True to Neville's prediction, Daphne had threatened to hex them into oblivion for targeting the snakes. Harry and Neville had escaped by a hair's breadth by telling her that they had nothing to do with the fiasco. Since there were no witnesses other than Peeves, and he wasn't talking, she could not pin it on the 2 of them. She had all the grounds to suspect their complicity but there was not enough evidence. Their friends refused to discuss the topic with her because they knew what she was up to. Their classes went at their usual pace with nothing out of the ordinary happening. They loved every moment of those classes where the teachers would show them interesting things but were terribly read in the classes where the teachers were not worth their salt. McGonagall was teaching them elementary transfiguration. Flitwick had moved on to the severing charm, which was handy as a regular household spell. Quirrell could not speak half of the time. When he did, it was hard to make out what he was saying. Thankfully, Moony had sent him a schedule after he had made a plea to him about doing something about defense. The schedule contained a coursework of spells befitting a first year. Needless to say, the schedule had come in triplicate. Neville and Daphne's copies were delivered to them with Moony's love. The schedule lined up things that a firstee was expected to know by the end of the year. The only mistake Harry had made with the schedule was to study it in the common room where Hermione spotted him with it. He was looking at the list of spells, marking which ones he was done with when Hermione ambled into the seat beside him. What are you doing, Harry? He did not stop to consider who had asked the question. He answered her nonchalantly, I am comparing my progress to this schedule of defense against the dark arts. She saw the schedule then frowned. This is not the schedule that Professor Quirrell has set for us. That was when Harry realized who he was talking to. Hermione, this is not his schedule. He is incompetent as a teacher. This schedule was set for me by my guardian. He obtained 11 outstandings during his time at Hogwarts. Hermione's eyes were round as galleons. She almost snatched the schedule from him. Can I see it? Will you teach me too? Can I meet him? Can you tell me more? Harry sighed. He had invited this on himself. He had been careless with his words. Now it was going to cost him. Hermione, I am a student myself. I doubt that I can teach you. I cannot tell you more because I know only as much as you do, or maybe less than you. You can meet Uncle Moony if you can come over during the winter vacation. That is if he has not planned holidays somewhere else. It had been a week since the Slytherins had been caught in the dead of night. Due to previous warning, no students from the House of Gryffindor had been caught. Snape, true to Ari's predictions, kept wandering around the fat lady's portrait portal to Gryffindor Tower after curfew. He would remain there for an hour after midnight despite the weather turning to winter. Harry knew that Snape suspected the Gryffindors were involved in the act, so he was after them. Luckily, he had not gone after other houses or someone might have squealed to him. That night, Harry felt a need to go out. Take a walk around the castle. Neville told him that it was chilly outside and he was not Gryffindor enough to brave it. Harry wanted to walk about the castle, nothing more. He was near the 5th floor when he heard 2 people talking in whispers. Under the invisibility cloak, he leveled himself with the wall and slowly walked forward to find out what was happening. When he came upon the occurrence, he sighed. It had kind of become the usual scene for him to find Snape with a wand pointed at Quirrell. Snape was growling. Did you find a way to get past the 3-headed dog yet? Quirrell was whimpering. Severus, I don't know what you are talking about. I was just taking a walk. Severus had dug his wand into Quirrell's chest. Don't try to fool me. I know you are trying to find a way past the dog. There is still time to think about your loyalties, Quirrell. We will talk again. Harry felt pity for the defense teacher. He was already a fragile bloke. A man like Snap. He was threatening him to find a way around the Cerberus. He was coercing Quirinus Quirrell. Since Harry could not find a way to console Quirinus, he decided to lend him some moral support. If there was someone standing between Snape and the dog, it was the defense professor who, despite not being very strong, was standing up to the potions professor. Harry also was intrigued now. Just what was beneath that trap door that Snape was so eager to get? Maybe it was time to meet with Hagrid, ask him some questions. Thanks to Moony, he already knew that the groundskeeper was terrible at keeping secrets. He was unfailingly loyal but terrible at keeping his mouth shut. Library. And that is what happened. Harry had just finished telling Neville and Daphne about what had happened the previous night. Daphne was thinking things over. She understood that Severus Snape was after the thing beneath the trapdoor. It must have been something invaluable or powerful for him to be interested in it. She took her time to form an answer. Putting together every fact which we have unearthed, it is certain that Snape is after that thing, but I do not think we should get involved in it. Maybe we can try to find out what is beneath that trapdoor. If it is invaluable, we would tell the elders and leave it to them to protect it. For that you will both need to meet with Hagrid though. Harry nodded. I understand, Daphne. In fact, this evening we are planning to pay him a visit. As soon as they left the library, they came across the duo of Hermione and Ron. Hermione asked him, "Hi Harry. Where are you going?" Harry did not want to involve her in this, but he could not think of an excuse fast enough. He allowed them to tag along with him to visit Hagrid. It was likely they would not understand what was going on. Hagrid was in his hut, tending to his dinner. He jovially welcomed them. He presented them with his rock cakes and tea. A subtle shake of the head from Harry was enough to tell the others to stay away from the cakes. They were deep into their cups when Harry asked him, "Hagrid, what do you think happened to my broom during the match?" Ron said, "I'll bet that Flint hexed it when he collided with you." Hagrid waved his big dustbin lid-size hands. "That is some complicated dark magic. I can't expect a student to know that." Hermione said, "I already told you, Harry, that I saw Snape jinxing your broom." Hagrid said vehemently, "Rubbish. Snape is a teacher. He would not do anything like that." Harry was glad that Hermione had given him the opening. Then why was he trying to go near the three-headed dog? Hagrid dropped his cup. "Who told you about Fluffy?" Harry snorted. "That thing has a name. And it's Fluffy. Are you sure that you did not mix up his name with Fangs? Anyway, I have seen Snape going towards it." Now Hagrid was threatening them. "You four. Keep away from whatever it is. It is dangerous for you to involve yourselves in. I gave Fluffy to Dumbledore to guard something. It is between him and his friend Nicholas Flamel." He clamped his mouth as he realized what he had blurted. He started muttering, "I shouldn't. Avenue said that. I shouldn't. Avenue said that." Meanwhile, Harry stood up and was walking out. "Thank you, Hagrid. You have been very helpful." On the way back to the castle, Hermione asked them, what three-headed dog was he talking about? Harry stopped and stared at Hermione. "What? Only one question. You're an imposter. What have you done with the real Hermione?" She answered with her patented Hermione glare. Then Harry said, "Okay. You pass." Then he turned to Neville and said, "Minion, would you please do the honors?" Neville acted offended. "Minion? Me? I thought it was your turn to be the minion." Harry quipped, "Nope. It's Friday and you're on minion duty Fridays." There was no way that they could keep it secret from her any longer. She already knew a little about it. If she said the wrong thing in the wrong place or started asking the wrong questions from wrong person, it could mean trouble for them. The safest way out was to tell her about it. Neville told her the bare essentials about their first meeting with the dog. Had little they knew about Snape's involvement in the whole episode. They did not brief her about Snape's history with his parents or anything like that. After all, Lord Black always played his cards close to his chest. He had taught Harry and Neville the same thing. The old man had shaped the two young wizards' lives with a decision of his Ministry of Magic. The hearing for Fudge and Malfoy's attempt to usurp the lordship of House Black was scheduled for today, and Lord Black was ready to maul the two of them. Lucius perhaps understood that. He also realized that he had little power under the current regime. There was no way for him except to heed Lord Black's demands. Besides, the older wizard was more powerful politically. He could create more problems for Lucius than he needed. Fudge had been making noise among his fellow lords that Lucius had backstabbed him. Most of them knew he was speaking the truth. Lucius also knew that they would not go against him. Being a former member of the inner circle of the Dark Lord had its privileges. The hearing was a closed matter which could be decided without the Wizengamot being involved. As such, it was scheduled before Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of DMLE. When Lucius entered into Scrimgeour's office, Rufus pointed him to a seat. "Have a seat, Mr. Malfoy." When Arcturus arrived, Rufus stood from his place and warmly shook hands with him. "Welcome, Lord Black. Please take a seat while we wait for Mr. Fudge." The demeanor of Scrimgeour towards Arcturus was sufficient warning to him that this was not going to be favorable to him at all. The one most poorly treated was Fudge. Rufus did not even speak to him but just pointed him to his seat. After they were seated, Rufus started to speak. "As you all know, you all are here for HEA. Ring on a complaint lodged by Lord Black against you both for violating his rights. Do you wish to say something in your defense?" Malfoy went first. "I do not have any defense to make against these allegations made by him. I was in the wrong for having violated his rights. I tender an unconditional apology to him and I vow to pay reparations as he chooses." In truth, Malfoy knew he had lost in the political field against Lord Black. The old wizard had the upper hand. Howsoever he may try, Arcturus Black would always end up on top. It was better to retreat when the time was not opportune. When it was his time again, Lucius would avenge for all the insults which had been caused to him. Rufus turned to Fudge. "Mr. Fudge, do you want to say something in your defense?" The former minister started gibbering. "I had no role in this. It was Lucius's doing. He convinced me that his son was the next heir. Accordingly I made the appointment." Arcturus growled. "You fool. Did he show you a decree from Gringotts naming his son as the heir apparent?" Fudge tried to say something more, then thought better of it and kept his peace. There was nothing he could say anyway. Rufus prompted him. "Do you have anything more to say, Mr. Fudge?" Fudge shook his head. "No. I accept my responsibility. I agree to pay reparations as he chooses." Rufus turned to him. "Would you like to say something, Lord Black?" Arcturus decided to appear magnanimous to the head of DMLE. "I have nothing to say, Mr. Scrimgeour. Minister Bones has appointed you to adjudicate upon this dispute. I will respect your decision." Rufus smiled brightly. "If you all are so agreed, then I leave it upon you to decide as to what you want in the way of reparations from them." Arcturus turned to Lucius. "Last I heard you had 10 meters. Illion galleons in liquid assets in your vault when you were trying to bargain for your family honor. I will take 5 million galleons out of that." Lucius blanched. "But you said you do not want to touch my gold." Arcturus gave him an evil smirk. "I have changed my mind now. I want 6 million galleons from you. Every time you refuse, I will keep raising it. It is your call now, Lucius." Lucius Knew he should agree to his demands quickly. After all, it was far less than he would have paid to redeem his family honor if it came down to that. If the matter went before the Wizengamot, the debacle Hitch would happen would be nothing short of getting his family honor impugned. The only way for him was to accept his demands. He reluctantly said, "Lord Black, I accept your demands. I agree to pay reparations in the form of 6 million galleons to you." Arcturus turned to Fudge. "May I inquire about how much you have in the form of property and liquid assets in your vaults? That is, provided that you are considered important enough at Gringotts to be given a high-security vault like the old families, or do you have an ordinary vault which can be opened with a key like the trust vaults which we give to our heirs?" This was the cruelest thing that Lord Black could say to Fudge. Of course this was an insult which he could not stomach easily. Everyone knew that Fudge was not issued a high-security vault which was reserved for the old families mostly. The emphasis on vaults was to show that House of Black was far superior to House of Fudge. Fudge was seething but controlled his emotions. He replied a bit smugly. Last time I checked, House of Fudge had a manor, 2 apartments in Muggle London, shares in a business in Hogsmeade and about 5 million galleons in the vault. Lord Black turned to Rufus. He grinned. That is one problem solved, Rufus. Mr. Fudge has just told you the extent of his properties. Now the Ministry does not have to bang its head against the wall in this matter, I presume. Rufus returned the grin. I am indeed very thankful to you, Lord Black. We can now move directly to seize the said assets of House Fudge. Lord Black turned to Cornelius, who was gaping in shock. So Mr. Fudge, I want 3 millions out of those 5 millions which you have squirreled away in your vault. Hogwarts. Harry was sitting with Isabel while thinking about Nicholas Flamel. He knew he had read the name somewhere, but he just could not recall it. He knew if he asked Moony or Sirius, they would tell him in a minute, but it was an unnecessary risk which he did not want to take. It had so happened that Neville had stayed behind to help in the greenhouses. Harry had gone to the library to study. Isabel had walked into the library, saw him at a table and took the seat beside him without asking. When he did not greet her or say anything but kept poring over a hefty tome, she asked him, "What has occupied your mind that you were looking over such a tome without any reason to do so?" Harry realized that she was sitting beside him. He said formally, "I was just trying to find a bloke in these books. I have read about him somewhere but just cannot recall where." She said simply, "You can always ask, Harry. We are your friends. We will help you, if we can." Harry lightly smacked his forehead. "Yeah, I tend to do this often. Anyway, I was looking for Nicholas Flamel. I cannot remember where I have read his name." Isabel smirked. "Looks like you do not know your chocolate frog cards, Harry." Harry frowned. What has he got to do with chocolate frog cards? She pulled a card out of her pocket and handed it to him. "Here, read the description on this one." Harry read the name of the wizard. It clicked into his mind where he had read the name. He smacked his head. "What an idiot I am. Thank you, Isabel. You have been very helpful." She was grinning. "Now can you find the encyclopedia or do you need my help with it?" Harry grinned sheepishly. "Don't embarrass me more, please." Nicholas Flamel, who was a friend of Dumbledore, was an alchemist who had a wife named Perenelle Flamel. They both were more than 600 years old. He was credited with the discovery of the Sorcerer's Stone, which could turn anything into gold. It could also create the elixir of life, which gives long life and good health to the user. This was enough to get the bells ringing in his head. The Sorcerer's Stone was being housed in the school. Snape was after it. He could not wait to tell his friends about it, but that would have to wait. If he ran to them leaving Isabel there, she would get suspicious. "What is your favorite subject, Harry?" Isabel was asking. That brought Harry out of his musings. He turned to her. "My favorite subjects yet are transfiguration and charms. I like defense B. The professor is a substandard teacher who does not know what he is teaching. I like my plants well enough, but I am not mad about them like Neville is." She snorted at his answer. He decided to keep the conversation going. "What is your favorite subject, Isabel?" She said simply, "I am intrigued by transfiguration. I have heard it is the most complex branch of magic only after arithmancy, but we do not get to take our electives until 3rd year." Harry asked her out of curiosity, "Isabel, I know that your family lives in Scotland, but have you been to Hogsmeade yet?" She shook her head. "We always do our shopping in Diagon Alley. Grandfather told me that I can visit there in my 3rd year." "I feel like 3rd year is really far away." Harry asked her, "Would you like to go to the village?" She immediately nodded. "Yes please, but how?" Harry smirked. "Follow me. Let me show you one of the many talents of Hadrian Potter Black." She followed him out of the library to the 5th floor there was the statue of the Humped Witch. When they stopped there, she asked him, "Did you bring me to watch the crone?" Harry shook his head. "No, I brought you here to show you the path to freedom." He tapped the statue with his wand, then muttered, "Descendium." The hump opened and he asked her to jump in. She reluctantly did so. Harry followed suit, closing the hump behind him. When they emerged into Honeydukes an hour later, Mr. Flume was manning the counter. He welcomed him warmly. "Welcome, Mr. Potter Black. I see you have brought me another patron." Harry grinned. Since you are such an amenable host, it is hard to refuse the hospitality of your establishment, Mr. Flume. This charming lady here is my friend, Isabel McDougal, daughter of the McDougal clan. Isabel, this gentleman here is Mr. Ambrosius Flume, the secret behind the tasty chocolates of Honeydukes. They took leave of Mr. Flume and went on a tour of the village. Once they had to dive behind the snow piled beside the road to escape Professor McGonagall. She seemed to be visiting the village with Professor Vector, the arithmancy witch. When the two witches had passed, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. When they got cold from walking out in the snow, they walked into the Three Broomsticks. Madame Rosmerta, who had started to recognize him, smiled jovially at the two of them. She said, "Oh my, looks like your talents exceed your father and godfather, Harry. They could not ask anyone out until their 4th year. You were already walking around with a pretty witch on your arm." They both blushed at her words. They were just 11 years old after all. "Indeed you are right, Rosie. My godson certainly seems to be the magnet to attract witches when his poor father, who was smitten by his mother at first sight, old not get her to go out with him until their 7th year. As for me, I never cared about showing off, so you would not know about it," said Sirius Black, who had just entered the inn with Remus in tow. Remus frowned at him. "I knew it was a bad idea to tell you about the secret ways out of the castle, cub. How many times have you been on unauthorized visits out of the castle by now?" Rosmerta chided him. "Hush you both. Don't you go chasing my patrons away. Besides, this one and the Longbottom boy remind me of you lot, except they are much more civilized than you." Sirius grumbled. "I would not have expected anything other than that from those who have been brought up by grandfather. These two are the perfect con artists. Be careful, Rosie, or someday they will bereave you of your most valued possessions." Isabel asked Sirius, "Are you always like this?" Sirius was confused. "Like what?" She said with a straight face, "Are you always trying to make yourself likable with poor puns and lame humor?" Remus started laughing at this comment while Sirius pouted. "No one appreciates my humor these days." Remus said to him, "Let's leave Sirius before they further affront you about your epically poor sense of humor. Prongs never said anything about it because he did not want to break your heart." Isabel turned to Harry. "He looks like a decent bloke. Why does he always try to make fun of the situation?" Harry sighed. "I suppose having lost his reason to live, having spent a decade in Azkaban with Dementors, can have that effect upon people. I have not spent much time with him since he was released, so I do not know for certain." They ordered a couple of butter beers and shortly left for the castle to make it back before others noticed they were missing. They did not want a search party looking for them. Lion's Den. Harry, Neville, Hermione and Ron were sitting in the common room on chairs in a corner. They were discussing what Harry had found out. "This evening, I found out about Nicholas Flamel. He is an alchemist who is said to be over 600 years old. He is credited with making the Sorcerer's Stone." Hermione interrupted him. "I remember now. I read about him in a book I had borrowed from the library. He is an alchemist credited with making the Sorcerer's Stone, which can turn anything into gold, and can make the elixir of life, which can give long life to the drinker." Harry was scowling but decided to let it go for the time being. He started speaking from where she had finished. "So, I guess Snape is after the stone. It is below that trap door. Remember Hagrid had blurted that whatever was there in that high-security vault at Gringotts had been removed that same day. Then a few days ago, he blurted that it was between the headmaster and Nicholas Flamel. The Y agreed that it was the Sorcerer's Stone which was being kept in the school, but they did not know what other protections were there. They had no interest in knowing what it was doing in the school or why Snape wanted to get his hands on it. What they were concerned with was enjoying their school lives as much as they could while excelling at their studies. Arcturus had informed Harry in no uncertain terms that he would tolerate any amount of mischief so long as Harry kept his grades up. It did not matter for the old wizard that Harry was placed at the top of his class. He was to have sufficient knowledge of everything that he was taught. The same message in the same terms had been conveyed to Neville by Augusta. They did mischief, but they put in the hard work that was required first. They were not about to embarrass themselves before their guardians. Hermione asked him, "Harry, do you think Snape could be looking for it not for himself but for someone else?" That thought jolted Harry. He obviously knew Snape had been a Death Eater during the First War. Later he claimed to have turned spy for Dumbledore. It was on Dumbledore's word that Snape was not sent to Azkaban. But what if Snape had never changed his loyalties? Was still secretly working for Voldemort? What if the whispering he had heard in the night was Snape and Voldemort? He shuddered at the thought of such a thing happening. Before he could say anything, however, Ron had opened his mouth. It is possible that he would be willing to obtain it to make a lot of gold. I mean, I would not mind a stone which can turn anything into gold. This was a different thought, however. Harry knew that taking all factors together, it just did not add up. Snape would not have been after the stone for making gold, but for making the elixir of life, which would be worth more than all the gold in the world for someone like a disembodied Dark Lord, for instance. The next day, he met with Daphne. He discussed everything with her. She was a patient listener. She listened to everything he said. When he was done, she started speaking, taking everything together. It is certain that the Sorcerer's Stone is being hidden at the school. Nobody would be fool enough to leave all the protection up to a three-headed dog. We do not need to trouble ourselves with it. However, there is a question which I want to ask. If you got your hands on that stone, what would you do with it, Harry? Quote, Harry replied simply, the stone is of no use to me, Daph. I would return it to someone who can keep it safe. Such a thing that could throw the world into chaos should not have been made in the first place. The Mirror of Desire. One night, when Harry was talking with Sirius, Harry asked him out of curiosity, Padfoot, was there any place in Hogwarts that you wanted to find but could not, despite knowing that it exists? Sirius thought hard for a moment before he started speaking. When we were students, we had overheard Dumbledore talking to someone ABDUCTED archives of Hogwarts which are accessible to the headmaster. It is situated somewhere in the castle. We tried hard to find it and put it on the map, but we never got anywhere close to it. It contains such secrets about the castle that no one else in living memory knew about it. It is rumored that there is also information available on the founders secured in the archive which is otherwise unavailable. That made Harry curious about these archives. It definitely would have many secrets that would be worth all the gold in his trust vault. He made up his mind to go exploring the castle under High's invisibility cloak to find something about it. Harry had taken it upon himself as a challenge to find it, since Sirius said that the Marauders could not find it. If he did so, he would be the second person in the 1,000-year-old history of Hogwarts to have known about it besides the current headmaster. He had started walking away from the Gryffindor common room without any fixed destination in mind. Before he realized it, he was already on the 4th floor in the restricted section of the library. For improved visibility, he had brought a lantern with him which he was using by keeping his hand out of the cloak. He was trying to look for any book which might give a clue about the location of the archive. He thought that perhaps some of the books in that section of the library would contain information about the archives, or maybe some indication about their whereabouts. He pulled a book off the shelf at random. Without a second thought, he opened it. The book started wailing loudly. Harry dropped his lantern and the book which shut itself. The wailing stopped. Since he had dropped his lantern, its glass was shattered and it went out. Harry panicked momentarily but was thankful almost instantly for the darkness, because Filch was already on the scene, sneering, "Smell him, my sweet. The nasty little blighter will be here somewhere." He had found the shattered lantern and was inspecting it. The infernal cat, Mrs. Norris, was trying to sniff where Harry was standing. Harry was scared for a moment. If Filch started to move his hands through the air and managed to catch hold of his cloak, then he would be seen. He stood without even daring to breathe while the cat meowed. She tried to sense him standing there, but it moved away after a minute. Filch followed her. Harry cautiously walked out of the library to return to the common room when he ran into Filch and Snape in a small corridor. Filch was showing him the lantern, saying, "This was found in the restricted section of the library. Professor, which is out of bounds to students. It is still warm, meaning some student is out of bed at this hour." Snape ran off in one direction, followed by Filch. Harry slipped into a space beside a suit of armor so that nobody would collide with him. There was not much space in that little corridor. When he was level with the wall, trying to hide himself, he realized there was a door behind him. As Snape and Filch passed him, He opened the door, which was already unlocked. He moved inside. It was an unused room which was somewhere on the second floor, since the suit of armor he had seen was certainly somewhere on that floor. He locked the door behind him. Then he started inspecting the room at once. It was full of broken furniture, old portraits. There were cobwebs on the ceiling. There at the side of the room was a mirror, erected by the wall. It had some strange symbols and runes on it. Harry had not learned enough about runes to be able to decipher it. Despite it having been locked in an unused room for perhaps decades, it was clean without a speck of dirt on the glass. Curiously, he peered into the glass. He felt longing in his heart. There in the mirror, he could see his parents. He had many pictures of them and had seen them in Mooney's memories through the years, his grandparents and many other people he was sure were his relatives. His mother was prettier than the photos he had seen of her. They both looked so young. James Potter had his hand on his son's shoulder. Lily was smiling at him in the mirror. What's more, there were more people in the mirror: Arcturus, Orion Black, Remus Lupin, Sirius Black, Neville Longbottom and Daphne Greengrass. He kept gazing at them, making conversation with the images he saw in the mirror. While they did not reply to him, they would smile at him, making him feel at ease with himself. He remained there for about 2 hours but had to leave when he saw Mrs. Norris walking into the room he was in. He promised himself to just come here once more to see those people in the mirror. He had to see them again. Neville's dreams. Next morning, he had told Neville everything that he had seen. Neville was indignant. You went off without me. You could have woke me up, Harry. Harry waved him off. Mate, you can come tonight. I am going there again. They had also told Daphne about the mirror. She showed no interest in the said mirror, saying that she liked to stay away from enchanted mirrors, especially ones that had the power to show people who have passed away. Their plan to go undetected to the mirror, however, was thwarted when Ron tagged along with them as they left the common room. He followed them out of the portrait hole and asked, "Where are you both going?" Harry decided that they might as well take him long before he attracted too much attention. He asked Ron to follow him in a whisper. Together, they went looking for the room where the mirror was. When they found the mirror, Harry let Neville have a look before he did. Neville reported, "I can see myself in the mirror as I am looking now and, his breath was caught in his throat and his eyes were brimming with tears. My parents are with me and there's you and Bran and Daph." Harry was thankful he had not called Daphne by name, but also puzzled. He had thought that Neville too would see the Potters in the mirror, but evidently it showed different people to different persons. To test his theory, he asked Ronald to look into the mirror. Ron peered into it and a grin spread on his face. "I can see that I am a prefect and the head boy. I have won the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup." Harry was stupefied. The mirror was not even showing the Weasleys to Ron when it should have. It had just showed him and Neville their families. However, he had no time to ponder because he could see that Snape was coming towards them on the Marauders map. If they wanted to escape detention, they had to leave at that instant. Harry knew in his heart that he would return for the third night, just to find out the secret of the mirror. Neville and Ron had decided that they did not want to visit the mirror again. The third night, as Harry arrived and took off his cloak, someone said, "I knew you would come again, Harry." Harry had his wand out in a moment. He turned around to find Albus Dumbledore standing there in his midnight blue robes with its stars and moon pattern and the twinkle in his eyes. Harry said to him sheepishly, "I am sorry I did not see you, Professor." Dumbledore chuckled. "That happens when one is intent upon a goal, Harry. Other things are easily overlooked." He gestured to the mirror. "I see that you have found the mirror of Erased." Harry asked him, confused, "What is that?" Dumbledore pointed towards the mirror. "This is called the mirror of Erased because it shows more than your face. See the writing on it. It reads Erased straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi, but if you read it backwards then it reads I show not your face but your heart's desire. Have you figured out what it does?" Harry thought for a second before he replied, "Does it show our desires?" Dumbledore said thoughtfully, "Indeed. Your friends Neville and Ron saw their desires. Neville saw him with his parents cured of their ailment. You, someone daft as a family because he has not known his parents like you. Your friend Ron has 5 elder brothers. They all have done great deeds, so he is overburdened by expectations even when they are not there. He desires to do better than all his brothers, so he saw himself as the head boy, a prefect. Holding the house cup and the Quidditch cup, he paused for a moment to take a breath before he continued, saying, "This mirror is a dangerous artifact, Harry. This makes a person bereft of their say, NSES, by showing something which is not reality. Wizards better than you have fallen to its charm, lost the meaning of their lives. It is good to have dreams, Harry, but it is not wise to hold on to them when they can become toxic to you. Today this mirror will be moved to a new location. I would ask that you do not go looking for it again. Harry, promise me that you will not go looking for it." Harry agreed. "I promise, Professor." The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes had returned. "Now off to bed with you, Harry. It is quite late. I presume you do not want to be put into detention for being late to classes." Harry started to go but stopped. He turned to Dumbledore. "Professor, what do you see when you look into the mirror?" Dumbledore was thoughtful for a moment before he said, "I see myself holding a pair of fine woolen socks. You see, every year people gift me a lot of books but never a good pair of woolen socks." Harry returned to his dorm. He was in his bed when he realized that perhaps it was too personal of a question to ask the old headmaster. Dueling class. Flitwick was having them work on increasing their casting speed. When they arrived for his class 2 weeks ago, he had them sit and ask them, "Do you both have any idea about how to increase your casting speed?" Harry answered him, "Professor, casting speed increases with practice. As time is spent practicing, one's casting abilities get better." Flitwick nodded. "You are right. Sometimes casting speed can make all the difference between a loss and a win. If you are a bit faster than your opponent, it may allow you to cast a spell even in the briefest of intervals, which would make all the difference. For the next week, I want you both to come here for an hour in the evening for at least 2 evenings to practice casting at the dummies. We will follow this pattern for this term. We will proceed to something new during the new term." With that, he set them to practice casting color-changing spells at a dummy. The only catch was that the dummy was casting at them instead of defending or standing inert when they cast. There was an hourglass which they had to set before they started to practice. They had to keep casting. Neither of them could hit the other's dummy. When the hour was over, the dummies would stop casting. They were to count the number of hits they had made upon their dummies. That would be helpful for them to know how much they had cast in an hour. The first evening of practice, Harry had made 120 hits in an hour while Neville was around 110. They both vowed to do better the next time. Last time they practiced, Harry was at 140 with Neville at 135. They were getting better, but it would have to wait for the new term because the winter vacation was starting in 4 days. Hermione, who had missed her parents, was going home. Ernie, Susan, Hannah, Justin, Michael, Lisa and almost everyone else was going home except the Weasleys. Harry asked Ronald, "Why are you staying at the castle, mate?" Ron shrugged. "Mother, Father and Ginny are visiting Charlie in Romania. The house will be empty, therefore we are staying back." Harry had talked to the Marauders. Then he met with Percy. "Percy, my guardian wants me to extend an invitation of hospitality to you and your brothers. Lord Black desires to meet you all. Will you accept my invitation?" Percy had accepted after he had sent a letter home. After he received the reply from his parents, he found Harry to inform him, "We will be coming with you, Harry." Harry was happy because they would not be the only ones in the tower on the occasion of Yule when everyone else was with their families. On the side, the twins would get to meet the Marauders. Chapter 12. Hogsmeade. The winter holidays were starting. Harry and his friends were at the station getting ready to board the train to go home. The Weasleys had joined him and he was sure that they would have some good times together. As Sirius had told him about the Marauders, Harry took the last car for himself and his friends, with all of them slipping into different compartments. He was joined by Neville, Susan, Hannah, Hermione, Ronald, Ernie, Lisa and Michael. He had asked Isabel to join them, but the Ravenclaw had refused, saying that since she lived in Scotland, it didn't make any sense for her to go to London just to come back to Scotland again. Her father was coming to pick her up. She would be home before Harry and his friends were in London. Ernie asked him, "Do you have any plans for Yule, Harry?" Harry shook his head. I don't have any plans of my own since my plans are often dictated by Lord Black. Remus and, I guess, Sirius now. If they decide that we're going somewhere then that is where I'll go. However, I do think that we'll stay for Yule in London. We'll be spending the rest of the holidays out of Britain. What about you, Ernie? Ernie enthusiastically told him, we're going abroad this evening. We'll be back in time for Yule. I guess we'll be meeting then. Ron asked him, if you're going out of Wizarding Britain, why did you ask us to join you? Harry said simply, you are invited by Lord Black. I don't think he would make any plan that would leave you people behind. He is a very gracious host who cares for the comfort of his guests. However, Ronald, I am cautioning you that you need to be on your best behavior with him. He is a pure-blood lord who cares for the mannerisms required of scions and heirs of houses. Besides, he is the brother of your grandmother. Ron grumbled, some brother. Never thought about taking us back into the family, did he? Harry said to him a bit sternly, do not say anything like that about Lord Black in my hearing again. I won't hear a word against him. I am sure that if you ask him about it, he will answer you. Neville decided to break the tension in the situation. Who's up for exploding snaps? Ernie, Hannah, Neville, Ronald and Michael joined him in playing Exploding Snap. Hermione was reading her favorite book so far, Hogwarts, A History. Michael and Lisa were discussing something about Bulbadox powder, putting it in someone's clothes. Harry mentally shuddered at just the thought. Susan was the only one who was not doing anything. He turned to her. What are your plans for Yule, Susan? She replied offhandedly, I guess I will be at the manor alone since Auntie is the minister now. She can't manage to make time for me out of her duties. Harry said to her jovially, why don't you come over then? I am living in the middle of London. The more the merrier. Lord Black has asked me to invite every friend of mine to the house for Yule. I have already extended my invitations to everyone else. It's just you remaining now. She nodded, all right, I'll talk to Auntie. I'll come over, if she agrees. Harry had in fact invited every one of his friends while at school. Sirius had told him that starting next year, they would have a Yule ball as they used to have before the war. This year, they would have to do with a simple celebration. It was an occasion to make connections with everyone who was of some importance in the wizarding world. About midway during the ride, the trolley witch came. Those in that car had almost emptied her cart buying everything that caught their fancy. After they had stuffed themselves full, Harry decided to take a walk. While he was in the corridor, Malfoy and his goons made their appearance. Lately he had not bothered Harry except bickering here and there but nothing concrete. Harry was satisfied that he had stayed within his limits. When Malfoy spotted Harry, he sneered. Look who it is, boys. Saint Scarhead himself. Harry sighed. Really, Malfoy? Did it take you most of the term to come up with that one? Can you actually do anything? Gee, without these two trolls to back you up. Crabbe grunted something inaudible but it surprised Harry. Crabbe's voice was very thin in contrast to his bulk. Goyle did not say anything but kept looking at the two of them as if he could not understand why he was there in the first place. Harry turned to Malfoy. Really, I just came by to say hello. But, if you want to fight, then you are welcome to do so. Tell me, Malfoy, do you have sufficient people behind you to fight with me and my friends? Malfoy drawled, I see one of you. There are 3 of us. At that moment, many of the firsties in the T-car walked out of their compartments with their wands in hand. Harry smirked. You were saying Malfoy. Malfoy was gaping like a fish. I will teach you a lesson someday, Potter Black. Harry waved him off. If I were to fear the likes of you, I may as well snap my wand and go into hiding. Malfoy hastily made his exit. He was not such an idiot that he would try to take up arms against 20 of Th.M. with only 2 of his housemates at his side. When the train came to a halt at platform 9 3/4, Harry got off the train to find Sirius and Remus on the platform waiting for him and his friends. They were standing with Augusta Longbottom and Amelia Bones on the platform. Harry ran into the arms of Sirius and Remus. After they had fussed over him, Sirius asked him, where are the others? Harry introduced everyone to him. Then he went to greet Augusta. He did not bow to her as was custom but instead hugged her tightly. Hello, Gran. I missed you so much. Hogwarts is such a dreary place without a witch of your temper to boss the students around. She asked him mock sternly, if you missed me so much, why didn't I see so much as a single letter from you? Neville's letters were woefully short about you and what you were up to. Harry knew her complaint was genuine. He said to her fondly, I promise it will not happen again. Now are you joining us for Yule? She mussed his hair, I wouldn't miss it for anything. We will be there at the appointed hour. He also greeted Amelia performing a proper bow for her. She raised an eyebrow. I assume it is thanks to Lord Black's upbringing that you are versed in our manners and customs. James and Sirius were as uncouth as street urchins. Sirius protested, I was more suave than him, Amelia. She asked him, exactly when did you or James show proper respect towards me? I remember your exact words when I asked you both about it. Do you want me to recall those words in front of these children? Sirius huffed, all right, you win this round. He turned to the children gathered around. It's time we get going. Since I do not have a car, nor do I personally like the night bus, and we will look strange on the road dragging those trunks behind us, we are going to flow to the house. The address is number 12, Grimald Place. While Harry was busy having a word with everyone, Neville was busy meeting the Marauders, paying his respects to them. However, the Marauders were having none of it. Sirius had embraced him first. Then he said, remember Neville, you are as dear to me as Frank was. You are like a nephew to me. I would rather spoil children than make them learn these customs and mannerisms. Neville smiled inadvertently while Augusta asked Sirius, is that why Frank said that James and Sirius together were bad company? Because you two together meant trouble. Sirius sheepishly smiled, do you honestly expect me to answer that? In the meanwhile, Harry was saying goodbye to his friends for the winter holidays. Hermione wanted him to come meet her parents on the Muggle side, but he had to refuse her. He invited her for Yule, asking her to bring her parents over. She regretfully told him that she was going to the continent for the winter vacation. Harry told her to visit the magical area of the city, telling her its location. He said that she would find it interesting. As she went towards the barrier into the Muggle world, Harry walked towards the flow network in the station. He went first, followed by the Weasleys and lastly the Marauders. Since he arrived first, Arcturus picked him up, hugged him tightly saying, I missed you, child. This place felt like a haunted house without you here. The first of the Weasleys to come was Percy, who bowed low to Arcturus, greetings Lord Black. I, Percival Ignatius Weasley of House Weasley, pay my respects to you. Arcturus kindly smiled at him, welcome Percival. It is an honor to be able to host you and your brothers under my roof. The twins came through next. He did not even allow them to bow. He said to them, you don't need to stand on formalities with me. You are all my grand-nephews, practically family. Just tell me your names though. One of the twins said, I am Gred. The other added, I am Forge. Arcturus chuckled, I can see why Harry thinks so highly of the both of you. You two were named after your uncles, I presume. The Pruitt twins, Fabian and Gideon. The twins asked him, did you know them? Quote, he shook his head, I only knew them by reputation. My sister Lucretia was fond of them though. I heard that they were bested in an ambush involving 10 Death Eaters, out of which only 4 survived. By this time, Ron had come. Arcturus turned to him at last, I assume you are young Ronald, who was one of Harry's new friends. He turned to everyone, welcome to Black Townhouse all of you. There are no rules beneath my roof. Live, enjoy as if you were at your house. The only rule is that I ask you to try to ensure that the house remains standing, despite all the pranks which I am sure you will be pulling on each other. He raised his voice and called, Creature. The ancient elf appeared before him, Master calls. Arcturus turned to him, Creature, these fine people are our guests for this winter vacation. You are being entrusted with the responsibility to look after their comfort. Ensure that they are not lacking in anything. Now please show them to their rooms. Since there were enough rooms in the townhouse, separate rooms were given to all of them except the twins, who refused to take separate rooms, claiming that they could not sleep alone. Creature served them with butterbeers for refreshments before they were shown to their rooms. When the twins had finished their butterbeer, they found the bottle was transparent. There was a message on the glass which read, a gift from the Marauders. The twins were horrified with the implications of the message, but nothing seemed to happen right away. Creature showed them the way upstairs. As soon as they were in their room, Fred started crowing like a rooster while George started neighing like a horse. Their butterbeers had been hexed. The first evening was spent with them eating in the kitchen of the townhouse while the elves served them. Everyone was present at the table except Arcturus, who said he was tired. He retired early when in fact he was trying to keep himself out of the why of the children with all the fun they would be having. When they all headed toward the table for dinner, the twins, as they exited their room, found themselves stuck to the floor. Despite all they could do, there was no way that they could move. They were horrified about the situation, but there was no way they could free themselves. They were sure that they had been fixed to the floor with a Sea King charm, but they could not undo it, for they had left their wands in their trunks. Sirius appeared out of nowhere before them, grinning. He said, "I heard that you two lads found the map in Filch's office. I also heard from a little birdie that the map insulted you too. It also came to my knowledge that you consider yourselves to be some sort of legacy carriers of the Marauders' name. You also had the audacity to call our precious map a rag of a parchment. I am formally challenging you both to a prank war on behalf of the Marauders." With that he walked down to the kitchen. The twins could not free themselves of their predicament. They had carelessly left their wands well out of reach. They stood stuck in place waiting for someone to come by for about 15 minutes before Creature came looking for them. He bowed low and said, "Master Harry is calling you two sirs to table." The twins tried to be nice to him. "The thing is, Creature, that Mr. Black has left us stuck here. We are not able to free ourselves. Can you free us?" Creature snapped his fingers and released them. While they went downstairs, they planned for retaliation against the Marauders. They had dropped in on them unannounced. Gred and Forge would be damned if they did not even the score. At the dining table, Travistor was serving Harry and the Marauders while Creature looked after the Weasleys. Ron expressed his astonishment at seeing the elves. "Blimey, Harry, you have 2 elves." Harry chuckled. "2. These are just the elves who are personally bound to us. I guess there are more who take care of business at my other concerns." When dinner was done, Sirius took them into the meeting room to talk. The twins pounced on the Marauders now that they had the chance. "Is it true that you hold the detentions record for your pranks? Will you teach us some of your tricks?" Sirius chuckled at their antics while Moony smiled at them. Before they could say anything, Percy interrupted. "Pardon their insolence, Mr. Black, Mr. Lupin." He turned to the twins. "Behave, you two." Remus waved him off. "It's all right, Percy. They are children. It is not good to suppress their curious nature." He turned to the twins. "Yes. We do hold the record for the most detentions, but I believe most of them are in the names of James Potter and Sirius Black. I had the fortune to feature in very few of them. It comes with the Torito Rye of being the clever one who can avoid detection. But we do not take on any apprentice unless they have proven themselves to us." Sirius had his wand out. "Talking about proving yourselves, here is something for you to mull over. Find a way out." He shot a hex at them which caused one of them to grow hair which went way past his waist. In a few moments, it was long enough to cocoon him in. The hex at the other forced him to change humanoid appearances from human to elf to goblin, then the same again. Moony relieved them of their predicament after a few minutes of watching the twins trying to relieve themselves of the hexes. When they were free, they turned to Sirius. "We accept your challenge, Mr. Black." Harry groaned inwardly. If they engaged in a prank war, he could only pray that House would remain standing and that Lord Black would not hex them into oblivion. After that, talk turned to the Marauders' time at school. They were careful not to mention the map though. It was a closely guarded secret. Percy was a prefect, so it would drastically curtail their activities if he knew of the little piece of miracle. The prank lord. The next day, they were all in for some surprises. When they were all sitting for breakfast, Arcturus was late in coming to the table. When he arrived, he took a seat at the head of the table. Suddenly, manacles came out of the chair and bound him to it. Everyone was shocked. This was not supposed to happen. They were to prank each other but not him. Even the twins looked worried at this. They shared a look among themselves as if asking if they had done this. Padfoot was asking the same question from Moony. When it was clear that they all had nothing to do with the prank, they turned to the last prankster in residence, that being Harry, who looked scared and confused. He was also looking at the four of them to determine if they had something to do with this. Percy misread the situation. He took the twins to task. That was not proper, Fred and George. He is our elder. You should have shown respect to him. I will have to complain to Mother about it. By this time, Sirius had freed Arcturus. The old wizard admonished Percy, "It's all right, Percy. You are all children. It's perfectly agreeable if they get up to their shenanigans at times. In fact, I am impressed with their guts to try and prank me." After that, breakfast passed peacefully enough for a while. Harry knew the twins had not done it. Maybe the marauders had done it just to enrage the twins. Other than them, only 3 possibilities existed. Harry had not done it. He knew it was complex magic which could not have been done by a first-year student, so Ronald was also out. That left only Percy, who was certainly knowledgeable enough to do something like this. Harry had to snort at his own line of thought. Percy was the perfect prefect. He was a stickler for rules. He revered authority figures besides working at making as many contacts as he could. He was certainly ambitious. He would not do anything to destroy his reputation with someone as powerful and influential as Arcturus Orion Black. After a while, one of the marauders decided that things were getting boring. As one of the twins picked up his plate, the legs on his chair vanished. He fell. The other scrambled to pick him up, but he found himself hovering in the air. Arcturus growled at Sirius, "Is that how? You have been taught to deal with those who cannot reply to you." As it turned out, Sirius had his wand under the table. He had cast the spell at the chair and vanished its legs. Then he had shot the hovering charm at the other twins' clothes. Sufficiently admonished, Sirius took a seat. He sat quietly after he had let George down. The twins, however, were incensed. Nobody had ever scored so many on them without them making the score even. Arcturus could understand what was going on in their minds. He told them, "You two can answer him in kind, if that is your wish. I don't mind you casting spell. LS unless you are a threat to others or yourselves." The twins grinned in response. The rest of breakfast passed without incident then. But the day was far from over. After breakfast was done, Sirius turned to the children at the table. "All right, since we have a full day ahead of us with nothing to do, I thought maybe we could go around Muggle London, see the city for ourselves." Since it was a new experience for all of them, they all agreed. The Weasleys knew nothing about the Muggle world. Ron told him in an undertone that the Weasley patriarch was fond of Muggles and everything Muggle. Sirius turned to Harry. "Harry, why don't you call your friends on the flow? Invite them over. They can join us, if they wish to." Harry nodded. He threw a pinch of flow powder into the kitchen fireplace and began to invite his friends. Of those he wanted to invite, Isabel had not given him a flow address. Ernie and Hermione were away. Justin's house was not connected to the flow network because he was a Muggle born. Lisa was a half-blood who lived somewhere in Muggle London. He could not get in contact with her. Michael was also at his grandparents' in the Netherlands. That meant it was just Neville, Daphne and Susan for today. He flowed Neville first. He was met with Slinky, the Longbottom elf. Slinky saw his head in the flames, squeaked excitedly, "Master Harry." Harry smiled at the elf. "Hello, Slinky. Would you please fetch Neville for me?" Slinky disappeared. He returned a second later lugging Neville by the collar with mud flying everywhere. When Neville got his bearings, he asked Slinky, "Why did you do that, Slinky?" Harry called out to him, "Come over as soon as you can get rid of the urchin look. We're going for a tour of Muggle London." Harry carefully pulled his head back through the flames. He called the next address, Greengrass Manor. Astoria Greengrass was in the flow room when he connected. She squealed, "Harry, come over. Let's play together." Harry shook his head. "Maybe later, little trouble. Right now can you call Daphne?" As it turned out, Daphne was in the entrance hall sitting in a chair with her back to the flow. She turned to glare hard at him while Harry thought in his mind, "Uh-oh, here's trouble." He tried to flatter her. "Hello, trouble. Daphne, I swear you are looking so cute with that look." He stopped speaking mid-speech because he realized his words had no effect on her. Astoria was giggling at his pathetic attempt to make her smile. Finally he mellowed down his expression. He asked her sweetly, "What is the problem, Daphne?" She growled, "Mother kept waiting for you to notice her at the platform yesterday, but no. The mighty Hadrian Potter Black could not be bothered for a trifle like that. I hope that you aren't giving him a hard time over yesterday, Daphne," said Cynthia Greengrass, who had just entered the room. She saw his head in the flames and turned to him. "Hello, Harry dear. I know you were busy yesterday. You didn't notice me. I am not angry with you." Harry smiled in response. "Thank you for not thinking otherwise, Auntie." She had once told him that she would not have him call her Lady Greengrass every time. He was to call her Auntie or Cynthia. He preferred Auntie. Harry turned to Daphne. "We are planning to take a tour around Muggle London, Daph. Would you and Astoria like to join us? Neville is coming over. I am going to ask a few more people." She replied, "All right, we'll be coming over in 10 minutes. With that Harry flowed to Susan next. She was sitting with Hannah listening to songs being laid over the wizarding wireless in the background. It took him shouting at the top of his voice to get her attention. She brightly smiled when she noticed him. "Hi Harry. Come over, if you want." Harry shook his head. "No. Actually Sirius has asked me to invite you and Hannah for a tour of Muggle London we are taking. Can you both come over?" Susan gave a bright smile, which kind of accentuated her cuteness. "Sure Harry. We will be there in 10 minutes. Neville came over about 10 minutes later grumbling, "I swear Slinky loves you more than me. He even listens to you more than me. He does you our bidding no matter how hard the task is." Harry chuckled. "Yeah, you're the one to complain. Didn't Tipsy follow your orders more than mine?" Susan and Hannah were next. Daphne and Astoria came last. Astoria squealed when she saw him. She lunged for him, hugging him, tackling him to the ground. When finally Harry could get her to control her excitement, he patted her head then asked her fondly, "How are you, little trouble?" She pouted, "I'm fine. I waited for a letter from you but you didn't send one. Did you forget me when you were in school?" Harry could hardly control himself from giggling at her antics. "No, but I got regular news about you from Daphne. Now run along, little trouble. Neville is in the meeting room with the others." Astoria ran ahead of them. When Harry was escorting Daphne to the meeting room, he told her in an undertone, "Just to let you know, the meeting room is full of Weasleys. I don't think that anyone other than Ronald would mind though." When Daphne entered the meeting room, Ron was on the balls of his feet. He shouted, "What is she doing here?" Daphne answered indifferently, "The same as you, I guess. Harry has invited me over for a tour of Muggle London." The twins' expressions were the most comical. They were looking at Neville and Harry in turns. They found their voice after a full minute. "Is that how you both have all the inside information from the Serpent's Pit?" Harry chuckled. "Right in one. She has been our friend for about 6 years now." Ron was still not placated. He hissed at Harry, "But she is a Slytherin, mate." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Still. Ron, how many times do I have to remind you that your grandmother was a Slytherin? This house where you are standing belongs to a family which has been Slytherin through and through. Besides, what is wrong with Slytherins? If you say they are Death Eaters, then remember that Peter Pettigrew was a Gryffindor. There have been a couple of people from other houses who have been Death Eaters. I want you to give me a genuine reason to think Slytherin are evil. If you cannot give me one decent reason, then please abandon this line of thought." Percy spoke. "Well said, Harry. Someone's use color does not define their allegiances. In fact, Ronald, the hat had debated with me before sorting me into Gryffindor. It said that I could do well in Slytherin, but I did not want to break with tradition and be the first Weasley to enter the House of Serpents." The twins decided to take the mickey out of him. "Was it really because you didn't want to break with tradition, or was it that you were concerned for your rat, who turned out to be a bloke, that he would be devoured by the snakes?" Percy snapped at them. "One more joke about the rat and I'll be writing to Mother about it." The twins grinned but said nothing more. Perhaps mentioning Mrs. Weasley was a strong deterrent to them. Sirius broke the tension. "Cheer up, you kids. Uncle Sirius is taking you all for a real treat. I can imagine that most of you have never been in Muggle London. It would do all of you some good to see it at least once. I don't want any of you squabbling while we are out. We are to have fun. Anyone being disruptive will be grounded in the townhouse for the rest of the holidays." Percy had other plans. He asked Sirius, "Mr. Black, I hope that you won't be offended. I wished to spend some time with Lord Black. Maybe I could pick up some useful tips about my career in the future." Sirius nodded. With that, he led the party out of the townhouse. Moony had made the arrangements already. He had booked 2 taxis for them to take them around the city, showing them the remarkable monuments. Sirius had planned many activities for them in the 2 days that they had before Yule. Since House of Black was a follower of the old ways, they celebrated Yule. However, he had not forbidden others from following whatever tradition they wanted. The day before Christmas was to be spent in Diagon Alley shopping for gifts for people. Today was spent sightseeing around the city. There were so many things to see that Harry lost count. He wished there was more time to see it all. He knew of the Muggle life sin. He had gone to Muggle school, but that had been in Bulgaria. Here, it was the first time he was venturing out in the Muggle world. The spot that they had liked the most was the zoo. The zoo housed a lot of animals and they had been fascinated with them. A few of the animals, like the wolves, behaved peculiarly in the presence of Remus. A few were very friendly with him while a few ran away from his scent. Harry understood that they could recognize that he was a werewolf. They were skittish on being confronted with a magical creature. They saw the aquarium where there were a lot of different fish, of almost every color. The twins were excitedly watching everything and they were taking note of everything that impressed them. Harry knew they were perhaps looking for tricks that they could use in their pranks. Astoria had not left Harry's side all through the trip. She would often grab his hand when she was scared. Harry was very protective of the younger girl. While Astoria was a real troublemaker and at times, she harassed him, yet she was endearing to him. Often he would take her side if she and Daphne quarreled, and she knew it. It wasn't as if she did not exploit it. She took full advantage of the fact that Harry doted on her. She would often seek a fight when he was around to save her. Also, she loved him like a brother. She had been little when the Greengrass daughters had been introduced to Harry. Since she did not have a brother, she started thinking of him as such. At times, Daphne told her that he was not their brother, yet Astoria did not budge in her opinion. Nitch, Olas and Cynthia did not curb it but always encouraged Astoria, which infuriated Daphne. "Pup, now we just have the snake enclosure left," Sirius said. Harry immediately refused. "Sorry, Godfather, but I am not going in there." Astoria pouted. "But I want to go in. Please, Harry, come with us." Neville pacified her. "He is a wimp when it comes to snakes, Tori. You can come with me. Hold my hand if you feel scared." Harry remained in the cafeteria while the others went in. He ordered some food. He got a sandwich and a glass of juice and settled down at a table. He was midway through making short orc of his sandwich when he noticed that the others were running out. Neville was dragging Daphne out. They were followed by the Weasleys, but Sirius and Remus were not with them. He realized that something was amiss. He abandoned his meal, then ran towards Neville, shouting, "What happened, Neville? Where are the others?" Neville spoke between gasps. "In the enclosure, boa constrictor." Tori, Harry grabbed Neville by his shirt and they ran inside. There was a scary scene inside the enclosure. Astoria was backed up in a corner and a boa constrictor was stalking her, ready to lunge. Harry immediately started making some hissing and whispering sounds which made the snake stop. It turned towards Harry and its eyes spread in surprise. It made the same sounds as Harry, however none of them could hear it except him. When Harry saw that the boa constrictor was ready to lunge for Tori, he yelled, "Stop! I command you!" Quote. The snake turned towards him. When it noticed Harry, it dipped his hood very low to Harry, a speaker. "Greetings, speaker." Quote. Harry was angry. "What do you think you were doing? You were going to kill a child who was my sister." The snake shuddered. "I seek your forgiveness, speaker. I am ready for whatever punishment you will give me." Harry continued saying, "Go away. Never harm a human again." The snake slithered away out of the zoo, saying something about freedom, being honored to meet a speaker. "You can talk to snakes," shrieked a zookeeper. However, Harry noticed that no one else seemed to have heard him. He was confused for a moment before he saw Sirius subtly slipping his wand in his sleeve. Before the man could say more, his eyes rolled back in his head and he had a dreamy expression on his face. Remus, however, was herding them out. "Come on, you lot. Let's go back now. It is getting late. With that they all returned to the black townhouse where Arcturus noticed from the expressions on their faces that something was amiss. He asked, "What happened?" Sirius, who had not spoken during the whole journey, turned to Harry. "Exactly when were you going to tell me that you were a parcel mouth, Cromslet?" Arcturus remained impassive while the students waited for him to speak. Susan decided to break the silence. "Are you a parcel mouth, Harry?" Harry nodded. "Yes, I am a parcel mouth. Is that a bad thing in your book?" Susan shook her head. "Not at all, Harry. It is in our blood. A gift of magic. It is just that you know who could also speak to snakes, so some idiots may start being suspicious." Harry turned to the others. "Does anyone else have any problem with it or think that it is a trait of dark wizards?" Almost nobody spoke. The silence was finally broken by Percy. "These things do not really matter, Harry. You have a gift. You should be glad of it. There is nothing more to it." Harry was watching everyone's face. No one looked like they were going to hate him for it. However, he noticed that Daphne was frowning. He asked her, "What is wrong, Daph?" She said tersely, "You were a parcel mouth, yet you never told me in all these years of our friendship." "Why, I suppose that was the reason that you did not want to go to the snake enclosure." She then turned to Neville. "A wimp, isn't that what you had said? You two knew this, yet you never told me." Neville had the audacity to grin. "Of course I know. We had decided to never tell others. Now my minion here will tell the rest of the story." "Oi mate, didn't we agree that you would be the minion when it comes to Daphne?" Harry protested. Neville smirked. "There are many fine people here and not just her, so today you will be the minion." Daphne glared at them evilly before turning to Sirius. "These two always do this, talking among themselves to infuriate me." Sirius addressed Harry and Neville, grinning. "I want you two to get one thing straight. You are both minions when in the presence of the Marauders. Now start speaking." Harry shrugged, then turned to Sirius. "About 4 years ago, Neville was visiting our other residence where I was living at the time. As you well know, there are some well-kept greenhouses at that place. Mr. Green Thumb here wanted to work in them. So one day while we were dealing with dragon dung, a snake slithered into the greenhouse." Harry kept silent for a moment to see who would snap first. Daphne did not disappoint him. She snapped, "Get on with it." Harry grinned, then continued, "The snake was about to bite him when I do not know how, but I started talking to it." Sirius encouraged him. "Go on, we are listening." Harry kept speaking. "I asked it to stop. The snake turned to me. It quivered, saying, 'Speaker.' I asked him what that meant. It told me that I had the ability to talk to snakes. It also said that it was in my blood. That I had the scent of people of old in me. We were both a bit freaked out by the incident and we decided that we would never bring it up again. It so happened that I came across snakes a lot more times after that. The snake I met the first time used to return often just to talk to me. Once I asked him why he was spending so much time around me. It told me that it enjoyed my company. It also told me that any snakes I met would be compelled to do as I bid them, except maybe basilisks. I learned to be able to control this ability later. Now I can speak it of my own volition, however I do not I can speak it in the absence of a snake." Sirius heard everything, then turned to Remus. "Did you know about it?" Remus shook his head. "That is a secret he kept even from me. I never would have thought so." Arcturus, however, was smiling. "I knew about it. I walked in on them talking to a snake about 3 years ago. I understood what was going on." Sirius asked Arcturus, "Where did he get this ability?" Arcturus growled, "He's the first black in over 200 years to be a parcel mouth. Our idiot ancestors almost bred out most of our gifts by intermarrying." Arcturus then turned to the others. "I will appreciate it if you all can keep this to yourselves. This is something looked upon with scorn in much of the wizarding world. Unless there is some emergency, I do not want anyone of you to speak about it." They nodded in agreement. There was still one thing which confused Harry. He turned to Sirius. "The zookeeper saw me talking to snakes. I don't think that anyone heard him when he shouted at me about it. Was I dreaming or did that really happen?" Sirius was grinning. "I shot a spell at him so no one else around could hear him. Also, Mooney obliterated his memory of the event so that he cannot ever talk about it. Of course no one was about to go talking about this anymore." Harry had become their best friend in the last few months. Besides, most of them were allies. They would not go around telling others secrets. A day in Diagon. The next day, they planned a trip to Diagon Alley. Neville had come along with them, telling them that Augusta had given him a pouch of galleons, telling him to shop for Yule. Sirius had asked him to check with his other friends to see if they were amenable to come along. As it turned out, Daphne and Astoria were going to their grandparents for the rest of the holidays. Susan was going shopping with Hannah's parents. So it was just Harry, Neville and the Weasleys. Or so he thought. When it came right down to it, the Weasleys did not want to go shopping. Harry was confused until he realized that it was likely because they had little or no money. The Weasleys were a very proud bunch who would not take money from anyone no matter what. Sirius had convinced them to come along, telling them that if they did not want to shop they could at least take a walk in the alley. When they were about to flow, Percy turned to Sirius. "Mr. Black, would it be okay if I remained behind?" Arcturus chided him. "You can talk to me later, Percy. We will have plenty of time together later. For now go, enjoy the day." This time Sirius decided that it was time they stopped hiding Harry. If he were to apply glamour every time, he might as well get a mask made for himself. Sirius went first, followed by the others. When Harry exited in the leaky cauldron, Sirius was already talking to Tom. Not thinking twice, he walked up to Sirius, tugging at his arm. "Sirius, we need to go." Sirius, who was still talking to Tom, said, "Tom, I presume that you already know Harry here." Tom saw him. He blinked several times to make sure that he was not dreaming. Then he exclaimed loudly, "Merlin's beard! Harry Potter Black in the leaky cauldron!" Almost everything went silent at once. Harry mentally sighed. Tom the barkeep ran out from behind the bar, bowing low to him. He started to kiss his hand, saying, "Welcome to the leaky cauldron, Mr. Potter Black." With his proclamation, there was a rustling of chairs among the patrons of the bar to rush to him and greet him. So many people came to shake his hand or to bow to him that Harry lost count. A few of them even told him that they fondly remembered his parents, who were the heroes to have stood up to you-know-who. Harry was inwardly glad for them to have said so. It felt like a small piece of recognition was being given to them. After about 10 minutes and a butterbeer each, they all walked out towards the alley. He had asked Daphne too, but she told them that she was going to her grandparents the next day. As such, she was busy packing. Harry noticed that Percy kept sticking with Remus, talking to him. Remus was humoring him, answering his queries patiently. Sirius was telling them of his exploit. As a child when he used to visit the alley as a student. There was one time when I and James were trying to get into Flourish and Blots, but the shop was packed so we could not get in. James, who had just restocked our supply of stink pellets and dung bombs, let loose a few of them in the shop. Presto! The shop was empty in a minute, he finished. When he looked at the twins looking at him in fascination, he added as an afterthought, "I would advise you both against it, however, because I was visiting the shop with Great Aunt Doria and Lord Potter. They doted on the two of us. I do not know about how your parents would react." Percy had taken off to one side in the alley towards a bookshop. Remus followed him. Sirius shouted over to him to meet them in an hour in Florian's cafe. Sirius led them into Gamble and Jape's wizarding joke shop. It was a joke shop full of a wide assortment of joke items which fascinated the twins. Even Harry was in awe of it. He could not visit the first time because Arcturus was there with them. This time, he intended to stockpile their products. The man behind the counter had a white beard and mustache. He cheerfully waved to Sirius, yelling, "Sirius Black, the marauder extraordinaire in person in my quaint humble little joke shop, bringing me even more patrons. Oh, this is my lucky day." The twins were startled. They turned to Sirius. "Do you know him?" Sirius was guffawing. "What? You claim to be the legacy of the Marauders and you don't assume that we already know every joke shop owner in Wizarding Britain?" "Of course I know him. We were his most favorite patrons once upon a time." Sirius introduced him to them. "Everyone, this is Mr. Gamble of the famous duo of Gamble and Japes. Mr. Gamble, allow me to introduce you to Hadrian Potter Black, Neville Longbottom, Gred and Forge Weasley," they snickered, "and Ronald Weasley." The old man was scrutinizing each of them closely before he started speaking. of course I know these two, the TW.ins, who aspire to become pranksters themselves. They have been coming here for nigh on 4 years now. I remember how they fell out of my flow near 4 years ago when they were visiting to buy stink pellets from me. He turned to Harry. I have heard about you, lad, that you are the next generation of pranksters with this one. He pointed towards Neville. While I knew your father well, his father never visited this shop even for a look around. He turned to Neville. I would like it if you would continue giving your patronage to Gamble and Japes. He finally turned to Ron. It is never too late to start pranking people, young master. After stocking up on things that they wanted from Gamble and Japes, the party made its exit, but they could not go far because Percy was next door in Obscurus books with Remus. Remus was telling him something. When they made their way in, they could hear Remus speaking. It's too early for you to start thinking so far into the future, Percy. When you are done with your owls, come and find me. I'll start guiding you towards the most suitable job for you. Are you trying to convert his faith and make him a marauder, Moony? Sirius asked jovially. Since the rest of them had no books to buy, they made their exit while Remus lingered behind to buy some books. Sirius took them methodically through every shop, discussing every fine point about each place with them. He also encouraged them to look for themselves. Harry found it curious that any place where they showed a slight interest in something, Remus stayed behind to finish some errand at that place. Quality Quidditch Supplies was next favorite shop for them. It was a shop which sold brooms and all other Quidditch-related paraphernalia such as keeper's armor, beaters' bats, etc. They all stopped to appreciate the nimbus on display, then moved on. Harry noticed Ron giving a longing look to the Chudley Cannon's fleece jacket which had just arrived. Out of Ron's hearing, he made a request to remove S, who disappeared for some time before joining them in Fortescue's. Florine Fortescue ran an ice cream shop where he served ice cream in such rich variety that it simply boggled the mind. There were at least 10 different kinds of ice cream he served, and every one of them was delicious. However, since it was the middle of winter, they chose to forego the ice cream in favor of hot chocolate. They had enjoyed their day out. It was a lot more fun and educational than being cooped up in the Black Townhouse. Ministry of Magic. While Harry and his friends were in Diagon Alley enjoying the day, Arcturus Black was in the Ministry of Magic. As he wished to see Minister Bones, her secretary led him in without an appointment. Perhaps she knew what happened when one ignored Arcturus Orion Black. Minister, Lord Black is here to see you, she announced. Send him in, Ivana, replied Amelia. When Arcturus entered, she rose from her seat. She offered a chair to him. Please take a seat, Lord Black. When he had made himself comfortable, she asked him, what can I do for you? He asked her, did you conduct an investigation on Barty Crouch Sr.? He was also responsible for sending Sirius to Azkaban without a trial. She shook her head. Lord Black, I had him investigated under Veritaserum about your grandson's illegal incarceration. In fact, he insisted that I use the serum on him. It came to my knowledge that he was busy with his wife's illness at that time. The tribunal sent him orders to sign to ship Sirius Black to Azkaban directly because he was said to be the Potter's secret keeper. There was also the issue of Peter Pettigrew's alleged death and the killing of 12 Muggles besides. There was little to no evidence to the contrary. His son's complicity in the Longbottom's torture incident was also coming to light at that time, so he was emotionally and mentally spent. He trusted that the minister and the head of Aurors would have made a proper investigation before they condemned Sirius to Azkaban. After the Veritaserum test, there was nothing that could be used against him in respect of Sirius's illegal incarceration. Arcturus sighed. If he is innocent in the whole affair, then I am glad about it. As it is, he is the last descendant of my sister Caris. She would not have been too happy that he had acted towards imprisoning his own cousin without due process. Amelia did not say anything. However, she felt Arcturus had not come to simply ask after Barty Crouch Sr. She kept waiting for him to speak. He eventually started speaking after a few moments. Amelia, I.W. want your help with something in the Wizengamot. Why do we fight? When they gathered for dinner that night, there were a few more pranks waiting for them. This time the target was Sirius. Perhaps being a marauder, he had thought himself to be beyond reproach. His illusions, however, were shattered as he took a seat, and immediately he was glued to the chair he was sitting in. Someone petrified him a moment after his petrification. Moony noticed that Sirius was looking like he was crafted out of stone. He called him a few times before he realized that Sirius was not even moving a finger. Looking into his eyes, he realized that someone had petrified his friend. He whipped his wand out and freed him. Then he turned to the others. Who among you petrified him? The twins raised their hands in surrender. We didn't do it. Maybe Harry did. Remus turned his glare on Harry, who was looking befuddled. He obviously had not done it. A prank was the last thing on his mind at the dinner table. He shook his head. If I was going to do it, I would have already done it. Remus then turned to Percy but did not ask him a question. Perhaps he too realized that asking anything of Percy was futile, since he was perhaps the last person who would joke with someone. Lord Black attracted their attention towards him. How was your day, you kids? Did you all enjoy it? During the 2-course meal, Chatter T earned towards something Harry had been thinking. He asked Arcturus, Grand Uncle, why do Slytherins and Gryffindors fight? Sirius snorted while Arcturus looked thoughtful at his question. He took some moments to ponder, to collect his thoughts before he started speaking. I do not know much about it, lad. What I know for certain is that at some time in the distant past, these two houses held a great fondness for each other, since they all possessed similar qualities. Something happened which has not been documented anywhere. Things got sour between the two houses. Harry whistled. So we are carrying a grudge, the reason for which is lost in antiquity. We just do it because it is some sort of misguided tradition. Sirius nodded. Exactly. I tried to find the answer to this question but came up with nothing. Harry nodded before he started speaking again. In all this time, has no one ever tried to change the order of things? Arcturus shook his head. A few people have tried at times, but barring a few, none of them were successful. Add to that the propensity of Slytherin students rallying in support of the reigning Dark Lord. That just widened the gap between them and the other three houses. However, when we are out of school, these differences tend to blur. We mingle freely. Harry did not say anything more on the subject. He was thinking about something. He needed the Slytherins on his side. His current way of treating them would not get him what he desired. Christmas. Christmas was not celebrated in the House of Black in the usual way. They celebrated Yule, but Lord Black had allowed one concession. There were gifts for everyone for Christmas morning. Harry woke up to a massive black dog licking his face. He muttered, "Gross," before rolling the dog from his bed. Sirius, who had transformed, was mock glaring at him. What was that, pup? Harry was grinning. Fun. He ran to the bathroom before Sirius could retort. Sirius told him to come down as soon as he could manage, that if he failed to come down soon, Sirius would open Harry's presents for himself. Harry appeared in the meeting room within 10 minutes, where a large pile had been set aside for him. The first gift that he opened was from Arcturus. Like always, the old wizard gave him a gift which mesmerized him. This time, he had gifted him a very old book which had a snake on its cover. It was titled, The Language of Snakes. It was a book which had been in the Black Library for generations. It had not been used for the last 2 centuries. Arcturus had brought it out after the conversation at the dinner table last evening. It was only right that Harry learned to use the gift he had previously scorned because others did not approve of it. Sirius gave him a lot of gifts. There was a special pack of goodies from Gamble and Japes for him. There was also a set of Quidditch robes in Gryffindor colors with the arm guards and a broomstick servicing kit. Remus gifted him an album containing all the photos which he had taken since he boarded the Hogwarts Express, except for the photos which had the rat in them, of course. Ron gave him a slab of Honeydukes chocolate. Hermione sent him a packet of box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Susan sent him a book titled, Which Broomstick, which gave a detailed description about every broom available on the market. Ernie sent him a stack of packs of chocolate frog cards. Justin sent him some chocolates which his father had bought for him while abroad. Hannah sent him a packet of chocolates. Hagrid sent him a flute. Isabel sent him a book on stories about famous wizarding personalities. There was another package in the pile of gifts which surprised him. It had no name whatsoever on it. He turned to Sirius. Sirius, who sent it? Ron, who was sitting at the table, opening his own considerably shorter pile, as his ears turned red, muttered, I think I know who sent it. I wrote a letter to Mother about how we are friends and all. I think that she sent it. Harry opened the package. True enough, there was a maroon, hand-knitted jumper in it with a golden snitch worked into the front of it. The twins whistled. George said, Harry got a Weasley jumper too. Fred, who was touching it, checking the quality of the work and the thickness of it, said, his is better than ours. George said, yeah, she really makes an effort if you are not family. Harry sent his gifts in advance to them. He could not give a gift to Arcturus because Lord Black had once said that since everything he owned was Harry's anyway, there was no sense in it. He had Ivan a bracelet to Sirius which he had purchased in Hogsmeade since he just could not give him a bottle of mead again. As was tradition, he gave a massive gift hamper of honeydukes ready for Remus. To Susan, he sent a little silver chain. The same for Hannah, a packet of finest honeydukes chocolates for Justin, the Chudley Cannon's fleece jacket for Ron, a book about the traditions of wizarding were LD to Hermione, and a pair of silver ear-rings for Isabel. He also sent a ticket to Hagrid which would get him entry into the Dragon Reserve in Wales where he could see the Welsh Green Dragon to his heart's content. He knew that Hagrid secretly harbored hopes of having a dragon of his own someday. Thanks, Harry, Ron said as he was inspecting the fleece jacket which Harry had gifted to him. Ron's favorite team was the Chudley Cannons. It would have been the best gift for him. He, however, had not sent any gifts to Neville or Daphne yet. They had made a pact among themselves to not nay them to gift buying only for birthdays or certain days in a year. They could ask anything of the other anytime they wished. Also, Harry preferred to ask what they wished for before he bought anything for them. As for Astoria, he always gave her gifts in person rather than sending them through owls. Since she was visiting her grandparents, he had not sent anything. They spent the day around the fireplace enjoying their gifts, toasting and eating marshmallows. They also talked about the coming year, about the homework which needed to be completed before holidays ended. Arcturus told Harry to finish his homework by Yule, then repeated the same for other children in the house. Since Harry obeyed him at once, they too followed suit. Let's fly. That night, Sirius crept into his room. He woke Harry up silently. When he woke up, Sirius motioned for him to follow him downstairs. Silently they walked in the garden where there were a few sheds for keeping horses, if they had any. In one of T.H.E. sheds was parked a classic motorcycle with a sidecar. Harry was instantly awake when he saw the motorcycle. It took a while for him to find the words to express his surprise and wonder. Is that Dad's motorcycle? I used to have dreams about flying on a motorcycle. Sirius was offended. Prongslet, this is my motorcycle. James and I pooled our money to buy this, but I did the enchantments to it. Harry looked at him quizzically. If you are so good at enchanting, why did you join the Aurors? Sirius said matter-of-factly, the conditions at that time were such that it was more import. And for me to stand up to the tyrant who was a threat to us than to indulge myself in enchanting. Now that I'm free, maybe I can take it up as a vocation. Harry asked him. That's all well and fine, Sirius, but what are we doing out here? I mean, it's snowing, for Merlin's sake. Sirius grinned. We're going for a ride, Prongslet. So they went for a ride in the middle of the night. They spent almost 3 hours out of the house, flying through the skies. Sirius had the presence of mind to put a warming charm on Harry, but even with that, Harry felt chilled to the bone by the time that they finally returned. He ambled up to his bed, where he promptly crashed, dreaming of flying on a motorcycle then racing against it on a broom. Yule. The next day was Yule. Arcturus asked Harry and his friends to go out and enjoy themselves as much as they could. Since they knew nothing in Muggle London, they decided to go to the Three Broomsticks. Harry had already called Neville on the flow to join him there. There were Yule celebrations in the Black household, but they would not be until evening that day, so the day was free for them. Percy, however, chose to stay back, saying that he wanted some more of Arcturus's wisdom. Arcturus recognized the boy for who he was. While Percy was sorted to Gryffindor, he was the most Slytherin-like Weasley to have ever existed. Sometimes Arcturus could see a lot of Cinderella in him. Somehow, Arcturus could see that Percy was different than any other Slytherin though. While he had dreams for himself, he was certainly ambitious with an instinct for self-preservation, yet he cared for his family. Something which Cinderella did when she chose Septimus Weasley over the House of Black. Hogsmeade. The children had no definite plans for the rest of the day. They had a day to do with as they pleased. The twins went to visit Zonkos while the trio of Neville, Harry and Ron visited different shops. When they were in Honeydukes, Harry asked Ron, "Haven't you visited the village before today?" Ron replied offhandedly, "Mother never allowed us to. She told us that we can come in third year. I have heard loads about the village from Bill, Charlie and Percy though." He and Neville decided to not let him know that they had visited the village already. It was perfectly innocuous for them to visit the village by sneaking out of the castle, and Ron would have insisted that they should have brought him with them. They spent the day looking in various shops for things which could be useful to them in a prank. They intended to create more havoc in the coming term. The Y had barely done anything in the last term that could be called a grand spectacle. When it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he and Ron returned to Grimald Place to get ready for the celebration that evening. Chapter 13. London. Andromeda Tonks had just arrived in her office to begin her day when she found an owl pecking on the window to her office. It was an owl as black as the night with amber eyes and a cruel-looking beak. Andromeda's breath hitched in her throat when she recognized it. She knew that this particular species of owl was especially bred in the Black Castle, though she could not remember the location of the castle. This was usually used by the lord of the house when he was writing a letter and acting in that capacity. She had been ousted from the Black family about 20 years ago. Never once in the last 2 decades had she received so much as a scrap of parchment from Arcturus Orion Black. She mused over what he could possibly want from her now. They were already ousted from the family. Not even once in the last 2 decades had she heard from her parents or her sisters. True, she saw Narcissa at some social events, but the look of disdain that Narcissa gave her was sufficient to tell her that her sister had no love lost for her. The owl tapped again. She flicked her wand, opening the window inwards. When the owl landed on her table, she got a better look at it. His slight silver and green tint at the edge of its wings was unique to the owls bred by the House of Black. There was no doubt now that Arcturus was writing to her. Curiously, she freed the owl of his burden, offering it an owl treat. The owl took off, not waiting for a reply. With trembling hands, she opened the letter. It read, "Dear Andromeda, I suppose that you are wondering why I am writing to you after 2 decades of silence. But 2 decades is too long to wait. Neither have I received a letter from you in all this time. Until recently, I have been away, so I could not write to you either. I am writing to you to end this long silence. I know that I have no authority to order you to do anything. I am inviting you and your family to join House Black in Yule celebrations this evening at the townhouse at Grimald Place. I am sure you remember where it is. Arcturus Orion Black, Lord of House Black." The letter was in the slant cursive handwriting of her grandfather. He had taken the true BLE of writing to her after almost 20 years. In his usual terse manner, he did not even bother telling her the purpose of this visit. He simply invited her. Still, it would not be amiss to accept his invitation for once. She had loved her family when she was little. Despite their anti-Muggle attitude, she loved all of them and was not budged even by their pureblood tripe. When she left her family home to marry her husband, she had not thought about going back to them. The mannerisms of being a Black had never left her, though, and her deportment reflected in everything she did. She was still a Black in her heart, even if not in name. She also used to look fondly upon Arcturus Orion Black, who was a model figure to her. He was the perfect father, perfect husband, and the loving grandfather who she thought would not abandon her. When she left her home, she thought that he would call for her, that he would not let others banish her from the family. It stung when he did nothing of the sort and let her mother get away with it. Maybe she could at least ask the questions that she wanted to after all these years. There was a little hope in her that maybe he would reinstate her into the family. Somewhere in a corner of her heart, she still yearned to be recognized as a Black. She would have to get Nymphadora to agree to it, though, and that might be an uphill battle. Nymphadora was her father's daughter. That meant she would have to ask Ted first. If he agreed, Nymphadora would definitely agree to follow them. She found Ted in his office busy reading a file. "Ted," she called. He raised his head and gave a smile to her. "Yes, love." She showed the letter to him. He read the letter, then mulled over it for a few minutes before he asked her, "What should we do about it?" She hesitantly said, "I want to go. I know it may be bad, but I just have to ask some questions of him." He quietly hugged her. "I will follow you anywhere, Dromeda." She quietly said, What do we tell Nymphadora though?" "He has asked me to bring her with us." He nodded. "Well, she will just have to put her grudges aside for once today." Nymphadora Tonks, their daughter, was a metamorphagus. A metamorphagus is one who can change their appearance with a thought, and they are very rare. It is a skill which cannot be acquired, but one is born with it. One of the biggest drawbacks of this ability was that the metamorph could never keep their balance and tended to trip over nothing. In other words, they were most clumsy. It was a gift of the Black family, but it had not manifested for about 300 years now. She was the first Black to be born with the ability in quite a while, but she did not know that. For her, the Blacks were a subject of scorn except for Sirius. She could only remember scattered glimpses of him coming to their house and bringing Honeydukes chocolates for her when she was little. When Ted Flo called to his home and asked her to come with them to the Black townhouse, she was initially reluctant but agreed when Andromeda assured her that she would not do something which was not agreeable to her. Nymphadora knew her mother still yearned in her heart to return to her house at times. He could be amenable to her wishes for a little while. Return of the daughter. They arrived in the entrance chamber of the townhouse where Arcturus and Sirius were waiting for them. The children were away for the day. There were just the three of them. Remus was working on something in his room. Arcturus beamed at Andromeda. "Andy, welcome home." She tried to show courtesy to him, but he was having none of it. He lightly hugged her and kissed the top of her forehead. Andromeda thought she saw a tear in the old wizard's eye, but the next moment she felt she must have imagined it because his eyes were quite dry. Nymphadora was the next to come. She tripped over something which he could not see. She didn't even try to show courtesy to him. It did not go unnoticed by him, but other than a look to Andromeda, nothing was said. Andromeda was inwardly embarrassed. She knew she should have taught her daughter the basic manners of the pureblood families, but she had forgotten about it over the years. He jovially addressed her. "So you are Nymphadora. I am your great-grandfather Arcturus Black," she said through gritted teeth. "Do not call me Nymphadora." Sirius snickered. Before he could say anything, the flow roared for the third time. Ted Tonks stepped out. He was about to extend a hand to Arcturus to shake his hand, but Andromeda stepped in before he could do so. She said, "Grandfather, this is my husband, Edward Tonks." She turned to Ted. "Edward, this is my grandfather Lord Arcturus Orion Black." Edward extended his hand to him. "Mr. Black, it is a pleasure to meet you finally. Please call me Ted." Arcturus was amused. It reflected in his words. "You can call me Lord Black or Grandfather if you wish to." Sirius in the meanwhile had hugged Andromeda joyfully. "Andy, I could hear that you are getting younger every day. You have not changed a bit." She rolled her eyes. "Could not resist complimenting me still, Sirius." "I see Azkaban failed to dent your humor," Sirius said in a mock sigh of relief. "Finally someone appreciates my humor. I was starting to have self-doubts with everyone taking a shot at my humor." "She just doesn't want to tell you the harsh truth, Padfoot. Your humor is indeed lame," said Moony, who had just entered the entrance chamber. "As I remember, she was always kind to you." Andromeda was surprised. "Remus Lupin. Where have you been hiding all these years?" Arcturus said. "Would you have all of your questions answered here? Come now." Sirius led them to the meeting room. On the way, she took in the house. She was surprised with all the changes that had been made to it. She could not see a trace of her former home in this new remodeled house. Even the wall with the heads of the dead house elves was gone. The old gas lights were replaced with new ever-burning torches. The chandelier looked grand and better than the last one. The staircase which led upwards was wider now than it used to be. She could not see the kitchen, but she thought it would have been similarly remodeled. The house shone as compared to the dark eerie appearance which used to pervade it earlier. He offered seats to them at the table in the meeting room. When they were seated, Arcturus turned to her. "I suppose that you have a lot of questions for me. Can you contain your curiosity long enough to partake of some refreshments first?" He snapped his fingers. With a crack, creature appeared holding trays of food. He placed them on the table before them. With a quick bow and a hesitant smile, at least that is what it looked like, to Andromeda, he disappeared. After they were all done with refreshments, he turned to her again. Ask your questions, but I pray you to ask them one by one. She took a deep breath and thought about questions she had to ask. She decided to start with the one which had nagged at her all these years. Why did you not send me a letter before today? Arcturus sighed. That is my mistake, Andromeda. When you left the house, I was not here but in France with Melania. I had given freedom to my children to take their decision for themselves. I trusted them to do what they thought was best for them. When I knew that you had walked out of the family, I did not try to contact you because I did not want to cause a disturbance in my family. As it is, most of them had already pledged to fight for Voldemort. The Tonks shuddered. I feared for your safety and that of your husband if I tried to bring you back. She nodded. You thought that my parents and my sisters would be able to walk all over me. The same blood flows in my veins, grandfather. However, that's all water under the bridge now. My second question is, why was I banished from the family? Arcturus said. As a matter of fact, you were never banished, Andy. Dr. Eula had come to me with the request to banish you from the family, but I told her, in no uncertain terms, that I would not do this. It was not in her power to do it without my authority. She was surprised to say the least. But I thought you had banished me from the family tree. Arcturus smirked. Did you ever get a decree from Gringotts telling you that your trust vault is taken back by the family? In fact, Ripfang told me that you had withdrawn all the money in your trust vault a week after you had left the family. I told him to refill the vault and allow you to withdraw as much as you like. I did not close your trust vault until 2 years had passed and you never made another withdrawal. She asked him, when you were doing so much for me, why did you not at least send a message to me or come find me? He sighed. I wanted to, but by then Bellatrix had pledged her loyalty to Voldemort and Narcissa was slated to marry Malfoy. I wanted to reach out to you, but the House of Black was descending into the dark. They would not tolerate Muggle born under their roof. I feared for the safety of Edward and you. Sure, you were a Black, but he had too many followers with him. I could not risk it. She did not say anything for some time while she pondered over his words. His reasons made sense to her, yet she felt kind of disappointed. She also had not tried to send an owl to him. She had simply assumed that Arcturus endorsed their actions. There were still a few questions to be answered though. She asked him, why come back now? Why ask me if I would like to be a part of the family? Rather than giving a straight answer, he asked her, why do we do things we do for people we love? He then proceeded to answer her question. I want my family to stay together. We have lived apart for far too long. I want them to be together. I do not ask anything of you but to tell you that you are a part of the family as you always have been. She asked the next question. What have you done with the house? I mean, I am pleasantly surprised with the changes you have brought to this place, but I kind of expected to find myself in the place where I grew up. He chuckled. That would be Harry's doing. He said that he did not like the feel of the place, that it looked like a house of dark wizards. She raised an eyebrow. Harry who? Arcturus said, amused. Do you mean to say that you do not know that Hadrian Potter Black is my heir? She remembered then. Oh right. I remember reading that the House of Black had raised him. But I dismissed it as just more of the sensational lies that the Daily Prophet publishes. He smirked. In this case, that rag was telling the truth. He is my ward. Remus here helped me raise him since he was a wee lad about 3 years old. Cassiopeia doted on the boy, and taught him all the mannerisms expected of heirs of houses. She looked around the room and asked him, so, where is he? What does he look like? Sirius answered this time. He is visiting Hogsmeade today with the Weasley children. They are our guests for the winter holidays. He looks a lot like James except that he has Lily's eyes. He seems to have the best characteristics of both of them. Andromeda remembered something she had on her mind lately. Sirius, I had been meaning to write to you since you were exonerated, but I could not gather the courage to do so. When you were arrested for betraying James and Lily and killing Pettigrew with those muggles, I accepted the fact like everyone else. I never stopped to think that you would have died for James, if the need be. I want to apologize for thinking so. He waved her off. Andy, it is all in the past now. I have no qualms. There is nothing to apologize for. Peter was even able to hoodwink Dumbledore, and we are but ordinary when compared to him. Hogwarts. Voldemort was having a hard time. He of course had not yet been able to find a way past the beast. Since the winter holidays had started, Severus had been more alert. He kept a watchful eye on his movements. He could outduel Severus, but then it would have come out into the open that he had been possessing Quirrell. The possession was a different issue altogether. It took a lot out of him. At times, it even threatened his meager existence. To keep his vitality and vigor intact, he would have to find some way other than the stone to stay alive long enough to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. With the stone, he could create a body for himself. Then, with the elixir of life, he could be immortal. If Severus helped him, he could get his wish sooner, but he was not yet sure of Severus's loyalties. He had been loyal when Voldemort was in a body, but now he could just as easily hand him over to the Ministry. Then his secret would be out. Everyone would know that he was possessing Quirrell. No, he would obtain a body before he showed himself to anyone else. In the meanwhile, he was looking for an alternative to the elixir of life, something that could grant him a life even if it was a cursed one. He was sitting in the library poring over the books which were deemed dark and out of bounds for the students. However, as he was possessing the defense teacher at the moment, inspecting those books would not be taken amiss by anyone, not even the old fool. He picked up a book titled, The Curse of Half-Life. It was an obscure book which he had not found in the library ever before. Maybe the magic of the castle was assisting him to find something to help him. He had once heard Dumbledore say something of the sort, help is given at Hogwarts to those who need it. Maybe it was true, after all. He also wanted to get his horcrux out of the room of hidden things, but Snape always kept an eye on him. His going into a place where he was not needed at all would look suspicious. His secret could be out in the open. Besides, it was safe where it was for now. There was no one who could know about the room except him, so it would still be safe there. He took a table and started to read the book. Maybe it could help him out of his predicament. Black Townhouse. When the children returned to the Black Townhouse, it was full of people. In the meeting room, Arcturus was sitting with 3 more people that Harry had never seen before. One was a woman who had a royal air about her which was common for the Blacks. Harry guessed she was a daughter of the house. A pot bellied jovial man was sitting on the other side of her. He looked slightly bewildered, as if he had no idea what he was doing here. The third was a young lady with bubblegum pink hair. She resembled the woman beside her in appearance. Hadrian, come here, called Arcturus. Harry knew he had to be at the best of his manners. Arcturus never addressed him as Hadrian unless it was important. When he approached the table, the woman stood from her place and beamed at him. Harry, you look just like James. Harry instantly understood that the woman knew his father, since it was the usual reaction of a NY1 who knew his parents, but he did not know this woman. He had a fair idea that she was a Black, but other than that his mind was blank. He knew of no other Blacks who were alive on the family tree. Remembering the manners drilled into him by Cassiopeia, he approached the woman, gave her an elaborate bow and pretended to kiss her knuckles, saying, Hadrian Potter Black at your service. She grumbled, I can see Aunt Cassiopeia made you as immaculate as she could. Next, he approached the man. He gave a slight tilt of his head, since that was what he was supposed to do for those he did not know, and shook hands with him. He gave a bow to the girl but did not pretend to kiss her knuckles as he had done with the woman. Arcturus introduced them. Harry, these are Andromeda Tonks, her husband Theodore Tonks, and their daughter Nymphadora Tonks. The girl said through gritted teeth, don't call me Nymphadora. Harry inwardly chuckled. If she was opposed to being called Nymphadora and protest every time, then Arcturus would do exactly that. He liked to get a rise out of people that way. He also recognized Andromeda when Arcturus told him she had married a Muggle born, defying the wishes of her parents for her marriage to a son of the Rosier family. He had been killed in the last war at the hands of Alistair Moody. Harry had always thought that she had made the correct choice in that respect. Her presence in the townhouse could only mean that Arcturus had again admitted her into the family. Grandfather has been telling me about you, Harry, Andromeda was saying. I knew James when he was little. Aunt Doria used to invite me over to her house so often that I have seen James in the crib and even babysat him. Harry smiled. Thank you for telling me this, Aunt Andromeda. I am always eager to hear about my parents. She waved her hand as if it was nothing. You can always come over and I will tell you about your grandparents too. They were my favorite. The flow roared at that moment. Augusta Longbottom stepped out followed by Neville. Andromeda greeted her warmly. Hello Augusta. It has been a long time. Augusta replied warmly. Indeed, and it is a pleasure to see you back in the House of Black. The flow roared again. This time, Ernie came through. Harry had invited him and since he was back, he had come to visit. Shortly after him, Susan Bones came too with Amel. Bones, however, Hannah Abbott was staying back with her family. When Susan had joined him at the table, Arcturus asked him, Lad, are there any more of your friends to come through? Harry shook his head. Not this time, Grand Uncle. The rest of them had prior commitments. With that, Arcturus led all of them into the garden. When they emerged from the townhouse, there was a pine log already burned, surrounded by rugs and blankets laid on the ground for all of them. After they were all seated and refreshments were served to them, Arcturus stood to address the gathering. Today is Yule, an OCC Asian where we give thanks for a good year which has passed while we hope for a good year ahead. I assume that most of you are conversant with the rituals. I will review for the uninitiated. There are parchments and quills here. We each take a piece of parchment and write about the things for which we are thankful from the past year. Then we drop these parchment pieces into the fire. Then we write about our hopes for the coming year on another piece of parchment while we nibble on some bread. After we are done writing that, we drop those pieces of parchment into the fire and retreat. He took a piece of parchment and wrote things they felt thankful for. Harry was thankful for his godfather being free, Arcturus being there for him as he had always been since he was rescued from the Muggles, for the friends who were there for him, for the new friends who always supported him. Once everyone was done writing, they proceeded to drop those pieces of parchment in the fire before the Y sat down to write what they expected of the coming year. After they were done, they proceeded inside to enjoy a feast which rivaled the Halloween feast. During the feast, Susan sat on one side of him with Ernie on her other side. He engaged her in conversation. How are your holidays? She replied, terrible. Auntie barely has time for me with her duties as the Minister of Magic, however I try not to complain. She has been trying to give me as much time as she could. He asked Ernie, where were you? Ernie answered, we were at my grandparents' but I was terribly bored with nothing to do. Also I missed my friends so here I am. Susan asked him, what are your plans for the rest of the holidays? He shrugged, I don't know. I think that we'll remain here and return to Hogwarts when it's time. After dinner, most of them went home. The Black family sat for a reunion around the fire in the fireplace with butterbeer for the children and mead or fire whiskey for the adults. Harry noticed that Nymphadora was sticking with butterbeer though. He noticed that she had black hair right now instead of the bubblegum pink he had seen earlier. He asked her curiously, Nymphadora, did you apply glamour charms? She gritted her teeth. Don't call me Nymphadora. No, I did not use glamour charms. Why do you ask? Harry was smirking. First off, it's your name, so what else can I call you? Secondly, I could swear that I saw you had bubblegum pink hair but now it is black. She replied, yes, I am a metamorphagus. He was impressed and that reflected in the tone of his voice. That's really amazing. You are the first metamorph in the Black family in about 300 years. She was visibly impressed. How do you know that? He replied offhandedly, Grand Uncle wanted me to learn all about our family heritage, which includes learning about the gifts of magic in our family. I know for a fact that Parseltongue and Metamorphagus have been recurring gifts in our family. He asked her then, what do you do for a living? I mean, you have obviously graduated from Hogwarts. She started saying, I graduated just last spring. I have been trying to get into the Aurors. He asked her curiously, why do you want to be an Auror? She started telling him enthusiastically, actually it was due to Uncle James and Sirius. I mean, I was little when they used to come over all the time. They looked striking in their red robes. Plus I was always excited when I heard about their bravery in the newspaper. I became their fan when they stopped an attack on my family when I was 6. That was when I decided that I had to become an Auror. A prank war. Just when Harry thought that things would be at peace in the townhouse, they escalated. The twins, who had been pranked too many times by Sirius, finally decided to give as good as they got. One day, as Sirius woke up and opened the door to his room, he was smacked in the face by a bag that nearly knocked him over backwards. As he was wincing, trying to shake the stars out of his vision, the twins appeared and grinned at him. "It's on." They had filled a sack with gravel from the back garden. They tied it to a length of heavy twine, then fixed the end of the twine to the ceiling outside of Sirius' room with a sticking charm. Finally, they levitated the sack to the ceiling, at the end of the length of twine, and stuck it there with another sticking charm. Their preparations made, they lay in wait. When Sirius started to open his door, Fred cast a finite at the sticking charm on the sack. They let gravity and timing do the rest. The next to be targeted was Moony. When they were sitting in the meeting room one evening, Remus was breaking an enormous slab of chocolate. The twins were trying to hide their smirks, watching him. Seeing them smirk, Harry was suspicious, but before he could do or say anything, Moony gobbled up a large piece of chocolate. In the next second, he was on the floor. A minute later, there were 2 Sirius Blacks in the meeting room. Luckily, Percy was not there in the meeting room with them. He would have gone berserk trying to figure out where they got their hands on Polyjuice Potion. A dose of Polyjuice Potion can change a person to look like another person, and it is not taught before newts. It is difficult to brew, with the process taking 21 days. Then a hair or a body part has to be added to it before consuming it. Since it was unlikely that Fred and George could brew the Polyjuice Potion, it was much more likely that they had raided Snape's stores. Remus was frowning at them. "You two have no creativity. You could have changed Sirius into me." Sirius was howling with laughter. "You two have turned it up a notch. You will soon have your reckoning, lads." The next time, Remus placed a ward outside the door of their room. The ward would levitate the one who tripped it. Since the twins had no idea about how to detect wards yet, they didn't see it. When they stepped out of their room, they found themselves to be hovering upside down. Remus was there, smirking at them. He calmly stunned them and placed a disillusionment charm on them so they could not call for help and no one would be able to see them. The attacks on Arcturus did not cease either. Someone was doing pranks on Lord Black almost every day. Some days, it was rather simple, like placing a dung bomb on his chair, while at others, the prankster used transfiguration extensively, like when they charmed his chair to walk off with him the moment he sat down. Since none of the children could do it yet, the Marauders were the only suspects. Arcturus had to warn them not to do it again. There had been a very phenomenal prank one morning. Percy, when he woke up from his sleep, went to the bathroom. As he came out, he was surprised to find his bed sheet standing before him. Before Percy could understand what was happening, his bed sheet picked him up in the air. Percy started shouting for help, and when the Marauders arrived, none of them could figure out who had done it. All they knew was that they hadn't done it. The twins were the only suspects, unless Harry knew how to charm the bed sheets in such a way, which he did not. Finally, Harry had enough, and he decided that he needed to do some pranks of his own lest others forget that he was a prankster too. For this purpose, he needed some help because he could not do it by himself. It was some advanced magic, and he wanted to avoid detection in the whole situation. He and Neville conferred with each other and formed a strategy. For the prank, they needed an elf and some enchanted items. They were going to prank the twins and the Marauders all at the same time. Since they had been raising hell with their pranks, it was befitting that they were all pranked at the same time. For this, they enlisted the services of Mr. Gamble and Japes. They went to his shop on a visit to Diagon Alley. When he saw them enter, he hailed them cheerfully, "Come in, young lads." What a bright daw! Why indeed to see young people ready to engage in pranks. "Now how can I serve you?" Neville handled the business with him. "Mr. Gamble, we are looking to procure some custom-made enchanted items. Would it be possible?" He grinned eagerly. "If the items you require are not in stock already, I will personally do the work. What do you need?" On the night of the intended prank, Harry kept the twins and the Marauders engaged at dinner while Creature did the work for them. When the desserts were brought at the end of dinner, Sirius expressed his doubts that the sweets had a distinct taste to them. Everyone else told him that it was not so. Then Remus Lupin noticed that his chocolate had a different taste from the usual, but then he was used to magical chocolates and maybe they were testing a new flavor. Later the twins shared butterbeers with Harry, Neville and Ron. The twins noticed their butterbeers had distinct taste, but others found nothing wrong with the butterbeers. Neville had stayed over, telling Augusta that he was having a stayover and she was fine with it. The pranks were seen the next day. Instead of Sirius, what came out of his room was a creature with horns on its head, a forked tail, matted bright red hair and bloodshot red eyes. He did not notice that his appearance had changed until he reached the breakfast table where Harry, Neville, Ron, Percy and Arcturus were sitting for breakfast. They broke into laughter when they saw him enter. He asked them, "What are you all laughing at?" Arcturus asked him, "Have you looked in the mirror this morning?" He haughtily replied, "Of course I did. I enjoy gazing upon my handsome, flawless visage." Harry snorted, "Flawless indeed. I implore you to grab a mirror and look into it again." Sirius looked into the mirror and howled in rage, "They will pay for this." Arcturus asked him, "How do you know it is the twins?" Sirius said with certainty, "Who else could it be? We have been at prank wars since they arrived. This is their newest attack." Arcturus said sternly, "Unless you can make sure that it is them, I forbid you from saying a word." Sirius whined, "That's unfair, grandfather." Arcturus glared at him, "Is it fair that you are pranking children half your age?" Sirius of course had no answer to that. Arcturus also forbade him from getting rid of the prank before breakfast was over, telling him that others needed to see him. When Remus came in, he had a greenish tinge to his body and his pajamas had been transfigured into a skirt that ended below his knees. His hair was blonde instead of the brown it usually was, and he wore slippers that squeaked every time he took a step. Remus was angry with the twins. He raged at them in front of the others, "Look what they did to me, Padfoot. They changed my pajamas in skirt, changed the tone of skin and changed my slippers with these which squeak." Sirius said, "We will teach them, Moony. Remember, we are marauders." When the twins did come down, there was a surprise. One of them sported a beard to rival Dumbledore's, bald and dressed in a gown that had marauders stamped upon it. The other twin had hair which went past his ankles, dichromatic eyes, and he wore what appeared to be animal hide instead of robes. Arcturus turned to the marauders, "Did you two do this to them?" Sirius shook his head, "No, we didn't. Not that we couldn't do any of those things. It's just that we wouldn't go to that much trouble for a prank." Remus also denied having done it. Arcturus asked the twins if they had done these pranks on the marauders. They denied it also. The marauders didn't know it, but Arcturus had an idea about who the perpetrators were. Arcturus himself had not done it. That left only Percy and the three children who had not been involved in any prank yet. His was beyond them talent-wise, since they did not know enough magic at this point to be able to do it, but they certainly could use their brains. "Let's see what you've got." After breakfast was over, Arcturus summoned Harry to his office. After Harry sat in his favorite chair, Arcturus asked him, "Now lad, we have been quite busy with so many things to do that we haven't had a chance to sit together and talk about things. What you have been up to lately?" Harry told him everything. "I've been cultivating friendships with students of other houses except for the Slytherins. As a general rule, they avoid me. There are a few of them though who are amenable to me. I suppose it is more to do with me being the black heir. After all, if there is some house which can have a claim of being Slytherins through and through after Salazar, it is the House of Black. The fact that most of them owe fealty to House of Black is just an added bonus." Arcturus smiled, "I see you learnt your lessons well. Is there anything else you want to tell me?" Harry weighed the pros and cons about whether to tell him about Flitwick's dueling lessons before he decided that Arcturus deserved to know about it. He told him, "Me and Neville have been learning dueling from Professor Flitwick for about 4 months now. We are working toward being ready to participate in the Under-14 World Dueling Championship next summer." He nodded, "All right, I will enter you both as contestants in the championship. Have you thought about how you will bring Slytherin House to your side?" He nodded, "I have some ideas, but that is all for now. I need to develop them before I can tell you more about it." Nothing, however, was said about the three-headed dog, or the whispers of Voldemort and the Sorcerer's Stone. When he was leaving Arcturus' office, Arcturus called, "Just so you know, I know that you pulled those pranks on the twins, Sirius and Remus." Harry cringed inwardly but did not say anything. He should have known that Arcturus would figure it out. A duel. After Arcturus released him from the meeting, Sirius cornered him. Hup, I have heard that you are learning to duel. Would you display your talents to me? Harry grinned. Gladly, but where? There is no dueling ring in this house. Sirius smirked. Remind me about it tomorrow. Next morning, Harry had his wand on the table at breakfast. Ron asked him, Harry, haven't been forbidden from using magic outside of school? You're going to get yourself expelled. Harry smirked. Not a chance, Ron. They can't find out I did this if I'm doing it in this house. There are too many adult wizards here for them to bother figuring out who did it. Ron asked him further, but why did you take it out? He told him offhandedly, I was polishing it this morning. Since Flitwick had told them that he would not teach a third student, he had to give Ron that excuse. When they were finished with their breakfast, Harry reminded Sirius, Sirius, you had asked me to remind you that this house has no dueling ring. Sirius nodded. Indeed I did. If you want, then you can call Neville over. With Neville coming over, he apparated with the two of them. Harry had never liked apparition to begin with, but since it was the fastest and safest way to go, he agreed. They apparated into a small flat somewhere in London. Harry asked him, Sirius, where are we? Sirius replied, after I left my home, I went to live with Great Aunt Doria and Uncle Charles. I lived with them until I was admitted to the Aurors. Me and James put some money together, and with a little of Uncle Charles's help, I bought this place. I lived here until James had to go into hiding. It had been sealed and confiscated by the ministry. After my exoneration, they had to give it back to me. I just got it back recently. Neville asked him, why have you brought us here? Sirius grinned, because this house has a dueling ring where we used to practice. I want to see what old Flitwick has been teaching you. He dueled against them 2-on-1. Sirius had not been one of the best Aurors for nothing. The moment Harry and Neville bowed, he sent a stunner towards them, which they both dodged by jumping aside. He casually kept sending spells at them in their turn while he danced around their spells. He just stood and waited for them to cast. When they did, he simply moved away. When they tried to be smart and cast in the direction he was going to be, Sirius changed direction and went the other way. He kept them casting at him for 10 minutes. Neither of them was able to connect with any spell. Finally he decided he had enough. He started hurting them together by firing spells to make them converge. When they were together, he sent a wide area stunner. They both raised shields in response. He sent a spell chain at Harry first. It had a petrification hex, a shield breaker and a stunner. Harry ducked the petrification hex, sacrificed his shield to the shield breaker and dodged the stunner only to run into a second stunner which Sirius had fired a split second after the spell chain. He sent a spell chain of levitation charm, shield breaker and levicorpus at Neville, who dodged the levitation charm, gave up his shield and fell to the levicorpus dangling from the ceiling. He calmly stunned him too. When he enervated the two of them, he told them, you both are good for firsties, but you need to think outside the box. To win a duel, you should use every trick at your disposal. In between the prank wars, Harry arranged a get-together at the townhouse almost every day. All of his friends came over when they could. The holidays were turning out to be the best yet. When they got bored, they would go out in Muggle London trying to find their way through the city, or for a walk, or maybe just to have some fun in general. He had also visited Andromeda twice in that time. Whenever he was out or doing something by himself, Remus would engage Ron in a game of chess. He was fairly good at it, so he could keep Ron engaged and not make him feel bored, besides stimulating his own brain. Sirius tried to play against Ron a few times, but after getting trounced in 10 consecutive games, he decided that maybe wizard chess wasn't for him. The first day that he went to visit with the Tonks, only Tonks was there since Andromeda was at work. When he stepped out of the flow, she grinned, at last someone here I can play with. He arched an eyebrow and asked apprehensively, what do you mean by that? She replied, I wanted to practice my glamour charms on someone. Mother never allows me to do that, saying it always ends in a disaster. Father says he is just a common wizard who does not need them. You, on the other hand, are a celebrity. I guess you need to be anonymous at times so you could use some glamour charms. Harry smirked. Not anymore. Why do you need to learn glamour charms though when you can just concentrate and change your form? She replied, I am trying to get into the Aurors. They need us to be expert in stealth and tracking, disguise and defense besides being good at potions. I am a fair hand at potions courtesy of mother who was excellent in potions in her time at Hogwarts, and she also taught me something of defense. I have no problem disguising myself because of my natural talent, but glamour charms are part of the entry exam and I need to practice them. Also I am clumsy at stealth and tracking. He nodded. I suppose that it's hard for you to keep your balance because you change your form so much. I remember seeing a book about metamorphs in the Black Library. If you asked, Grand Uncle would happily give it to you. She replied, I'll think about asking him. However, why don't you let me do glamour charms on you? He was apprehensive but nodded. She did the charms satisfactorily. Just to see that she had done it perfectly, they took a tour of Diagon Alley too. Coming with her was different from coming to the alley with Sirius or Remus. She had so much to shop for. She met so many of her former classmates that he got bored and even regretted his decision of agreeing to come with her to Diagon Alley. The next time he visited Andromeda, she was at the house. She invited him to dinner, to which he agreed. She entertained him with a lot of tales about his grandparents who were her favorite uncle and aunt. She told him of the support they lent to her when she married against the wishes of her parents and how they had treated her as one of their own. Since they had James when they were really old, they doted on all the children around them except Bella and Narcissa. Those two did not like Doria and Charles for unknown reasons from the start. All in all, it was turning out to be the best holiday for him. Then there was the New Year ball, which was hosted by the Macmillans. They had started hosting this ball since the end of the war because neither House Potter nor House Black, which used to host balls on New Year or Yule, had anyone left to organize them. The Macmillans had snapped up the chance. An invitation had arrived for Arcturus as well as Harry. Ernie had also personally invited him for the ball. They were expected to bring dates for the ball, but neither Harry nor Neville had dates for the ball. They however decided that they did not need dates at this age. They were still too young to think so far ahead. What they needed at this time was to chase witches, as Sirius put it, and have fun. Neville went to the ball with Augusta. Harry went with the Blacks, Ron and Remus. The ball. They spent the day of the ball in Muggle London, seeing the sights and having fun. When Big Ben struck the half-hour after 3, they headed back to the townhouse. Creature intercepted Harry as soon as he stepped through the door and dragged him to his room. He had already drawn a bath for Harry. After he had thoroughly bathed and scrubbed, Creature had him sit and then went to work on him. His hair was long, falling to his shoulders. Cher set it into a fancy hairstyle while applying sleek easy hair potion to make his thatch look presentable. After that, Creature went to work on his nails. He filed them to an even shape, then buffed them to a glossy shine. Sirius had ordered his dress robes. Even though he had wardrobes full of clothes for him, Sirius had ordered yet another trunk full for him. There was a cream-colored silk shirt with black trousers, a dragon hide belt with an intricately worked silver buckle, dragon hide boots, black robes, and the whole ensemble was topped off by a black and gold scarf made of the finest wool which could be found. While he was always conscious of his attire, Creature had surpassed himself in dressing him up. They were greeted by Lord Macmillan in his family home when they exited the flow. As per his duty, Ernie was beside his father and he bowed deeply to Arcturus and Sirius. He gave a curt nod to Remus as was prescribed for regents who were not lords otherwise. He shook hands with Harry and Ron however and sent them in to enjoy the party. The ballroom was large enough to accommodate about 200 people at once. There were tables set up in the hall where a long table had been set up for the heads of houses, ministry officials and other VIPs. Smaller, rectangular tables had been set up for others. Harry and his friends claimed 2 such tables and joined them end to end. He was joined by Isabel at one side and Neville at another. Isabel was dressed in black, form-fitting robes which rather suited her. She had opted to wear her hair loose rather than the plait she usually sported. Harry thought she looked prettier than she usually did. She asked him, "So, it never crossed your mind to contact me even once during the holidays?" He said, "As I remember you did not leave me a flow address." She eyed him. "Are you sure you were raised in a wizarding family?" You could have sent me an owl. He embarrassedly said, oh right. I guess I didn't think of that because Hedwig was at Hogwarts. Dinner was grand. There were so many dishes put out for them that he could not count. They ate with gusto before a wizarding band started performing. The band players started with a slow song. The hosts went to the dance floor first. The song was slow-moving and suited for dancing gracefully. After the first song, others led their partners to the dance floor. Harry offered his arm to Isabel, let's dance. She accepted and they went to the floor. It was a fast song which required them to dance at a faster beat than the last one. There was some extremely coordinated footwork involved. However, Cassiopeia had taught him to dance and he was not about to embarrass himself. They danced for 3 or 4 songs before someone interrupted them. Would you mind, Isabel, if I borrowed your dancing partner for some time? It was Lisa, who was also at the ball. Isabel handed him over to her. While they danced, she asked him, so how were your holidays? He replied jovially, they were excellent. Perhaps the best in years with so many people around. What have you been up to? She replied, I was trying to catch up with my friends from before Hogwarts. Woefully, they all seem to have moved on. I guess all the friends that I have left are at school. He was claimed from her by Hannah, who asked him, what are our plans for the next term, Harry? He grinned, well, I have some very ambitious plans, Hannah. Let's see what becomes of them. Susan took him from Hannah and they danced for about 10 minutes while enjoying it. They had been getting together recently with their friends, so there was not much to talk about. She had told him that she loved to dance and he was determined to show her that he was the perfect dancer. The night ended shortly after midnight with a speech by Lord Macmillan. Sirius, who had stayed behind, escorted him home. Remus and Lord Black had returned to the townhouse some time before 10 o'clock with Ron. Ron had danced a few times with some girls but when he realized that he was not very good at dancing, he had given it up in favor of some refreshments. 2 days later, it was time for them to return to Hogwarts. The morning they were to return, Arcturus addressed them at the breakfast table. These few days have been very fun-filled. This place felt like home after a very long time. I enjoyed your pranks and the retaliations. I would appreciate it if you people would come over whenever you have time to spare. You are all my family and this is as much your home as the burrow is. Now I want to tell you all that those pranks which were no performed either by these marauders or the twins were performed by me. The proclamation caused total silence. There was no way that the perfect pureblood lord could be a prank lord. It took a moment to sink in for all of them, and when it did, Sirius asked him, are you jesting? Arcturus growled, does it look like I am laughing? I performed those pranks on you all. I wanted to see how good you self-proclaimed pranksters are when it comes to a real prank lord. And so someone said Percy was doing the pranks, but did I not indicate it was Arcturus when I wrote, The Prank Lord? Chapter 14, London. With the winter holidays over, it was time to return to school. Arcturus didn't want to deal with any last-minute rush, so he ordered the house elves to pack everybody's trunks the night before. Percy, however, insisted that he could pack his own trunk. Since he was the most disciplined of the bunch, Arcturus left him to it. Remus made sure that Harry had packed his trunk. He also made sure had no contraband made its way in during the packing. Sirius winked at Harry and told him out of Moony's hearing that whatever Remus confiscated, Sirius would personally deliver to him in the castle. Harry was not one to say no to that. They all used the flow to get to platform 9 3/4 well before the scheduled departure time. The platform was a mass of confusion with the steam from the Scarlet engine. Parents seeing their children off to school and friends asking each other about their holidays. The twins took off to reserve a compartment for their friends. Percy disappeared into the cloud of stay. Emma round the prefect's car just behind the coal tender. Harry and his friends climbed aboard the coach at the back end of the train. There were already a lot of first-year students there. When he dragged his trunk into the last compartment, he found Ernie, Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones already there. Hi Harry, they greeted him. He returned their greetings while Remus helped him and Ron hoist their trunks up to the luggage rack. Then they waited outside the train for others. Neville came about 10 minutes later with Augusta. Remus helped him to get his trunk on the train too. When the train was about to leave, Sirius told them, remember you lot, study but have fun. There are things that you can do at this age only. And personally I am waiting for you to do more pranks this term. The ride back to Hogwarts passed without incident except for Malfoy, of course. He entered their compartment about halfway through the journey. When he took in the people in the compartment, he decided maybe today was not a good day to make trouble and retreated quickly. Even with Crabbe and Goyle to back him up, he was not ready to go against so many at once. When the train arrived at the station, they took the carriages since it was not a good idea to go boating in the middle of winter anyway. The school provided carriages for students second year and up to make the trip from the station at the start of the year. To most, the black carriages with their oil head lamps appeared to move by magic. But, for the few students who had seen death, they could see that there were nearly skeletal, leather-winged, roughly horse-shaped creatures with dragon-like heads between the traces. They were Thestrals, the largest herd in the world, bred by Hagrid. In spite of their generally gentle and shy demeanor, they had a bad name because of their horrific appearance, carnivorous diet and their association with death. In other words, they were ideal pets for the gamekeeper of Hogwarts. Harry had heard about the creatures from Moony, but not yet having seen death himself, he could not see them. During inclement weather, hoods were attached to the carriages, but in fair weather, tops were left down. Today, with all the snow and chilly winds, the tops were up. Harry spotted a carriage convenient to the last coach of the train. Rushing over to secure it with Neville and Ernie in tow, Ron, Hermione, Susan and Hannah followed them at a more leisurely pace. They left their trunks on the train. The Hogwarts house elves would take care of transporting their luggage to their dorms. As soon as everyone was on board, the carriage started moving toward the gates of the castle. Most of them had visited a lot during the holidays, so they didn't have much to catch up on. Hermione, on the other hand, had been in France for the holidays. She had found the magical community of the city in Paris and she was in awe of it. She kept chattering about things that she had seen there or heard and learned. She had also bought a lot of books from there which she could not find in Flourish and Blots or Obscurus books. Harry said nothing but kept listening to her describing the places she had been to. He, of course, knew all of those places, having visited them many times. Forbidden Forest, Quirrell had to read through a lot of books before he found a temporary solution to his predicament. One of the books on dark magic contained a brief account of unicorn blood and its properties. Unicorns are supposed to be creatures of light and killing one is a sin, but its blood is rumored to give half-life to someone who was desperate enough to drink it. However, killing such a sacred animal does not come without costs, and the half-life which it gave is cursed, meaning the drinker would perish soon unless he could find another way to remain alive. Tom thought it fit to drink the unicorn blood to try and gain some strength while he figured out how to get to the stone. When he got his hands on the stone, he would be immortal. Until then he had to kill unicorns. Today, he was going to make the first attempt at it. He was in the Forbidden Forest under cover of the trees. He was trying to find a unicorn. Hagrid had told him that there were many in the forest, so it should not be hard to find one. The difficult thing was to subdue it. They were light and fast and would not fall for any trap. He would have to use all of his strength and cunning to bring one down. To make things harder, grown-up unicorns tended to shy away from adult wizards, so he would have to be completely concealed. He also remembered reading in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander that they liked sugar cubes the most. He had laid out heaps of them at the edge of a clearing that he could watch. Climbing high into a tree, he waited. He spent 3 hours in the tree, but none of the beasts ever came. What came instead of them were the centaurs, who removed the sugar cubes he had piled up. He was angry at him for this, but he could not reveal himself to them. They were very close to the old fool. And besides, they would fill Quirrell's body full of arrows faster than he could take them out with dark curses. Finally, when he gained nothing, he decided to come back another night when the centaurs would be asleep. It would not be so much trouble to him to find the unicorns then. And once he did, he would get some power into him. Time was running out. He did not know how long he could possess Quirrell before the old fool would realize something was amiss. He needed some leverage when it came to the Cerberus. He needed a way around it. There just had to be something that could help him. If he cast the killing curse, the castle's war wards would let Dumbledore know almost instantly. Then, despite killing the beast, he would be left empty-handed. Besides, he did not know if a Cerberus was impervious to magic. If it turned out to be the case, Quirrell would die a gruesome death, becoming the next meal for the three-headed monster. He would have to find a way around the beast before others realized what he was up to. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore was watching one of the memories that he had gathered while trying to document Tom's life and taking notes. There were things that he needed to do and places to visit to find the horcruxes. If they succeeded in finding them, they would have no problem bringing him down if he returned to a body. Thanks to Arcturus Orion Black, he knew there were at least 6 of them. He also regretted that Arcturus did not contact him even once during the last decade to tell this little secret to him. They could have put all their resources together to find them. Perhaps they could have found and destroyed them already. Now, however, Albus's duties had increased. He already knew that Tom was trying to get to the Sorcerer's Stone. It was clear that he was active once more. It was just a matter of time before he found a way to gain a body. All Albus could do was frustrate Tom and slow him down while trying to find the horcruxes. He again made a list of those items in his mind and compared it with the list of items that he had prepared. The first thing was Slytherin's locket. The goblins had destroyed it under Arcturus' orders. The second was Helga Hufflepuff's cup, which had been found in the vault of Bellatrix No Name. It had met the same fate as the locket. The third had been a piece of soul which had attached itself to Harry when the ancient magic that his dying mother had invoked caused the killing curse to rebound on Tom. It had been removed by a mage at Arcturus's request. There were at least 3 more out there. Out of them, he had a fair idea that at least one of them was related to the founders. Since Tom was obsessed with everything that he considered special and liked to collect trophies, it stood to reason that he would have tried to find something of the founders. With the locket and the cup destroyed, the only 2 well-known founder artifacts remaining were the lost diadem of Ravenclaw and the sword of Gryffindor. He had no idea where the diadem was. It had not been seen for centuries. The sword was safely secured right here in his office. There was no sign of such a foul taint as a horcrux about it. He had heard legends about the sword. It was enchanted to present itself to someone who was a Gryffindor through and through in the hour of their dire need. That meant that the lost diadem was almost certainly a horcrux. The puzzle of locating it after centuries, no, a few decades, because Tom had found it, corrupted it and hidden it again, would be challenging, but not impossible. Still, there were at least 2 unknown horcruxes. Given Tom's fondness for powerful artifacts, it was likely that at least one of them was such an item. Dumbledore believed that looking more into the Gaunt family history might give him a clue as to what it was. And the final horcrux to be identified was likely the first one he made. It would have been a totally new magic to him for his first attempt. Perhaps it was an item of convenience that was close at hand. There would be one more, but he had no idea what it could be. Looking into the House of Gaunt would mean leaving the castle, visiting places and meeting people. He could not take the chance of leaving the castle with Tom on the move and the stone being housed in the school. Maybe, after he had seen the stone being destroyed for good or being kept at such a place where Tom could not reach it, then he would go after the remaining horcruxes. He also had time to think about how this year had turned out so far. When the term started, he had been apprehensive for Hadrian Potter Black, who was raised by the House of Black, but the young boy had turned out to be a fine child, and Albus knew that he was more than he let on. The lad had all of them wrapped around his little finger. Minerva was all praises for the boy. He also knew the boy was a master of misdirection. Nobody could guess what he would do next, and he was fond of keeping his cards close to his chest. Neville Longbottom seemed to be the only one who could get a sneak peek into what was going on in his mind or what he would do next. Neville was another young child who had amazed Albus. Unlike Frank, who was a disciplinarian and did not mock authority, Neville was a prankster. To see that the 2 boys had bonded so well made Albus think that perhaps Neville and Harry had known each other for years already, which might have been possible. Arcturus Orion Black was called crafty for a reason. He was also seeing Wizarding Britain change every day under the leadership of Minister Bones. As a former Auror, she knew the importance of Aurors in Wizarding Britain and that there were not enough of them. She was considering relaxing the entry requirements a little so that there could be enough Aurors. Merlin forbid, if Tom made a comeback, they would be hard-pressed to fight him. Therefore she had decided to err on the side of caution. Albus also knew that he would have to train Hadrian Potter Black after some time when he deemed the boy to be ready. For one thing, he needed the boy to be versed in occlumency. For another, he had a proclivity for learning arcane magics. Tom had not left any stone unturned to obtain knowledge when he had been a student. Maybe in a year or two, when the boy had proved that he was worthy, Albus would start teaching him. He had committed every bit of information to Arcturus which was related to Harry, and now it was upon Arcturus to tell him or not. Great Hall. When Harry arrived in the Great Hall, he noticed that Snape was not there, but all the other teachers were present. He thought that perhaps Snape was taking the opportunity to gain entry into the trap door on the 3rd floor while the students feasted. His suspicions, however, were ended when Snape arrived before the feast started. He was slightly out of breath. He looked like he had been running a few moments ago. His robes too looked a little disheveled. When Harry looked carefully, he could see that Snape was wincing and not using his right hand much. This looked strange to Harry. Snape was right-handed, so, as Harry supposed, he had heard it somehow. He turned to Neville, who was sitting beside him. "Mate, do you think that something is the matter with Snape's hand? He is trying not to that hand," as if he had heard it recently. Neville watched Snape for a few seconds before nodding. "It does look like it. I can also see a rip in his robes. I can't think what it's about." Hermione said to them in a low whisper. "Do you two think that he's trying to go after whatever is there on the 3rd floor?" Harry nodded. "That's exactly what I think, Hermione. He must have been trying to get past the 3-headed beast, and it mangled him in the process." Ronald asked, "So what should we do about it? I mean, do we tell the teachers?" Harry shook his head. "No. I mean, what would we even tell them? We're not supposed to know anything about the stone, and we have no evidence. Until we know more, we can't say anything. Besides, if we said anything and it got back to Snape, he will take it out on us." Their classes with Snape had not been ideal, but most of the time Harry had got the edge on him. He had not stopped taking points off Gryffindor on every pretense, but McGonagall was giving the points back to them for answering questions in her class or for any example of good behavior. She had told him not to rise to the bait in Snape's class. Pursuing a relentless fight against Snape was a worthless adventure. Dumbledore would not fire him for some reasons known only to him. Every time would be a meaningless clash and nothing more. True, Harry could get Arcturus to use his influence and get him fired from the job, but such a weak use of power was beneath him. Snape, for his part, did not say anything which could have been insulting to either the late James Potter or to any of the Marauders. He kept his taunts and insults focused on Harry only. He tried to find fault with everything he did or said. Harry wasn't innocent either. He deliberately egged the potions master into anger just because he could. That just gave the students more reason to hate him. "Harry mate, what have you planned for this term?" George's voice brought him out of his musings. Harry responded with a self-satisfied grin. "That's a work in progress. You'll find out when everyone else does. After all, the surprise is half the fun." Fred asked, "Is it a prank or something else?" Harry grinned. "Oh, it's something else all right. You'll love it. Think of it as a stage to show your talents to the school." Dueling classroom. "Good evening, Mr. Potter Black and Mr. Longbottom," said Flitwick as they entered the dueling room. After being seated, he turned to them. "So how was your vacation? Did you keep up with your practice?" Harry answered, "Professor, I'm surprised you would ask such a thing. You know better than we do that. As underage wizards, we are forbidden to use magic outside of school." Flitwick snorted. "Pull the other one. If you two haven't found a way around that restriction years ago, I'll eat my hat. And if you couldn't do that on your own, Remus or Sirius are more than able to show you the way." Harry shook his head and said earnestly, "Professor, do you mean to say that there's a way around the law? Can you explain it to us?" Flitwick let the topic drop. He knew that these two would know that the trace could not work in a wizarding home, and yet they were feigning innocence, so he would play along. He turned to them. "Since you have finished the spells I wanted you to learn, now I will teach you the etiquette of dueling." They both started listening with rapt attention. It was a subject which they enjoyed the most. Flitwick said, "Before you are to start a duel, you have your wand in hand poised in front of your face. You bow to your opponent before you begin to cast. Now there is a little maneuver that you can try. As soon as your opponent answers your bow with one of his, start casting before he can get into defensive position." With that he asked them to stand facing each other. When they were in position, he said, "Now that you both know all the basic spells, I want you to practice dueling. You will duel to disarm and will not cast after your opponent is disarmed. Is that clear?" They both nodded and he said further, "Bow to each other." They both bowed to each other. Without wasting a second, Harry sent a stunner at Neville. He seemed to have sensed that Harry was about to pull this trick on him. He had already put up a shield which blocked the stunner. Not wanting to lose the momentum, Harry fired a rapid series of stunners. Neville kept taking them on the shield without breaking a sweat. Finally, after about 5 minutes, when Harry relented for a second, Neville started sending petrification hexes at him. Harry didn't bother with a shield. He dodged them. He kept dodging them until Neville started sending spells in the direction he was going to be. Still not wanting to raise a shield, Harry sent a tripping hex at Neville which made him stumble. In that moment, Harry collapsed him with a stunner. With Neville down, he dutifully stood aside while Flitwick enervated Neville. After he had climbed atop his stack of books, he turned to them. "It was a good duel. Interesting to watch. Neville, your shielding technique was excellent. I must caution you that there is a simple spell that breaks shields. It is unwise to rely on shields exclusively. Harry, excellent dodging. Not only will that help keep you fit, but it is also effective against just about everything except a wide area stunner. You will need a shield to counteract that. You both have learned everything thoroughly well. I must say I am impressed. Now the second rule of dueling is that you never attack your opponent after he is incapacitated or disarmed. Doing so would mean expulsion. From the next session, I will teach you both to chain spells together. It is not widely known. Generally we do not see students as young as you using them in a duel. If you can master them, you can be assured that there will be little competition on that front." With that he let them practice again trying to duel each other. They were evenly matched right now, but a little use of brains and impulse reaction could make all the difference between them. Also, whoever cast the first spell between them would have the better chance of coming out on top. Wizengamot. The last 10 days had passed very quickly with Arcturus meeting with his new allies. He was securing their assent to ending some practices which he felt were not conducive to his plans. He had met with all of them one by one. He persuaded them to his line of thought. He also sent letters to many from the Dark faction asking them to agree to whatever was on the agenda of the Wizengamot in the next session. For the next session, he was taking the seat of House of Potter while Sirius would act as regent for House Black. When time for the session arrived, everybody was buzzing with anticipation for it. There had been some very hot-headed debates about the topic before everyone agreed that they would do as he wanted. It was all part of the grand plan to deny any foothold in Wizarding Britain to Voldemort if he managed to obtain a body. They were slowly chipping away at his support base, cutting off every source which could have augmented his strength. His word was respected among his new allies for a lot of reasons. By marriage, the Blacks were related to almost all of the families. Arcturus had also been instrumental in getting the Great Alliance together after so many years. With so many deaths, it had not been easy for them to get all the lords of the Great Alliance together, but he had done it, so he was treated as the de facto leader of their faction. His leverage on several houses of the Dark faction was just an added bonus. On the designated day after the members had arrived for their daily business, Dumbledore strode to his seat at his usual 2 minutes before 10 a.m. and rapped his gavel. Let the session of Wizengamot for January 1992 begin. After the preliminary business was conducted, it was time for motions. Albus rapped his gavel. Do any of the members wish to present a motion before we move to administrative matters? Arcturus stood. I would like the opportunity to address the Wizengamot, Chief Warlock. Dumbledore was surprised when Arcturus stood to present a motion. Lord Black had not told him anything about this motion, so he was not in the know, but he really wondered if he was losing his edge and grasp on the Wizengamot. Nothing ever happened in the light faction without Dumbledore knowing about it. However, there was nothing for it now but to allow him to present the motion. He nodded. The floor is yours, Lord Black. Arcturus turned to the Wizengamot. Members of this sacred body, I would like the opportunity to remind you of certain laws which were passed during the regime of the previous administration which declare werewolves as dark creatures. We treat them as beasts unworthy of our compassion or dignity. It is a slant for those whose parents and family members fought for our liberty, our freedom. They paid the price by being turned into werewolves. These draconian laws mean that we treat them as creatures of below human intelligence, and we even rob them of their dignity while we do not really give anything to them in return. I say that this shall not stand. Would we despise the sacrifice people made for our liberty? Would we ostracize them because they turn into a raving mindless beast for 13 nights a year, which is not their fault in the first place? I present a motion to repeal all the anti-werewolf legislation which was enacted during the previous administration and advocate for them to be given equal opportunity as anyone else, provided they are taking their potion. When Arcturus sat down, Dumbledore asked the Wizengamot in general, "Does anybody second the motion?" As agreed, Dowager Lady Longbottom stood. "I second the motion, Chief Warlock." They had deliberated over who would present the motion and who would second it. Arcturus presenting it meant that it would pass, and with his impassioned plea, it struck a chord with many who had lived through the brutality of war and were old enough to understand its repercussions. Having Augusta second it was a wise move because she was the mother of Frank Longbottom, who was treated as a hero by everyone. If she seconded it, then it would make them consider it more keenly, since she would not have seconded a motion if it were against the interests of the wizarding public. Dumbledore spoke again. "Is there anyone to speak against the motion?" Lord Lestrange stood. "I would like to address the Wizengamot, Chief Warlock." Lord Lestrange was father of Rudolphus and Rabiston Lestrange. His sons had been Death Eaters in the war. Arcturus's granddaughter Bellatrix No Name was Lestrange's daughter-in-law before Arcturus had dissolved her marriage and cast her out of the Black family. When Bellatrix's vault was confiscated, a horcrux was discovered in her vault. The goblins had sent him a notice and seized half the Lestrange fortune as reparations for breaking rules of deposit with the bank. They had not told Lord Lestrange expressly what was kept in the locker, but just that it was an infraction of the bank's rules. In addition to the fortune seized by the goblins, Arcturus had demanded Bellatrix's dowry back with interest. That had given a substantial blow to the Lestrange fortune. In short, Lord Lestrange hated Arcturus Orion Black with fervor, but he knew he was powerless before him. Arcturus was like a giant who could tread upon him anytime, and Lestrange would not be able to do anything about it. Dumbledore said, "You have the floor, Lord Lestrange." He started to speak after taking a few moments. In the war, the Dark Lord had used werewolves as creatures to do his bidding. They spread terror, forced witches and wizards into his doing and his tools of intimidation or extortion. While I would agree with Lord Black that some of them paid the price for defiance of their families of the Dark Lord and his ways, but their numbers are so few that they can be counted on one's fingers. The balance of convenience says that we cannot repeal the laws just because a few of them are good. That would be a catastrophe that would jeopardize all our lives. There was mild applause to his statement. When he sat down, Bartemius Crouch Sr. stood. "Chief Warlock, I would like the opportunity to address the Wizengamot." Dumbledore nodded. "Leave so granted, Lord Crouch." Crouch turned to the Wizengamot. As Lord Lestrange pointed out, there were only a few werewolves who stood against he who must not be named. What he conveniently forgot to mention is that we never gave them any real choice. Whenever someone was turned, we banished them from our midst, treating them as diseased. With the treatment that we meted out to them, they flock to the one who claimed that he would give them some form of dignity and respect, even if it was a lie. Besides, what he said about convenience stands true only in warlike conditions where we have to make snap judgments about something. When these laws were written, we were at war. We knew that they were a threat to us, so we acted accordingly. Now, however, when I look back in retrospect, I wonder if things would have been different if we gave them some dignity and respect as one of our own rather than scorning them. If we had not been turning them away from us, they would not have gone over to you-know-who in such great numbers. I say that this is the opportune moment to correct this wrong by supporting this motion. I further would advocate for equal opportunities for them with the Minist. Taking care of any of them who are living in the wilderness without or as such, and provide for them. As everyone knew, Crouch was a strict man who had made some very tough decisions during the war. He had advocated for and given permission to the Aurors to use lethal force during the war. He had been the sort of leader that people needed in time of war. Many had thought that he would become the next Minister of Magic without any trouble whatsoever. He evidently had not lost his edge still, because when he sat, the applause kept going for a few minutes. When the applause finally settled, Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this motion? Before we move to vote on it, Lord Shafiq, who was a very old wizard, stood up. Chief Warlock, I have some reservations of my own in respect to this law, and I wish to ask some questions of our esteemed minister before we move to vote on the issue. Amelia stood at her place. Ask your questions, Lord Shafiq. I will try to answer them to the best of my ability. He turned to her. First question is, what will be the far-reaching effects of repealing those laws? Second question is, whether we will dispense with the werewolf registry if we repeal the laws. Third question is, what does the ministry intend to do for their rehabilitation provided that we give them rights like other members of our society? Amelia took her time to give answers to his questions. Lord Shafiq, we have given considerable thought to addressing these very concerns. The overarching objective to these changes is to give these people every opportunity to re-enter our society while protecting public safety. When we repeal those laws, it will give them status as any other ordinary member of our society. They would be allowed every such perk and emolument as any ordinary member can enjoy, including education, provided that they are capable of wielding wands. I am sure that the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry can ensure that they would not pose a threat to the other students. The ministry also intends to engage one of the potion-making companies in purchasing wolfsbane from them to be distributed to the werewolves who do not have the means to buy it for themselves. The ministry will provide wolfsbane for them until they can acquire some sort of employment for themselves. The ministry will also take steps to ensure that they are treated with dignity. We would also make some laws regarding their employment. As to your second question, the werewolf registry is in bad shape. It will take some effort to make it effectively functional. That has been in the ministry's agenda for some time now. Here I would like to say that every werewolf has to register themselves with the registry. We will not track them, but their magical signatures will be recorded so that they can be apprehended in case they commit a crime. If they are found to be involved in a crime, they would be tried like anyone else. Say in compliance with due process, except those cases where they turn somebody, which is a crime punishable by the Dementor's kiss. The ministry also intends to raise a task force to deal with the creamy Null werewolves and bring them to justice, most notably Fenrir Greyback, who has much to answer for. Thirdly, we will provide them employment, give them dignity they deserve, and the ministry will work towards making them feel like they are a part of our society. When she sat, there was a roaring applause for her. After it lasted for a good 5 minutes, Dumbledore rapped his gavel. Does anyone else want to address the Wizengamot before we move to a vote? When nobody stood up for 2 minutes, he rapped his gavel again. Now we will vote on the matter. Those in favor, please raise your wands with tips lighted green. About 50 hands went up, and after a quick count, he said, now those in oppose, please raise your wands tip lighted red. 30 wands went up. Dumbledore rapped his gavel. The motion is passed with 50 for and 30 against. As per her own statement, Minister Bones will form a plan of action for werewolf integration into our society and other related matters, as she stated before the Wizengamot. We expect for her to table a detailed plan of action in the next meeting of the Wizengamot. With that, the meeting turned to daily matters, which were swiftly tended to, and then the session was adjourned. Signed die. When Arcturus left, he went straight to Gringotts to meet with his account manager. He did not even need to send for him. He just walked towards the chamber assigned to his house. After he was comfortably seated before his account manager, Arcturus asked him, do you know of any potion businesses which deal completely or in large part with wolfsbane? The goblin nodded. There are a few small businesses, Lord Black. Most of them are in constant requirement of funds since they do not make much by way of profit. Is something on your mind? A profitable venture perhaps? Arcturus smirked. You will have to see the daily profit for the story tomorrow. I want to know because I am willing to buy one such brewing facility. I have known Barnabas Cuff for years and I am willing Ling to obtain a business in a partnership with him where he would get 20% of the profits in return for his services. Since I intend to produce, package and deliver my products, I am sure I can substantially cut down the costs of production, which will increase my profits. I want you to find some international liaisons too if you can manage it. I will pay a handsome fee to you personally apart from the standard brokerage charges applicable by the bank for negotiating this deal. The goblin nodded. Who will be the owner of the company, Lord Black? He smiled. My heir, Hadrian Potter Black, will be the owner, though the daily affairs will be tended to by Remus Lupin until he comes of age. I want you to write an agreement for Mr. Lupin appointing him as regent on a salary of 100,000 galleons a year in addition to other bonuses as payable. He will look after its administration. Also, the matter is of some urgency, therefore I would bid you to hasten it. The goblin nodded. I will do the needful, Lord Black. Forbidden Forest. Voldemort was frustrated. He had combed the forest, but he did not get any indication of unicorn in it. Not too surprising since he was a dark wizard, not a tracker. He was surprised that he could find none, but he was sure that not all were dead, because if they were, then it would be just a catastrophe. He had been scouring the forest every night to find any trace of them, but it was like they stayed away from his scent. The problem with possessing Quirrell was twofold. First, it took a constant effort to maintain his hold on the hapless fool. Second, the possession of any living thing drastically shortened its lifespan. He could already feel Quirrell's body weakening under the strain. He had to drink a unicorn's blood very soon or return to his ethereal, wraith-like existence until he could gain the strength and find the opportunity to possess another body. It took him 10 years last time, and his patience was running out. What's worse, that brat, the child of prophecy, Harry Potter, was growing up fast. It would not be long before the child would prove a real threat to him. The problem with working this way was that there was no one he could rely upon to support him. His ethereal existence would not be a deterrent to his followers from abandoning him. He decided to get some help in trapping unicorns because there was no other way that he could help himself. He also needed something to get past the three-headed beast because it was all standing between him and his goal. Once he had the stone within his grasp, he would be invincible. He knew he would have to get to Hagrid to loosen up about the beast because he was pretty sure that Hagrid owned it. Maybe he would have to cash in on Hagrid's feelings towards beasts to get away past the Cerberus. Hagrid was physically formidable and magically resistant because of his giant blood, but he was no mental giant. He would find a way to get around Hagrid. Hogwarts. The headlines in the Dale. Why Profit were the subject of talk at breakfast. Ministry repeals anti-werewolf legislation. In the meeting of the Wizengamot for this month, Lord Arcturus Black presented a motion for repeal of the anti-werewolf legislation, which was written during the last war that treated them as an inferior species and a public menace. Lord Black, while speaking in favor of the motion, attracted attention towards those cases where you know who used to send them to do his bidding. Many of our own were turned as a result. He emphasized the importance of making them a part of our society, stressing that they deserve some dignity because they have no control over their transformations. His motion was seconded by Dowager Lady Longbottom, which comes as a surprise since these two houses have always been considered polar opposites to each other since the establishment of the Wizengamot, but sources suggest that the heir of Potter and Black and the heir of Longbottom are closest bosom friends at Hogwarts. They are in their first year of education. Speaking in opposition to the motion, Lord Lestrange said that the legislation was suitably drafted because werewolves were criminals who do not belong to this society. They should be kept at arm's length from a civilized people. See page 10 for a history of House Lestrange. Bartemius Crouch Sr., head of the Department of International Magical County O. Peration, said that the legislation was a holdover from an era when it was relevant. However, in the times of peace, we should aspire to include everyone in the grand scheme of things rather than leaving them out. That the legislation discriminated against even those werewolves who never involved themselves in any wrongdoing. See page 14 for a history of Bartemius Crouch Jr. and his incarceration in Azkaban. Lord Shafiq asked some questions of the ministry, who answered them in detail, including her plans for werewolves. One worrying aspect of the measures is that she intends to send werewolf Children to take education alongside others at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is a troubling thought considering what would be the repercussions if some of them failed to take their potions. CP 15 for a transcript of the session. This was the news on the front page of the Daily Prophet with Arcturus's photo splashed upon it. Harry, who was sitting this morning at the Ravens' law table for breakfast, took a deep sigh. Isabel, who was sitting beside him, asked, "That was some sigh. Any worrying news?" He shook his head. "No, Isabel. It's just that these newspapers can't write a piece of news without causing some controversy. I had nothing to do with this news splashed on the front page, but they had to drag me into it anyway." Neville thumped him on the shoulder. "You're a newsworthy person to them, mate. They can't resist the temptation to put your name in and make some money." Isabel said, "Don't worry much about it, Harry. I'm sure that you're used to it by now. Bees. Ides, you can't escape it unless you're wearing a glamour charm every time you go out." He grimaced. "I suppose you're right, Isabel." She asked him, "What are you doing after class tomorrow?" He replied, "Since I'm finished with my homework, I don't have any plans." "Why?" she asked coyly. "Maybe we can go out to the village tomorrow. I have been meaning to do some shopping and I can't open the secret entrance." He grinned. "Sure thing. I'm already low on dung bombs and stink pellets." Neville asked him, "Oi, we just restocked our stores of dung bombs and stink pellets during the holidays. How could you run out of them in 2 weeks?" Quote. Harry smirked. "Leaving 2 dung bombs a day in Snape's office would do that, mate." Isabel frowned. "So that's why he has been extra nasty the last few days?" Harry asked her, "What do you mean?" She told him, "For the last 2 classes, he has been docking points off us for making a mess and making the dungeons stink of dung bombs. I should have known you were doing it." In the first class this term, Snape was teaching them the Pompian potion, which turned the drinker's head into a pumpkin. This potion required them to crush a flitterby moth into pulp and add it to the cauldron. Then stir the mixture clockwise until it turned green. The next step was to add bouncing bulb to the mixture, which had been thoroughly ground up. Then the mixture had to be cheered anti-clockwise until it turned green before adding sliced foxglove to the mixture. Thereafter it was to be stirred clockwise until it turned orange. He had been hovering near Harry's table far too many times, creating a distraction. Harry did not notice until he drawled, "If you have brewed it correctly, then the results should be most interesting." That was worth all the effort. However, if you have failed, then it will be another P for you all. Now step away from your cauldrons and let me check how you have fared. Harry, to his horror, discovered that his potion was not the color it was supposed to be. Instead, it was an off shade of purple. He rifled through his mind to recall what step he had missed. That was when he noticed the flitterby moth still intact at his workstation. He had forgotten to add it. Neville's was a feeble shade of orange, though. That meant he would not be given the Snape treatment which Harry knew was coming for him. He noticed him inspecting Slytherin's and wrinkling his nose in disgust at Crabbe's and Goyle's attempts at brewing the Pompian potion, then passed on. He gave an appreciative nod to Daphne's and Tracis' perfect potions and to Malfoy, who smirked. He barely gave a second look to Hermione's, who had brewed the perfect potion. Ron's was a shade of red that matched his hair. When he came to Harry's, he drawled, "What do we have here?" "What have you brewed for me, Potter?" Harry gritted his teeth. "Professor, my name is Potter Black. I failed to add the flitterby moth as per one of your instructions. This is not the Pompian potion as you wanted us to brew." He sneered. "That will be 5 points from Gryffindor for talking back to a teacher. 5 more for a failed potion. You are just like your father, flouting authority and breaking rules." He pulled out his wand and vanished his potion, smirking. "That will be a D for this lesson." Harry's blood boiled, but he clamped down hard on his occlumency shields and controlled his rage. It would do no good to get angry. Anger is a power if properly tamed and seldom used. Getting angry at the slightest provocation would get one nowhere. He instead said, "Professor, I assume that you will be taking points off Crabbe and Goyle for their failed attempts to brew the perfect potion. Not to mention I expect they will be given Ds too." Snape angrily turned his back on them and hissed, 5 more points from Gryffindor." Harry was beyond caring now. He knew that Snape would not be fair to him anytime soon. He had talked to Lord Black about Snape, and Arcturus had said, Lad, I can intervene. And bring that Death Eater in line, but what would it prove? Power should not be used blatantly but used with discretion. Besides, you are at an age where you have to prove your mettle. If you cannot handle a potions teacher, how can you hope to become a leader of Wizarding Britain? He had later met McGonagall and told her about it. She had given 10 points back to him which had been deducted without reason. She however told him in stern words that the 5 points that he lost for talking back to a teacher would remain deducted. For good or bad, Snape was a teacher, and by the virtue of his position, he deserved some respect. The last 2 potions classes, Harry had clamped down hard on his occlumency shields and maintained his concentration, no matter how Snape attempted to provoke him. His potions had been perfect, but Snape never gave him anything better than an A while handing out O's to Daphne, Tracy and Malfoy. Harry dropped a dung bomb in his class whenever he got the chance. When he could not do it in person, he asked Creature to do it for him. Hearing Isabel telling about his reaction felt extremely satisfying. Harry, she was shaking his shoulder, bringing him out of his musings. Where did you just go off to? He gave her his best lopsided grin. Sorry Isabel, I didn't hear what you were saying. Neville said, she wants you to stop dung bombing the dungeons. Harry looked earnestly at Isabel. I'll try, but it's just so much fun. She nodded. Are we still on for the shopping trip later tomorrow? He nodded. Of course. I have to restock my supplies, don't I? Lisa, who was sitting nearby, put her 2 nuts in. Please see to it, Potter Black, if you can stop dropping dung bombs in the dungeons. He seems to be trying to deduct all the lead which other house have on Slytherin in the quest for the House Cup. Hermione said, except Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall is always giving us bonus points to keep the tally up, knowing Professor Snape can take points off for anything. Library, Hogwarts. Harry and Neville took a table to themselves with the ward device erected and waited for Daphne. She had been away for most of the winter vacation and they had missed her. When she arrived, she had 2 small packets with her. She passed the packets to them. Since I was on a holiday and I could not grab an owl to ask, I did some gift shopping for you 2 by myself. I hope that you like them. They immediately tore through the packing to find their gifts. Harry's present was an enchanted mirror. When Harry held it up to see himself, it said, your hair is a bird's nest. Harry snorted, then reached for a comb. By the time he finished his antics and gave up trying to tame his Potter mane as a bad job, Daphne and Neville were both helpless with laughter. Neville's was a book on herbology. Harry frowned. Why do I get a mirror and Mr. Green Thumbs gets a book? She smirked. Well, I have heard that you are too proud of your looks, so I thought I would rather get you a mirror which can tell you the bitter truth. I could not find an identical mirror for Mr. Green Thumbs, so he gets the book. Harry said to her haughtily, I will have you know, Daph, that I am ruggedly handsome. Daphne snorted but chose to let it go. She instead asked, so what have you 2 louts got for me? Neville produced a tiny box exquisitely wrapped in gold foil paper with a green satin ribbon topped with a bow from his bag. He gave it to her. I got this for you. There was a pair of beautiful golden rings in the said gift which she accepted happily. She turned to Rai expectantly, who was trying to hide his face, and said in a surprised tone, What? You have nothing for me. He said, Actually I wanted to get something for you, but Mr. Green Thumbs here told me to ask you before buying anything for you. He glared at Neville. How could you do this to me, minion? Neville grinned. To each his own, Harry. You should not have asked me for advice. Harry turned to Daphne. My apologies for trusting the advice of a minion, Daphne. May I offer to take you shopping in the village tomorrow to make it up to you? Then I will happily buy a gift as you desire. She raised an eyebrow. A shopping trip? When did you even plan it? He shrugged. Isabel wanted to go, so I agreed. She sounded incredulous. What? Do you want me to be a third wheel between you and her? He immediately tried to dispel the tension. Of course not. My minion here has agreed to be your escort for the day. She grinned and rubbed her hands gleefully. Excellent. Your minion can carry all the bags for me. Hi guys. I know this was very late, but I am in mental tension these days due to my mother's ailment. Most of the times, my mind is caught upon her condition, so I can't write as frequently as I would like, yet I would try to be more frequent. Chapter 15. Hogwarts. Voldemort decided that he would have to engage Hagrid in a conversation if he ever wanted to be able to catch a unicorn. Hagrid, who was a simpleton, was fool enough for him to exploit. All he needed was to get the oaf talking and then subtly drive him toward what he needed to know, in this case, information about unicorns. He could have tried to manipulate Sylvanus Kettleburn into telling him, but the old professor was crafty and he could likely see through his manipulations. If he tried to trick the professor and he smelt something fishy, Voldemort would be left empty-handed. Hagrid, on the other hand, was the perfect choice. He went into the forest regularly and it was entirely possible that he would know a way to capture a unicorn. The only thing he had to do was to ask this question as innocently as he could make it. He had two choices in that matter: either present himself as a beast enthusiast to him and ask him, or get him drunk and let him ramble. The hazard with asking him straight up was that in that condition the oaf would be able to remember that he had given that information to Quirrell. In case any unicorns died, he would tell Dumbledore. The old fool was shrewd enough to connect links and form a chain. It would come back to bite him later. The other way was entirely risk-free, and if H.E. had the oaf drunk enough to slip his cogs, Hagrid would not remember a single thing the next day. A slight problem was that Quirrell had almost never talked with Hagrid before, and if he suddenly started talking to Hagrid trying to be friendly with the gamekeeper, that would look suspicious. He would have to keep an eye on the oaf when he went down to the village for drinks. At the right moment, he would meet Hagrid under a hood and ask him all he wanted to know. He would need to wait for the opportune moment to strike so that it bore fruit. As they had agreed for the shopping trip, Harry met them near the statue of the old crone. Like earlier, Neville opened the hump for them while Harry kept an eye on everyone on the map. When Daphne and Isabel were in the hump, Neville hooted for him to join them. Clearing the map, Harry jumped down behind them to take them to Hogsmeade. Isabel, who was not in the know, asked him, "Harry, did you invite Greengrass?" Harry gave his best lopsided grin. "No. She threatened me at one point until I agreed to let her come." Neville cautioned him, "Mate, do you have a death wish today?" Harry turned to him. "Why would you think so, minion?" Neville protested, "I am no minion." He then turned to Daphne. "Back me up, Daff." Daphne, who had a mischievous grin on her face, said, "I do not deign to put my weight behind minions." Isabel asked them, "What are you all on about?" She turned to Harry. "As it is, you haven't answered my question yet." Harry said, "Well, Isabel, this is one of the best kept secrets. Daphne is one of my oldest friends and sometimes she is being irritating. Unreasonable and bossy, yet she is very endearing." Daphne growled, "Irritating am I? Well, you're going to see irritating." She whipped her wand out and zapped Harry's backside with a stinger. In response, Harry yelped, then said, "OWW. Why is it that when girls cannot win, they resort to violence?" Neville said, "Don't ask me. I don't want to be at the receiving end of one of her tirades for saying something funny." Daphne cooed, "Good boy, Neville. If you keep behaving like this, I promise to buy a Honeydukes chocolate for you." Harry pouted, "Why does he get a chocolate and I don't?" Daphne scowled, "Because he is a good boy." Isabel said, "If you promise to behave, I promise to get you a chocolate, Harry." Harry turned to Daphne and Neville, trying to look smug. "See. This kind girl has agreed to buy me a chocolate." They kept bantering back and forth till they reached the village. Unlike every time they had come into the village, this time there was a shocker waiting for them. When they climbed the stairs from the cellar of Honeydukes, they could hear someone was there with Mr. Flume, and they were laughing about something. The laugh was innocuous of itself, but the person who was up there with Mr. Flume made them hesitate from walking out, as they all figured they recognized that voice. Sure enough, it belonged to Albus Dumbledore. They were hiding for some time before Dumbledore called out to them, "Come out, you lot. I already know that you're down there." Well, there was nothing for it. The headmaster had caught them. Their heads hung in disappointment as they climbed up through the trapdoor to find him sitting in a chair like his own at Hogwarts, with his eyes twinkling behind those half-moon spectacles. He asked them, "Did you think that I wouldn't know that you all snuck out of school?" Harry asked him, "How did you know?" Dumbledore chuckled. "The Baron had been patrolling that corridor. He saw you disappear into the hump of the old crone. I always thought that the statue was most peculiar. Now I know why." Daphne asked him, Are you going to punish us, Professor? He shook his head. That wasn't my intention, but I'd rather that you people would not flout rules so casually. With that, Dumbledore left them in the shop to look around. The first place to go was the 3 broomsticks, where Madame Rosmerta beamed at them. Welcome, you lot. It is always refreshing to see you. After a quick butterbeer, they decided that they should leave before it got too late. As it was, they were yet to finish their shopping. As it turned out, Isabel had nothing to buy, but she just wanted to get out of the castle for a while. On the other hand, Harry restocked his supplies and then some from Zonko's. There was a flourishing black market in the castle which dealt with prank products. The twins made gold from that. They used the map to go out, purchase their supplies, and later they would sell those products through the black market. Harry came to know of it when he found them selling 2 dung bombs for the price of 4. They quickly reached an agreement to cut Harry in for a third of the profits on anything they sold if he would bring the merchandise back from Zonko's. Daphne, true to her promise, caused a severe dent in his money bag with all the shopping that she did. She literally squandered his gold in Honeydukes buy-in. All sort of sweets. Then she dragged them to Tomes and Scrolls, where she brought some story books she found interesting. After about an hour, they were done. When they were returning, they had to run into a side alley to avoid running into Hagrid. It looked like he was going out for a drink to the village. When Hagrid had passed them, they returned to Honeydukes. From there it didn't take long for them to get back to the castle. The Hog's Head. Hagrid hailed the barman as he entered. Aberforth, how are ya doin'? The barman banished a bottle of mead and a tankard to the half-giant. He was mid-I through making short work of the bottle of mead when another wizard joined him. Mind if I sit here, my good fellow? Hagrid waved his dustbin lid-sized hand. Think nothing of it. Have a seat. Other man presented his fat pudgy hand to Hagrid to shake. Hello, I'm Alaric Stewart. I'm a magizoologist. A magizoologist was something that Hagrid was interested in knowing. He liked beasts, and magizoologists were his favorite type of people. He beamed at the man. I'm Hagrid. I'm groundskeeper at Hogwarts. The other man perked up in his seat. You're Hagrid. I've heard from Amos Diggory that you know a lot about beasts. Would you like to tell me about a few of them? Hagrid agreed. Sure would. What d'ya want to know? The conversation went on about countless magical beasts. From this, Voldemort disguised as the stranger learned 2 things. That Hagrid could drink a lot before it really hit him, and that Hagrid had a liking for monstrous and dangerous creatures. He'd like nothing better than to get a dragon egg of his own and raise it. He kept refilling Hagrid's tankard as the time went by with a refilling charm. When he gauged that Hagrid was far enough gone that he would remember nothing later, he brought the conversation around to what he really wanted to talk about. Alaric asked, I've wanted to study a unicorn, but they always elude me. I've wanted to see how their hide changes colors as they grow up, but to my regret I can't find one. Hagrid took a big gulp of the liquid from his tankard before he started to speak. Them unicorns. They're skittish creatures, and they're swifter than horses. They can smell ya comin' a mile off. They won't be seen unless they want to be seen. They dawn like birds much 'cause they can just drop out of the sky without 'em ever seein' 'em. The stranger asked him further. I know that they like sugar cubes, but what else do they like? Hagrid's speech was slurring and his eyelids were getting heavy from drinking too much. Well, see. There's a couple o' acres o' alfalfa growin' on the north end o' the Forbidden Forest. They like grots in there. If be wantin' some unicorn hair, their tails always getting snarled in bramble bushes and leavin' a few behind. Lovely creatures they are. With that, Hagrid's head sank into his arms on the bar as he started snoring. The stranger settled his tab with the barman and made his exit. He knew what he had to do now. Quirrell could not fly, but Voldemort could. A scent masking charm was trivial. He berated himself for not thinking of that before. The alfalfa field would be good enough to find one of them. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to sink his teeth into one. Dueling classroom. It had been a few days since the unauthorized Hogsmeade excursion. Harry and Neville were excited to begin to learn spell chains. They knew that it was advanced magic, especially for wizards their age, and to be able to pull it off was certainly going to be exciting. They'd Anted to learn everything they could from the charms master so they could make their mark in the tournament. Flitwick began explaining, a spell chain is not so much about power. It is about concentration, quick wand movement and practice. As you both know, a chain is made of links which are connected together. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. For a spell chain to work, it must be cast flawlessly, continuously and faster than thought. If you have to stop and think about each spell in the chain will break. That is why I have told you to drill those basic spells until you no longer have to think to cast them. If you have not yet reached that level of proficiency with your basic spells, you will only get frustrated trying to learn spell chains. They nodded and he continued, now, I want you to think about the wand movements for your basic spells. The easiest spell chains are the ones where the end wand movement of one spell blends smoothly into the starting of the next wand movement. He gave them a minute to consider before he continued, I want both of you to think about a simple spell chain. Don't dismiss any spell as irrelevant. Even a simple stinger can throw off your opponent and give you the edge you need to win a duel. Try to come up with a combination that will serve you well in a duel. When you're ready, we'll try them out on the practice dummies. Harry and Neville were going over every spell that they remembered from their repertoire of spells which they had learnt with the charms teacher and with Remus. They were muttering the incantations under their breath and recalling the required wand motion for every spell they knew. It took some time before they came up with the simplest they could remember. Harry went first, Professor A Shield Breaker. A stunner and Incarcerus would be easy to put together. Neville went second. Leg Lock Jinx, Bat Bogey Hex and a stunner would be an effective combo, Professor. Flitwick nodded, you're both right. These can be chained together with little trouble, however I am afraid that you will need to keep at it for a long time before you can cast them fluently. Also a word of caution, never use the same chain twice in a duel. Don't use a spell chain at all unless there is no other way out of it for you. You'll want to keep an advanced ability like this a secret as long as you can. They nodded. Professor, what do you have planned for us after spell chains? Flitwick chuckled because he remembered how long it had taken him to master spell chains and he was considered to be a prodigy. For now, work on your first spell chain. We'll work on progressively more difficult ones as we go along. Your success will depend on your speed, power, agility and creativity. Again, I caution you, Neve. Use the same trick twice in front of the same audience. If you won with it before, you can count on them figuring out a way to beat it the second time. Professor, do we need to know advanced shields? Neville asked. The tiny professor shook his head. I don't put much stock in shields of any sort. Dodging is pretty much always better. It doesn't drain your magical core and there's no risk of a chain led by a shield breaker taking you out. Besides, at your level of competition, advanced shields such as Protega Maxima are not needed before a spell such as Stupefy. These spells can be stopped by a simple shield. Starting next year, I'll start teaching you Selvio Hexa, which is a neat little trick and depends on the speed of the caster. Harry asked him, Professor, which spells should we use to get a breakthrough? Most duelists tend to rely far too much on their shields during a duel. You can use a shield breaker. When you cast a spell chain, try to include a shield breaker in it. For the next few lessons, you will try to chain the spells together which you told me today. We will move to more complicated things when I am absolutely certain that you can do this spell chain without thinking. With that he put them to work. He conjured dummies and asked them to cast spell chains at them. The dummies were immobile and would take the spell chains on themselves. They had to perfect their casting for now. Later Flitwick planned to increase the difficulty. These two needed to know as much as they could if they wanted to make their mark in the dueling ring. Great Hall. Harry was returning to Gryffindor Tower after dinner when Severus intercepted him, Potter Black. Harry turned to face the dungeon bat and tried to put some respect in his tone. Yes, Professor Snape. Snape curled his lip. I know what you're doing. Quote. Harry was apprehensive but kept a calm face and answered, I don't understand what you mean, Professor. Snape did a Malfoy-esque drawl. I know that you've been dropping dung bombs in the dungeons. Quote. Harry shook his head. Professor, I didn't do it. Snape sneered. Don't try to act smart with me, Potter Black. Be grateful that I don't have any direct evidence. Or you would be on your way out of the school at this moment. I am warning you that if one more dung bomb is set off in my dungeon, I will put you in detention with me for the rest of the year." With that, the dungeon bat stalked off toward the dungeons. Harry walked to the tower, all the time wondering who could have told on him. He was sure that Neville was not one to tell on him. Hermione was always around him, so she could not have told him either. Ron hated the dungeon bat with all his heart. He wouldn't have gone to him to tell on Harry either. Isabel would not do that, at least not knowingly. Perhaps Snape had looked in someone's mind without them knowing. He would have to alert his friends to this threat. On one hand, the joke had gotten old long ago and it was disrupting classes. On the other hand, if the dung bombing suddenly stopped when the dungeon bat threatened him, it would only confirm his suspicions. However, was that really so bad? Ah well, he had better things to do with his time anyway. As soon as he could let Creature know, the dung bombings would stop. Harry wanted to take no chances with things coming to pass. He had already waited for a term. Any more wait could be injurious to the plans they had for the future. This plan had been in the making for some time now. Harry had deliberated over it several times now. He had also conferred with his confidants, and they had polished every detail of it. He could not afford any distractions now, not when they were so close. The planning. Harry sat with Neville and Daphne in the library that day to talk about what was going on. As always, they had chosen a table in the back with the ward device on the table. If things went for the better, they would not need to be so secretive in their dealings anymore. When he was sure that they would not be overheard, he said solemnly, "As you will both recall, we weren't going to put our plan into action until next year. Things here are worse than I thought. I think that we'd best get started on it now. I called the two of you here to ask you what you think." Neville grinned. "Are you sure that we need to launch the plan now, Harry? I mean, is this really the most opportune time? I only ask because I'd rather spend one more term doing pranks before we have to get down to business." Daphne glared at him. "Be serious, minion." Harry chuckled. "He is my minion and his name is Neville, not Sirius, Daph." Neville joined him in chuckling. She glared at him too. "That Sirius Black is a bad influence on you both." Harry raised his hands in a pacifying gesture. One don't begrudge that Neville wants to wait for one more term, Daph. In fact, I was not of a mind to start it this year either, but when I talked with Lord Black recently, he made me realize that there is no time better than the present." She raised an eyebrow. "So, when do we go public?" He smirked. "As soon as I can get the right people together for a meeting. I want representatives of every house present. Due to reasons that we discussed earlier, you cannot represent Slytherin though. It will have to be someone else. I would prefer Adrian Pusey to be the representative for Slytherin House. We will have to work out the details though. There's a lot to be deliberated upon. I will remind you that we have to keep everything on the down low. We don't want any of the teachers to get wind of what we're up to. If one word gets out, probably the entire castle will be put in detention." Neville snorted. "You can't do without the drama, Always the drama queen." Harry huffed. "You just don't appreciate dramatic license. Do you?" Daphne interceded before they could leave her out of the conversation. "You two idiots can whack each other over the head later. For now, can we concentrate on what we're here to do?" Harry nodded. "Too right, Daph. When the time comes, I will ask a little favor of you to carry a letter to Pusey without anyone else knowing." She nodded. "What about other details?" He smirked. "Leave that to me. Our other friends have been lamenting that they have had nothing to do lately. They are going to get busy real soon." Forbidden Forest. Armed with the information from the oath, Voldemort decided to try his luck in the meadow at the north end of the Forbidden Forest. Applying a disillusionment charm to himself, he flew high over the trees to reach that part of the forest faster than anyone could run. Flying suited him fine, and this way he could avoid all the dangerous plants and creatures that inhabited the forest and hunted by night. Quirrell was dying by slow degrees from the effects of Voldemort's possession of him. Weakened as he was, he knew he was dying. He was fighting the control, knowing that he would die if he did not break free soon. Voldemort did not want to risk dividing his attention between keeping control of his vessel and dealing with petty annoyances and delays while he hunted a unicorn. As he flew over the forest, he only caught a glimpse of a creature through the gaps between the trees. He sighted some werewolves, a kappa, centaurs, a beast that looked like a demiguise, and even a creature he only saw a flash of, but he was sure that it was a chimera. He continued to soar silently towards the place where Hagrid had told him that the favorite fodder of the unicorns was found. When he came to the place, he wanted Ed to growl in frustration and curse Hagrid. It was true that the place was teeming with unicorns, but what the big oaf failed to tell him was that it was always guarded by those cursed half-breeds. Centaurs prowled around the place, bows in hand and alert. Night was about to fall. He hoped that they would move away before he tried to down a unicorn. If they didn't, maybe he would have to just kill them all. He would kill as many of these half-breeds as he had to in his quest to dip his fangs into a unicorn. Remembering what Hagrid had told him about the unicorn's sense of smell, he put anti-SC ent charms on himself and settled in to take mental notes on his prey and their protectors. He found a tree branch to perch on that gave him a commanding view of the meadow. After about 2 hours, it was quite dark and only one lone centaur was left standing guard. Voldemort wouldn't even have to kill this one. The only thing he had to do now was to wait for a unicorn to come there. He would wait even if he had to wait all night. He set a proximity ward around the place and started dozing off. The ward woke him about 3 hours later. Someone or something was approaching the clearing. Before doing anything else, he drew his wand and refreshed the disillusionment and sent masking charms on himself. He spotted the lone centaur who was still on sentry duty. With his wand in hand, he watched and waited to see what happened next. After about 5 minutes, he saw perhaps the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. A fully grown unicorn with a horn that was maybe 3 feet long, as white as light and agile as the wind was approaching. The beast did not charge in just like that, but it took its time approaching that place. It would stop and cock its head around as if to see if some danger was lurking about. At times, it would raise its snout as if it were trying to sniff the air. The beast kept at it for about 10 minutes, which seemed like an eternity to Voldemort. To be so close and yet so far. What if the beast bolted? Voldemort wanted to just blast the beast with the killing curse and be done with it for tormenting him so, but a dead unicorn would be of no use to him. He would have to wait. Finally the beast came into the clearing as the centaur cajoled it to come forward. With a flick of the tail, the unicorn ambled out in plain sight and began grazing. With the beast occupied and far enough away from the trees that immediate escape would be impossible, it was time to act. Leaving the shelter of the branches, he carefully and quietly flew around behind the hapless centaur. With a single, high-powered stunner to the back of the head, the centaur would be taking a nap for a long time. As the centaur fell, Voldemort had already flown towards the unicorn. Sure enough, it understood what was going on. Predictably, the beast began to bolt, but Voldemort was too quick. His spell chain of Stunner, Incarcerus and Petrificus Totalis found its mark. The unicorn fell, unconscious, bound in rope and stiff as any statue. The beast was otherwise unharmed, but that would soon change. Voldemort levitated the beast and carefully but quickly walked deeper into the forest. When he was at a sufficient distance, he cast a cutter at the beast. The wound which he had caused squirted silver blood. The smell of blood incensed him. He put his mouth to the wound and drank greedily. As it made its way down his gullet, it gave him a sensation as if he had just taken a draught of rejuvenation. The reaction soon followed. He fell to the forest floor, helpless with convulsions. It seemed to go on for hours, but it was only a few minutes. While he was helpless, the unicorn, unnoticed, snorted one more time and died. He knew that he had sealed Quirrell's fate. His host could not survive more than a few months unless he drank the blood of a unicorn again. It mattered little to Voldemort whether his vessel lived or not so long as he obtained the stone. For now, Quirrell was strong not to continue with that quest, and that was all that mattered to him. The blood had given this body strength, but not much. He would need to hunt again in a few days to gain more. He knew that the reaction would be less each time, but that mattered little. He would have gladly endured the reaction even if it got worse each time. The quest for the stone was all that he cared about. He would have to sustain this body until the job was done. Looking at his handiwork, it occurred to him that he had to divert attention from why the unicorn was killed. He removed the tail and horn to make it look like the work of poachers who would trade the Body parts on the black market in places like Nocturn Alley. Then he left the rest of the body to whatever scavengers inhabited the forest. A meeting. When they met at breakfast the next day, Harry accosted Lisa and Michael. "I've heard that you two have been grumbling about having nothing to do." Lisa nodded. "Your sources are reliable, Harry. We haven't had a prank yet this term. Do you have something in mind?" Harry told her. "Would you carry a message from me to your house? Try to get this message to the right people, and by right people I mean not to the prefects. Can you do that?" Quote. Michael nodded. "Sure thing, boss. What's the message?" Harry turned to Susan, Hannah and Ernie. "I want the same favor from you. Take my message to your house." The message was to have 4 representatives from each house to be present in a room on the 6th floor where a meeting would take place, and there would be no firsties allowed. The meeting would change the dynamics in the school. This plan had been in the works for a long time, but Harry had not thought to act on it until his 2nd year. Certain things had happened which forced his hand early, but there was nothing for it. He leaned closer to them and said, "This evening I will wait for your representatives. Tell them that secrecy is a must. If they violate it, they will incur the wrath of House Black for their lives. I do not take kindly to loose lips or traitors." Forbidden Forest. The centaurs found one of their number stunned and in the forest near the place where unicorns came to graze. When he came around, he told them that the last thing he remembered was one of the unicorns beginning to graze around midnight, and then nothing until they found him. That got them anxious. They broke off and searched the forest. It didn't take long for one of them to find the body. It was a pathetic sight, bereft of horn and tail, having been nibbled on by the various scavengers. A flock of ravens scattered at the approach of the centaur. He kept vigil to keep the scavengers off while another one of them galloped off to tell Hagrid what they found. A few minutes later, Hagrid and Dumbledore arrived. A number of the centaurs had formed a ring around the dead unicorn, partly to stand guard and partly to see what the humans would make of it. Hagrid examined the ground around the body. Through his tears while Dumbledore cast detection spells on the body. His visage grew darker with each spell he cast. After a few minutes, Dumbledore turned to Hagrid. "What do you make of this?" Hagrid answered, "It doesn't make sense, Headmaster. There are no unicorn tracks nor drag marks leading up to the body. There's no blood neither." Pointing to the wound he said, "There gotta be all kinds of it from that there wound. But nary a drop." He broke down and wept some more. "They dinna have tear do this. I got loads o' unicorn tail hairs and even horns in me hut. They're all over the forest if ya know where to look. The horns'll grow back if ya dawn, kill 'em. They dinna have tear kill, I am." Dumbledore reached up and patted the half-giant on the arm. "I'm sorry you had to see this, Hagrid. We'll figure out who did this." He turned to Bane, the current leader of the centaurs. "I know what you're thinking, Bane, but this is not the work of poachers. No, this is worse. The despicable murderer of this noble creature did it to drink his blood. What's worse, unless I miss my guess, whoever did it will have to do so again. The magical signature is so garbled that I cannot tell for sure who did it. Until we get to the bottom of this, may I suggest that none of your people go anywhere by themselves. I will ask Hagrid to increase the security of the forest and to find the perpetrator. Rest assured that I will get to the root of this matter." Dumbledore understood the gravity of the situation and how dangerous things were becoming. The stone was not in immediate danger, but Voldemort had started killing unicorns. He already suspected that Tom had infiltrated the castle and his suspicions were on Quirrell. So far, he had no absolute proof, but Severus had been dogging his steps and D had sustained injury twice already, keeping Quirrell out of the room on the 3rd floor. What's more is that he had to pause in his search for horcruxes. While the Philosopher's Stone was being guarded at Hogwarts, he could not go in search of them. There were a few places to investigate. Knowing Tom, those places would be guarded by the darkest of spells. Nobody that he knew had enough experience with dark magic to be able to negate those spells and find those horcruxes. In the meanwhile, Minister Bones had been working diligently to improve things in Wizarding Britain. She had slightly relaxed the requirements for Aurors so that they could recruit more. Anyone who had an E in defense and a grade in potions along with requisite grades in other subjects could apply to become an Auror now. She was hopeful of filling the ranks to such a level that they would not be understaffed. She was also seriously considering bringing some of the retired Aurors back into service because even if a new batch arrived with the next month, it would take 3 years for them to graduate from the Auror Academy. On the administrative side of things, she was planning to repeal legislations which favored pure bloods in matters of employment in the ministry simply because they were purebloods. She was intending to make it so that only those who deserved would be able to ascend to those positions based on their merits and prowess with a wand. The most visible impact would be on the Auror department, where more Muggle-born and half-bloods would be encouraged to apply. Being an Auror was considered a post of prestige, and until recently only the purebloods or influential half-bloods need apply. No Muggle-born was chosen for the job. Maybe with the discrimination being at an end, the Muggle-born would be able to try and adapt themselves to the wizarding world rather than having to live in 2 worlds at once. It was well said that no one could ride 2 boats at a time. Hogwarts. Daphne Greengrass flew N.D. Adrian Pusey in the common room and went straight up to him. "Herr Pusey, do you have a moment?" Adrian recognized the gesture and straightening himself, he asked, "Yes, Heiress Greengrass, how can I serve you?" He followed her out of the common room to a deserted room in the dungeons. After Daphne was sure that they were alone and would be overheard, she produced a letter for him. "This is A.O. FFER of friendship from Air Black, who want to have amicable relations with everyone who is someone in the wizarding world. He wanted me to give it to you in private, and secrecy would be appreciated." He took the letter and Daphne walked out, leaving him in. That evening, in the appointed room on the 6th floor, representatives of every house were present for the meeting, including Slytherin. Since the meeting was not meant for firsties, they were not allowed except for Harry, who had called the meeting. Attending from Gryffindor were Harry, the twins, and Oliver Wood, while from Ravenclaw were Davies, Hillard, Cho-Chong and Green. Hufflepuff was represented by Appleby, Gwendolyn Jones, Tintwistle and Diggory, while Slytherin were represented by Pusey, Bletchley, Bowl and Higgs. These were members of the neutral faction on the Wizengamot, so Pusey considered them to be the safest bet to invite. When they had all arrived, Harry stood up to address them. "I know I am just a firstie, but I hope that you will all hear me out anyway. What I want to speak to all of you about this evening has been planned for some time. A while ago, I asked my guardian, Lord Black, why it is that Gryffindor and Slytherin fight all the time. He told me that we have lots in common, that we were once close allies, but something happened which drove a wedge between the 2 houses. This happened so long ago that the details are lost to history. I say that it is high time that we stopped feuding over issues in which we have no part and for which even the oldest of us cannot remember the reasons. This school is not the whole world. When we graduate from here, we will be dealing with one another, in life, in business, regardless of what house we happen to be in for our 7 years here. For my part, as a Gryffindor, I want to extend an olive branch to the House of Slytherin if you will accept it. Of course, there's always going to be some rivalry between houses, some healthy competition, but let's say that as it was originally intended to be. That is to push ourselves to be the very best that we can be." Pusey, who had been nominated to speak for Slytherin, said, "I get what you're saying, Harry. But how do we encourage competition without it getting ugly?" Harry beamed at Pusey. "I'm glad you asked. I propose a competition. The prize will be 500 galleons, a purse that I will provide myself. Instead of this being a competition between houses, it will instead be between hand-picked teams, the members of which can be from any house. The entire competition will be secret. Only the people in this meeting will know about it. It will not be Quidditch or broom racing entirely, but a mixture of events. Are you all in?" The offer was tempting and his intentions behind it were good, but they did not understand how it could achieve the desired result. What they did not know was that it was only one of several things planned, and each thing carried money along with the thrill of adventure. After they had all deliberated, Pusey asked, "How will we decide the teams?" Harry smirked again. "Had you noticed that there are 4 of us from each house?" Oliver understood it instantly and said, "I see. So how do we make teams?" One of the twins produced a handful of straws. "We'll draw straws for team captains. When we have 4 captains, they'll draw straws again for picking order." Fair enough. It was Pusey who drew the longest straw. He got to choose first. The second was Oliver. The third was Gwendolyn. The final team captain was Hillard. Pusey got to choose first. With bated breath, Harry waited to see if he would select those belonging to his house or from different houses. Pusey did not disappoint him when he opened his mouth and said, "I choose Hadrian Potter Black." Oliver groaned in disappointment, but it was his turn. "I choose Cedric Diggory." Gwendolyn did not waste a moment in making her choice. "I choose Fred Weasley." Hillard took the last Gryffindor. "I choose George Weasley." There was a moment of confusion as they had to sort out which twin was which. It was only when Harry threatened to remove them that they stood beside their teammates, all the while muttering. C's other choices were Appleby and Chong. Oliver chose Green and Bowl. Jones chose Davies and Higgs, while Hillard got Bletchley and Tintwistle. After the team selections were done, Harry started to address them again. "You were all invited because you own brooms and you are all good at Quidditch. There will be 4 events to this competition. The rules for each event will be stated later. The first will be about a month from now. It will involve an excursion into the Forbidden Forest." That got him a gasp from others and incredulous looks from the twins. They thought that they had already won it. But they were in for the surprise of their lives. The competition would require team effort, and they would either learn from it or they would hate each other for the rest of their lives. Gringotts. Arcturus was sitting before the Black account manager with Remus and Sirius. He had told them that he was getting old and he wanted the 2 men to shoulder the responsibility of the family and its holdings. They both had agreed to do his bidding, but neither of them was ready to believe that Arcturus was old enough to retire. When they reached the bank, Arcturus did not stop at the counter. He simply walked toward the office of his account manager. When they reached his office, they were promptly admitted and given seats. After they made themselves comfortable, Arcturus asked him, "What do you have for me?" The goblin nodded. "Lord Black, as you had instructed, I have purchased a potion-making company which solely deals with manufacturing of wolfsbane. Since you had not given me further instructions, I have not done any restructuring or anything else with it." Arcturus nodded. "All right, have that partnership contract ready for Mr. Belby, offering him 40% partnership in the new venture. Have it expressly stated that he does not bring any capital to it but only his expertise. The scope of his duties is to supervise the potion masters, to conduct further research on the potion and maybe find a cure for lycanthropy. Also, he shall be responsible for expansion of our line of products with the passage of time, and we will deal only with those potions which are not readily available in market but require special skills. I do not intend for this business to remain a charity but earn me gold, since lots of gold will go into production and distribution. I want to make at least margin. Profits out of it, which will be reinvested into research promptly." The goblin nodded. "It will be done, Lord Black. Are there any further instructions for me?" Arcturus nodded. "Tell me about the state of holdings of the Daily Prophet and other similar publications. How much of it is privately owned?" The goblin consulted some parchments before he answered. "About 40% of its shares are private. Owned between the ancient and most noble houses, while 30% of it is owned by the English printing press and the rest is owned by the ministry." Arcturus nodded. "How much is in the hands of House of Black and Potter?" Of the 40% shares that are held privately, House of Black and Potter own about 15% together, while the rest are evenly distributed between House of Longbottom, House of Bones, House of Malfoy and House of Macmillan, etc. Arcturus nodded. "I want controlling interest of that publication. Look into purchasing stock from every possible source until I have it. Look into purchasing from the ministry and the press first. Not only is it a steady income stream, I also want to keep them honest." The goblin nodded. "Was there anything else, Lord Black? I want you to find opportunities where we can heavily invest in some businesses which would yield us significant returns. Also, please ready papers for a new business which is related with enchanting. Sirius here has a proclivity towards enchanting. I believe he would do well to take it up as a regular occupation." Sirius was looking at him in wonder and found his voice with some difficulty. "How did you know?" Arcturus smirked. "I've seen the motorcycle. How much you enchanted it to work with magic. I dare say I was pleased with the work that went into it. I think it would be good for you to take it up as a vocation. It will keep you busy apart from bringing in a lot of money." Then he turned to the goblin again. "Now, do you have the agreement ready which I wanted you to draft?" The goblin produced a stack of parchments which he took and riffled through. After satisfying himself with the contents of the document, he passed it to Remus. I want you to read it and sign. Remember, I am not taking no for an answer. Remus read the entire document and asked in disbelief, why do we need this? I am already working as Lord Regent for House Potter. As it is, you already pay me handsomely. I can't possibly take any more. Arcturus growled. This is not kindness, boy. You will earn every bit of gold I am squandering on you by working hard. Whatever I paid you until now was in an unofficial capacity, but this is your new job. I want you to work alongside Mr. Belby and ensure that the business succeeds. It is a huge responsibility. As to your place of residence, you are free to live at the townhouse or the country estate which James had left for you in his will. Hogwarts. 2 days later, there was another meeting at the same place but with different sets of people. These were people that the twins had found who claimed themselves to be pranksters. There were the Gryffindor pranksters who were the biggest contingent as always. There was also a fair share from other houses. The contingent of Slytherin was led by Bole, who was reputed to have skill to rival the twins. He was backed up by 3 of his peers, namely the heir of Folly, the heir of Duvant and the heiress of Griffith. The Ravenclaws came under Sean Murphy. He was accompanied by Agnes Reed, Esmeralda Vasquez and Shikar Gupta. The Hufflepuffs were there under the banner of Diggory, Abercrombie, Harriet Kelson and Wilson Rogers. The twins took the lead on this one. Harry had briefed them and wanted to take the backseat this time. Fred started speaking, with George occasionally putting in, "Welcome all you fine folks to this gathering of pranksters in residence. Though undoubtedly we are the best, we give credit where credit is due. This meeting is called because although we are the best, this competition will give us the chance to prove it while at the same time allowing all of you to showcase your talents. We will form teams. We will then give tasks to those teams. Whichever team gets the highest amount of points at the end will win 100 galleons as the prize. So do you all agree?" Bole asked. "What is Potter Black doing here?" The twins grinned. "Little Harry is part of the Gryffindor team. You can pick team members from other houses or you can ally with teams of other houses, if you so wish." Teams were immediately formed with members of same houses. The twins continued. "So now that the teams are formed, you need to know the rules. The first rule is that you cannot snitch on other teams. Second, you will not try to stop other teams from fulfilling their tasks, and most importantly, you will not cheat in any way. Cheatin' will result in getting banned from the competition. You can solicit help from others if you wish to." When everyone agreed to the terms, the twins said, "Now the first task. I know it can be hard, and if you decide not to participate, your only penalty is that you will not earn any points for that task. The task is to infiltrate Filch's office and retrieve the drawer full of detention records from the year 1975-76. The team that successfully retrieves the records and returns here first will win the first round. Is that agreeable?" They nodded and the meeting was dismissed. Meanwhile, Harry W. as thinking of other ways that they could encourage students to mingle together. There was another way though that would require a bold move on his part. Maybe he could try to become the first Lion W. Ho braved sitting with the snakes for breakfast. There were so many things that he could do, like challenging them for wizard chess matches depending on Ron's prowess. Ron would be elated to have Beate end the snakes, and maybe that would thaw the ice. He could hope for a time eventually where people would be more amicable towards each other. While he could do nothing about the marked ones, he could definitely work on the children of Death Eaters. Chapter 16. More plans. They had set the conditions of the prank competition between them, but the task in itself was a hard one. The first task was to St. Eel records of past detentions from the office of the caretaker. Not every one of them knew Filch was a squib, so they were not sure what kind of protection they would find in his office. For those who thought Filch was a wizard, they would be cautious in dealing with him, but those who knew what he was would have no problem getting the job done. They would just have to manipulate some people and the rest would be done by them. While Filch's office was a generally harmless place, Harry had plans to stop other teams from winning. The deadline was set to be a week from the day the competition was announced. Harry told them the rules, and one of them said that the teams could not stop other teams from carrying out the tasks. Another rule said that they could enlist help from others. At no point Did Harry forbid that the help could take the form of stopping or stalling other teams, so long as that help was coming from someone outside the competition? Now, that was being highly divisive, but H.E. was raised by Lord Black, who never had any qualms in getting what he wanted no matter the means. Harry also had the perfect person in mind to do it. There was another event that he was thinking of organizing, and for that he would need Ron's help. Ron had started to work hard since the beginning of the second term. He was making an effort in his homework, but he, unlike his brothers, wasn't on good terms with many. He rarely talked with anyone who was not in Gryffindor, but he had given up his intolerance of people from other houses. He had realized that Hogwarts was but a school where they would stay for 7 years. Beyond the hallowed castle they had long lives where they would run into each other quite often. It would not do for them to snipe at each other at every opportunity. Ron, as he often did in his spare time, was sitting at a game of chess with Jordan, who was losing badly yet could not let go of it. Harry asked him, "Ron, do you have a moment?" Ron, who had not removed his eyes from the chess set for a second, raised a finger. "Just a moment, Harry. Lee's bishop is about to be slaughtered." True to his word, the next moment he had killed Lee's bishop. Even though the game was still in its early stages, it was clear to Harry that Ron already had Lee pinned down 10 different ways. Lee took his time, considering his moves, but each time he moved a piece, Ron responded the moment his opponent's hand left his piece. It wasn't long before Ron moved a rook and called checkmate. Lee's king responded by throwing its crown down on the board. He gave a huge grin to Lee. "That makes 5 in a row, Lee. Do you want to make it best 6 out of 11? Harry hastily attracted his attention. "Mate, you can beat him up later. I have to talk to you right now." "What do you want, Harry?" Ron asked him. "Ron, I couldn't help but hear that there are a few players in other houses who brag that they are very good at chess. Naturally, I told them that they don't stand a chance against you. They challenged your prowess, making remarks about your ancestry and the like. I hope that you don't mind that I accepted a few challenges on your behalf," Harry asked innocently. Ron was thoughtful for a few moments before he agreed. "Not at all, Harry. I'll take them all on, but I won't use new chess pieces. I want my own pieces to play with." Harry asked him in confusion. "Why is that?" "I mean, your chess pieces look battered and very old. I sure can get you new ones." Ron grinned. "How much wizard chess have you played, Harry?" "As the pieces grow older, they start to trust the player rather than trying to assert their own will. If I were to use a new chess set, I would have to break in the pieces, teaching them how I play before they would start obeying me. I don't have that problem with this set because I know the chess pieces and they know me." Harry wondered, "Do you mean to say that if I were to give you a new chess set tomorrow, you would lose?" Ron shook his head. "Not likely, Harry. I mean, I still know how to play, but it might turn into a contest of wills with the pieces and I just don't need the distraction." Harry nodded. "All right, mate. There is one more thing about it though. You may have to play against a Slytherin or two." Ron grinned. "Fine by me. I have no problem with playing against them. I might even learn a thing or two, Harry grinned. "That's the spirit, Ron." The chess event was one which would not even need to be organized in secret. They could hold it in the Great Hall and no one would bat an eyelid. Harry, however, thought that talking about it to Dumbledore beforehand wouldn't go amiss. The headmaster would definitely encourage any such attempts to foster unity amongst the warring houses. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore was worried. The killing of a unicorn was a most serious matter. It was a sin of the highest degree, with the ramifications being great. He had learned that the blood of unicorn which flowed could curse the land. So far, he was grateful that nothing was discovered of the sort when he inspected the unicorn killed recently. He had only guesses as to the identity of any suspects. His guesses were generally correct, perhaps the cost of being a genius with a veritable sense of understanding as he did. Since Arcturus Black had told him that Tom had made horcruxes, Albus knew that there was a tough time ahead. The only thing he could do was to keep Voldemort from gaining a body. There were only a handful of ways that Tom could do that. One was to get his hands on the Philosopher's Stone. Having been forewarned, he had already thwarted one attempt. That's right, the vault at Gringotts had already been emptied earlier that same day. The other way was a gruesome, arcane necromantic ritual. Albus knew the ritual was a ghastly one and that it involved murder. Then there was the third ritual which revolved around blood and gore, including a necromantic potion which was meant to renew, revive and resurrect. Thankfully Albus had the stone in his possession now. It had a number of protections beginning with a marvelous three-headed beast. Even Albus didn't know how the beast could be tamed. You suspected that no one in Britain actually knew about it except Hagrid. He had been told by the Greek chap who had sold it to him. When he had erected protections for the stone, he had not confided in anyone except Minerva and Severus about the thing they were supposed to be protecting, but just that he needed for them to put some serious protections in place that if they could not disable the intruder, they would at least slow them on their way to the stone. All the protections had been designed that way, and that was the reason that he could not leave the castle for extended periods of time. Never he went out of the castle for the Wizengamot or any other errand. He would ask Severus to keep an eye on the beast to be sure that no one was able to get in. To his amusement, he had found that Hadrian Potter Black and his group of friends had discovered the beast and they were hot on the trail. It would be interesting to see if they would be able to find the stone at all. He had done nothing to encourage or discourage them. He had discovered quite by accident that young Harry was on the trail of the beast. Madame Pants had complained to him that at times, she could not see where one of he tables in the library disappeared off to. Albus knew that the magic of the castle was sentient, but not so much as to play tricks on the staff. His curiosity got the better of him and he decided to investigate the matter. He was under his strongest disillusionment charm and prowled the library all day long for 4 days before he found what was happening. He sensed a ward being raised in the library and his detection spells found it was a simple notice me not ward. Curious to find what was happening, he stalked further. He found the most curious sight when he was able to bypass the ward. There were ways to bypass a simple notice me not ward without tearing it down, and Dumbledore had no problem bypassing it. When he finally went past the wards, he had found the most interesting sight. Ryan Potter Black was sitting with Neville Longbottom and Daphne Greengrass in the library and they were talking about the beast on the 3rd floor. He had heard about young Harry's account of encountering the beast, but he was more amazed with the fact that the 2 first-year Gryffindors were actually intimately familiar with a Slytherin student. His senses indicated that something grand was at place. Here with the 3 meeting in secret and scheming of all things. It wasn't until later that he realized that he and everyone else was being taken for a ride by Arcturus Orion Black. The House of Black was perhaps the most influential house by reason of being related to all the ancient houses such as Weasley, Longbottom, Crouch, Pruitt, Potter and so on. They practically behaved as royals when they were out in public. Their manners and deportment had always been a subject of interest and intrigue. Most of them had an aura of haughtiness around them which attracted others to them. For the most part, they all sought power. Arcturus Orion Black was no exception to the rule. He had made his coalition powerful on the Wizengamot when he regularly attended those sessions. He had the knack of making decisions at times which were for the betterment of his family or for his interests. Contrary to Albus's expectations, he had joined the Longbottom and Potter alliance when they fought against Grindelwald, though Albus doubted if Lord Longbottom knew anything about it. Then Arcturus had ruled the Dark faction with an iron will and remained their leader until Voldemort came along and Archer. As Orion Black with his sometimes friend sometimes foe Abraxas Malfoy had become irrelevant due to being replaced by one with more drastic views about blood supremacy and dreams of grandeur for the pureblood elite. How ironic that the Dark Lord that all these pure bloods were toting to was himself a half-blood, conceived under questionable circumstances. His musings were broken when he heard he gargoyle refusing entrance to someone who didn't have the password. From the sound of it, it was a student. He was pretty insistent that the gargoyle step aside and let him in. The gargoyle, as it was its job, refused to step aside and insisted on the password to Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore was interested with whatever the newcomer had to say and waved his wand once, following which the gargoyle leapt aside grunting, "Go on in. The headmaster is waiting for you." When the door to his office opened, Albus came face to face with the newcomers who were Hadrian Potter Black and Neville Longbottom. He beamed at them. "Come in, Harry and Neville. Please be seated." As they took seats across from him, he asked, "What brings the two of you here?" Glances were exchanged between them before Harry started speaking. "Professor, recently I had asked a question of my guardian and he could not answer it. Would you like to give it a try?" Albus encouraged him. "Ask your question, Harry. I will answer it if I can. Professor, since I arrived at the school, I have seen that, despite being similar in so many ways, the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin do not mingle with each other. In fact, I sense there is some sort of rivalry between them which, according to me, is stupid. I appreciate healthy competition, but what exists between the two houses seems more like a feud. I asked Lord Black about it, but he said that he does not know the reason why. Can you shed some light on the matter?" Dumbledore smiled. "There is a story behind it which I would tell you gladly, but before we get to it, please tell me if you have tried to befriend a Slytherin student since you came to the school." Harry shook his head. "No, Professor. I have tried to talk to a few of them, but no one of them ever speaks civilly with us. I don't know why they wouldn't like to be friends with us." Dumbledore mentally snorted. The lad was technically telling the truth. The only way to reconcile that with the facts, the headmaster knew them, was that they must have been friends before they arrived at the school. These first-year students actually thought that they were successfully fooling the entire Castle Inkle. Uding Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Well, if they wanted to play it this way, Albus was not going to spoil it for them. He also tried a very light nudge of his legitimacy probe on Harry and found that there were some solid mental shields in place, and he was excited with this. The boy had already learned a useful skill which would be handy to him when Albus decided to start teaching him, however that time was not yet. For now he needed to keep the stone safe. Also, the question had caught him by surprise. In all his years as a student and then headmaster, no one had ever asked this question of him, nor had any students tried to find the answer to it. No Gryffindor and Slytherin student had ever become friends with each other or tried to bridge their gaps. A few couples of Gryffindor and Slytherin had formed, but that only happened after they left Hogwarts coincidentally, except for young Harry's grandparents Charles and Doria, but nobody knew of their affair until they came into the open with it. The only friendship between a Slytherin and a Gryffindor which he had seen happening was between Lily Evans and Severus Snape. But they also knew each other before they had come here. With time, Albus knew their friendship was going to end due to the company that Severus kept. Albus had also tried to find the answer to this question, but had found no plausible story which would justify the hatred between the houses. He decided to tell what little he knew. He turned to the duo. "Nobody really knows for sure. What I am about to tell you is largely based on speculation and circumstance. When Hogwarts was established, Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin sought students for their houses. The students that they usually preferred were similar in the characteristics sought by them. As time passed and some of the students were lured by evil, and they decided to use everything that they learned for the propagation of evil. The Gryffindors, who were usually the first to resist the advance of evil, clashed with the Slytherins, but mercifully it had not come into the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. With the passage of time, as more and more people fell under the shadow of evil, the previous camaraderie ended and they became sworn enemies. Then came the time when wizards and witches were being persecuted by muggles all around. I am sure you both have heard about the Middle Ages and the witch burnings. Harry shook his head. No, headmaster. We haven't heard about it. All Professor Binns ever teaches us about is the goblin revolts. Dumbledore chuckled. I guess you make a fair point, however we digress here. When the International Statute of Secrecy was signed to protect muggles and magical folk from each other, we had to go into hiding. Most of the Slytherins felt that it was wrong for us to go into hiding, fearing muggles, and they started muggle baiting. As clashes between muggles and wizards increased, some of the leaders in the wizarding world decided to face the threat head on, and not surprisingly, most of them were Gryffindors. As time passed, the rivalry became a sort of tradition and seeped into the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. But I believe that if Gryffindors were to successfully extend an olive branch to the Slytherins, they would be formidable together. Harry nodded. Thank you, headmaster. You have been most helpful to us. Dumbledore smiled. It is always a pleasure to educate young minds, my boy. You are welcome to ask questions anytime you feel like it. Black Townhouse. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin were sitting before Lord Black, who had summoned them. He wanted to talk to them about their future since he felt in his bones that he did not have much time before he would see Melania again. He had realized most of his desires when he rescued Harry Potter from the Muggles had been fulfilled. He had an heir in place, his grandson was free and his family was complete now. The only thing left for him to do was to see to the end of Voldemort. Who was responsible for the destruction of his family. But he knew that he didn't have that much time. He had committed the secret of the horcruxes to Dumbledore, who admittedly was the shrewdest of anyone else Arcturus knew. He also knew the boy who became Voldemort later in life. He would be able to find the horcruxes and destroy them in time. If he failed, the wizarding world would be in for another war. Mercifully, Amelia was at the helm of affairs. She had sufficient time to see that the wizarding world was ready for another war and the utter destruction of the Death Eater menace. Also his heir, his secret weapon, was ready to unleash on the children of Death Eaters and lead them away from the pureblood tribe so that they would not follow their fathers foolishly. If the wizarding world did not embrace the Muggle-born, it would die a slow death. "Grandfather, you called for us?" Sirius asked him. He nodded. "I have been noticing that you and Moony are restless with having nothing to do. As I had promised, I have obtained a license for a business of enchanting. I have seen your work on the motorcycle and I was very impressed, but there is a lot about enchanting that you need to learn before you will be properly prepared to run a business successfully. To that end, I have obtained an apprenticeship for you with a technomancer in Germany who has agreed to teach you enchanting for the next 5 months. By the time you return, you will be ready to set up shop. In the meanwhile, I have to get the ministry to soften its stance on the topic and to relax the laws a little. You will avenue the day after tomorrow and you will learn everything diligently. Is that clear?" Sirius knew there was nothing that he could say that would change Arcturus's mind. The old man was very headstrong, and never liked to have his wishes defied. If he wanted something done, then he would see that it was done. He nodded. "Yes, grandfather. I will do as you ask of me." Arcturus then turned to Moony. "Chair potions will be ready to start functioning in a month and you will be the one responsible for its affairs. In your duty as the executive of this company, you have to tour around the world and secure supplies of hard-to-find ingredients. Your other duty would be to see to it that the company is working as a flawless organism and to help Mr. Belby as he requires of you. He will mostly concern himself with research on new potions and particularly on improving the wolfsbane. He has been tinkering with some other things that he thinks would be able to cure lycanthropy. As per the agreement, any such technique that he devises will be patented in the name of Potter Potions, with Mr. Belby being entitled to receive 50% of the net profits we would make on the sale of the products. I have arranged for him to receive a stipend to tide him over until his share of the business provides him with the necessities of life, at a reasonable rate of course. Also do remember that we are not going to engage in the manufacture of ordinary potions or any of those potions which are manufactured by Greengrass Potions, since they are our allies and I have no intention to hurt their commercial interests. Our agreement with them about supplying them ingredients from our greenhouses will continue as it always has done. Is that clear?" Remus nodded. "Yes, Lord Black. It is agreeable. When do I leave on my first buying trip?" Arcturus smirked. "You'll be leaving with Sirius since the first stop will be Germany. It will take you about 2 months to complete your tour and return after you have engaged some decent suppliers for us. If you find any rare potions on your travels, don't forget to collect the recipe for it and a sample. You'll get a reasonable share of the profits of any such find." Remus tried to interject. "Lord Black." Arcturus barked. "I'm not doing any kindness to you, boy. You have always been very diligent towards your duties without asking anything in return. You didn't even marry anyone fearing that it would interfere with taking care of Harry. Find someone for yourself. It's never too late." Hogwarts. To shake up the order of things, Harry chose to sit at the Slytherin table this morning. After a good, long run around the lake, he and Neville arrived at the Great Hall while breakfast was underway. Predictably, Ron and Hermione had kept seats for them, but Harry motioned for Neville to follow him. Everyone watched the two as they strode toward the Slytherin table, making a deliberate show of it, making sure that everyone was following them with their eyes. Isabel stood up from her place at the Ravenclaw table to join them as they reached the Slytherin table beside Adrian Pusey. Harry tapped him on the shoulder. Buzz over, Pusey. Make space for us. As they sat, they could see everyone's eye was upon them. At the staff table, Snape was frothing at the mouth with his lips curled upwards in a sneer. Dumbledore's lips were twitching ready to break into a grin as he was hiding it behind a goblet. McGonagall's face was stoic as ever, however her eyes showed intrigue. Pomona Sprout was watching interestedly while Flitwick was indifferent since he had started to know the boys better than most of the teachers. As Harry, Neville and Isabel slipped in beside Pusey, Flint, who was sitting a few spaces down from him, shouted, "What do you think you're doing, Potter Black?" Harry looked at him in disdain. Flint, is that the way your father has taught you to speak to the heir of an ancient and most noble house? As to your question, I am sitting beside my friends and trying to eat my breakfast. Malfoy, who was sitting at the end nearest to the staff table, shouted, "Potter Black, this is not the Gryffindor table." Harry looked at him contemptuously. "Oh, Cousin Draco. I was under the impression that you can read a book." This comment made most of them in the vicinity laugh. However, Malfoy was turning red in the face. "What do you mean?" Harry turned to Dumbledore. "Headmaster, is it written anywhere in the rules that a student can't eat at other house tables?" "As far as I know, we are obliged to sit at our house tables only during the welcoming and leaving feasts and any feasts which may fall in between." Dumbledore, whose eyes were twinkling like two miniature suns, said jovially, "You have heard right, Mr. Potter Black. There is nothing in the Hogwarts charter rules against sitting at other tables during non-feast meals." Snape drawled, "Still, Potter Black can't sit at the Slytherin table. He will corrupt my students." McGonagall snorted, "Spare me the sermon, Severus. Your students don't need anyone to corrupt them." Snape sneered, "Of course, Minerva. You would think so. After all, it is your precious lion and they can't do any wrong." Before McGonagall could retort, Dumbledore intervened. "There is no need to fight among ourselves, Severus and Minerva. Mr. Potter Black can sit wherever he chooses. In fact, for his attempts to increase camaraderie between the houses, I award 20 points apiece to him, Mr. Longbottom and Miss McDougal." After the teachers stopped squabbling, Adrian turned to Harry. "So Harry, what's the real reason for this?" "I don't think that it's for showing camaraderie, as Dumbledore claims." Harry smirked and slapped Pusey on the back. "Spoken like a true Slytherin, Adrian. Of course I have ulterior motives behind this act. As they say, a true Slytherin never reveals his secrets." Adrian chuckled. "A true Slytherin indeed. I guess we mistook you for a Gryffindor just because you wear red and gold." The breakfast passed swiftly with them talking about inconsequential things. However, Harry kept an eye on everyone's reaction to his presence at the Slytherin table. A few were not pleased with him, but others looked like they were willing to give a chance to befriending the boy who lived. He also noticed Daphne, who kept her expressionless face in place while Tracy tried to talk to her. He figured that Tracy was trying to ask her what Harry was up to. Isabel poked him in the ribs and asked him in a whisper, "So Harry, is this another of your attempts at gaining power in the school?" He kept his facial features schooled into an impassive expression. "I don't know what you're talking about, Isabel." She smirked evilly. "Remind me to talk about it later and I'll tell you what I meant." To Harry's woe, the first class that day was potions and Snape was in a foul mood. He was having them brew the Wizengamot potion. It required extreme care and even a moment's lapse of concentration could lead to failure. Also, Snape probably figured that breaking him and Neville up would work in his favor. As they all entered, he started instructing them to promote the spirit of friendship and camaraderie that was exuded in the Great Hall this morning. "I have decided to team students together from both the houses. For the rest of the term, you will sit as per this arrangement." He then started calling out arrangements. Lavender Brown with Vincent Crabbe, Hermione Granger with Blaise Zabini, Ronald Weasley with Lilith Moon, Hadrian Potter Black with Tracy Davis, Faye Dunbar with Theodore Nott, Elia Runcorn with Draco Malfoy, Parvati Patil with Gregory Goyle, Seamus Finnegan with Pansy Parkinson, Dean Thomas with Millicent Bulstrode and Neville Longbottom with Daphne Greengrass. As they all scrambled to find their partners, Tracy found Harry pretty easily and grinned at him. "So it looks like we are stuck together in this, Harry." Harry grinned. "Yeah, but it also puts you in the line of fire with Snape." Snape, who was at the head of the class, said a little loudly, "Quiet. Today we are going to learn to brew the Wizengamot potion. Who can tell me about this?" Harry raised his hand and so did Hermione with a few others. Snape deliberately chose not to see any of them and drawled, "Looks like you dunderheads have learned nothing about this potion before coming to this class." Hermione said, "Please sir. The Wizengamot potion is a powerful healing potion that can be used to heal injuries or reverse the effects of sleeping draught. It is a potion which requires a delicate balance of concentration and deft handling of the ingredients, since a moment's lapse of concentration can ruin the potion, meaning one would have to start again." 5 points from Gryffindor, he announced. "You were not asked to answer the question, Miss Granger," Ron said indignantly. "You took points from her because she answered your question. That is outrageous. Detention Weasley, this evening. At 8 o'clock my office, and 5 points from Gryffindor for talking back to a teacher." Ron tried to protest more, but Lilith Moon kicked him under the table. He glared at her, but at that moment, Snape had moved past. "So is the insufferable know-it-all," Miss Granger said. "This potion requires extreme concentration and deft handling of potion ingredients. The recipe is on the blackboard. You have 45 minutes. You may begin." Harry wanted to protest against Snape's treatment of Hermione, however he decided to let go of it for the moment. The Wizengamot potion required extreme concentration and failure was not an option. As he prepared his workstation, Tracy assisted him. Looking around the room, they both realized that not all of the teams were working so well together. As she lined up the ingredients, Harry set a fire burning under the cauldron and erected an anti-tampering ward around it. It was a good thing that his first teacher had taught this to him, because as soon as he had started to work, a lionfish spine bounced harmlessly off the anti-tampering ward around the cauldron. He looked around to find Draco, who was frowning that his efforts were futile. As he poured Dittany into the cauldron, and added Wiggentree bark to it while stirring it, he kept an eye on the other students in the dungeon. He noticed that Lavender was struggling with her work because the gorilla crab was being unhelpful to her. He was just gaping like an idiot while Lavender worked on the potion. Parvati was having trouble asking Goyle to assist her in the brewing. Goyle either could not distinguish one ingredient from another or was being purposefully daft as he kept mixing up the ingredients. Faye was working by herself and spurned Knott's attempts to help her. As he arranged the ingredients, she said something to him under her breath that made him go red in the face. Lilith Moon was clueless about what to do, so Ronald was doing the brewing while she took care of the ingredients. Hermione was working in perfect synchronization with Zabini, who was helping her with the brewing. Seamus Finnegan was haranguing with Parkinson, who looked offended for some reason. Dean worked coolly with his potion. Ook like Bulstrode was trying to be helpful. Neville looked perfectly at home with Daphne working beside him. 5 points off Gryffindor for wasting time, Potter Black, said Snape, who had just come up towards their table. "If you were not so busy looking at others, perhaps you would have made better progress with your own potion." Harry turned to glare at the dungeon bat, who looked back at him, daring him to talk back. Disappointing him, Harry went to work on his potion while resolving to pay him back in some form. He had intentionally teamed them together, hoping they would bungle brewing their potions. He was diligently working on his potion when he heard Snape tormenting Neville, asking Miss Greengrass to do all the work. Longbottom. "I should have known." 5 points off Gryffindor. To their credit, Neville and Daphne did not speak a word. Harry, however, was keeping track of all the point deductions and was going to McGonagall as soon as the lesson was over. As he was midway through his potion, he heard a mighty crash, and there was Lavender straddling Crabbe's chest, pummeling him with her fists while her hairs were drenched in yellow goo, which he figured was her failed potion. Snape sent a banishing charm at the pair of them, separating them, and thundered, 5 points off Gryffindor, Miss Brown. Now pick yourself up and go to the infirmary. Detention this evening at 8 o'clock, my office. Crabbe followed suit and they were left in peace again. It was just a few minutes later that there was a mighty boom and a cauldron exploded, drenching Pansy Parkinson in unfinished potion, who was screaming like a banshee. As opposed to what it was supposed to do, it changed her skin tone to a nasty green color while Seamus had his face blackened with soot. Snape roared, 5 points off Griff. Inder Finnegan in detention this evening at 8 o'clock in my office. Now take Miss Parkinson to the infirmary. Tracy was snickering. Snape is on a roll today. Mercifully the lesson was over soon without any more accidents. Harry submitted a vial of their work with his Entrasis name on it. As soon as they had left the dungeons, they all started laughing uproariously. Neville, who could hardly catch his breath between gusts of laughter, said, "What a lesson. If Snape has one more lesson like that, I swear he will have a riot on his hands." On the other hand, Hermione looked grim. Harry turned to her. "Hermione, you must come with us to Professor McGonagall and complain about his behavior." Her eyes were filled with tears. "I can't do that. He's a teacher." Harry spoke firmly to her. "Hermione, teacher or not, he is a bully who is using his authority to abuse students. If we do not complain, he will go on abusing students. If you will not come willingly and make a complaint to our head of house, Professor McGonagall, I will take you there even if I have to drag you there." The mental image of Harry dragging Hermione by the shoulders to McGonagall's office while she protested was enough to set everyone laughing. Harry next turned to Ron. "I noticed you were going to oppose Snape and you stopped when Moon said something to you. What did she say?" Ron turned slightly red. "She said that Snape was a git. He was egging us on and that I would do better to concentrate on getting my potion right rather than losing points for my house." He had a thoughtful look for a moment before he went on. "You know, Harry, she's all right." Quote, "They had some time to go before lunch, so they went to McGonagall's office first. She was surprised to see so many of her lions at once." "What happened?" Harry spoke first. "Professor, we just had a potions lesson. Professor Snape partnered us with Slytherins and most of them tried to sabotage our potions, so that Lavender had to go to the infirmary and so did Seamus. He also called Hermione an insufferable know-it-all because she had answered his questions in addition to taking points off all of us. He also gave detention to Ron, Lavender and Seamus but no detention to Crabbe or Parkinson, who were equally guilty." McGonagall's nostrils flared. "I see. I am returning the points that he took from you. I will also transfer your detentions. You three will be serving them with me. It is my prerogative, as your head of house, to transfer detentions to myself for my students. I will also have a word with the headmaster about it." Headmaster's office. P.R. Professor McGonagall thundered into Dumbledore's office. Her demeanor was enough to make Dumbledore wary of her at once. Having dealt with Minerva McGonagall for half a century had made him something of an expert on her tempers. He was sure that she was about to unload on him, and most likely for something which he hadn't done. "Albus, we need to talk," she said curtly, making him cringe. He had often wondered if this was the tone that wives took with their husbands to keep them in line, but never having married, he had no first-hand knowledge of such things. Yet, he got a good dose of these rums by virtue of the positions he held in the magical world. He had Madame Bones mad at him at times. Former Minister Millicent Bagnold had once taken him to task with that tone, and Minerva was used to giving him a daily dose of it. However, undoubtedly none of the other witches could compare to Minerva McGonagall, who was looking like a thunderstorm right now, her lips forming a line thin and straight enough to use as a ruler. "What happened, Minerva?" he asked a bit too cheerfully. She snapped. "Severus Snape happened, that's what." "Oh?" he asked curiously, inwardly happy that she was not going to chastise him for whatever Severus had done this time. He sighed, however, thinking of the headache he would have trying to mediate between those two. He continued, "What has Severus done this time?" "Oh, the usual. Being a bully to first-year Gryffindor students, pairing them up with Slytherins and encouraging his students to interfere with their brewing and then giving unjust detentions to them," she said curtly. "Those are very grave charges, Minerva," he said while he walked to the fireplace and threw in a pinch of flow powder and said, "Severus, I want a word." A minute later, Severus Snape stepped out of the fireplace. "What is it, Albus?" Albus turned to him. "Minerva here has complaints that you bullied her students in your potions lesson today. Is it true?" Severus drawled. "I only punished those who were not being attentive in class or were unable to brew successfully. I did not bully them." McGonagall snapped. "Pairing them with your students so that they can sabotage their potions. Is that what you call teaching?" Dumbledore sighed. "Severus, what happened?" Severus started telling him, "As you had encouraged camaraderie between Slytherin and Gryffindor students this morning at breakfast, I decided to take it further and made them pair up from both houses. Did I do any wrong?" Dumbledore sighed. "Severus, we both know that those students don't see eye to eye on many issues, yet you decided to force them to pair together. Most of your students come from pureblood families who followed Lord Voldemort during the war and don't think highly of Muggle-borns or of T.Hos who fought against the Death Eaters. Yet you did this. Why? That is what I want to show to you. Most of my students come from Death Eater families and won't mingle with Gryffindors, yet you in your infinite wisdom overlook my advice. Quote, Dumbledore said to him firmly, Severus, what the students do with each other is their own business. You are not to try to dissuade nor force them from doing what they want. If a friendship develops between a Slytherin and a Gryffindor, what is the harm in that? In the long run, that would be beneficial to the school. But, I don't think that is what young RRY had on his mind when he approached the Slytherins with an offer of friendship. Minerva asked him sharply, What do you mean by that, Albus? Surely Harry is too young to think about politics and things like that. Albus chuckled good-naturedly. My dear Minerva, did you forget who has raised young Harry? He was raised by Lord Black, who is a consummate politician. If I have learned something from the Blacks, it is that they love power. Arcturus Orion Black has been shaping young Harry since he was a little child. I am sure there is nothing that Harry does without a plan. If he is befriending Slytherins, he has his eyes set upon something in the future which we can't see yet. The dueling room. When Harry and Neville entered the dueling classroom, Professor Flitwick was waiting for them. After they had made themselves comfortable, he asked them, So how far have you both progressed with spell chains? Neville answered him, Professor, we have made some progress with spell chains, though not as much as we would have liked. I mean, we can use them all right, but they take too long to cast. He nodded. You both seem to be very impatient. Spell chains take a lot to learn and even longer to learn to cast them quickly. The only thing you can do is practice them. With every practice you will get better. The only thing that you can do now is to practice and let things happen in their own time. Today we will be practicing in a different way though. What way, Professor? Harry asked him. Today, Mr. Potter, we will see how good you both are. Firstly, Mr. Potter will cast at Mr. Longbottom, who will only dodge against those spells. When he is doing that, he will not be allowed to cast or use his wand. When it's Mr. Potter's turn, then he will dodge against Mr. Longbottom, and likewise he won't be allowed to use his wand. You will do this until you are unable to continue due to being stunned or being hit with a spell. The one who survives the longest will be the winner. Is that clear? They both nodded, and Neville took his position to dodge as Harry cast at him. As they both bowed to each other, Harry immediately sent a stunner towards Neville, who had started to move, having already anticipated this. Harry kept casting at Neville, trying to corner him, and Neville kept moving in different directions to escape the stunners. It had been about 5 minutes of relentless casting, and Evil showed no signs of faltering when Harry decided to get creative. He sent a stinging hex at Neville, who faltered a little in surprise but managed to evade it. Harry followed up with more stinging hexes, then suddenly he sent a tripping hex at Neville's feet. Not being able to control himself, he fell flat on his face. 6 minutes, Flitwick exclaimed happily. That was quite some time, Neville. When it was Harry's turn, Neville started with a petrifying hex which Harry deftly evaded. Neville followed up with a stunner and an incarcerus and a stunner in quick succession. He kept alternating between spells and kept throwing them in different directions depending upon the movement of his feet. He kept dancing in and out of Neville's spells for quite some time when Neville cast a wide area stunner, freaking Harry out. As Flitwick had told them, a wide area stunner could not be dodged but had to be shielded, and as Flitwick had forbidden them from using a shield, he was helpless and fell before the spell. Flitwick enervated him, grinning. 5 minutes, Harry. It was not as much as Neville's, however he was not hesitant in using any spell he could think of. I think you should take a lesson from it. No matter who is your opponent, you must not hesitate to take him down. Is that clear? Harry nodded determinedly. Meeting of the pranksters. When Harry and Neville returned to the Gryffindor Tower, Fred and George accosted them. Harrikins, where were you? He raised an eyebrow. Whatever is the matter, Fred and George? Mate, other teams are already making plans to steal from Filch and we haven't yet done anything. Don't you want to win against them? Gred asked him. It would look bad for us if we didn't even try, added Forge. Harry smirked. Guys, we have a plan in place. The rules say that the teams can't stop each other or interfere, right? When they nodded, he continued. Well, Neville here has volunteered to spoil their game while we would be free to try. Neville blanched. Oi, when did I volunteer? Harry waved him off. Mate, I won't commit to anything without counting you in my plans. The twins were grinning in unison. It is a mighty fine plan, Harrikins. What do you need us to do? The first team whose plans were foiled were the Puffs. Feeling emboldened under the leadership of Cedric, they had decided to employ their teammates on different tasks. Dig. Ori for certain knew that Filch was a squib, so there would be nothing in his office that they couldn't break into. His office likely would not be locked with a locking charm, so they would be able to enter there at will. The key was to keep him away from his office long enough for them to enter, to locate and remove the desired records. Wilson Rogers, who was a second year and had an innocent face, as selected to lead Filch away from his office. At the appointed time, he found Filch in his office lounging in his chair. He spoke hurriedly to him and appeared out of breath. Mr. Filch, I saw some students huddled near the Hufflepuff common room and talking about leaving a few dung bombs in the corridors. Filch was immediately out of his chair, followed by his cat, Mrs. Norris. Show me the way, brat. I will hang them up by their thumbs in the basement. Oh, how I wish I could punish them as per the old ways. Harriet Kelson had been stationed near his office to signal if he was coming back. As he was being led away, Cedric and Abercrombie, who were watching from afar, chose that moment to appear. They walked to Filch's office as if they had all the time in the world and entered his office nonchalantly. Neville, who was hiding under the cloak and had been given the map, was watching them in amusement. When he noticed that Cedric and Abercrombie were about to strike, he walked in that direction while letting loose with a couple of Dr. Filibuster's firecrackers. They went off with a bang. In a moment, Filch was running back to his office shouting at the top of his lungs. Neville watched in amusement as Filch found Cedric and Abercrombie fleeing from his office. He assumed that they were the ones who had let loose the crackers. He immediately started telling them off while threatening to do unspeakable things to them. Neville calmly walked toward Gryffindor Tower, knowing the Hufflepuffs wouldn't be trying again tonight. Quirrell was getting frustrated. This farce was taking too long. He still had no idea how to get past the three-headed dog. The beast was only the first line of defense for the stone, yet he was not able to get past even that. There was no telling how many her horrors waited further down that path. For now, getting past the dog was being a bit problematic for him. He was quite certain that the dog belonged to Hagrid because Kettleburn had lost too many his limbs to try and domesticate a beast like that. The thing was that he needed to let the big oaf talk about it and blabber to him about the ways to tame the beast. He, however, could not meet him as a beast enthusiast again, because that would make him immediately suspicious, as he had noticed how the security in the Forbidden Forest had been tightened up. He needed something to make Hagrid forget his wits and blabber to him everything that he wanted to know. For that to happen, he would need to get something to Hagrid which he could not resist. He knew Hagrid had no use for gold. Neither Quirrell's nor Tom's knowledge about beasts was sufficient to interest him. He thought hard about it and recalled everything he knew about Hagrid. Hagrid always had a fascination for dangerous creatures, even when he had been a child. He had raised an acromantula in the castle which Tom had used to get him expelled from Hogwarts when Myrtle Warren had died. He had also heard that Hagrid always wanted a pet dragon for himself. Perhaps he could get a dragon egg to him, but that would be costly and take some time and effort. He would need to raid a dragon reserve to get an egg, and that would have to be done in secret, because if the news ever got out, Dumbledore would immediately know that something was fishy. He would have to employ his inner Slytherin to get what he wanted. Chapter 17. Badger's Den. Cedric was frustrated. He and Abercrombie would have found the relevant detention records and come out without any trouble whatsoever. But some idiot had decided to set off some firecrackers to harass the caretaker at that exact moment. If they had not struck today, Hufflepuff would have won. But there was nothing for it now. He and Abercrombie had been found outside Filch's office and lost 5 points apiece with a detention each. He turned to Harriet. You were supposed to keep an eye on Filch and tell us if he was coming back. Why couldn't you holler for us? Harriet had been thinking about that. I don't know. I mean, I thought I should shout for you all to run, but when the firecracker went off, I got distracted. I went looking in that direction for the culprit. You wouldn't believe it, but there was no one there. I mean, I wanted to see who was idiot enough to cause trouble right outside Filch's office, but no. It was like they had disappeared into thin air. Wilson scowled. You can't apparate in and out of the castle. Kelson. They must have been hiding themselves in some other way. That's the only explanation. Abercrombie asked them, why all the interest in them anyway? Somio. Nay had a grudge with Filch and they just chose the most inopportune time to act on it. That's all. We'll have to try again some other time. Next time, we'll have to make sure that there is no one hiding in the corridor to thwart our plan. Cedric nodded, but his mind was stuck on one tiny detail that Harry had mentioned. He couldn't claim to know the castle better than Filch or the twins or even hotter. Ian Potter Black, but he was reasonably certain that there was no secret way near Filch's office where anyone could disappear. Also, there was no other place for people to hide themselves. Unless Somio. Nay was using a disillusionment charm or an invisibility cloak, there was no way for them to disappear. That gave rise to the question as to why one would go to the lengths of using such a charm just to harass Filch, and invisibility cloaks weren't that common. Only those who had a ludicrous pile of gold or connections in the right places could own one. Even his father, who worked with creatures in the ministry, wasn't able to obtain one. He decided to keep his eyes open and pay attention to everything that happened around him. The serpent's tricks. The serpents too were running through everything that they knew about Argus Filch. One thing that could be credited to them was that they never played their hand until they knew all the cards. Information was something that they valued and they always made sure to make some use of it. So what they wanted before they committed their heist was information. Particularly, they were looking for information about Filch's office and on the other teams. They were crooked enough to know that they couldn't expect everyone to play fair, especially the twins. Those two hadn't obtained the position of pranksters in residence by being honest and upfront about it, and the serpents knew it. What they had not taken into account in their calculations was Hadrian Potter Black and Neville Longbottom. They knew that Harry was behind transforming the students' opinions, but at the same time they didn't know anything about him being responsible for Peeves antagonizing the Slytherins for no fault of theirs. They didn't know that he was the one behind Snape's dungeon stinking like dragon dung. They didn't know he had lost them all those points in one night because they had antagonized Ernie Macmillan. So they had appointed Griffith and Folly Heiress to keep an eye on the twins, and they had nothing to report so far. Since the competition was announced, the twins had gone cold turkey. As far as the serpents knew, they were doing nothing. Hadrian Potter Black meanwhile was too busy playing in the political arena to care about it. Perhaps those 100 galleons were destined to come to the serpents. They also knew that 2 of the badgers had been put in detention by Filch and one of their attempts had been thwarted. They were also curious about it, but like others, they had no idea how that had happened. The heir of Duvant had been tasked with keeping an eye on Potter Black, but Potter Black looked like he had all the time in the world to do whatever he wished except making any plan. Only Bull was suspicious of Harry's apparent ease because he understood what others couldn't. Harry was raised by the Blacks. If anyone after Slytherin knew anything about scheming, they were the Blacks. Hadrian Potter Black was up to something. It was with ABDUCTED to keep an eye on Potter Black that he approached QC. Adrian, I want a word. Adrian, who was with his friends talking about something inconsequential, asked him warily, what do you want, Bull? Bull was undeterred by his demeanor. In private, if you please. QC followed him to their dorm, which was empty at that moment. When they were sure that they wouldn't be overheard, Adrian asked him, what do you want? He asked him without preamble, what do you know about Potter Black? Adrian raised an eyebrow. What is it about, Bull? As far as I know, Potter Black has never antagonized you. Bull insisted. Would you answer the damn question? Adrian shrugged. All right. Potter Black is a fine bloke. Never meddles with others' affairs needlessly and certainly doesn't seek any enmity with anyone. Why do you ask? Bull told him about the prank competition, and when he was done telling, he said further, I don't think that the Weasleys are really behind this. I mean, they don't have the galleons to stake. It is all Potter Black, I tell you. Adrian mused. He certainly is Slytherin enough in his dealings. Having lived with Lord Black, he must have learnt a thing or two from him. And then he has Sirius Black as godfather, and I have heard snippets of conversation about him and James Potter being pranksters in their own time. So, what do you want of me? I want you to keep an eye on him. I think he is up to something and would resort to tricks to win this thing. I want you to keep an eye on him and let me know if he is plotting something." Adrian eyed him warily. "Are you out of your mind, Lucian? You just said that he is as Slytherin as they come, yet you think he would open up to me. He would see through your ploy and lead me around by the nose. Besides, I am not a fan of cheap tricks. You want to win this, then use your talents." Bull already knew that Pusey wouldn't agree, but he just couldn't give up without trying. Oh, Isabel. The next morning, like the last dog. Why, Harry chose the Slytherin table, and this time he sat at the far end with Pusey, Neville and Duvant. He knew it would take time for others to come to terms with him sitting at their table or open up to him, and he was willing to wait. "Potter Black," Duvant asked him, "have you made any preparations?" Harry, looking the very picture of innocence, responded evasively, "I'm sure that I don't know what you mean, Herr Duvant." A bit later, when Malfoy came into the Great Hall, he sneered, "What's your game? Are you trying to suck up to them, Potter Black?" Harry did not deign to answer him. Instead, Pusey replied this time, "Malfoy, you can always pick a fight with him later. For now, let us eat in peace, or I will have to complain to our head of house about you." Draco turned to him. "My father will hear about this." Neville snorted. "And what will he do about it, Malfoy? As I've heard, he doesn't have the political clout he used to have. His gold has been rapidly squandered recently, and he lost his standing among his peers. The house of Pusey, on the other hand, is respected by everyone. Do you think anyone would stand with your father in this current political climate?" Draco of Coerce realized the truth in Neville's words but could not admit it. "You will see, Longbottom." Neville gave him a very casual look. "Malfoy, I am always here, ready to see whatever you have to show me. I trust that you are not fighting." "Boys," said Professor Flitwick, who was coming down that row. He herded Malfoy and his cronies away. "Mr. Malfoy, it would be wise to have your breakfast and go. Classes will start soon." That noon, Neville stayed behind in the greenhouses while Harry went to do some research in the library. Isabel found him there. "Harry, I thought you were to remind me to tell you what I was talking about." Harry shook his head. "No. You said to remind you, but I had not promised. However, I am curious to hear you." She nodded. "I know what you are doing with the students." He arched an eyebrow. "And just what do you think I'm doing?" She smirked. "You are marking your territory." Harry asked her curiously, "And please explain, Miss McDougal, what do you mean by marking my territory? I am not a cat, dog, wolf or bear." She waved him off. "Making friends with students in every house, having them unite behind you and getting them to do whatever you want. If that isn't marking your territory, then I'll eat my hat." Harry chuckled. "That poor piece of fabric would be poor fare, Isabel. I mean, I don't have any intention to be a ruler or anything. What I want is a very peaceful existence in this school for the next 7 years. If that means making peace with others, then that's not so bad." She huffed. "All right, I'll prove it." Harry had avoided directly answering her question for now. But he was still curious. How Isabel could have guessed his plan amused him. That also made him more wary of everyone around him. Arcturus Orion Black had taught him not to trust his own shadow in matters where secrecy was required. Maybe he needed to watch his words more and let Neville know to do the same. In a way, it was good that he found this mistake so early. He had time to correct it. Egg of the Dragon. Quirrell decided that getting a dragon's egg would solve one predicament for him. The egg would make the oaf speak if he played those cards very carefully. Getting a dragon's egg was not easy. Getting a live egg on the black market would take more gold than he could raise with a teacher's salary. Dragons could not be bred in someone's backyard. They were bred in R.E. serves, where they would be under high security. For Voldemort, the security would not have presented any challenge, but for Quirrell it may be difficult. Then, there was another problem. He couldn't just leave the castle to go and fetch a dragon's egg. He had classes to teach and Severus was dogging his steps at every moment. If he just disappeared, he would be missed immediately. He would have to ask for Dumbledore's permission. The old fool may try to learn where he was headed. He had to deal with 100 issues and there was no solution to them. He decided to come up with some pretense to get out of the castle. There has to be something which only Quirrell could do, and then there was no way that Dumbledore would be able to refuse him permission to leave the castle. Perhaps the pretext of some personal issue that would require his attendance or obtaining a creature for his class which Kettleburn did not already have and could not obtain quickly. Yes, obtaining a creature. That was close enough to the truth to make the lie convincing. The claws aren't too sharp. The claws had done their research. They were meticulous in their preparations. They liked to plan to the point of perfection before they acted on it. Harry knew how they worked, and he knew they would spend about 3 days making their preparations before they struck. Sure enough, Sean Murphy had been trailing Filch for 2 days, taking note of the path he took through the castle and how much time he spent doing anything. When he was not at it, Shikhar Gupta trailed him. Between them they had some sort of a plan ready. Their planning was so meticulous that they had one of their number loiter outside of Filch's office on the pretext of reading the list of forbidden items, something that nobody in living memory had ever done before. Filch had growled at that student, threatening detention and suspecting they were up to some mischief while the student made a detailed study of Filch's office. His office was practically bare except for the table in the room and some filing cabinets along one wall. The table had a few drawers. There was no telling what could be in those drawers. It was a magical world. If someone had charmed a drawer with the bottomless charm, there could be any number of things in it and nobody would be the wiser. Then there were a lot of drawers in the cabinets and there was no way they could know if they were ordinary or charmed. They also knew of the botched attempt of the Hufflepuffs to retrieve the desired records and they didn't want a repeat of it. Their plan was similar to Had of the Hufflepuffs with some slight alterations. They decided that it was time to act. The only snag was that they didn't know about the map. Neville Longbottom was dutifully keeping an eye on them. That night after curfew, Filch was on the rounds of the castle when he heard a distinct crashing sound. From his years of patrolling the castle and dealing with the various menaces therein, such as the students and Peeves, he was sure that the sound involved a suit of armor somewhere on the 6th floor. One of Peeves' favorite pastime was to push them over when he was feeling bored. Taking a few trusted shortcuts, he arrived at the scene faster than anyone could have guessed a man of his age and in his apparent physical condition could. The couple of claws who were on the lookout flashed the signal to their comrades to make the move. Unfortunately for them, the little menace known as Longbottom was also prowling the castle, armed with the invisibility cloak and the map that Harry had loaned to him. Lately he had taken to camping around Filch's office in the night. When he saw Filch moving and the dots of Ravenclaw students out of their common room, he knew they were up to something. Thanks to Remus, who had taught him a complicated locking charm which the Marauders had created, Neville secured Filch's door. He knew the claws wouldn't be able to open the door and neither would Filch for that matter. When he left Filch's office, he saw the claws descending and standing in a corner. He decided to stay and watch the spectacle. It was too good to miss. Shikhar Gupta and Sean Murphy were to cause the distraction while Agnes Reed and Esmeralda Vasquez had come to do the actual deed. Esmeralda tried to yank open the door but couldn't. As per their research, Filch was a squib, meaning that he couldn't use magic. Yet the door was locked by magic anyway, and it was a charm that none of them had seen before. They kept trying every unlocking charm they knew and Neville was said to see them try to yank the door open with all their strength. He also kept an eye on Filch to see if he was returning. He also noticed Harry was out of the badger's hole now. He knew that Harry would go through the eagle's nest before he returned to the lion's den. He was doing what was part of the other plan. He also noticed with amusement that Filch seemed to be chasing Gupta and Murphy, who he had found at the site of the crash, and they had taken him on a prowl of the castle. Shrugging his shoulders but remembering the tidbit, he paid close attention to Vasquez and Reed, who were now desperately trying to open the door. All their attempts with unlocking charms were failing miserably. Neville was suppressing the urge to howl with laughter seeing them trying everything in their power to open the door. In their desperation, Vasquez even conjured a two-handed sledgehammer to break down the door, but it was a poor decision. The door could not be broken by a full-grown troll and they were mere students. What's more, bashing on the door with the massive hammer made a huge booming racket that was sure to wake everyone in the castle. A quick look in between watching the claws attempting to break the door. He noticed that Filch had caught up to Gupta and Murphy and seemed to be reprimanding them. After about 10 more minutes, when he noticed that Filch was on the 2nd floor, he decided to take his leave. He let off a dung bomb as a parting gift for the claws and to let them know that it was time to leave. On his way back to the Gryffindor common room, he deliberately took one of Filch's favorite shortcuts and let off a couple more dung bombs in the passageway. As expected, Filch started howling at the top of his voice and trying to find the miscreants. He could smell the dung bombs, see their remains, but no one in the vicinity who could have used them. His shouts, however, alerted the rapidly retreating claws, who knew to avoid the passageway where Filch was. They knew for a fact that Filch could not do magic, but whoever had locked his office certainly could. The Lion's Den. When Neville reached the Lion's Den, he found Harry at the notice board, pinning the latest poster on it. When the portrait hole opened and there seemed to be nobody there, Harry knew Neville was back. Neville appeared from under the cloak after the portrait hole closed behind him. Having finished putting up the notice, Harry turned to Neville. "By the grin on your face, I suppose we were successful." Neville couldn't hold it in any longer. He doubled over in gales of laughter. When he was able to speak again, his grin got wider. "We did. Gupta and Reed got caught by Filch though. I think they were too busy causing mayhem to think about getting away." Harry smirked. "No, we. Showing the most obvious trait of Ravenclaw. If Filch caught them out of bounds, he can give them what? A detention or two and maybe take away a few points apiece. In return for that, they get the title of prankster of Hogwarts, if they get the records. To get the records, they would have tried to keep Filch away from his office for as long as they could. They perhaps got caught to buy time for their teammates." Neville's mouth was open in shock. He could not decide whether to be in awe or laugh at their stupidity. Finally he decided that he would rather laugh about it and broke down in wholehearted laughter again. After about a good 5 minutes, he was able to speak again. "They aren't too sharp, are they? I mean, they didn't even figure out what to do if they were stopped in any oath. Way, or if Filch's office door was locked." Harry shrugged. "There is a reason that Fred and George are better at it than others. Anyway, we are done for the night. Tomorrow, we will see the reaction of the school." Eagle's Nest. Vasquez and Reed had escaped Filch, but just barely. If he had not started shouting suddenly, they would have run right into him. They would have been caught and put in detention. When they reached the Eagle's Nest, they found the other two of their team waiting for them in the common room. The hope in their eyes that perhaps Vasquez and Reed had finished their work did them feel embarrassed. However, they had good reasons for their failure. It was Murphy who asked her, "So, did you two get the job done?" Vasquez shook her head. "No. We didn't get it." Gupta cried in surprise. "Why?" "I mean, it was tough sure, but not that hard. You didn't get to check all the drawers." Reed answered, dejected. "We didn't even get through the door. You two idiots failed to gather all the relevant information." Murphy asked her, "Whatever do you mean by that, Agnes? You people took note of everything that Filch does in his office or in the castle and how much time he spends at it, but you two did not notice that the door to his office is locked with an unusual locking spell." "What?" Murphy asked in surprise. "How can that be? I told you that Filch is a squib. He can't cast a spell to save his own life. And even if his door was locked by magic, why didn't you use Alohomora?" Esmeralda replied, "Of course we tried something that obvious and 5 or 6 other unlocking charms besides before we ran out of ideas. The charm that he used was different. No unlocking spell that we knew worked on it. We even tried the anti-Alohomora spell, but it didn't work either. I even Reed to break down the damn thing with a hammer, but it didn't budge." Murphy was frowning. "It's just not possible. There is no way Filch can do that. However, it is possible that Dumbledore may have put some new charms on his office door to prevent students from breaking in. Being the headmaster, he can do so." Reed asked him, "So what do we do now?" "We will wait for other teams to make a strike and then we will make ours." Gupta groaned. "It was all hard work wasted today, and here we had improvised the plan to give you both more time to go through his drawers." Reed arched an eyebrow. "Explain." "When we were discussing the drawers and that they might be charmed with extension charms, we thought that perhaps we could give you more time. When Filch came up, we led him on a merry chase and round the castle for about 10 minutes before we were caught. Then he spent 10 more minutes berating us, threatening us, and then he put us in detention after taking 30 points each from us. We Ought we had given you both time to find the desired records, but it was all a waste. Vasquez was incredulous. You two morons decided to lead Filch on a wild goose chase and then get caught because somewhere in your twisted mind. You were giving us time to search his office more thoroughly. Couldn't you have asked us in advance? Murphy grinned sheepishly. Sorry. But what's done is done. We will try again. The Bishop of Hogwarts. The next day was chaos. Scratch that. Since this year had started, it had been chaos every other day, and this was just the newest addition to it. During the night, posters had been put up in every house common room for everyone to see. They were issuing their challenge to everyone. When the students arrived at the breakfast table, their eyes were looking for the Weasleys in particular. They apparently had something to do with the posters that had miraculously appeared in their common rooms. They were not explicitly named in it, but pulling a prank like that was something they could do. They were resourceful for sure. Before the lions made their customary appearance behind Hadrian Potter Black, a barn owl winged its way towards Dumbledore at the staff table. Relieving the owl of its burden, he opened the letter to read. As he proceeded, the corners of his mouth started twitching. He had to work hard to hide the smile that was trying to form on his face. The letter read, "Dear Headmaster, sorry for not telling you sooner and in person. I have taken your advice about extending an olive branch to the Slytherins. In fact, we have decided to extend it to every house. Acting under the advice that you gave to me, I have looked into what can be a healthy all-inclusive competition between the houses and reached the conclusion that a chess tournament will be a good choice. I really want a favor from you, however. Can you please take the credit for whatever we have done? Imagine how good a prank it will be upon the others. Hadrian Potter Black, P.S. We arranged a little surprise for everyone. I hope you will like it." Dumbledore was amused. A first-year student was presuming that his headmaster would go along with some harebrained scheme, without even knowing what it was. But then maybe it wasn't too bad. He decided to humor the child this time. He had no idea what he was getting into. Minerva, who was in the seat beside him, asked, "What has got you smirking, Albus?" Slipping the letter into his robes, he replied, "Oh, nothing. Just something that I had thought about yesterday and was going to formally announce today. I presume that you have already heard." Her head snapped up. "Do you mean that was you?" He had no idea what it was that she was referring to. He jovially replied, "Yes, Minerva, it was me. What has you so worked up?" She said nothing but clamped her mouth shut. Dumbledore knew there was a surprise coming, and he had been foretold, but waited for the surprise to unravel and decided to act as surprised as others did. Aunan. G up to Minerva didn't mean he couldn't play along. The one to bring the surprise to his attention was Severus Snape, as he expected. Snape entered the double doors with his robes billowing behind him, his trademark sneer in place and an unpleasant expression on his face. "Headmaster," he said curtly, "look what they are up to now." Dumbledore tried to keep his face expressionless as he turned to Severus, who? "What happened, my boy?" Severus shoved a big roll of parchment into his hand. "This. Read this." Dumbledore was amused by Snape's reaction to whatever was in that parchment. It must have been something funny to have rankled Severus so fiercely. When he tried to unroll it, Severus shook his head. "Don't open it like that. It is charmed like a howler. Just tap it with your wand and let all the Great Hall hear it." Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling. "That's very complicated magic, my boy. Are you sure you want me to play it for all the students?" Snape drawled, "If I didn't, then I won't have brought it to your attention." "Albus," Dumbledore said with a smile at the corner of his lips, "very well. If you say so." Saying that, he tapped the parchment and it flew open. Dumbledore immediately regretted having tapped it. There was a very loud screech which accompanied the unfurling of it. It attracted everyone's attention towards it. Looking at others' faces, he realized they all had seen it beforehand. As the poster screeched, Seamus fell off his seat. When Dean pulled him up, he asked stupidly, "Where is the Banshee?" Others around him chuckled. The poster screeched, "The Marauders Inc. Proudly PresentSSSSSS, the Bishop of Hogwarts. Championship. Do you think you have what it takes to be the champion of Hogwarts? That the Sorting Hat told you that you are the most clever individual? That you can brew potions better than Professor Snape? You think you can perform transfigurations better than Professor McGonagall? You can charm a quill faster than Professor Flitwick. Think that you know better than Professor Dumbledore. Think you can understand whatever Professor Quirrell is teaching between his stutters. Because if you think so, then you are delusional and you need to see Madame Pomfrey. Not that she would like you in the infirmary more than necessary, but no one else in the castle can treat mental delusions. If you have such delusions, then you can compete in this tournament. Open to all from all years, and the winner gets the title of Bishop of Hogwarts. Not that it would mean anything, considering most of my titles are just that. To ease the ache in your heart, however, the prize for the winner shall be 100G. To sign up, please see Professor McGonagall. When the poster was done speaking, he realized how much hot water he was in. Whoever had designed this poster had a rotten sense of humor. He had a good idea that Sirius and Remus shared that kind of humor, but it was entirely possible that Hadrian and his friends had designed it. Minerva was saying, "Albus, you were saying." He turned to the Great Hall. "Oh yes, I have an announcement to make. I believe you all have seen this poster in the common rooms of your houses this morning. In the view of the increasing camaraderie between the students, I decided to make an effort to get them on friendlier terms with each other, so I came up with this. As they say, rivalry is better when it is in sports." Severus asked him in a cold drawl in low whispering voice, "Was it your doing, headmaster?" Dumbledore smiled brightly, or tried to. "Yes, my boy. It was." Severus raised an eyebrow. "I didn't know that you were a marauder, headmaster." Dumbledore improvised on the spot. "Lord Black is sponsoring this tournament, so I decided to name it as per his liking." Minerva, whose mouth now resembled a thin line, asked him curtly, "And what made you accept Lord Black's offer?" He sighed. "Minerva, Lord Black has a seat on the board of governors of the school, which he gave up to Mr. Bowen to sit in his stead. In addition to that, he made a generous donation of 500,000 galleons to the school just this summer, which allowed me to get better facilities for the students. In return for everything that he has done, I could agree to his demand. That shut them up." Dumbledore turned to the students. "Any student can participate in this tournament. There are no restrictions upon it. Interest. Ed students can give their names to Professor McGonagall for the next week, after which the lots will be drawn." When he finished speaking, he looked at the Gryffindor table where young Harry was sitting with his friends and giving the headmaster his best lopsided grin. Dumbledore was reluctant to admit it, but Harry had just pulled one on him. In fact, Dumbledore had walked into it knowing what the little miscreant was capable of. As they were leaving the Great Hall, Neville whispered to him, "Well played, Harry, well played." Hermione, who was just behind them, asked, "What do you mean, Neville?" Neville turned to her. "Harry and I designed that poster and had his guardian charm it. The words were written by his godfather, who told us to send a letter to the headmaster beforehand." The headmaster, as Sirius Black had predicted, walked into it headfirst. She huffed, "He is the headmaster." Harry turned to her. "Yes, he is the headmaster, and it looks better coming from him. I mean this way, it can happen in the middle of the Great Hall without any need for secrecy." Isabel, who had the same class as them, joined their group. "Harry, I remember you bringing the poster into the common room and giving it to Michael Corner. Why did the headmaster say that it was his idea?" Harry grinned at her. "It is just one of many things, Isabel. There will be many more." The Serpents' Council. That evening, the Snakes decided the time was right to make their strike. They had most of the relevant information. They knew that someone unknown was ruining the game for other teams. What they did not have was any idea about who it could be. They knew that someone had deliberately set off a firecracker in front of Filch's office, spoiling the Puff's attempt. Then someone, likely the same someone, had I led the claws by locking Filch's office behind him. They knew for a fact that Filch was a squib, so it was out of the question that he did it himself. Now there were many possibilities about the CTED identity of the person who was ruining their game. It could be a Gryffindor. They were known for being brash and abrasive, always heading into danger. The twins were known to be knowledgeable enough to be able to do that. They also knew their way around the castle. Perhaps no one else knew the castle as well as them except Filch. They were also quite ruthless in competition. But the rules of the tournament, which Hadrian Potter Black himself had set, stated that one team could not interfere with another team's strategy. The Gryffindors were too straight-laced to think of ways around that rule. They could not think of anyone else in Gryffindor who would be prankster enough to merit consideration. The last possibility was that a Slytherin was sabotaging their plans. The way they were operating, employing subterfuge, and escaping notice were all indicative of them being a Slytherin. If it were a Slytherin, then it was no problem because they wouldn't sabotage the team from their own house. Now all that they had to do was to form a strategy. The main part of their strategy was the same as other teams. They would have to distract Filch to keep him away from his office. It was not risky, but what was risky was what came after that. They would need enough time to search the office and retrieve the records they were after. That meant they would have to keep Filch busy for a long time. That would require some thought. They had no worries from Severus Snape because he would avert his eyes from whatever they were doing. On that count, they were sure that Snape would not even give a second glance to whatever his snakes did. Another issue was to keep the infernal cat Mrs. Norris away from them during this time while watching for Peeves over their shoulder. The poltergeist had some sort of enmity toward them. He harassed them whenever he could. None of the Slytherins could remember what they had done to make him mad at them. If Peeves got to them, there would be no escape. They had a meeting to form their strategy in the fourth-year boys' dorm. The snakes had long since removed all the portraits from that room. They swept it regularly for scrying spells and maintained privacy wards about it at all times. Unless someone in the meeting was a traitor, they could be reasonably sure that they would not be observed or overheard. Lucian Bowl, by reason of being their leader, presided over the meeting. As you all know, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw have both already attempted to grab the records. They were thwarted by someone unknown. By process of elimination, we agree that whoever that person might be, it is likely one of our own. But, just on the chance that it isn't, we have decided to plan in secret and strike quickly. That will give us the best chance to complete the job before we can be stopped. Griffith said, "Come to the point, Bowl. What are we to do and when do we strike?" Bowl smirked. "We will strike about an hour from now. That way, whoever is sabotaging the other teams won't know about it. Even if it were not a Slytherin, they won't be any the wiser about us." Duvant grinned. "That is a good plan. Now what are we going to do?" Folly took the lead in this one. "Two of us are going to cause mayhem in the dungeons, scattering debris and causing much chaos. That will keep Filch busy for the evening. While he is dealing with the situation, we will be in his office, going through the drawers and swiping the desired records." Bowl grinned. "I like the plan. We have to make sure that we keep Filch engaged long enough to have enough time to make our search." With that they agreed and started making preparations. When Neville noticed their dots together in the Slytherin 7th year dorm, he found Harry immediately. "Harry, the serpents are meeting." He grinned. "Well, it's about time. Let's see what they are up to." Telling the twins that they were going to run some errands, Harry and Neville walked down towards the dungeons while hiding under the cloak. They had to take immediate action so that the snakes won't win. Their plan was simple. They waited for the serpents to come out of the common room and watched in amusement as they dirtied a length of the corridor with soil and debris. While they were at it, Harry understood what was going on. Quietly they left the place to arrive in an empty room. After making sure that they won't be overheard, Harry turned to Neville. "They're going to create mayhem and then send someone to inform Filch about it. Filch, neat freak that he is, will see to it that the mess gets cleaned up quickly. While he is laboring there, they will be going through his filing cabinets." Neville nodded. "So what should I do?" Harry smirked. "Just give him the helpful suggestion that the house elves could take care of the mess for him." Neville grinned in response. About 15 minutes later, cannon bangs attracted Filch's attention, who was on the scene within minutes. He found the corridor dirty and debris strewn around and howled in anger. As he was thinking what to do with the debris that was strewn about, he decided that cleaning it right away was the best thing. He had just started to work on cleaning when Neville Longbottom approached him. "Good evening, Mr. Filch." Filch sneered. "What do you want, brat?" Neville feigned innocence. "I wanted to thank you for all the hard work that you do. Look, I have also brought a chocolate for you." Quote. Filch took a look at the offered chocolate, which was perhaps Honeyduke's finest. The innocence of the brat before him and his genuine appreciation of Filch made him take the chocolate. He turned to Neville. "Thank you for appreciating my work, Brad, but others doesn't appreciate my hard work. I clean all day and they keep dirtying the castle. Neville asked him with a puzzled expression. But you can have any of the house elves clean it. For them it is no bother than a snap of the fingers. Filch was frowning and thinking that the brat was indeed talking sense. This work could be done by a house elf within a second. The brat meanwhile was taking his leave of him after having done his work. In exactly 2 more minutes, Filch was hobbling back to his office. Folly, who was on the lookout, noticed Filch coming back before the anticipated time. She was initially freaked out but instantly hooted like an owl, which was the signal for her housemates to run. Filch's office was a curious place for students. Everyone had heard that he had confiscated a lot of items from the students over the years. Most of them were prototypes. So when 3 students got the chance to get into his office, they couldn't resist the allure of going through all the drawers to see if they could get their hands on any such thing. As a result, they forgot their main errand, which they were supposed to be doing. They started rummaging through the drawers in Filch's desk to find something curious and fun. Bull, however, remembered that they did not have much time. He growled, "We're here to find the records, not toys. Look for the records or I'll make sure that you will pay for your lack of focus." They quickly pocketed the gadgets that they had in their hands and got back to rummaging through the other drawers. Pretty soon, they found a big drawer which was labeled, "Detention Records 1975-1978. The size of the thing was massive. Just the size of the drawer made them groan. It held 3 years' worth of detention records. It would take a long time to find the desired records. They started pulling random slips to see what the year of the detention was when suddenly they heard an owl hooting in the distance. 2 of them were so engrossed in reading the things done by their forebears in detention that they forgot this was their signal to escape. However, Griffith remembered it. He nudged Bull and Duvant hard. "Filch is coming back. We'll have to run for it." Bull frowned. How can he be coming back so soon? Griffith growled. "Let's get out of here first, idiot. We can speculate about it later." Duvant asked, "And what about these? We won't get another chance to put our hands on these records." Bull decided in a moment, "Let's take the whole lot. We'll sort through them back in the dorm." They emptied the contents of the drawer into a small sack with extension charms on it that they had brought for the purpose and hastily made their exit. Filch returned and saw that his office had been overturned. He howled with fury. He could see that something was missing and it didn't take him long to figure out what. A few of his favorite gadgets that he had confiscated from students and the contents of an entire drawer full of detention records from previous years were missing. These nasty little brats had gone too far. He would make them pay. He hobbled up to Dumbledore's office and ran all the way up the ascending stairs. He burst into the headmaster's office. "Headmaster, thieves have overturned my office and stolen from it." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows in question. "Stolen? What do you mean by that, Argus? Explain." Filch had already decided not to mention the missing gadgets. He was still howling. "Someone broke into my office and took away all the detention records for the years 1975 through 78. Dumbledore was surprised. "That is curious. What would anyone do with detention records?" He was genuinely curious. Recently it looked like someone had been targeting Filch in his office. First he had been whipped in his own office, and then someone had locked his office with an unknown charm that required Professor Flitwick to undo. Now someone was raiding his office. He had a difficult time imagining what use detention records were to anyone. But perhaps the objective was to further humiliate the janitor yet again. Regardless of the motivation, theft was theft. The thieves would have to be caught and punished. The question was how to find them. He turned to Filch. "Mr. Filch, call all the ghosts." A few minutes later, all the ghosts were in his office. Being the headmaster, he could banish any of them from the castle, so they were bound to serve him. He started speaking slowly and clearly. "Someone raided Mr. Filch's office and stole some detention records. I want you all to look for them and find them." The bloody Baron glided forward. "There is no need for that, Headmaster. Minutes ago, I saw 3 Slytherin students returning to the common room carrying a sack. I am sure that it contains those records." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. "And how do you know that?" The Baron said impassively. "There were being secretive about it and they entered at a run as if they were being chased by someone." Dumbledore stood up. "All right. It may turn to nothing, but it is worth checking over. What were their names and where are they now? Lucian Bowl, Cameron Duvant and Richard Griffith, headmaster. I believe they are in their 4th year dorm at the moment. Dumbledore walked to the fireplace and threw in a pinch of flow powder and said, "Severus, I want a word." Severus stepped out of the fireplace brushing the soot from his robes and drawled, "What is it, Albus?" "I have been told that 3 of your students are responsible for breaking into Mr. Filch's office and stealing detention records from past years. The Baron has seen them entering the common room with a sack." Severus continued in the same drawl, "And of course, since they are Slytherins, they are bound to be carrying those records." Dumbledore challenged him, "If you are so sure about their innocence, then let's go and find out. On the same note, I am not making an opinion about their guilt or innocence unless I know for certain." A scant few minutes later, they were standing outside the entrance to the Slytherin common room. To normal perception, it was a blank stone wall. Unless one knew where the entrance was and the password, they could not tell where the portal was, never mind get through it. But, for the headmaster of Hogwarts and the head of house, the portal revealed itself and opened without the need to utter the password. When they entered, Severus asked, "Where are Lucian Bowl, Richard Griffith and Cameron Duvant?" The head boy stepped forward. "They are in the 4th year dorm, Professor." Dumbledore nodded. "Very well. You, Marcus, come with me along with the other Slytherin prefects." When they were outside of the 7th year dorm, Dumbledore dismantled the wards with a nearly imperceptible movement of his wand before opening the door. They didn't need to go to any extra efforts since the 3 boys were there, right in front of them, sorting through the detention records. Once in a while they read one of the slips trying to get an idea for a new prank, or at least one that hadn't been seen for a while. They yelped in fright and jumped down from the bed seeing the professors in front of them. They knew their heist had failed and it was time to face the music. Dumbledore said jovially, "Shall I assign them punishment or will you?" Severus sneered, "I will see to their appropriate punishment, Albus." Dumbledore nodded. "Very well, I shall leave you to it then." With that, he waved his wand and the slips rose into the air to arrange themselves in an orderly fashion. Levitating them, Dumbledore walked out of the dormitory. I heard so many people have succumbed to novel core or COVID-19 recently, and my prayers are with them and their families. I also hope that you all are staying inside, keeping yourself safe. For those who are out there, fighting this epidemic to save others, I take off my hat for you all and dedicate this chapter to you on me and my editor's behalf. Take care, stay safe. Quirrell believed that he managed to leave the castle without raising too much suspicion. Dumbledore appeared to believe his story about having to travel a bit to obtain a Grindylow to teach his 3rd-year class about them. This story got him excused from his patrol duties for the weekend anyway. Any wizard with his wits about him could scoop a Grindylow from the lake in about half an hour, which is what he intended to do, but Quirrell appeared to be such a bumbling idiot that perhaps the old fool would believe that he had to go and purchase one. The real purpose for his traveling abroad was to get a dragon egg, then use it to get the groundskeeper to tell him about the Cerberus. The nearest place where he could get a dragon egg was the Dragon Reserve in Wales, where they bred the Welsh Green Dragon. The Dragon Reserve was huge and surrounded by anti-apparition and portkey wards. Finding an egg and getting out of there would be risky and time-consuming, but try he would because he didn't know any other way. He apparated to the outskirts of the reserve in the early hours of Friday evening. By the time the sun was setting on the Saturday, he found the place where the dragon eggs and their brood mothers were guarded. Yes, guarded, as if a brooding dragon mother wasn't enough trouble. There were dozens of the toughest-looking wizards and witches Voldemort had ever seen guarding them too. Clearly, it would be suicide to try taking an egg from here. Perhaps with enough planning and the imperious curse on the right person, but he didn't have that kind of time. What's more, if anything went wrong or the egg was missed, word might get back to the old foo that someone has been stealing dragon eggs. While he was working on coming up with a plan, 2 wizards approached his hiding place and they appeared to be arguing. The one wizard was trying to pursue the other to help him cover up the loss of an egg so that they could sell it on the black market and split the profits. This was the way. He would have to empty Quirrell's vault and buy an egg on the black market. He walked clear of the wards and dissipated to Diagon Alley. After a brief visit to the bank, he turned and walked toward Nocturn Alley. Nocturn Alley. Voldemort hadn't been in Nocturn Alley since the time when the wizarding world feared him. He was surrounded by dodgy shops and vendors, selling their wares. There were obvious signs of decay and squalor everywhere he looked. It would appear that crime hadn't paid in some time. The place was originally an extension from Diagon Alley when the place had become too crowded. Nobody could say exactly how it happened, but as time went on, the less legal portion of commerce had gravitated there. Now, unless one was looking for a specific type of goods or services, even the Aurors did not go there unless they went in force. Tom knew of a certain wizard who dealt with dark artifacts. The man had benefited from his patronage during the previous campaign. He lived in a quaint shop without any wards whatsoever. Voldemort nonchalantly walked into the shop. "I need a service of you." The man drawled. "Service requires payment. Do you have the appropriate payment for this service that you want from me?" Voldemort continued in the same casual tone. "If the service is adequate, then the payment will be sufficient." The man nodded. "Name the service and I'll name the price." "Very well. I require 1 live dragon egg." The man sneered. "Look around, mate. I don't have stacks of live dragon eggs just laying around here, do I? Besides, how do I know you're not some Auror or an enforcer from the Department for Control and Regulation of Magical Creatures? I don't deal with dragon eggs or anything like that." Quirrell drew a pouch of galleons from his inside pocket and placed it on the counter. "There are 100 galleons in this pouch." "I am no Auror." He said the last word with disgust. "Tell me where I may obtain an egg and the gold is yours." The man quickly pocketed the galleons. "I will take these as payment for information which I am about to give you. There is a person in the Nocturne who deals in dragon eggs. Up at the far end of the alley where there are those little one-stall shops. Ask for One-Eyed William and you will find him. Drives a hard bargain but his services are worth it." Voldemort nodded. "Anything else that you can tell me about him?" The wizard nodded. "He will most likely empty your pockets with the services you seek, but there is no one else in all of Britain who can get it for you." Voldemort whipped his wand up before the other wizard could even blink and muttered, "Obliviate." The wizard's eyes rolled up in his head and Voldemort left the place. He was not eager to kill the man over 100 galleons. The unwanted attention it could draw alone was worth more than a few paltry bits of metal to him. If, however, the man had lied to him, that was another matter.